Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 626, Chapter 625, The Beginning of London's Fall. Alex returned to the kitchen once again, but this time in the company of Sarah's and Alessa, who were accompanying him. Even though Helsing Manor had someone who could brew coffee for him, Alex didn't want to bother Walter unnecessarily when he could make it himself for both him and Sarah's. While brewing the coffee, Alex hummed a tune and swayed lightly to the rhythm. Sarah sat next to Alessa at the table, watching Alex as he once again behaved a little foolishly. She had seen this side of Alex more than once, and this particular side of him was the one she liked the most, as though he were just an ordinary, carefree, slightly silly guy who lived in the moment and didn't care what others might think. Once the coffee was ready, Alex placed a cup in front of Sarah's, and she immediately dropped a blood candy into it. Sarah's brought the cup to her lips and thought how much she wished moments like this could last longer. In times like these, she felt like an ordinary girl who had her own family, a husband and a daughter, who would always be by her side no matter what. Thinking about this, Sarah's couldn't hold back the soft, warm, almost childlike smile that spread across her face. But that smile faltered for a moment when she once again realized that in order to preserve this feeling of normal life, she needed to become stronger. Sarah's remembered the words Alex had recently said to her, that she didn't need to become stronger for someone else, but for herself. Lost in thought, Sarah's became more and more convinced that she needed to become stronger, even if that meant drinking human blood and becoming a full Nosferatu. And yet, the moment she thought about actually drinking human blood, all her motivation instantly evaporated. It was far easier to think about it than to actually do it. Deep in her thoughts, Sarah's didn't notice how she sighed, slowly, almost mechanically, rotating the coffee cup in her hands, as though the motion could help her gather her thoughts. Why the sigh, Sarah's? Thinking about silly things again? Alex asked, resting his cheek on his fist and looking at her with a light but attentive smile. I'm not thinking about silly things. You yourself said I need to become stronger. And to do that, I have to drink human blood to become a proper vampire. But saying it is easier than doing it. I just don't want to consume human souls. How do I put it? I'm afraid that I'll stop being just Sarah's and become someone else, Sarah said with another sigh, now rotating the cup faster, as though the movement helped her cope with the inner tension. You're overthinking again, Sarah's. If you're afraid to drink human blood and absorb their emotions, memories, and everything else along with it, then you can simply drink mine, Alex said, poking Sarah's on the nose with his usual playfulness. Yours. That's somehow not right. I mean, it's. Sarah said, beginning to blush as she imagined drinking Alex's blood, how it would look, how it would feel, how close she would have to be to him in that moment. What exactly are you picturing? Don't tell me you're remembering those books where lovers exchange blood to show their love. Alex asked with a blank expression, though a mischievous spark flashed in his eyes. Hearing Alex's words, Sarah's face turned even redder, because she really had read books like that. After becoming a vampire and learning about it, she had become curious about what vampires really were. So she had read a lot of different literature to better understand what she had become. And unfortunately for Sarah's, there was a great deal of vampire-related information online, including romance novels that she read secretly when no one was watching. But she definitely wasn't going to admit that. Alex watched as Sarah's lowered her head, her face once again flushing deeply with embarrassment. He couldn't hide the smile on his face as he observed Sarah's genuine, touching embarrassment. Sarah's. I don't want to ruin your romantic thoughts. But my blood can't be drunk in that way. And no matter how much you bite my neck, your fangs definitely won't be able to pierce my skin, Alex said, chuckling lightly and looking at her with warm amusement. What do you mean it can't be drunk? If it can't be drunk, then why are you offering it? Is it because you're supposedly death and your blood can kill anyone? Sarah's began asking, quickly snapping out of her embarrassment and now looking at him with curiosity and slight concern. My job as death has nothing to do with it. My blood is very special. Extremely special and extremely dangerous. Right now I can't explain everything to you, there's no time. But here. I prepared this especially for you, Alex said, placing a small vial of his blood on the table. Sarah's looked at the vial containing Alex's blood and leaned forward slightly to examine it better. Despite appearing completely ordinary at first glance, upon closer inspection Sarah's quickly realized that Alex's blood was anything but normal, it was somehow completely different and very strange. Sarah's understood why Alex had said his blood was special, it seemed to shimmer with an odd purple hue mixed with hard-to-notice black glints that flickered only when looked at very carefully. Sarah's cautiously took the vial of Alex's blood and brought it closer to smell it, thinking that Alex's blood should smell like Alex himself, familiar, comforting, like home. But before she could open the vial, Alex stopped her. Not now. This isn't the time or place. You have to want this yourself, not be influenced by emotions. You need to clearly understand that this is a one-way road. Do you understand what I mean? Alex said, not letting Sarah's open the vial, his voice growing slightly more serious but still warm. Why do you always speak in riddles? But I think I understand what you mean. I have to take this step myself, not wait to be pushed from behind to move forward. Right. Sarah's asked, looking at Alex with a puzzled but already more confident gaze. You said it correctly, Mom. Sarah's. So you're not just a pervert, you're also quite smart. Gotta write that down and tell my sisters, Alessa said, nodding and once again pulling out her phone. I'm not a pervert, don't tell them that. Sarah shouted in a panicked voice, trying to grab Alessa's phone. Before Sarah could reach the phone, Alessa had already jumped off the chair and run aside, typing on her phone as she went. Seeing this, Sarah collapsed face first onto the table in despair, thinking her life was officially ruined. Now not only Alessa considered her a pervert, Alex's other daughters would think the same. All of Sarah's thoughts about Alex's blood were instantly replaced by utter despair over being labeled a pervert. Sarah's lay face down on the table, nearly bursting into tears from hopelessness. Alex looked at Alessa and couldn't help thinking that she had truly turned into a gremlin, even if she didn't show it openly. Alex knew it would be hard for Sarah's, but he also knew his daughters would easily accept Sarah's into the family, just like his other wives had. Alex reached out and gently stroked Sarah's hair to comfort her. Sarah's raised her teary eyes to Alex, still thinking she had once again been branded a pervert. Don't get so upset. Alessa's just teasing. Wednesday taught Alessa how to use people's weaknesses against them. She's just getting back at you for hugging her so tightly to your chest while she slept, Alex said, tenderly stroking Sarah's hair and looking at her with a warm smile. I was just hugging her. Sarah said, looking at Alex with teary eyes still filled with despair. Let's just say Alessa's first experience with hugs like that wasn't the most pleasant. When her head nearly drowned in a very large chest, Alex said, clearing his throat dryly and trying not to laugh. How large? Sarah's asked, swallowing hard as her imagination ran wild. Alex cleared his throat again after Sarah's question. He definitely wasn't going to show the size of Shizuka's chest, because Shizuka's chest really was enormous. Seeing Alex's reaction, Sarah's imagination went into overdrive as she began picturing the size of the chest in which Alessa's head had nearly drowned. Sarah glanced at Alessa, who demonstratively showed the size with her hands. Seeing how Alessa indicated the size, Sarah's throat went dry as she imagined a woman with breasts that large. Sarah looked down at her own chest and realized that while hers were big, what Alessa had shown seemed even bigger. Sarah, being a girl, even began comparing her own size to what Alessa had demonstrated, and she couldn't deny that such a chest really was huge. Alex watched all of this with mixed emotions, especially Sarah's, who was moving her hands around, trying to visualize Shizuka's size. Alex was certain that Shizuka was currently pouting because Alessa still held a grudge over the time he came home with Alessa, and Shizuka couldn't hold back and had hugged her tightly. And at that very moment Integra walked into the kitchen and caught this bizarre scene, Sarah's moving her hands near her own chest, Alex watching everything, and Alessa standing off to the side typing on her phone. The first question that popped into Integra's head was, what the hell is going on here? What are you doing, Sarah's? Integra asked in a calm tone, looking at Sarah's. Oh, Lady Integra. It's just. Sarah's exclaimed, immediately pulling her hands away from her chest and trying to find an excuse for her actions. Just what? You decided to fondle your own breasts in broad daylight in front of a child? Integra asked in a cold tone, staring at Sarah's, making her tremble with fear. Meeting Integra's gaze, Sarah's became slightly frightened because she couldn't find the right words to explain herself. Sarah's understood she couldn't tell her that Alessa was a little upset because she had hugged her so tightly to her chest while sleeping, and that for Alessa it brought back unpleasant memories of when her head nearly drowned in another woman's large chest. Sarah's looked at Alex with a doomed expression, seeking help. Alex responded with a light gesture, forming a heart with his fingers, showing that she could handle it. Seeing Alex's gesture, Sarah's understood there was no getting out of this. And all the while Integra's gaze grew colder and pressed harder on Sarah's. Seeing no other way out of the situation, Sarah's lowered her head and quietly began explaining the reason behind her actions. After hearing the full explanation, Integra's gaze remained blank. But her eyelid twitched for a brief moment when she lowered her head toward her own chest. Even if Integra considered the body nothing more than flesh, as a woman she didn't enjoy being compared to others. Integra raised her gaze and looked at Alex, who tilted his head to the side. So one of your women has impressive arguments, enough that Alessa nearly suffocated. Interesting. I'll remember that. But if size is what interests you, I can arrange a comparison. Right now. Without prying eyes, Integra said, looking at Alex. Alex stared at Integra, mouth open in shock, not expecting such a reaction from her. Even Sarah's was completely stunned, looking at Integra, her fear replaced by utter bewilderment. After all, Sarah's never expected someone like Integra to say such words or do something like that. Alex couldn't help but glance down at Integra's chest, and he knew perfectly well that she wore a special corset and shaping underwear. Alex knew that for any woman, talking about breasts was a forbidden topic best avoided. He even thought that Integra's current words were connected to what she had seen through their link thanks to the contract. Alex cleared his throat lightly. He suddenly very much wanted to change the subject so the topic of women's breasts wouldn't be discussed anymore, as it was an extremely delicate matter that required the right time and place. I'd say, yes, in this situation. But I know for sure you weren't looking for me just to show me your chest, you came to tell me it's time to go. Am I right? Alex said, deciding to change the topic because he knew where this could lead. Answer the question. Yes or no, Integra said in a cold tone, narrowing her eyes. My answer is yes. Yes, I want to see it, and that's normal. Does that satisfy you, Integra? Alex said calmly. Quite. Then when we return, you'll sleep in my room again. And that's not up for discussion, Integra said, nodding and looking at Alex. Of course, Integra. Are you ready to go? Alex asked, standing up from the table. Yes. The car is already waiting at the entrance. Hurry up. We don't know when Millennium will decide to launch their attack. Sarah's, I'm leaving the manor in your hands, Integra said, looking at Alex before shifting her gaze to Sarah's. Yes, ma'am. I won't let you down, Sarah said, immediately standing up. I believe in you, Sarah's. Compared to how you were in the past, you're handling things far better now. Keep it up, Integra said with a light, sincere smile. Hearing Integra's words, Sarah smiled genuinely and nodded with a smile on her face. Alex stood up from the table and stroked Sarah's hair, also showing his support and that he believed in her too. Picking Alessa up in his arms, Alex followed Integra, who left the kitchen first. When Alex, Alessa, and Integra left, Sarah's looked at the vial of Alex's blood, and her resolve to become stronger only grew firmer. But Sarah's understood that this still wasn't enough, she needed to take the final step, one she didn't yet know or understand how to take in order to change while still remaining herself. Looking at Alex's blood in the vial, Sarah's carefully took it in her hands and placed it in her breast pocket next to her heart, feeling that this way Alex would be close to her if something bad happened. Sarah's had felt this sensation more than once, when something terrible was about to happen. Placing her hand over the pocket where Alex's blood rested, Sarah's took a deep breath and immediately pulled herself together. Because this time she was determined to protect what was dear to her. Meanwhile, Alex, Integra, and Alessa stepped outside and got into the car to head back to Britain's Security Service headquarters. As the car pulled away, Integra looked out the window while Alessa sat beside her, still texting her sisters. Alex sent a very short and simple message to all his people, 9 o'clock. And that single message was enough for them to understand what it meant. Because at 9 o'clock that evening the attack on London would begin, giving them time for final preparations. Putting his phone away, Alex hoped nothing would happen to Sarah's and that she would be able to accept what he had given her. But he knew Sarah's would manage, and he didn't want her to get hurt, which was why he had taken such a step. Hugo, turn here at the corner. I want to stop by the pastry shop, Alex said, turning his head toward the front of the car. Will do, boss, Hugo replied and turned at the next corner. Integra only turned her head toward Alex and made no comment about the fact that he decided to make a stop at the pastry shop before they reached the security service headquarters. She had already noticed Alex's strong sweet tooth more than once and therefore didn't react. When Hugo parked the car near the pastry shop, Alex hadn't even managed to get out before Walter stepped out first and returned a couple of minutes later with a box of strawberry cake. Alex couldn't help but smile at Walter's gesture and gave a slight nod, taking the cake box from Walter's hands. Should I hire a pastry chef? Integra asked, looking at Alex. That's up to you, my dear wife. If I want something sweet, I can make it myself or fly to the other side of the world to buy what I need. For example, limited edition sweets released daily in one little shop in Japan, Alex said, stroking his chin. All I've seen so far is you eating strawberry cake. And that silly strawberry cake song you're always humming, Integra said, giving Alex a blank stare. I just love strawberries. We've already talked about this, everyone has their preferences. I also love hugging. Want a little hug? Alex said cheerfully, extending his arms toward Integra. Integra looked at Alex with a blank expression, neither refusing nor agreeing to his offer. She decided to let Alex decide whether to hug her or not. Alex smiled lightly and placed the cake box on Alessa's lap, to which Alessa responded by raising her hands and placing them on top of the box so it wouldn't bother her. Alex reached out and gently wrapped his arms around Integra's waist, pressing his cheek to hers. Alex knew Integra was still affected by what she had seen through their link thanks to the contract, so he decided to take advantage of the moment while she was still showing softness. Integra felt Alex's arms around her and his cheek against hers, and that warmth felt very comforting to her. But she didn't show it on her face. After a couple of minutes, Integra raised her hand and pushed Alex's face away, indicating that was enough. Alex only laughed and quickly kissed Integra on the cheek before sitting back properly. Integra exhaled through her nose, feeling no irritation, only another faint surprise that Alex wanted to kiss a woman like her. Soon the car arrived at the security service headquarters. Alex got out first, holding the box of strawberry cake, and helped Alessa and Integra out of the car. Before leaving, Alex looked at Hugo and nodded. Hugo returned the nod, showing he understood. Alex smiled and followed Integra and Alessa toward the elevator. Integra walked ahead, holding Alessa's hand while Alessa held her creepy rabbit Robbie in the other. Once inside the elevator, Alex himself pressed the button for the lowest floor where the bunker was located. While the elevator descended, Alex checked the time. It was only 1 in the afternoon, leaving a full 8 hours before Millennium's invasion. Walking down the long corridor, Alex and Integra once again entered the observation headquarters, where work was, as usual, in full swing. Alex once again scanned everyone present, including those who were vampires. Smiling lightly, Alex sat at the table next to Integra, placing the cake box on the table. "Sir Penwood, care for some strawberry cake? You've been working hard, and you should recharge to keep commanding. As you know, sweets help the brain work," Alex said with a kind smile. "I think I'll accept your offer, Sir Voldegode. A short break for afternoon tea won't hurt," Penwood said with a faint smile of relief. Alex smiled and looked at Walter. Walter understood Alex's look without words and immediately left, returning a short while later with plates. All this time Alex smiled and spoke to everyone in a friendly manner, including Penwood, to ease the tension. No one could understand the reason for Alex's sudden change in behavior, but his friendly demeanor made people relax. Alex offered cake not only to senior officers but also to juniors. Most refused, and Alex didn't insist. Integra watched Alex's actions with an analyzing gaze, trying to figure out why he was doing this. Alex deliberately offered cake to those who had defected to Millennium's side, even knowing they would refuse, citing work and no time for tea parties. In response, Alex only shrugged with a smile, continuing to display his friendliness. All this time he behaved like a friendly guy trying to make up for pouring coffee in Senior Officer Berkeley's face, and so decided to apologize in this way. When Alex sat back down, Integra lightly kicked his leg under the table, hinting that he should explain what the whole performance was for. Alex only responded with a smile, showing that she needed to figure it out herself. Integra narrowed her eyes and noticed that some senior officers were eating cake while others refused under various pretexts. Integra's eyes narrowed further as she lightly clenched her thin cigar between her teeth. Integra kicked Alex's leg again under the table to find out if she had correctly understood the reason for his actions. In response, Alex slid his phone toward her with the message, "All the rats will gather in one place when the time comes." Integra saw the message and gave a barely noticeable nod, but her gaze became even colder, though she quickly hid it behind her usual detached mask. None of those present even suspected that traitors were among them, or that those traitors had already carried out sabotage, ensuring Millennium's attack would go unnoticed until their airships were directly over London. But that was exactly what Alex wanted. London was the stage he had prepared to kill all his enemies at once instead of hunting them down everywhere. Soon after the tea break, work in the observation headquarters began boiling again. Meanwhile, Alex was busy reading news on his phone while occasionally stroking Alessa's hair and showing various news items to Integra, who occasionally glanced away from her work. Time continued to pass slowly, and at some point Alex simply closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair to nap a little and pass the time. And soon the moment Alex had been waiting for arrived. The signal for that moment was the alarm that began sounding from the map. When the alarm sounded, everyone turned their gaze to the large map where green lights marked British military bases with active connections. But in one instant all those green lights turned red. The observation room immediately erupted in noise, and the officers responsible for communications began working to find out what had happened. "Admiral, something's wrong. We've lost connection with government headquarters. We can't reach them. We've also lost connection with London regiments," said the communications officer. Right after the communications officer's words, silence fell, and Penwood was the most stunned of all, because he didn't know what to do in such a situation. Integra instantly understood that it had already begun, and this was only the start. Things would only get worse, or rather, turn into real hell. But the communications officers didn't stop there and had to continue their report. "All telephone lines and internet in the city center and surrounding areas are down. No connection with the aircraft carrier Ark Royal. No connection with the Southend Airbase," another officer began reporting. "Dorsetshire, no connection either," another officer shouted, spinning in his chair. "Sir, we've lost connection with army units in Royal Greenwich," yet another officer shouted, standing up from his seat. "Sir, we can't reach Atlantic Fleet headquarters. No connection with the State Security Control headquarters or intelligence liaison. No connection with the destroyer Fort Crest on the Thames. No connection with any police cordons. Officers reported one after another. Reports of lost connections with various sites came one after another. As soon as one was made, the next followed, all sounding the same: connection lost. Alex, who had been dozing until then, opened his eyes at the noise and rubbed them, listening to the commotion around him. Yawning lightly, Alex stretched his neck slightly. He perfectly understood that this was standard sabotage to isolate London from outside communication so no one could come to the rescue or issue orders. After all, without a commander to rally the troops, such a war was easy to win. Alex only shook his head, once again considering the Major's plan extremely well thought out. Integra looked at Alex, and she perfectly understood that he had known this would happen. But Penwood was the most nervous of all, realizing that war had begun and he wasn't prepared, nor was anyone else present ready for war. The only one, apart from Alex, who didn't care was Alessa, who continued sitting calmly on Alex's lap, watching the panic around her. It can't be. What is this? Has war really begun? Penwood said in a stunned tone, jumping up so abruptly that his chair fell to the floor, overwhelmed by the feeling that everything had collapsed in an instant. Admiral, we received a message from the nearest Irish regiment headquarters. We are under attack by an unknown enemy. They're monsters. Save us, they're monsters, the communications officer read aloud the last message. What the communications officer read made the atmosphere even heavier than before. And no one could deny any longer that war had begun. And they would be fighting not against humans, but against monsters. But no one could fully comprehend it yet. For everyone present, such a situation was happening for the first time, and no one understood what to do or how to react. Everyone simply froze in place, waiting for further orders. But Penwood himself didn't know what orders to give in such a situation. So it's begun. The war has begun. Integra said, clenching her thin cigar between her teeth. The moment Integra spoke those words, the doors to the observation headquarters were kicked open, and armed soldiers in British uniforms burst into the room, immediately pointing their weapons at everyone present, especially at Alex and Integra. The officers Alex had been watching bared their vampire fangs, no longer hiding their nature. One of the senior officers wanted to shout to find out what was happening, but immediately received a rifle butt to the face and fell to the floor, clutching his broken nose. Alex and Integra sat as though nothing was happening. Even Alessa showed no reaction to the gun pointed at her. After all, such a weapon couldn't harm her at all, especially with Alex nearby. One of the vampire officers drew his pistol and aimed it at Integra, while the one standing beside him aimed at Alex. Don't even think about trying anything, Lady Helsing, Sir Helsing. Otherwise a bullet might accidentally hit your child. This place is now under Millennium's control, the senior officer said with an arrogant smile. Captain. What? What does this mean? Penwood shouted, not expecting a traitor among his subordinates. Silence. Admiral, it means being a vampire is far more interesting than being human, the captain said, baring his vampire fangs. Following the vampire captain's words came light laughter from all the traitor vampires pointing weapons at everyone in the observation room. After all, they had believed until the last moment that a vampire's life was far more interesting, that they wouldn't have to die and would live long lives. The captain's words stunned everyone present, and Penwood collapsed back into his chair in shock, hitting his back against the backrest. And the sight of Penwood's stunned face only triggered another wave of laughter among the traitor vampires. How lucky we are. We've captured not only Lady Helsing but also her newlywed husband and daughter. I'm sure my Lord Deputy will be very pleased with such a gift when we bring him the remnants of the Helsing family, the second captain said, laughing and looking at Alex and Integra. Alex, Integra, and Alessa watched this performance with blank faces, as though it didn't concern them. Alex merely yawned at such threats, showing he didn't care at all. Alessa gave a blank stare to those aiming weapons at her. Integra only chuckled mockingly, looking at all the traitors. And her contempt was clearly visible on her face, something she definitely wasn't hiding. What are you laughing at, woman? The vampire captain shouted, aiming his pistol at Integra's head. You're nothing but newborn vampires. And we belong to an organization that exterminates scum like you. A tadpole that hasn't even lost its tail yet telling a snake how lucky it is. Funny thing, you treacherous pig, Integra said, still laughing with contempt while looking at the vampires around her. You bitch. One more word, and I'll kill that child, the captain shouted, turning his pistol toward Alessa. Idiot. If you had kept aiming at me or my husband, you might have lived a few seconds longer. But now this is your end, traitor, Integra said with pity, shaking her head. What? The captain said, and then froze in place. Alex and Integra only shook their heads. Integra had been right when she said threatening Alessa so openly was a mistake, and the fact that Alex hadn't done anything yet meant nothing. But in that same moment a very distant siren sound echoed through the observation room. And in that same instant, next to the captain aiming his pistol at Alessa, a tall silhouette began to appear, one that gripped the captain's hand with such force that it was crushed like a sponge. When the silhouette fully formed, everyone saw a tall creature resembling a muscular man with an iron pyramid on his head. With a sharp jerk, it tore the captain's arm off. And right after the first pyramid head appeared another one. All the traitor vampires instinctively felt fear toward the pyramid heads and immediately opened fire on them. But all the bullets that hit the pyramid heads simply bounced off their bodies. The first pyramid head raised his enormous rusty cleaver covered in blood and made one wide swing, slicing all the nearest vampires in half. The captain, lying on the floor clutching the stump of his torn-off arm, didn't even have time to scream before his head was crushed under the pyramid head's foot. And while the pyramid heads killed the vampires, Walter used his wires to protect Integra, Alex, and Alessa, as befitted a butler. But now Walter understood what kind of bodyguards Alessa had been talking about in the car with Alex and Integra. No one had time to understand what was happening before the two pyramid heads had already killed all the vampires and vanished as suddenly as they had appeared. And all that remained of their presence were the corpses of the vampires, sliced apart and killed instantly. The metallic smell of blood filled the air, and bodies lay scattered around. The only ones who remained calm in this situation were Alex, Integra, Alessa, and Walter, while the rest of the officers who hadn't turned traitor and had managed to survive froze in shock at everything that had happened in that brief moment. To be continued. So, here it is, the lead up to the fall of London. I think I'll show everything, including the attack on Helsing's estate, and how Ceres will become stronger and more badass, and all that jazz. What's next on our agenda? Murders, and more murders, and even more murders. Well, and probably some more murders. And then ponies, or no ponies. Who knows? Basically, peace, love, and if there's a monster living under your bed, demand rent from it. I'm going to go eat. Chapter 627, Chapter 626, The Beginning of the War. Some time before the traitors revealed themselves and attempted their coup to seize power, before they died at the hands of two pyramid heads, true chaos reigned inside Helsing Manor. The reason for this chaos was simple: the appointed time of Millennium's attack was rapidly approaching. Those who followed Alex had enough experience to clearly sense that everything was about to begin, they felt it distinctly. Even Bernadotte's people, who followed their captain, were quieter than usual and kept glancing toward London. Even though the sun had already set, the silence on the streets was so oppressive that everyone could feel it. This was the calm before the storm of war. Bernadotte was directing his men to conduct final checks on all equipment, weapons, ammunition, and defensive supplies for the manor. No one wanted the enemy to catch them with their pants down and completely unprepared. Ceres wasn't standing still either. She moved through the manor, carrying heavy boxes of ammunition without slowing down for a second. She was fully utilizing her immense physical strength to get everything moved in time. All this time a heavy atmosphere hung over the manor. The only sounds were radio communications, someone installing a grenade launcher by a window, setting up a barricade, or mining the approaches to the manor. Almost no one spoke to each other. Everyone understood that a single moment of hesitation could cost someone their life. Ceres was carrying two 30mm Harkonnen cannons and a large supply of shells for them as she climbed to the manor's roof. Once there, she looked out over evening London and thought about all those days when she used to walk the streets with Alex in the evenings, just chatting about small things or exchanging silly jokes while drinking coffee. At that moment Ceres felt a slight nervousness about what was coming soon. But she quickly pulled herself together and reflexively placed her hand over her chest, right where the vial of Alex's blood that he had given her rested. Ceres no longer wanted to be the coward who had to be led by the hand to defeat her enemy. She wanted to become strong herself, so she could protect what was dear to her. Clenching her fist, Ceres was about to head back downstairs to see what else needed to be done. But before she could leave, she heard what sounded like a child humming a melody. Ceres's eyes instantly turned red. She thought it was Millennium Schrödinger, and she turned her head to see a girl about 7 years old examining her Harkonnen rifles from every angle. Ceres studied the girl, feeling that she had seen her somewhere before. The girl had long blue hair with a slight greenish tint, braided into two long pigtails, a baggy black jacket, and short black shorts. The longer Ceres looked at her, the more certain she became that she had seen this girl before. Who are you? And what are you doing here? Ceres asked cautiously. You don't mind if I take these, and in return give you something else? The girl asked with a wide smile, turning her head back. When the girl turned her head, Ceres immediately recognized her. It was Jinx, one of Alex's daughters, or as Alex himself called her, his little weapons gremlin. Ceres looked closely at Jinx's face and confirmed it was definitely Alex's daughter, rainbow eyes glowing with mischief and that classic gremlin-wide grin, as though she had just found an interesting new toy. Ceres couldn't understand how or why one of Alex's daughters was here, and why she wanted to take her weapons. Meanwhile Jinx stood up from her crouch and walked around Ceres, inspecting her from every angle and nodding slightly. Ceres didn't stay passive either. She examined Jinx in return. Despite looking like a child, Jinx wore exactly the same style of clothing as her mother Becca, a baggy black jacket with an open collar revealing a black top underneath, and a visible holster with a gun that was impossible to miss. Jinx circled Sarah's completely and stopped in front of her, looking her straight in the eyes. Sarah swallowed lightly, staring down at Jinx. "You're Jinx, right?" Sarah asked cautiously, looking down at her. "Yup, that's me." "Sort of." "No, definitely me, I'm sure." "And you're my new pervert mom." "Alessa already told me everything about you," Jinx said, nodding with that gremlin grin on her face. "I'm not a pervert," Sarah shouted, then immediately covered her mouth with her hand. Sarah had shouted so loudly that she instantly realized it, clamped both hands over her mouth, and began looking around in panic to make sure no one had heard or noticed. Jinx burst into loud laughter, clutching her stomach and staring at Sarah's. She laughed so hard that tears appeared in her eyes. When she finally stopped laughing, Jinx wiped the tears from her face and looked at Sarah's with a mischievous smile. Sarah's was still wondering how Jinx had ended up here. She clearly remembered that Jinx, like all of Alex's other daughters, was supposed to be at home right now. Suppressing her embarrassment at being called a pervert, Sarah's crouched down so she could look Jinx in the eyes. "So why did you come? I mean, how did you get here?" Sarah's asked, looking straight into Jinx's eyes. "What, Dad didn't tell you?" "Ah, right, Daddy as always. It's hard to explain if you don't understand how it works. I do this, then that, and then whoosh, and I'm somewhere else." "We all can do it," Jinx said, waving her arms around as if trying to demonstrate what she had to do to teleport. "You're right, I didn't understand any of that. So why did you come?" "It's going to be dangerous here soon," Sarah said, looking at Jinx with concern. "Ah, right, I almost forgot why I came. Anyway, let's trade, you give me those things, and I give you my thing." "Fair exchange, pervert mom," Jinx said with a wide grin. "I told you, I'm not a pervert." "And what do you mean by trade?" "This is my weapon, I need it to defend the manor," Sarah said, her face flushing again. Jinx gave Sarah's a look that clearly said, "Yeah, sure I believe you," which only made Sarah's even more embarrassed. Jinx realized she needed to explain what she meant, so she reached into her small bag. Sarah's looked down at Jinx's bag, which looked like a purple one-eyed rabbit. And Sarah's recognized it immediately. She had already seen something similar with Alessa, though the design was different. Jinx opened the bag and pulled out a large metal weapons case painted in various shades of purple. Sarah's wanted to help Jinx, until she saw with what ease the girl was holding a weapons case almost 3 times her own size. Jinx set the case down on the roof as lightly as if it were a feather. After placing the weapons case down, Jinx slapped it with her palm, and the lid immediately popped open. When the case opened, Sarah saw a 6-barreled minigun in purple-pink colors. "I call this Pow Pow 2.0. It's like mine, but for you, pervert mom. It fires 30mm rounds, and it can do a big boom and then rat-a-tat-tat super fast. Like, really fast. Only it's heavy, you have to be careful when you shoot it. And it can use different types of ammo. Acid, fire, even fireworks. Wait, why did I make it shoot fireworks? Whatever, doesn't matter. Or maybe it does. I think it does. Anyway, you get the idea, pervert mom. Yours for mine. Deal." Jinx said with a wide grin. Sarah's watched as Jinx's expressions changed so quickly that she could barely keep up with what the girl was saying. First Jinx's face was full of pride, then it turned into that of a child showing off a new toy, then thoughtful, and finally back to a mischievous grin. Jinx looked at Sarah's and gave a heavy sigh when she saw no reaction. Realizing she had to take matters into her own hands, Jinx pulled the 6-barreled minigun out of the case and shoved it into Sarah's arms, causing Sarah to stagger from the weight. Feeling the weight of the minigun in her hands, Sarah snapped back to reality and looked down to examine what kind of weapon she was now holding. While Sarah inspected the minigun, Jinx began explaining how to use it, how to reload it so it kept firing, including the rocket launch function. Sarah tried to memorize everything and nodded along, until Jinx suddenly froze and looked toward London, slightly narrowing her eyes. Looks like it started. And I gotta run, my sisters are already waiting. Here's your ammo, and I'm taking those things with me, Jinx said, nodding slightly and pulling out a huge container of ammunition. What started? Sarah asked worriedly, watching as Jinx stuffed both Harkonnens into her small bag. You already know what started. Take care of yourself, Mom. Sarah's. Hug. Moi, Jinx said, wrapping her arms tightly around Sarah's and kissing her on the cheek. Sarah's instinctively hugged Jinx back as the girl hung onto her. Sarah's felt warmth on her cheek where Jinx had kissed her. And before Sarah's could fully process it, Jinx had already jumped down and waved goodbye. Sarah's raised her hand to wave back, and froze mid-motion when she saw Jinx leaving. Behind Jinx the very space cracked like glass, then shattered completely. Jinx jumped into the opening with a wide grin, waving one last time. When Jinx disappeared, the crack in space repaired itself, and Sarah's reflexively rubbed her eyes, thinking she must have imagined it. After rubbing her eyes, Sarah looked at the six-barreled minigun in her hands and finally confirmed that everything that had just happened was real. She hadn't imagined it. Sarah walked over to where Jinx had vanished and examined the spot carefully, even reaching out to touch what she had seen. But all Sarah felt was a breeze brushing against her fingers, nothing more. At that moment she was completely bewildered, until someone placed a hand on her shoulder. Sarah spun around sharply and saw Price, a cigar slowly smoldering between his teeth. "See, Captain Price, what brings you up here?" Sarah asked, quickly pulling herself together. "I came to check how the equipment setup on the roof was going. And I saw you trying to touch something," Price said, giving a slight smile and exhaling cigar smoke. "It's just that, there was," Sarah said, not knowing how to explain what had just happened on the roof. "I see, the little miss paid you a visit." "Got it. Don't be surprised by it. In the future you'll see far stranger things. My advice, just get used to it. This isn't even the weirdest thing you'll witness," Price said, patting Sarah on the shoulder. "So, what I just saw was normal?" Sarah asked in a stunned tone. "Not exactly, but compared to what you'll see later, yes, this is about as normal as it gets. Anyway, finish up here. Alex already sent the message, it started," Price said, nodding and exhaling another cloud of cigar smoke. Sarah gave a slight nod, thinking that once everything was over, Alex would explain it all to her. She looked once more toward London and thought of Alex, Integra, and Alessa, who were currently at the security service headquarters. Sarah knew Alex would be fine, and her task was to defend the manor. Sarah slung her new six-barreled minigun over her back and followed Price downstairs to the others. After all, no one knew when the enemy would arrive at the manor, so everyone needed to be ready for a sudden attack, especially her. She was the only one who could spot approaching enemies from a great distance. At the same time, inside Britain's security service headquarters, a massacre had just taken place. The Pyramid Heads had killed all the traitors who had defected to Millennium. The observation room was filled with the thick metallic smell of blood, and corpses lay scattered everywhere, people who had chosen to betray their country and become vampires. Those who hadn't defected stood frozen in shock, trying to comprehend the fact that traitors had been among them the entire time, and no one had noticed. And the most bitter aftertaste came from realizing that traitors weren't only here, they were in other places too. After all, the complete loss of communications was direct proof that traitors had already infiltrated, and no one had noticed until it was too late. Penwood was the most stunned of all. He had truly believed that the only monster in Helsing's service was Alucard. The appearance of two creatures with iron pyramids on their heads shook him far more than the traitors themselves. "Are you all right, Sir Penwood?" Integra asked, bringing her thin cigar to her lips. "Yes. Yes, I'm fine," Penwood said, trying to collect himself. "Honestly, I thought you were one of the traitors. Until my husband pulled his little cake trick. After all, vampires can't eat human food," Integra said lightly, as though discussing something completely ordinary. When Integra spoke those words, everyone turned to look at Alex, who all this time had been sitting in his place with the same expression of someone who had just woken up. Now the looks directed at Alex had changed dramatically. Before, they had thought he was simply trying to make up for pouring hot coffee in one officer's face. But in reality it had been a carefully disguised move by Alex. Everyone looked at the traitor officers and immediately understood. Those who turned out to be vampires had refused the cake under various pretexts. Even Penwood looked at Alex in surprise, and Alex gave a slight smile, not denying that the reason he had offered everyone cake was to identify the traitors. Penwood swallowed lightly and adjusted his uniform collar, thinking how lucky he was that he hadn't refused Alex's cake, even though he wasn't a traitor. "I know I'm useless. But one thing I do know, I'm not a coward, Integra," Penwood said, looking straight into Integra's eyes. Integra responded with a faint smile, not denying Penwood's claim that he wasn't a coward. She remembered Shelby Penwood from their very first meeting when she became head of Helsing. Even back then she had seen in him a man who, even if he couldn't perform his duties properly and always panicked, was never a coward. Alex gave a slight smile and nodded, not hiding his actions. But at that very moment an emergency report came in. "Sir, bad news. Private Flight 477 reported a group of airships moving north over the southern part of London," the communications officer shouted as soon as he received the urgent message. "Airships? Are you sure they're airships?" one of the senior officers shouted, unable to believe what he had heard. "Yes, airships of unimaginable size," the communications officer replied. When those words were spoken, no one could believe what they had just heard. Alex turned his head toward the direction from which the airships were approaching and lightly tapped his finger on the table, activating the trap he had prepared for the Major. In that same second, markers left by Alex's clones lit up all across London, and all the residents of London were instantly transferred into the limbo that his clones had constructed. In their place appeared ordinary placeholders, indistinguishable from the originals, including behavior. Alex wanted everything to look as realistic as possible, and with his abilities he could make human clones indistinguishable from their originals. But to achieve that, his clones had to work extremely hard to make it all happen. In the end, the entire city of London, and its inhabitants, had become perfect copies, indistinguishable from the real thing. Even if the whole city were razed to the ground and all its residents killed by the end of the battle against Millennium, everything would simply return to normal. And none of the residents would even know anything had happened in London. For them it would be just another ordinary night. The only thing that interested Alex was what kind of face Integra would make when she learned that he had literally prepared the stage, and that this entire battle was essentially a trap for all his enemies, who had walked right into it themselves. Because soon not only Millennium would appear, but also Maxwell with his Crusader army. Alex shifted his gaze in another direction and saw Maxwell and his army. Alex gave a slight smile, covering his mouth with his hand so no one would notice. But Alessa, sitting on his lap, noticed the gesture, though she said nothing. Meanwhile, the commotion in the observation headquarters continued. Everyone was wondering how such enormous airships had managed to get so close to London without anyone noticing. What are your radars for? They got this close and no one noticed. All positions are silent. What the hell is Air Defense Headquarters doing? Senior officers shouted one after another, demanding answers. Connection with headquarters is severed. It's about 100 kilometers straight from there to London, a junior officer shouted, making his report. At that speed those airships will be over London in roughly 10 to 15 minutes, Integra said calmly. When Integra fell silent, heavy silence once again fell over the observation headquarters. Alex once again turned his gaze toward the direction from which Millennium's airships were approaching. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and his vision passed straight through the hull of the airship to the place where the Major was already conducting a briefing for his soldiers. Alex felt only disgust toward people like this, not because they had chosen to become vampires, but because of how they used the greatest gift his father had given to all living beings. Despite the comical nature of this briefing and the fact that all Millennium soldiers were reading so-called pamphlets before the attack began, Alex looked once more at the Major and gave a slight grimace, because he had already prepared a special place for the Major in the Red City. Alex partially listened to the Millennium soldiers' briefing while the observation headquarters tried to restore communications. When the Major mentioned the name Zorin, Alex glanced at the woman with a short boyish haircut holding a scythe, half her body covered in tattoos with writing. Alex knew this female vampire. She could create illusions thanks to her vampiric power, and in the original timeline it was Zorin who had pushed Ceres to become a fullness for Ratu. But Alex understood, in this situation at Helsing Manor, aside from Bernadotte's group, who lacked proper experience fighting monsters, there were also his own people, who had a great deal of experience battling monsters. And there was a very high chance that Zorin, and her men, wouldn't even get close to the manor before dying. And Alex himself understood that he had no intention of manipulating events to help Ceres become stronger. If Zorin died, then she died. He would simply help Ceres become stronger another way. All that mattered to him was that none of his people got hurt, and that Integra's home remained intact. Alex drifted off into his thoughts and missed the Major's final words about how everything must be destroyed, and how he ordered them to kill everyone, destroy everything around them, and die themselves. Alex quickly grew tired of listening to this nonsense and refocused his attention on how the airship began releasing guided drones that flew in all directions across London. And in that same second explosions began thundering all over London, fires breaking out everywhere. Following the destruction from the missile strikes, soldiers of Millennium began disembarking from the airships, bloodthirsty grins on their faces showing just how much they thirsted for slaughter. When the first Millennium soldiers' foot touched the ground, it marked the beginning of the invasion, the war, and the carnage that would follow. At the same time in Britain's Security Service headquarters, alarms began sounding in the observation room, indicating that London was under attack. Reports came in one after another without pause, fires breaking out somewhere, airships launching missile barrages, the number of explosions rumbling across London, who had lost connection and who could no longer be reached. While the communications officers made their reports, senior officers tried to continue giving orders. Penwood remained silent, as though gathering his thoughts and trying to figure out how to act in this situation. Alex sat beside Integra and watched Penwood carefully. When he saw what he had been waiting for, he clapped his hands to make everyone quiet and looked at Integra. When silence fell, Integra looked at Alex and gave a slight nod. We are facing the same enemy that attacked us recently. That means only one thing: too many flies have been drawn to the sweet fruit called eternal life and vampirism, Integra said calmly, rising from her chair. And these traitors are definitely not only here, but in other places too. Because only an inside rat could have carried out such sabotage. Therefore we must leave this place before these creatures arrive, Alex said, standing up from his seat and holding Alessa in his arms. Sir Penwood, you must leave this place immediately, Integra said, looking at Penwood. No. You. Both of you, leave. Take your daughter and return home as quickly as possible. You both have work that no one else can do. And I cannot leave. I cannot run. That is something I definitely cannot do. Penwood said, trying to sound calm even though his nerves were clearly showing in every word, which came to him with difficulty. When Penwood spoke those words, even though he was nervous, his gaze was that of a man who had made his final decision. And his entire demeanor showed that he had no intention of running or hiding. Integra frowned slightly at Penwood's words, sincerely believing that Penwood was not suited for this kind of work. Alex's and Alessa's eyes shone faintly as they watched Penwood's soul gradually grow brighter and brighter, like a flame flaring up before it goes out. Alex had seen many such souls that, in the final moments of their lives, shone as brightly as the sun, and so beautifully. Alessa, who usually saw only darkness in people, was genuinely surprised by how brightly Penwood's soul was shining. "Leave, Sir Penwood. Just leave. You cannot command from here anymore. Or have you decided to simply die?" Integra said, raising her voice to pressure Penwood. Maybe we can restore communications and start issuing orders. Maybe somewhere some base has repelled the attack and is waiting for our instructions. I am in command, and as long as I'm alive, I'm not leaving this place, Penwood said, and with every word his tone grew firmer. "Sir Penwood, are you certain of your decision?" "No one will judge you if you leave," Alex said calmly, looking straight into Penwood's eyes. "Sir Voldegode, you probably already know what people say about me. And I myself understand that I'm a useless rag. So useless that even I don't know how I ended up in this position. It's almost as if I only hold it because it was passed down to me by inheritance. I've never achieved anything on my own. I always did what others told me. Therefore, at least this job that was given to me, I must carry it out. Hurry, both of you. There's no time to delay in this place. This is no place for children. After all, there is work that only people like you can do," Penwood said with a relieved smile, as though he had spent his last strength to drive Alex and Integra away. Integra looked into Penwood's eyes to see his resolve in that moment. And she clearly saw that, even though Penwood was nervous in this situation, his eyes burned with the determination of a man ready to fight to the very end. For a brief moment a faint smile appeared on Integra's face, then vanished. Integra reached under her jacket, pulled out her pistol and a magazine, and placed them on the table. "The bullets are loaded with silver powder. They will be far more effective than the iron you're using. Farewell, and good luck in battle, Sir Penwood," Integra said with a light, sincere smile. "Thank you. And good luck to you too, Sir Helsing," Penwood replied with an equally sincere smile. "Sir Penwood, you are not a coward. I have seen many such people, but you are not one of them. Northwest one in this place is a coward. A coward would have run or groveled at the feet of these treacherous creatures. But you. People like you, even knowing this is the end, still chose to stay. Perhaps you are a bit of a pushover when it comes to your work. But you are definitely not a coward. At this very moment your soul burns like the sun," Alex said with a faint smile, sweeping his gaze over everyone present and finally looking at Penwood. "Thank you, Sir Voldegode. I'm glad you think that of me. Truly, thank you. Even though I didn't quite understand your last words," Penwood said with a sincere smile. "That is my parting gift, Sir Penwood. Since you are staying, you should leave as befits a commander." Brightly and loudly. "Let these creatures learn, in their very last moment, that even a man like you was ready to fight to the end," Alex said, placing a black cube on the table beside Integra's pistol. "I don't even know how to respond to your words, Sir Voldegode. But leaving beautifully is the duty of every gentleman," Penwood said, chuckling lightly at his own joke. "Until we meet again," Alex said with a faint smile before leaving. No one understood Alex's last words, but everyone knew for certain that this was their final night. Penwood at that moment tried to send everyone away so he could remain alone in the headquarters, but in response he heard laughter. Penwood froze, looking at his subordinates. They were all standing in their places, no one had moved. Penwood slammed his hand on the table and more insistently tried to send them away, but still no one moved. Because even if a man like Penwood had chosen to stay, then they too were ready to stay and hold out until the very end, even if it cost them their lives. Seeing the resolve in the eyes of his subordinates, Penwood felt both pride and sorrow for his people at the same time. But he Northwest longer tried to drive them away, because he knew no one was going to leave. Alex and Integra watched this, and immediately left the observation room. The smile on Integra's face vanished the moment she heard Penwood's final words as they left the room. Alex hadn't left the black cube with Penwood, calling it explosives, for nothing. What Alex had left was a means of saving the people who had chosen to stay. "We're going home, immediately," Integra said, taking heavy steps down the empty corridor of the headquarters. "The city is in complete ruins right now. It will be difficult to break through all of that, even with our transport," Alex said, walking beside Integra and holding Alessa in his arms. "I think we can manage to get through to the manor somehow. If Hugo's driving skills are as good as you said, Mr. Alexander," Walter said, following behind Alex and Integra. "You'll see soon enough, Walter. He'll get us through even if they're bombing us with rockets," Alex said with a faint smile. "Even better. We have work to do." We need to exterminate all this vampiric scum. And that is something only Helsing can do, Integra said, stopping in front of the elevator. Alex gave a slight smile and stood beside Integra. When the elevator arrived, they stepped inside and headed down to the underground parking lot. When the elevator reached the parking level, the doors opened, and a vampire's corpse fell at Alex's and Integra's feet, its body riddled with bullets. Stepping over the corpse, Alex and Integra calmly walked forward toward the car, seeing that a full shootout had taken place in the parking lot. As they approached the car, they saw Hugo, who had already removed his jacket and put on a bulletproof vest, holding an assault rifle. Alex gave Hugo a slight nod, showing he had done excellent work. Alex set Alessa down and opened the trunk. Integra and Walter were impressed that Hugo had single-handedly killed so many vampires. "Wife, come here," Alex said, calling Integra over. "What?" Integra asked, walking toward Alex. "Put this on," Alex said, pulling out a bulletproof vest. "I don't need it." "Put it away," Integra said, pushing Alex's hand away. "I said, put it on. Quickly. I'm playing by your rules, now you play by mine. Your safety is what matters. Now put it on, or do I have to put the vest on you myself?" Alex said, looking at Integra. "Fine. Put it on," Integra said, seeing the serious look in Alex's eyes. Alex's expression immediately softened, and he quickly put the bulletproof vest on Integra. Helping her fasten it, he checked everything and nodded. Before Integra could walk away, Alex grabbed her hand and shoved an assault rifle and magazines into her hands. Alex knew Integra was not the kind of woman to sit idly by while war raged around her, so he gave her a rifle. Integra looked at the rifle in her hands, then at Alex, quickly checked that it was functional, and nodded. The last thing Alex gave Integra was a saber, replacing the one she had. "Sorry, Walter. No toys for you. But you don't need them anyway. When this is all over, I'll personally make you a new one," Alex said, pulling a black case out of the car's trunk. "I'm deeply grateful, Mr. Alexander. But as you said, my wires are more than enough to kill parasites like these," Walter said with a faint smile. "Good to hear. Hugo, same as usual. I'll clear the way, you follow behind," Alex said, turning his gaze to Hugo. "Boss, just this time let's go a bit slower." "It's hard to keep up with you," Hugo said, immediately understanding what he meant. "No promises," Alex said, opening the case. "What are you planning to do?" Integra asked, frowning and looking at Alex. "I'll run ahead and clear the path. The city is practically in ruins. And we need a ram. So I'll be that ram," Alex said, pulling a flail and axe connected by a long chain out of the case. Integra looked into Alex's eyes and took his face in her hands, forcing him to look at her. Alex responded with a faint smile and quickly kissed Integra on the lips, showing her that this was nothing to him. In response to Alex's kiss, Integra only exhaled through her nose and said nothing more, simply showing that she fully trusted him. Alex looked at Alessa and gave a slight smile, indicating that if necessary, she could use her powers. Alessa gave a slight nod and climbed into the car. Alex took out a cigarette and clenched it between his teeth before approaching the closed gates of the underground parking lot. Lighting the cigarette, Alex raised his leg and kicked the iron gates open, clearing the exit. Turning his head back, Alex nodded, showing he was ready to move out. Hugo returned the nod and started the engine. And the moment Alex began running forward, Hugo pressed the gas pedal and immediately followed behind him. To be continued. "So, I tied up all the loose ends before the war started. And now comes the hardest part for me, showing everything happening at once. But I think I can handle how it all plays out. They'll somehow tie it all together before it all comes to a grand finale. Okay, peace, love, and a rainbow pony." Chapter 628, Chapter 627, London in Fire and Blood. When London came under missile attack, as in all such cases, true panic erupted. People began running in every direction to avoid the blasts, shoving each other, screaming, falling, getting up again. Even though these people were not actually humans but perfect copies, they still reacted exactly as their originals would have in such a situation, fleeing in terror, screaming, expressing fear and panic. The moment Millennium soldiers landed on the ground after disembarking, they immediately began the slaughter, attacking everyone in sight. They killed, tore apart, and devoured people without pause, teeth sinking into flesh, hands ripping bodies apart, blood flowing like rivers across the asphalt. This was not just a war where an enemy army captured a city, it was a true feast of blood and horror, when the city was attacked not by humans but by real monsters who thirsted for only one thing, to kill and revel in the screams of the people they murdered, screams full of pain, despair, pleas for mercy. No one was spared in this carnage. Millennium soldiers impaled torn bodies on bayonets and cheered loudly when blood from severed limbs splashed into their mouths. They licked it off, laughed, intoxicated by the taste. Everywhere the sound of automatic gunfire and grenade explosions mixed with the screams of fleeing people and the laughter of exultant Millennium soldiers reveling in the massacre, their eyes burned with madness, faces smeared with blood, mouths stretched into wide, horrific grins. But there was one person who didn't care what was happening around him. He simply wanted to finish his pint of beer before getting to work. Jake Muller sat leaning back against the bar counter, holding a pint of beer and lazily watching what was happening on the street through the shattered window, where shadows, flashes of fire, and running figures flickered past. He was the only person in the bar who hadn't moved when it all started. The rest had either run out in panic or hidden under tables. Jake saw no threat from the Millennium soldiers and didn't even pay attention to the fact that they were killing civilians. After all, he knew that all these civilians were just placeholders created by Alex, perfect copies with emotions, fear, screams, but without a real soul. Brings back old memories of when all that zombie shit started. Jake said, taking a sip of beer and continuing to sit lazily in the pub, his voice calm, almost bored. Jake took another sip of beer, paying no attention to the chaos outside. Screams, gunfire, explosions came muffled like background music. Until a stray bullet hit the bar and shattered his beer glass. The glass cracked with a sharp ring, shards flying in all directions. When the glass broke, the rest of the beer poured onto Jake's pants, a cold, sticky stream spreading across the fabric. Jake looked at the broken glass, then slowly lowered his gaze to his soaked jeans. His eyelid twitched irritably when he saw his jeans drenched in spilled beer. Jake irritably tossed the broken glass aside, it clinked against the floor, and stood up from his seat, slowly, with a heavy sigh. The moment he stood up, a vampire soldier burst into the pub holding an assault rifle, eyes glowing red, fangs bared. The vampire didn't even have time to react before Jake was suddenly beside him and lifted him by the neck with no visible effort. "Was that you, the idiot who broke my glass?" Jake asked, squeezing the vampire's neck and lifting him above himself. In response, the vampire drew his pistol and aimed it at Jake's head. A shot rang out, and Jake effortlessly dodged the point-blank shot, his head shifted slightly to the side. Seeing that dialogue with the vampire wasn't going anywhere, Jake grinned and threw the vampire aside. The vampire slammed back first into the wall with a dull thud, showering plaster from the ceiling, and quickly got to his feet, but Jake was already beside him and, in a jump, drove his knee into the vampire's chest. A crack of bones sounded, ribs broke with a wet snap, and Jake grabbed the vampire by the head and slammed his skull against the wall. Another crack, another fissure in the plaster. After the headbutt against the wall, the vampire soldier immediately fell to the floor, coughing blood. But Jake didn't stop there. He took a sharp step back and delivered a spinning kick to the vampire's head, smashing it even harder into the wall. Concrete cracked, blood sprayed in a fountain. Jake applied a little more force to his leg, and the vampire's head burst open, splattering brains, blood, and bone fragments everywhere. "I hope they pay me per kill, not just for the mission," Jake said, shrugging off his jacket. After shedding his jacket, Jake checked his pistol. With a practiced motion he ejected the magazine, glanced at it, and slid it back in. But the moment he did, the pub window shattered, glass exploded outward, and grenades rolled to his feet. Jake looked at them with a blank stare and immediately bolted forward. Gaining speed, Jake leaped through the pub window before the grenades detonated. Behind him an explosion roared, and a wave of heat slammed into his back. Jumping through the window, Jake rolled and quickly got to his feet. Quickly scanning around, Jake saw corpses of killed people everywhere, some torn apart, some bitten so hard that chunks were ripped off, and some simply shot full of holes by automatic fire. But Jake didn't have time to properly look around before he heard the sound of gunfire and immediately reacted, leaping aside and taking cover behind a car. Before hiding, Jake managed to see 6 vampire soldiers firing at him. "Hey, assholes! Let's go one at a time, make it fair," Jake shouted, hiding behind the car. In response to Jake's shout came another volley of gunfire, bullets ricocheted off metal, leaving dents. Jake clicked his tongue, staying behind cover. He listened to the sounds and heard something that seemed suspicious to him. Jake quickly peeked out from behind the car and returned fire. Jake made precise shots that hit the vampires, and they began screaming in pain. The bullets Jake used were specially made to kill any kind of monster. After killing 2 vampires, Jake ducked back behind the car. The next time he peeked out, he noticed someone aiming a rocket launcher at him. "Are you fucking kidding me?" Jake said, seeing the rocket launcher. Without thinking twice, Jake quickly raised his pistol and fired straight at the rocket. The bullet hit dead center. The rocket detonated with such force that the vampires' bodies were torn apart, blood, flesh, shreds of uniforms flew everywhere, and the shockwave slightly rocked the car. After the explosion, Jake stepped out from behind the car and reloaded his pistol, trying to figure out which direction to move next to find more vampires worth killing. His gaze swept the street, assessing the situation. Hearing more gunfire, Jake decided on a direction, toward where it was loudest. All he had to do was get there. While his gaze searched for transport to save energy instead of just running, it fell on a surviving motorcycle lying nearby. "Now that's more like it," Jake said, lifting the motorcycle to mount it. Jake sat on the motorcycle and pulled a communicator from his pocket, slipping it into his ear with practiced ease. Jake quickly pressed the button on the communicator to connect to the common channel they usually used in situations like this. "Leon, Chris, you there?" Jake said, connecting to the common channel. "Busy right now, talk fast." Chris's voice came through the communicator. In the background were gunshots and screams. "I've got 6, moving on," Jake said, starting the motorcycle engine. "Be careful, the dead turn into ghouls real fast," Leon's voice came through the communicator, mixed with gunfire. When Leon's voice sounded, Jake heard hoarse, wet, guttural sounds behind him, and he immediately turned his head. The moment he turned, he saw that the killed had already turned into ghouls and were slowly rising from the ground. At that moment Jake couldn't help but mentally complain about Alex, who hadn't bothered to make sure these people didn't turn into ghouls after death. While Jake mentally complained about Alex, one of the ghouls got close and attacked, hands reaching for his throat. Jake grabbed the ghoul by the head and smashed its skull against the motorcycle's fuel tank. After killing one ghoul, Jake quickly drew his pistol and began shooting at the ghouls, making precise headshots. Every bullet hit a ghoul's head, killing them instantly. After killing all the ghouls, Jake once again complained about Alex. Holstering his pistol, Jake twisted the throttle and, popping the motorcycle onto its rear wheel, sped off in the other direction to continue the hunt for vampires, tires screeching, leaving black marks on the asphalt. At the same time, a couple of blocks from where Jake had just left, Chris was dealing not only with vampire soldiers but also had to fend off ghouls, the dead civilians who had turned into them, the crowd pressing forward, hands reaching, mouth snapping. Ghouls posed no real problem for Chris. They were no different from the slow zombies he had killed plenty of in the past, predictable movements, low speed. With his vast experience fighting such creatures, Chris found himself in a narrow alley where he could easily deal with the crowd of ghouls pressing against him. When his assault rifle ran out of ammo, Chris used the bayonet on it to kill the ghouls, stabbing, twisting, pulling out. After stabbing one ghoul, Chris found a moment to reload. Sharply ejecting the empty magazine, he grabbed a fresh one with one hand to reload the rifle. But that brief hesitation gave a ghoul the chance to grab Chris's arm in a dead grip. The ghoul seized Chris's arm so tightly that the full magazine fell from his hand. Chris immediately kicked the ghoul in the chest, the one with his rifle still embedded in it, and grabbed the one holding his arm. Chris lifted the ghoul and slammed it to the ground with a dull thud. At the same moment, Chris drove his elbow into the ghoul's head, killing it. Without losing a second, Chris stood up, grabbed his rifle still stuck in the other ghoul's body, and smashed its head with the rifle butt. After killing another ghoul, Chris reloaded his rifle and finished off the remaining ghouls in the alley. With the last bullet fired, Chris killed the final ghoul. "Clear here. Need to move on," Chris said, reloading his rifle. The moment Chris reloaded, the window behind him shattered, glass exploded, and a vampire soldier leaped at him. Chris reacted at the last second, caught the vampire's arm, and threw him over his shoulder. After flipping the vampire over, Chris quickly drew his pistol and fired 3 precise shots into the vampire's head, killing him. After killing the vampire, Chris holstered his pistol and was ready to move on. Approaching the window the vampire had jumped through, Chris looked down and saw about a dozen more vampires who, spotting him, immediately opened fire. Chris immediately jumped back and pulled out an incendiary grenade. Pulling the pin, Chris threw the grenade through the window. It flew out and landed right at the vampire's feet. The grenade rolled across the blood-soaked asphalt and bumped against one vampire's leg. The vampires looked down and saw the incendiary grenade, their eyes widened. They didn't even have time to react before the grenade detonated, igniting their bodies, flames erupted instantly, and screams of pain echoed down the street. Chris, standing in the second-floor hallway of the building, adjusted his rifle and took a running start to jump through the window. Jumping out the window, Chris landed on the roof of a car and looked at the vampires writhing in agony as their bodies burned. Jumping down from the car roof, Chris was about to move on when he heard running footsteps behind him. Spinning around sharply, Chris felt someone slam into him with tremendous force. His feet slid across the blood-slicked asphalt after the vampire soldier rammed into him, trying to knock him down. But the vampire didn't know that Chris's physical strength far exceeded that of an ordinary professional soldier. Soon Chris's feet stopped sliding on the blood-soaked asphalt, and he grabbed the vampire who was pushing him by the neck. Chris yanked the vampire's head upward with such force that he tore his spine out through his back. Throwing the vampire's corpse aside, Chris saw 5 more vampires who froze in place after witnessing their comrade's death. Chris narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the vampires, and spotted his rifle lying a few meters away. Realizing he couldn't reach it, Chris drew his knife and assumed a combat stance, staring at the vampires. "Come on, attack," Chris said, narrowing his eyes and holding the knife in front of him. The vampires looked at Chris and immediately burst into loud laughter. Chris didn't move from his position, continuing to hold his combat stance. One of the vampires suddenly charged at Chris at high speed, believing his physical strength far exceeded Chris's. After all, to them he was just a mortal. The vampire instantly appeared in front of Chris, clenching his fist to punch through Chris's chest. Chris deflected the vampire's arm and immediately counterattacked, driving his fist into the vampire's jaw. When Chris punched the vampire in the face, his head twisted 180 degrees. Before the other vampires even realized what had happened, Chris delivered another kick to the vampire's chest, knocking him to the ground, and crushed his head. After seeing one of their own die, the remaining vampires charged at Chris to kill him. Chris didn't panic even when he saw 4 vampires rushing him. Narrowing his eyes, Chris stepped forward, dodging one vampire's strike, and immediately drove his knife into the vampire's throat. With a sharp twist of his hand, Chris decapitated the vampire, then immediately attacked the next one. Chris took a quick step back, dodging another vampire's strike, and kicked the vampire's knee, forcing him to lose balance. Before the vampire could recover, Chris drove his knife into his head. After killing another vampire, Chris looked at the 2 remaining ones standing on either side of him. They exchanged glances. Chris watched both vampires carefully, wondering which one would make the first move. Both vampires looked at each other and immediately attacked Chris from both sides, having decided he was truly dangerous. Chris grabbed one vampire by the neck while driving his knife into the other's throat. The vampire Chris held by the neck didn't expect a mere human to have such immense physical strength that he couldn't break free from the grip. Trying to escape Chris's hold, the vampire reached for his pistol and aimed it at Chris's face. A shot rang out, and the vampire's eyes widened in shock when he saw the bullet simply bounce off Chris's head. Chris turned his head and sharply headbutt the vampire. From such a blow, the vampire's head burst open, and he went limp in Chris's hands. In the same instant, Chris sharply jerked his hand, decapitating the second vampire. After killing the last 2 vampires, Chris wiped the blood from his face and picked up his rifle. Checking the remaining ammo, Chris pulled a phone from his pocket, pressed a couple of buttons, and put it away. In that same second, a small portal opened behind Chris, from which emerged a little loader robot carrying a case over its head. The loader tossed the case at Chris's feet and disappeared back through the portal it had come from. Chris opened the weapons case and began pulling out rifle magazines and pistol magazines, stuffing them into his vest. The last thing Chris took from the weapons case was a double-headed axe. Once he finished preparing, he heard an explosion and turned his head toward where smoke was rising in a column. "Looks like Leon's over there." "Gotta hurry," Chris said and immediately took off running toward the explosion. Chris ran toward where the explosion had come from, because he knew Leon was there. After all, he, Leon, and Jake had agreed to stay close to central London so they could immediately be in the thick of things when it all began. Chris knew there was no need to hold back, the city was isolated, and whatever happened in this London wouldn't leave its borders. Gaining speed, Chris jumped onto a car, pushed off its roof, leaped onto a wall, pushed off again. Chris jumped onto a building roof and ran toward where Leon was. While running across rooftops, Chris raised his gaze to the sky where Millennium airships were flying. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Chris noticed that one of the airships was heading toward Helsing Manor. Remembering the preparations they had made to defend the manor, Chris gave a slight smirk and kept running. While Chris ran across building rooftops, houses burned all around, and explosions and gunfire mixed with people's screams continued thundering without pause. Chris thought about what Alex had done and realized that if not for Alex's timely preparations, London really would have turned into true hell, without hope, without salvation. But knowing that the people still dying at the hands of vampires or ghouls were merely copies and not real living beings, Chris felt a slight calm, which allowed him to focus on more important matters, namely, killing vampires and ghouls. Chris reached the place where Leon was supposed to be and stopped at the edge of a roof to look down. Chris saw Leon below dealing with ghouls while simultaneously shooting at vampire soldiers who were using the ghouls as meat shields. Seeing that Leon was in a difficult position, even knowing Leon wasn't really in danger, Chris took a few steps back to build up speed. Moving far enough from the roof edge, Chris ran forward and leaped off the roof. A vampire soldier aiming at Leon's head suddenly felt danger and sharply looked up. And the first thing he saw was the sole of military boots approaching him. The vampire soldier didn't have time to react before Chris landed directly on his head. Chris crushed the vampire's skull on impact and immediately aimed his rifle at the other vampires and opened fire. Leon saw that backup had arrived, shoved a ghoul aside with his elbow, and shot another vampire in the head. Chris and Leon quickly cleared the street of vampires and ghouls. "You sure took your time." "Didn't know you were so good with an axe," Leon said, holstering his pistol and raising his fist. "You'll cry about it later. We're only 3 in the whole city. Have you seen anyone from Iscariot or the Vatican soldiers?" Chris said, bumping fists with Leon. "No. Just vampires and ghouls. Maybe Alex screwed up a little, and those crusaders simply can't get here," Leon said, raising an eyebrow slightly. "Do you actually believe that? Have you ever seen him screw up even once?" "I'd sooner believe he's about to pull some crazy stunt than that he messed up his plans," Chris said, rolling his eyes and starting to walk forward. "Since when do you defend Alex so much?" Weren't you the one always making faces whenever you met him because he's Claire's husband? Or have meeting your nieces softened the eternally grumpy Chris Redfield? Leon said, chuckling lightly and walking beside Chris. Chris gave Leon a blank stare, and then heard suspicious noise from afar. Chris and Leon turned their heads in the same direction and saw a German tank rolling out from around the corner. Chris and Leon froze in place, staring at the tank whose turret slowly turned toward them. And the first question that popped into their heads was, where the hell did the vampire soldiers get a tank? But before either of them could voice the question, they heard the distinctive sound of a tank round being chambered. Chris and Leon immediately leaped aside to avoid the tank shell. The tank round flew from the barrel and struck the car behind Leon and Chris. The round that hit the car detonated, and the shockwave threw Chris and Leon aside, slamming them into a shop. Chris and Leon crashed through the shop window and slid across the floor, but immediately got to their feet and took cover behind the display. Leon, you okay? Chris asked, hiding behind the display and looking at Leon. Like $1,000,000. Where the hell did these bastards get a tank? Leon said, smirking slightly. Maybe they robbed the Royal Museum. There were World War II tanks there. But I didn't think they'd still be operational, Chris said, peeking through the display to look at the street. And what do we do with this tank? We don't need even more vampires and ghouls swarming here because of the noise, Leon said, thinking about how to get rid of the tank. Chris didn't answer Leon's words, he only saw the tank turret turning toward them again. In that same second, Chris grabbed Leon by the collar and kicked through the wall to escape into the next room. The moment they escaped, another tank shot rang out followed by an explosion. The explosion triggered a chain reaction, and Chris and Leon had to jump back out onto the street to avoid being buried under the collapsing building. Once again on the street, Chris and Leon looked at the tank and wondered how to deal with it, while the turret turned toward them once more. And just as the turret aligned on them, they heard the sound of a motorcycle engine. And when the tank fired, Chris and Leon saw Jake burst out of an alley riding a motorcycle. Jake leaped off the motorcycle while it continued flying forward. The tank round struck the motorcycle dead on and detonated, causing an explosion. Jake hit the asphalt and rolled, quickly getting to his feet. Hey, old-timers. Looks like you've got a tank problem, Jake said with a grin, looking at Chris and Leon. Nice entrance. But I think it's time we ran, Leon said, bumping fists with Jake. What's that noise? Chris asked, ignoring Jake and Leon's conversation and listening to the surrounding sounds. Tank? Jake asked, raising an eyebrow. When Jake spoke those words, he too heard a loud rumble, as though something extremely destructive was moving toward them. And in the heads of all three men immediately appeared the image of one person capable of such a thing, Alex. Shortly before the three men heard this rumble, Alex was running through the dark streets of London illuminated by the light of burning buildings. Behind him drove the car, Hugo at the wheel, Walter beside him giving directions through the communicator while talking to Alex, and Integra and Alessa in the passenger seats. Alex ran ahead, smashing everything in his path, abandoned cars, chunks of buildings lying on the road. Alex turned at the next corner and saw a street filled with ghouls. Without slowing down, Alex began spinning his flail and axe on the chain around himself, literally carving a path through the horde of ghouls. Integra, watching from inside the car, wasn't surprised by what she saw and simply silently observed as Alex cleared the way. Breaking through the horde of ghouls, Alex saw a destroyed police checkpoint that the officers had set up and, unfortunately, failed to hold, barricades demolished, dead police bodies lying everywhere. Alex's eyes narrowed when he spotted a vampire. He began spinning the flail above his head and sharply threw it forward. The vampire didn't even have time to react before his head was crushed. After killing the vampire, Alex stopped, and Hugo stopped the car as well. Integra opened the window and opened fire on the police who had turned into ghouls. Alex raised his gaze to the sky and quickly realized they had been spotted. Looks like they've noticed us. We need to hurry, Alex said, looking at the Millennium airship slowly drifting over London. Then let's hurry. Keep clearing the path, husband, Integra said, looking at Alex through the car window. No help at all, Alex said, brushing his hair back. You volunteered to be the ram, so keep doing your job, Integra said calmly. Alex nodded, and at that moment Penwood's voice came through the radio. The sound came through with heavy static, but Penwood's final words and his last order could still be made out. Integra turned her gaze to the radio when she heard Penwood's voice, and her hands clenched slightly. This is Admiral Penwood. I don't know who will receive this transmission. But I hope someone hears it. Headquarters will soon be overrun. This is the last message from headquarters to all people, to all who have survived, and can still fight. This is your final order. Resist. Do your duty. Defend your home. Penwood's voice came through with heavy interference. When Penwood's final words sounded, the radio went silent again, only heavy static remained. And in that same second a loud enough explosion thundered, the sound echoed in all directions, and the flash from the blast was so bright it lit up the night sky. Alex looked at the bright explosion, keeping an impassive expression, while Integra sat in the car, clenching her fists slightly. Alessa, sitting beside Integra, lightly patted her hand, letting her know everything was okay. "Hugo, floor it, faster!" Integra shouted, making it clear there was no point in lingering. Hugo immediately slammed the gas pedal after Integra's shout. The car's wheels spun on the blood-soaked asphalt and peeled out. The moment the car sped forward, Alex jumped onto the roof, stowing his flail and axe in his inventory and drawing the katana he had attached to his belt. Alex stood on the car roof and fired ebony and ivory at all the ghouls in their path, so Hugo wouldn't have to ram them or swerve around them. Turning into another alley, Alex, Hugo, and Walter saw men standing at the end of it. Walter patted Hugo on the shoulder, signaling to stop the car. Alex saw the man standing at the end of the alley. It was one of Millennium's members, or as he was called, the Captain. The Captain, a tall man dressed in a long brown coat that concealed his muscular build. But his special trait was that he was a unique werewolf who could transform into partial wolf form as well as full. The Captain wasn't just an alpha werewolf, he was a unique alpha, and this was expressed not only in his strength but in the fact that ordinary alpha werewolves had bright blue eyes, while the Captain's were bright red. When the car stopped, Alex gave a slight smirk and jumped down onto the hood, then onto the asphalt. Lightly cracking his neck, Alex drew his katana, and felt the urge to see how long the Captain could last. And before Alex engaged in combat, he felt a hand on his shoulder and turned his head, seeing Walter. "Mr. Alexander, allow me to deal with this man. After all, we are old acquaintances." "It has been over 70 years since our last meeting," Walter said with his professional smile. "Walter. Are you sure you can handle him?" Alex asked, frowning slightly and looking at Walter. "I'm not sure how much time I can buy. But as the butler of the Helsing family, my duty is to protect the family I serve. That includes you, Mr. Alexander, even if you don't need my protection. Better focus on delivering Lady Integra and young Lady Alessa safely to the manor," Walter said, putting on his black gloves. Alex looked at Walter and gave a heavy sigh, understanding that Walter simply wanted to finish what he started in the past, to kill all members of Millennium. But Alex knew for certain that Walter didn't have the strength to defeat the Captain. Integra, watching this, sharply leaned out the window. "Walter, get back in the car." "That's an order." Integra shouted, realizing what Walter intended. "Forgive me, Lady Integra, but I cannot obey that order. Leave, and do not think of returning." "I will handle this myself," Walter said, shaking his head at Integra's words. "Then stay alive and come back." "That's an order." Integra said, seeing the resolve in Walter's eyes. "It will be done, Lady Integra," Walter said with a smile. "Until we meet again, Walter. I hope you make the right choice," Alex said, placing a hand on Walter's shoulder. Walter nodded, not understanding Alex's final words. Alex had not said them lightly, because at this moment Walter would receive an offer to gain power and youth and defect to Millennium's side, even if only to fight Alucard and kill the Doctor. Turning his head, Alex looked at the Captain, who all this time had simply stood silently, watching, and hadn't moved from his place. Alex pulled a coin from his pocket and tossed it toward the Captain. The Captain extended his hand and caught what Alex had thrown. The moment the coin touched the Captain's hand, he felt burning. Opening his palm, he saw the silver coin Alex had thrown. The Captain raised his gaze to Alex and slightly narrowed his eyes, pocketing the coin. It was a silent exchange of glances, but the Captain understood the hint behind Alex's action and slightly inclined his head forward. Alex gave a slight smile, jumping back onto the car roof. Alex knew that the Captain, more than anyone, thirsted for death, but his nature forced him to serve and obey orders. Alex considered people as loyal as the Captain extremely rare. But precisely because of his nature, the Captain carried out even the most horrific orders from the Major, and therefore Alex had absolutely no intention of leaving the Captain alive. Hugo, sitting at the wheel, turned the steering wheel and pressed the gas pedal, immediately pulling into the neighboring alley. The last thing Alex and Integra saw before the car disappeared into the alley was Walter attacking the Captain. The car sped through the dark alley, and Alex heard the shouts of Millennium soldiers who immediately began pursuing them. Alex knew Millennium had thrown all their forces into capturing Integra. Alex leaned down to the window and knocked on it. Integra turned her head and met Alex's gaze. Alex gestured that they were being pursued and he would go ahead to shake off the tail. Integra frowned slightly because Alex was leaving too, but still nodded, giving him permission to go. Seeing the displeased expression on Integra's face, Alex smiled and formed a heart with his fingers, showing everything was fine. Integra only looked at Alex, feeling a slight calm from his behavior even in such a situation. Seeing that Integra had composed herself, Alex smiled and straightened up. The moment he stood up, he saw vampire soldiers approaching from all sides. Taking a deep breath, Alex exhaled a cloud of white vapor, and his body burst into flames. Drawing his katana, Alex leaped upward and immediately sliced through 3 vampires. Alex landed on a building roof and looked at the vampires with a wide grin on his face. "Hold onto your panties, girls. It's about to get a little messy," Alex said, pointing his katana toward the vampires. In response to Alex's words, someone fired a rocket launcher at him. Seeing the rocket flying toward him, Alex clenched his fist and struck forward. The shockwave from the rocket explosion rebounded backward, catching the vampires. Without wasting time, Alex charged forward, gripping his katana. Charging ahead, Alex instantly appeared in the center of the vampires and made a circular slash, decapitating the vampires around him. While Alex dealt with one group of vampires, another group ran after the car carrying Integra and Alessa. To be continued. I wanted to show part of the beginning of the war before moving on to other moments connected with this attack. As I said, try to show all these moments before the end of this war. In the meantime, I'm going to go eat. If you have any questions, you know where to find me. Peace, love, and who's that in the sky? It's Batman. Chapter 629, Chapter 628, Another Meeting with Iscariot. Alex stood on the roof of an almost completely destroyed building that had been damaged after the bombing of the city. Alex lit a cigarette after killing yet another group of vampire soldiers. Exhaling cigarette smoke, Alex looked at the dead vampires and finally became convinced that the vampires created by the Doctor from Millennium numbered far more than a mere 1,000 soldiers. Quickly finishing the cigarette, Alex gripped his katana tightly and dashed after the car in which Integra and Alessa were riding. Alex was confident in Hugo's driving skills and perfectly understood that it would be difficult for the vampires to stop a car driven by Hugo. But Alex knew that in situations like this, when the city was in flames and everything was collapsing, anything could happen, and that was why he decided to hurry in order to catch up with Integra. Gaining speed, Alex leaped to the next building and ran across rooftops toward the sound of explosions. Alex was well aware that nothing would happen to Integra and Alessa, because Alessa's power alone would be enough to clear the entire city of London, literally killing every ghoul and vampire. But Alex did not want his daughter to use her power in such a way. He wanted her to remain the most ordinary child possible, even if she seemed a little creepy in the eyes of strangers. While Alex was running across the rooftops, he caught up with yet another group of vampires that were chasing the car. Pushing off from the roof, Alex instantly appeared beside the vampires. Grabbing one by the head, he slammed the vampire's face into the roof of the building. Before the rest of the vampires could even realize what had happened, Alex beheaded the others. But the moment Alex took a step forward, he felt something grab his leg. Looking down, Alex saw that the vampire whose face he had smashed into the roof was still holding his ankle. The vampire raised his gaze toward Alex with a predatory grin and extended his other hand, clenched into a fist. When the vampire opened his fist, he revealed about a dozen grenade pins that had been pulled. "You've got to be kidding me," Alex said in an exhausted tone. In response, the vampire only grinned wider, baring his fangs. And in the very same second, an explosion thundered, collapsing the roof along with Alex. As he fell, Alex sighed wearily and once again mentally complained that he was apparently the only demon king in the entire multiverse who constantly ended up in situations where he got blown up or fell into something. Alex had already grown tired of complaining about the goddess of luck who had started all of this. Finding himself buried under the collapsed building, Alex kicked upward with his leg to break free to the surface. Climbing out from under the rubble, Alex brushed the dust off himself and looked toward the Millennium airship. Alex knew that the Major was currently observing everything happening in London and was surely watching in this direction. Raising his hand to the sky, Alex flipped the middle finger toward the airship. Lowering his hand, Alex lit another cigarette, and a different plan began forming in his head now that he understood Integra and Alessa would definitely be safe. All right. I can have a little fun before catching up with the car. Come out, Death, Alex said, exhaling cigarette smoke. Alex's shadow began to stretch and distort until a large creature wrapped in darkness started emerging from it. The being that appeared behind Alex was Skag, whom Alex had taken from the planet Pandora. This was a unique mutated Skag that fully lived up to its name. The Skag named Death constantly exuded a highly dangerous mist around itself that caused instant death to any creature that came into contact with the fog. Ever since Alex had tamed the Skag named Death, it had remained in the Red City the entire time, and now it had become even more lethal than before. Alex looked at his pet, who looked exactly the same as the first time, the size of a Shire horse, matte black, covered in white bone-like armor, with armor on its face resembling a skull. Alex approached his Skag and stroked its head, causing the Skag to emit a pleased growl and rub against Alex's hand. Since I'm playing the role of Death, it's about time I rode my steed. And one last touch, Alex said, pulling out a musket. Taking from his inventory the musket he had taken from the dead Rip Van Winkle, Alex patted Skag on the back, giving it the command to charge forward. Skag let out a deafening howl with such force that a shockwave spread in all directions, and in the same instant it launched forward, running ahead and leaving clear paw prints indented in the asphalt. Sitting atop his Skag, Alex restrained his pet's power so that the fog emanating from Skag would not spread across the entire city, but would remain concentrated only around the creature itself. Skag raced through the ruined streets of London, shrouded in black-grey mist. The Skag's size allowed it to ignore all obstacles in its path, literally smashing through anything in sight. Patting Skag on the back again, Alex gave the command to turn. Skag immediately veered sharply and charged straight through a building, demolishing every wall in its way. Emerging onto another street, Alex spotted yet another large group of ghouls. Skag growled upon seeing the ghouls, but Alex ran his hand along its armor, signaling it to calm down. Pointing the musket barrel at the ghouls, Alex fired. The bullet whistled out of the barrel and began writhing through the air, striking every ghoul and turning their bodies into sieves. Now I understand why Ripvan loved this musket so much. I think I'll keep it for a while. Alex said with a smirk, looking at more than 100 dead ghouls he had killed using the magical musket. Just as he was thinking about continuing on his way, Alex heard an explosion that sounded like a tank firing. Intrigued by the sound, Alex patted Skag on the back again, and it immediately charged toward the explosion. Sitting on Skag's back, Alex continued firing the musket, creating bullets with magic instead of reloading it in the conventional way. Vampire soldiers who were still hunting ordinary civilians heard only the whistle of the bullet before their bodies were turned into sieves. The thunderous noise of the running Skag echoed throughout the city because Skag simply charged straight ahead, smashing everything in its path. And when another explosion sounded, Alex realized it was quite close. Skag immediately turned toward the explosion and charged through walls until it broke through the final one. For a brief moment Alex saw a German tank standing in the middle of the road. Skag did not slow down and rammed the tank head-on. From such an impact the tank's hull crumpled like an aluminum can, and the black-gray fog seeped inside, killing everyone within. Skag began tearing the tank's armor apart with its claws, pulling out the dead vampires in order to devour them. All of this was being watched by a slightly surprised Chris, Leon, and Jake, who had already been considering how to deal with the German tank full of vampires. At that very moment, the neighboring building was demolished, and from the debris emerged a large creature with Alex sitting on top of it. Having worked in the guild, the guys immediately recognized the creature. It was a Skag. And so the only question they had was why Alex was riding it. Alex himself, sitting on Skag and watching his pet devour vampires, turned his head and saw Leon, Chris, and Jake standing about 10 meters away. "Yo, guys," Alex said, raising his free hand. "Yo, boss. What kind of weird Skag is that? I don't remember these things being able to mutate like this," Jake said, raising his hand in greeting. "This is my little baby Death. I found him when I was robbing a Hyperion cargo train." "Those idiots didn't even realize how unique this little guy was," Alex said with a satisfied smile, patting Skag on the head. "Only you could call a creature like that, little baby. Though compared to those demons, your pet is way more chill," Chris said, shaking his head slightly. "You forgot to add, even after it just ate 4 vampires right in front of us," Leon said with a faint smile, causing Chris to roll his eyes. "That's just life's little details, Leon. So what's the plan now? Keep clearing or wait for your Dracula girlfriend to come back?" Jake said, leaning against a wrecked car. "I think it's better to keep clearing. There are way more vampires than I predicted. And the Vatican hasn't even shown up on the stage yet, though I think they'll appear soon. When Carmilla arrives, you guys should leave the city so you don't get caught in the crossfire by accident. I'm not sure whether Integra will go that far. But better safe than sorry," Alex said, stroking his chin while holding the cigarette between his teeth. "And what exactly is supposed to happen, if it's not a secret? What could Integra do in a situation like this?" Chris asked, crossing his arms over his chest. "When it happens, you'll understand. All right, I need to get moving. I've already stayed too long cleaning up the tail they sent after Integra," Alex said, tapping the musket against his shoulder. Chris, Leon, and Jake nodded at Alex's words and were about to continue moving when a bright spotlight beam suddenly struck them from above. Raising their heads, they looked at the airship hovering directly overhead. Alex understood that this was the Major's doing. He had decided to run a little test. Alex knew that even though the Major had been surprised to see him in the city, he had therefore decided to slightly adjust his plans. And as if to confirm his thoughts, vampire soldiers appeared on the rooftops of the surrounding buildings, pointing their weapons at Alex, Chris, Leon, and Jake. An unexpected encounter. Monster Summoner. Quite a show you put on aboard the aircraft carrier. I almost believed it. Let's see if you can handle my soldiers and save Lady Helsing before she falls into our hands, the Major's voice came through the loudspeaker directly from the airship. Instead of hiding up there like a little bitch, you should come down yourself. All I see is a pathetic coward hiding in his fortress, Alex shouted loudly enough for the Major to hear. How rude. I see you even took Ripvan's musket and are using it against us. How wonderful. Simply marvelous. Using our own weapon against us, the Major's voice rang out again from the airship's loudspeaker. Alex merely rolled his eyes at the Major's last words. And before the Major could give the order to open fire, Alex raised the musket barrel toward the sky and, with a slight smile, fired. A shot rang out, and the bullet whistled from the barrel and began writhing through the air, heading toward its first target. The vampire soldiers understood what this musket was capable of and immediately leaped in different directions to avoid being hit. But they failed to account for one fact: it was Alex firing the musket, not Rip Van Winkle. The bullet Alex fired traveled much faster, and soon it reached its first victim. When the first blood was spilled, the next followed. Vampires fell one after another, and the whistle of the flying bullet pursued them wherever they ran and no matter how agile they were. The Major, sitting in his airship and watching the live feed, observed as his men died. The Major lightly waved his hands as if conducting an orchestra, watching the magical bullet kill his soldiers one by one. And all the while a wide smile remained on his face as he waved his arms, as though he himself were controlling the bullet that was slaughtering his troops. Vampire soldiers fell from the sky like a rain of corpses, smashing against the asphalt. Throughout all of this, Alex didn't even move from his spot, continuing to sit on his skag without taking his eyes off the airship. Alex understood that the Major had more than one trump card hidden up his sleeve: Schrödinger, who was supposed to sacrifice himself to kill Alucard. Alex sensed that the Major had a far grander plan involving Alucard's power than merely killing the ancient and most powerful Nosferatu. But Alex didn't mind playing this game with the Major and ruining all his plans. Because Alex was not the type to allow some trash to harm the person he loved. At the same time, in another part of the city, a car was racing through the streets of the ruined city. Inside were Integra and Alessa, and the vehicle was driven by Hugo, who, without reducing speed, charged forward to shake off the tail of vampire soldiers who never fell behind even for a moment. The vampire soldiers continued running after the car, firing their submachine guns in an attempt to damage the vehicle. But since the car was armored, all their bullets simply ricocheted off the body. Seeing that they couldn't stop the car this way, the vampires began accelerating to overtake it and slow it down. One of the vampires drew level with the car and aimed his submachine gun directly at Hugo. Hugo, without panicking, slightly opened the window and stuck the barrel of his pistol out. Before the vampire could react, a bullet hit him square in the head, and he fell, tumbling across the asphalt and tripping up those running behind him with his dead body. Realizing they couldn't stop the car with ordinary means, the vampires pulled out rocket launchers and began firing rockets at the vehicle. Hugo sharply jerked the wheel, dodging the rocket. The rocket flew past the car and struck a parked vehicle on the roadside. The car exploded and flipped upside down, landing on the road. Vampires landed on the overturned vehicle and pointed their rocket launchers toward the moving car. Hugo narrowed his eyes slightly and jerked the wheel hard, sending the car into a skid. The vehicle began sliding across the road and crashed sideways into the overturned car. From the impact, the vampires tumbled off the wrecked vehicle. Hugo used the overturned car as a buffer to slow down, then immediately floored the gas and sped into an alley without losing a second. "Hugo, how much longer?" Integra shouted, pressing Alessa tightly to herself so she wouldn't get hurt during such a ride. "Hard to say, ma'am. They're using rocket launchers, not letting us get away." "Hold on tight, it's going to get rough," Hugo said, never taking his eyes off the road for a moment. Integra frowned and turned her head back to see what was happening behind them. She saw dozens of vampires pour into the alley after them, still firing non-stop. Hugo, behind the wheel, sharply turned the steering wheel after spotting a dead end at the end of the alley. Pressing the gas pedal, Hugo smashed through the wall with the car's hood in order to cut straight through the building. Having rammed through the wall, Hugo drove through someone's living room, smashing everything in his path. Without slowing down, Hugo broke through another wall, and the car burst back onto the road. The vehicle skidded across the asphalt and immediately accelerated again. The vampire soldiers did not stop pursuing the car, maintaining full speed. Integra couldn't help but curse Alex for saying he would go deal with the tail when so many vampires were still chasing after them. The pursuing vampires began to realize that they couldn't stop the car with conventional methods and therefore decided to act differently. Instead of shooting rockets directly at the car, they began aiming underneath it. One vampire, while running, aimed his rocket launcher and fired. The rocket sped toward the car at high velocity. Just before the rocket reached the vehicle, Hugo jerked the wheel sharply once again to avoid the hit. But at that same moment another vampire fired his rocket launcher, and the released rocket struck directly under the car's floor. The car was sturdy enough to withstand a rocket hit, but the shockwave still caused it to lose control. While Hugo tried to regain control, yet another rocket struck under the floor, nearly flipping the vehicle with its blast wave. Hugo turned the wheel to come out of the skid, but the next rocket hit the side of the car, finally causing it to overturn completely. At the speed the car was traveling, it began to roll over. While the car was spinning, Integra pressed Alessa even tighter to herself to protect her. The car stopped tumbling only after it crashed into a building. When it finally stopped rotating and slammed into the wall, Hugo shook his head slightly to clear it. "Ma'am, are you all right?" Hugo shouted, grabbing his submachine gun. "I'm fine." "Alessa, you okay?" Integra replied, quickly checking Alessa over. "Everything's fine. Thank you, Mom." "Looks like they've caught up," Alessa said, nodding slightly toward the vampires. Integra and Hugo immediately turned their heads and saw the first vampire who had reached their car fastest. The vampire was already beside the door and swung his fist to smash through the window. Integra reacted first, opening the window. She drew her saber and thrust it into the vampire's throat. The vampire didn't even have time to comprehend what was happening before his throat was pierced by the saber, and to finish him off, Hugo fired his submachine gun into the vampire's head. Having killed the vampire, Integra kicked the car door open and climbed out. Hugo exited right after her, holding his submachine gun and aiming the barrel at the vampires who had already closed in. Alessa, still inside the car, slightly narrowed her black eyes and extended her hand forward, forming her fingers into a fox-like gesture. Stepping out of the car, Integra brought a thin cigar to her lips, gripping her saber tightly and wondering where the hell Alex was at that moment. "You're on the brink of death, woman. How much longer will you keep trying to run?" "It's pointless," one of the vampires said with a grin, looking at Integra. "Surrender. Surrender, human. There's nowhere left for you to run," the vampires shouted with smirks, staring at Integra. Looking at the gloating vampires, Integra calmly exhaled cigar smoke without changing her expression. It wasn't hard for her to understand that the situation had become quite unpleasant. Yet there wasn't the slightest trace of panic on her face as she regarded the vampires before her. Integra glanced at Alessa, who was still sitting in the car, and thought that, if it came to it, she could rely on Alessa's power to kill all the vampires, even though she hated the idea of using Alessa's strength in such a situation. Integra shifted her gaze to Hugo, who was already aiming his submachine gun at the vampires, using the car roof as a rest. Taking another drag, Integra looked at the vampires with contempt, because in this situation she was not the prey, the vampires were. "Surrender. Me surrender. Well, I suppose that's familiar territory for you lot. After all, you're pathetic cowards who couldn't handle living as humans. Don't look down on people, you monsters. So come on then, attack, you worthless scum," Integra said in a contemptuous tone, pointing her saber at the vampires in front of her. In response to Integra's words, the vampires burst into mocking laughter, practically doubling over as they looked at her. Meanwhile, Hugo held a small cube in his other hand, just in case he had to deploy a shield, even though Alex had asked them not to use any high-tech or magical items in this place. Alessa was already prepared to unleash her power and kill all the vampires so they could move on. When the vampires finally stopped laughing, one of them leaped toward Integra to attack. Integra herself noticed that the vampire seemed to be moving rather slowly, but she had no time to think about it. She was already prepared to kill the vampire approaching her when suddenly a rain of bayonets fell from above, piercing the vampire's body. When the silver bayonets impaled him, Integra immediately looked up toward the rooftops and saw Anderson standing on the roof of a burning building, watching everything with a wide grin. The vampires, upon seeing Anderson, recoiled in fear as though their greatest terror stood before them. Anderson looked down at Integra from above and took a step forward, falling downward. He landed directly on the head of the vampire whose body had been pierced by his silver bayonets. Anderson leaned over Integra and began laughing loudly, staring straight into her face. But Integra herself showed no reaction to Anderson's laughter and met his gaze with calm eyes. Hugo instantly aimed his submachine gun at Anderson's head, while Alessa climbed out of the car and stood beside Integra, looking at Anderson with her black eyes. Anderson stopped laughing and shifted his gaze to Alessa. For a brief moment his expression softened. "Standing here without your subordinates, ready to protect your child. In front of an entire horde of vampires. And still saying attack. Planning to fight them all at once. Did you hear what she said, Heinkel? And did you hear, Yumi?" Anderson said, towering over Integra. Integra immediately turned her head and saw two women standing on the roof behind her. One had a short haircut and wore priestly clothing, a cigarette between her teeth, making it hard to distinguish her from a man. The other was a girl with long curly hair dressed as a nun, holding a katana in her hands. Realizing they were surrounded, Integra silently cursed Alex once again for still not showing up. Alessa, meanwhile, watched everything with an empty gaze, wondering why everyone kept appearing like this and why they were all standing on rooftops. Alessa didn't really understand what was happening, except that if any of these people or vampires actually attacked, she would simply kill them all. No one noticed, but Alessa's shadow flickered for a brief moment, taking the form of a woman with long hair. Zhang Yi had done nothing yet because, in the current situation, there was no danger to Alessa or Integra. But if danger did arise, she wouldn't mind releasing her monsters to kill everyone present. For now, Zhang Yi decided to observe, sensing Alex's approach. There is no doubt. This woman, and all her subordinates are our most irreconcilable enemies. They are our long-standing foes, Anderson said, standing over Integra. Father Anderson, we were ordered only to observe what was happening, Heinkel said, crouching on the edge of the roof and looking down. And yet you still helped Helsing. Isn't that a direct violation of orders? Yumi said, arms crossed, looking down. And what do you suggest? Just stand by and do nothing while a child is in danger? It is we who must be the ones to destroy Helsing. That sacred right belongs only to us. I will not give it to anyone. And I will not allow anyone to harm an innocent child. I will kill everyone who stands in my way. Every single one. Every single one. Anderson said, still staring at Integra. With each word his voice grew louder and more unhinged. Alessa raised her gaze to Anderson, then looked past him at the vampire soldiers, wondering why they were still just standing there doing nothing while this priest ranted. Alessa was sure that her mom Wednesday would have already done something or attacked by now. Alessa narrowed her eyes slightly and saw the fear inside the vampire soldiers. She gave a small shake of her head. But by that moment the vampire soldiers had recovered from Anderson's appearance and turned their weapons toward him. Those Iscariot bastards are interfering, one of the vampire soldiers hissed through clenched teeth, aiming his submachine gun at Anderson. Anderson slowly turned his head and grinned widely. The vampires recoiled from his manic gaze but quickly steadied themselves. Anderson lightly flicked his wrists, and silver bayonets slid from his sleeves directly into his palms. Anderson's gaze wandered over the vampires he wanted to kill, the ones he was supposed to kill in order to cleanse the world of this filth. Integra, noticing that Anderson had decided to deal with the vampires, calmly took Alessa by the hand and stepped aside. Hugo, who had been watching everything, grabbed his gear backpack and moved closer to Integra and Alessa, still aiming his submachine gun at everyone present, shielding Integra and Alessa with his body. How noisy these talking corpses are. Before my eyes pass the dead. The dead gather in squads and advance along the front line. We, the Vatican. We, Section 13. Shall we allow this to happen? Tremble, for we shall scatter you like straw. Do not even hope for a peaceful death. I will cut you all to pieces. Amen. Anderson said, crossing his silver bayonets. As Anderson spoke those words, pages from the Bible flew out from under his gray coat, carried by the wind in all directions and sticking to the walls. And together with his words, even more silhouettes clad in priestly robes appeared on the surrounding rooftops. All of them held weapons and, without fear, stepped forward and began dropping down, landing behind Anderson. Seeing such a large number of Iscariot members, the vampires once again began to feel terror. Integra stood against the wall, smoking her thin cigar and holding Alessa's hand with her other one. Alessa was experiencing genuine boredom at that moment. Hugo, despite remaining on guard to protect Integra and Alessa, felt as though he had ended up in a madhouse because of what was happening before his eyes. Hugo was certain that when he got home and told his wife and daughter about this, they wouldn't believe him. Everyone, answer my question. Tell me, who are we? Anderson shouted, gripping his silver bayonets tightly. We are the warriors of Iscariot. Of Judas Iscariot, the Iscariot members behind Anderson answered. Now, warriors of Iscariot, answer me. What do you hold in your right hand? Anderson called loudly, taking a step toward the vampires. In our right hand we hold dagger and poison, the Iscariot members answered in unison. Now, warriors of Iscariot. Answer my next question. What do you hold in your left hand? Anderson said, cleaving the vampire in front of him in two. We hold 30 pieces of silver and a rope, the Iscariot members answered in chorus, aiming their weapons at the vampires. What, couldn't find anything else, a lazy male voice sounded from above. When the unfamiliar male voice rang out, everyone froze in place and raised their heads. Both the Iscariot members and the Millennium vampires simultaneously looked upward and saw a man sitting atop a strange black creature that resembled a skeletal horse. The flames of the burning building flickered behind him, casting a shadow across his face so that only his multicolored eyes were visible, looking down at them. But every single one of them felt their hearts turn cold, as though someone had raised a scythe above their heads that could take their lives at any moment. Integra calmly raised her gaze and looked at Alex, her face twisting slightly in annoyance that he had arrived so late. Alex himself, sitting astride his skag, calmly pointed the musket downward and fired. A shot rang out, and the bullet whistled as it began killing all the vampires before they could even react. Only Anderson felt no fear as he looked at Alex. His eyes merely narrowed, and he gripped his silver bayonets more tightly. The same could not be said for his subordinates, who froze in place, gripped by fear of Alex. And I heard the voice of the fourth living creature saying, "Come and see." And I looked, and behold a pale horse, and his name that sat on him was Death, and hell followed with him. And power was given unto them over the fourth part of the earth, to kill with sword, and with hunger, and with death, and with the beasts of the earth. Anderson's voice sounded through the whistle of the bullet fired from the musket. Hearing Anderson's voice, Alex gave a slight smirk and continued guiding the bullet he had fired from the musket. When the last vampire died, the bullet suddenly turned and flew back toward Anderson. The bullet changed trajectory in mid-flight in ways impossible to follow, but Anderson did not move from his spot. Suddenly the bullet stopped right in front of his eyes and fell to the ground, shattering into tiny fragments. Smirking, Alex slid off his skag, which immediately vanished into his shadow. Alex took a step forward and dropped down, landing directly in front of Anderson. Anderson met Alex's gaze. "You kill well, but you talk too much." "Work on that, priest," Alex said, tapping the musket against his shoulder. "Darkness and death follow in your footsteps, monster," Anderson said, staring straight at Alex. "That's not what I expected to hear during our next meeting." "Oh well. I don't have time for you, priest." "It's not yet time for our meeting," Alex said, tilting his head slightly to the side. Anderson continued looking at Alex and stepped aside, letting him pass. Alex gave a faint smile and took a step forward. But the moment he did, Heinkel pointed her pistols at Alex's face. Alex calmly shifted his gaze to her and narrowed his eyes. "Better put the weapons down, girl. Your toys won't do me any harm," Alex said, squeezing the barrel of Heinkel's pistol. Seeing her pistol crumple in Alex's hand, Heinkel was stunned. But at that same moment Yumi attacked Alex, ready to draw her blade. Alex spun the musket in his hand and struck the butt against Yumi's palm before she could unsheath her katana. Receiving the blow to her hand, Yumi dropped the katana and stepped back, feeling throbbing pain in her wrist. Having deflected both attacks, Alex gave a slight smile and turned his head toward Anderson, whose gaze remained focused. "You've raised some sweet kids, priest. They attack without warning. They have good potential, if they manage to live long enough," Alex said, looking at Anderson. "You're not going to attack, monster?" Anderson asked, returning Alex's gaze. "Nope. You guys are interesting, it'd be a shame to kill you. If Carmilla were in my place, she'd happily slaughter all of you. But I can't be bothered. I'd rather hug my daughter than waste time on you. Consider this thanks for showing up on time and drawing the vampire's attention away from my daughter and wife," Alex said in a cheerful tone. "Go hug your child," Anderson said, giving a slight nod. Anderson nodded, accepting Alex's words, because ever since their conversation in Rio he had understood that Alex was no monster. Heinkel wanted to object to Anderson's actions. But Anderson raised his hand, signaling everyone to step aside and let Alex pass. Alex smiled and walked past the Iscariot members, whistling a tune that sent shivers down everyone's spine. But the moment Alex approached Integra with a smile on his face, Integra smiled back. Then, in the very next instant, she slapped him across the face, knocking him to the ground, and began shouting and cursing at Alex while kicking him. Alex himself was in complete shock at that moment, feeling Integra kick him while listening to her shouts and reproaches for leaving her and Alessa in such a situation. Alex glanced at Alessa, who merely turned away. The sight of an enraged Integra made Hugo turn away as well, pretending he wasn't there and clearly not wanting to get involved in this family dispute. Even the Iscariot members looked away, deciding to focus on burning the vampires' corpses rather than watch Integra beat up the men they had been afraid of when he first appeared. Alex, feeling himself being kicked, simply accepted his fate, understanding that he had messed up by arriving late. To be continued. So, I'm confused about the order of events during the war in London. While I was writing this chapter, I was wondering when the hell the Vatican soldiers were supposed to show up, and when the attack on the Helsing estate was supposed to happen. I kept thinking, but I just can't remember. I'll have to open the manga to look it up. Because I really have forgotten. Okay, time for food. Peace, love, pew pew. Chapter 630, Chapter 629, the beginning of the attack on the Helsing Manor. While true hell was unfolding in London, buildings collapsing under the barrage of launched missiles, people being torn apart by vampires who reveled in the screams and suffering of those they killed, something was slowly moving toward London, shrouded in a dense cloud of grey fog. And that something moving inside the fog was a destroyed aircraft carrier in such a state that it was unclear how it was still afloat. On the bow of this aircraft carrier stood a beautiful woman with long black hair flowing behind her. She had bright red eyes that glowed in the moonlight. She was dressed in a men's Victorian suit, and despite what she was wearing, it did nothing to diminish her beauty. And despite the horrific atmosphere around her, any man would have called this woman beautiful. But those who knew her true nature would have called this woman only one thing, a monster. Over many centuries, this woman had been known by different names and taken different forms. But through all those centuries, a river of blood had always trailed behind her, merging with her shadow. Over long centuries she had devoured millions of souls, which were now stored inside her. And in the current era, this woman was known by the name Alucard. She stood at the edge of the destroyed aircraft carrier, and from her mouth slowly emerged fog that enveloped the ruined ship. And it was this fog that allowed the destroyed aircraft carrier to remain afloat and continue its movement, like a ghost ship sailing the sea in search of those who would join its dead crew. What a smell! A long-forgotten smell. The smell of stabbed men. The smell of murdered women. The smell of infants burned alive. The smell of infants shot dead. This is the smell of death, this is how war smells, Alucard said, looking toward London even though the city wasn't yet visible on the horizon. You could be a little less theatrical. There's no one here but you and me. Who are you talking to? The fog? The fish? Or those burned vampire corpses? As you can see, there's no one here. So who exactly are you talking to? An irritated voice sounded from behind Alucard. Hearing the irritated voice behind her, Alucard slowly turned her head and saw a man dressed in a strange yellow mouse costume, which he called a Pikachu costume. Alucard looked at the man who was the only other being besides herself on this ghost ship. And even the fact that this man had the appearance of her beloved didn't evoke any emotion in Alucard, only interest in his nature. Because she knew that this man, who called himself Sloth. When she heard that name, she understood that this man was not just a simple clone of her beloved. Exhaling another cloud of fog, she watched what Sloth was doing. At that moment he was dragging some things across the destroyed deck of the aircraft carrier. Why have you suddenly become so active, Sloth? Until now all you did was sleep. And why haven't you taken off that ridiculous costume yet? Looking like that, you're disgracing my beloved, Alucard said, watching Sloth. Don't you know? It's all because of that damn original who started his tirade about making a dramatic entrance for you. Damn it, who even needs a dramatic entrance? And as for the costume, do I look like someone who gives a damn what people think about my original? Sloth said, starting to complain about Alex while continuing to drag things across the aircraft carrier's deck. So, he's preparing the stage for my appearance. How wonderful. Simply marvelous. I can't wait to see him again. Being so far from him for a whole day fills me with nothing but longing, Alucard said, beginning to laugh with joy and obsessive desire to see Alex again. You just want to fucking piss off your mistress again. Why all these unnecessary excuses? Sloth began to grumble, looking at the laughing Alucard. Alucard ignored Sloth's words and continued laughing, looking toward London, because without her, the most interesting things were happening. And to top it all off, Alex had cut off the connection so Alucard couldn't see anything that was happening in London. Sloth glanced at Alucard once more and lazily rolled his eyes, continuing to drag boxes of fireworks and arranging them across the aircraft carrier's deck. After placing the last box on the deck, Sloth looked at his Pikachu costume and smirked. After all of Alex's clones deliberately dressed ridiculously just to annoy Alex. And that was their only way of getting back at Alex, who forced them to work even though, with his power, he could do everything himself without even breaking a sweat. Stopping smiling, Sloth checked once more that he hadn't forgotten anything. And making sure everything was in place, Sloth pulled out a chocolate bar and, true to his name, simply flopped onto the aircraft carrier's deck, lazily chewing the chocolate bar as if he had used up the last of his strength. At the same time, on the other side of London, on a hill outside the burning city that had turned into hell, stood Maxwell. He looked at the burning London, and a smile played on his face as his gaze was fixed on the hell unfolding before his eyes. Maxwell listened to the reports from his men, but he didn't care what was happening in other places or other countries. He cared about only one thing, England, Alucard, and Helsing, whom he wanted to destroy. Maxwell didn't give a damn about the Major's grand plans that he had set in motion around the world. And even if the entire world were engulfed in flames, Maxwell would be ready to sacrifice it all to kill his worst enemies who were on the other side of the shore. When Maxwell explained that he didn't care about anything happening elsewhere and that their main target was right in front of them, the priest making the report immediately fell silent. And at that moment, behind them came the loud sound of marching feet. Behind Maxwell appeared more than 3,000 crusaders dressed in special attire, each holding a weapon that consisted of long rifles with silver bayonets attached to the ends. These weapons had been specially manufactured to destroy monsters. When the crusaders came close enough, they all dropped to one knee before Maxwell, showing their readiness for the mission entrusted to them by the Vatican. The crusader standing at the front extended his hands, on which lay the Omophorion, symbolizing that Maxwell had officially been elevated to the rank of archbishop. Seeing the Omophorion in the crusader's hands, a wide smile appeared on Maxwell's face. This was what he had strived for his entire life, when, as a child in an orphanage, he had sworn to himself and Father Anderson that he would rise to such a high position that no one would ever look down on him again or call him a bastard with no lineage. After putting on the Omophorion, Maxwell could no longer hold back and nearly burst into loud laughter, because what he had desired so much had finally ended up in his hands. He immediately gave the order to prepare for the attack. And he himself was already ready to move out when one of his subordinates, a young priest, brought satellite images taken over the Atlantic Ocean. Hearing where these images had been taken, Maxwell immediately snatched the satellite photos and began flipping through them one after another. Is that really? It's moving. Could it just be drifting? Maxwell said, looking at the satellite images where the destroyed aircraft carrier was clearly visible and moving. The speed is very low, only a few knots. But it's still moving. Toward London, the young priest replied, trying to explain what was in the satellite images. They're coming back. Those monsters are returning, the nearby priests muttered in fear. Sir Commander. I have an urgent report. Father Anderson's advance team has encountered Integra Helsing, and with her was the child you spoke of. But, said a priest who came running up. But what? Maxwell asked, frowning and looking at the priest. The one you spoke of is also there. He's in the city. The priest said in a stuttering tone, trying not to meet Maxwell's gaze. When the priest who brought the urgent report spoke those words, silence immediately fell. Because everyone knew who he was talking about. After all, the Vatican had learned that Helsing had acquired another monster about whom almost nothing was known. But thanks to the fact that Maxwell had seen how Alucard treated Alex, he placed him on the same level as Alucard. And the fact that Alex was in the city seriously disrupted his plans. After all, the enemy you know the strength of is not as frightening as the one you know nothing about. Maxwell frowned for a moment because he knew that Alex and Alucard were supposed to be on the aircraft carrier. And the fact that Alex was in the city didn't fit in his head. Continuing to frown, Maxwell thought about what to do in this situation, but he quickly calmed down, thinking that everything was still going exactly as he wanted, and he would not sacrifice his ambitions just because of one unpredictable factor. It doesn't matter whether that monster is in the city or not. All he can do is summon monsters. And we were trained to kill monsters. We have his daughter and Integra, whom he serves, in our sights. If we play our cards right, we can use him to set him against Alucard. And in the end, we will still emerge victorious in this war, Maxwell said with a mad smile on his face. But Archbishop, Father Anderson may oppose your decision to use the child for such a purpose, one of the priests said, looking at Maxwell. I will deal with Father Anderson myself. Because in the end, our enemies will fall. Helsing, Millennium, Alucard, and this summoner of monsters. All of them will disappear, Maxwell said in an ecstatic tone, looking at his subordinates. When Maxwell spoke his final words, everyone immediately fell silent, not knowing how to respond or how to dissuade Maxwell from his madness. But no one understood that Maxwell had no intention of stopping when the goal of his life was within reach, as if he only needed to extend his hand to touch it. But what neither Maxwell nor all those who followed him knew was that they were voluntarily walking straight into a trap that would become the place of their death. And when all the actors appeared on this infernal stage and the trap finally snapped shut, no one would be able to escape or survive. But Maxwell knew none of this and only anticipated his great victory, which he had already imagined, a victory in which he would be revered as the hero who cleansed the world of heretics. All troops, advance. Since ancient times we have been the enforcers of divine justice on earth. And our duty is to cleanse these lands of heresy. Maxwell shouted, giving the order and pointing toward the flame-engulfed London. When Maxwell finished his speech, behind him came the roar of rotor blades from numerous helicopters that raised a strong wind. Helicopters took off one after another, rising into the air and heading toward the burning London, and at the center of it all was Maxwell, who was inside a special reinforced glass cabin suspended from a helicopter so he could be in the middle of all the events and issue orders, commanding his army of crusaders. Neither Maxwell nor the Crusaders understood that they were voluntarily walking into a trap prepared by Alex, so that in one go he could deal with all his enemies and ensure this war would have no impact on the rest of the world. Because if the world learned what was happening in London, it would become a wake-up call for governments and citizens of various countries if they saw everything that was happening in London. But Alex had arranged everything so that no one would learn anything, and the world would continue to remain ignorant of the supernatural side of existence. After all, Alex had followed one main rule ever since he arrived in this world: monsters do not exist. Because knowledge that monsters exist would shake the world order, which is exactly what Chuck, playing the role of the main villain in everything happening in this world, wanted. But Chuck himself was currently too busy playing the role of a brother hiding from an enraged sister, continuing to pretend that he feared Amaru. After all, the finale he had written for his story was already ready, and he was simply waiting for his time to step onto the stage. But like the others Alex had to deal with, Chuck still didn't know that all his plans had been exposed, and that when he appeared to play his role, an actor who was never supposed to be in the play he had staged for himself would be waiting for him on stage. Alex himself at that moment wasn't even thinking about Chuck, Maxwell, or the Major. Alex currently had more important concerns. He was busy trying to cool Integra's anger, who hadn't stopped kicking him while simultaneously scolding him for not doing the job he had promised to do. After all, he had promised to get rid of the tail, and in the end he had only dealt with half of the vampires that had been pursuing the car. And all his excuses, that he had been blown up and ended up buried under the rubble of a collapsed building, or that the Major had personally sent even more vampire soldiers after him, all those words were ignored by Integra, who was unleashing all her frustration on him because she had lost control of the situation. Alex continued to listen to all of Integra's reproaches, as she coldly reminded him that all he had to do was get rid of the tail, not run around the city riding some unknown monster. And while this was happening to Alex, no one was paying attention to him and Integra, not wanting to get involved in this argument. Hugo at that moment was trying to pull the car out of the rubble so it could be driven further. Alessa at that moment was sitting on the trunk of the same car, slowly swinging her legs, hugging her creepy rabbit Robbie to herself, watching as her mother scolded her father. The group of Iscariot members was busy dragging the corpses of vampire soldiers to burn them, also not wanting to interfere in the dispute between Integra and Alex. And this was not only because Alex's presence caused them fear, which had somewhat diminished when they saw how Integra was scolding him. But it was also because they didn't want to deal with a woman like Integra, who had begun to terrify them with her behavior, if she could fearlessly attack someone like Alex. When Integra finished scolding Alex, she simply grabbed him by the leg and looked at Alessa. Alessa understood everything and jumped down from the trunk of the car, taking Integra by the other hand. "We're done. We're leaving," Integra said, preparing to go, leading Alessa and dragging Alex along with her. "Where are you going?" Heinkel said, aiming the barrel of her pistol at the back of Integra's head. "We're returning to the manor. I have to return. They're waiting for me there. I command the organization and must give orders," Integra said, without turning her head. "Hey, girl. Do I need to break your second pistol too?" "I'm still here, in case you forgot," Alex said, lying on the ground with his arms folded across his chest. Heinkel's hand trembled when she lowered her gaze and saw Alex, who was looking at her with a blank stare. Integra released Alex's leg so he could get up from the ground, because she had already said everything she wanted to say to him and therefore saw no reason to continue punishing him. Alex calmly stood up and brushed the dust off his clothes. Stretching slightly, Alex, without changing his expression, patted his pockets and didn't find what he was looking for. Letting out a tired sigh, Alex extended his hand toward Heinkel, who was still gripping her pistol and aiming the barrel at him. "Cigarette," Alex said, extending his hand. "What?" Heinkel asked in shock, looking at Alex. "Give me a cigarette. Doesn't your faith teach you, share with your neighbor and all that? So hurry up, I want to smoke," Alex said with a blank expression on his face. "Huh? What?" Heinkel asked in bewilderment, staring at Alex. "Look, I'm not asking you for money on loan, just a cigarette. I lost my cigarettes when the building collapsed on me. So give me a cigarette," Alex said, rolling his eyes. "Do you even understand what's happening right now?" Heinkel asked, looking at Alex as if he were a complete weirdo. "Let's figure it out quickly. City on fire. People dying. Vampires attacking. Corpses, blood, and guts everywhere. And you were sent to capture my wife. And so on. Did I miss anything? If not, then give me the cigarette," Alex said, lazily waving his hand. Heinkel literally began to shake with irritation from Alex's words, because every single one of them hit the mark, accurately describing everything that was happening, including their mission. Holding back her irritation, Heinkel reached into her pocket, pulled out a pack of cigarettes, took one out, and placed it in Alex's palm. Alex grinned and clamped the cigarette between his teeth, and began patting his pockets again. Not finding a lighter, Alex looked at Integra, who responded to his gaze by showing that she didn't have a lighter either. Alex shifted his gaze to Heinkel and pointed at the cigarette, indicating that he needed a light. Seeing Alex's gesture, Heinkel's eyelid began to twitch, and she clenched her lighter in her palm so hard that it nearly broke. Bringing the lighter to Alex's cigarette, she lit the flame, allowing Alex to light up. All this time there was no irritation on Alex's face. After all, he was deliberately behaving this way to anger the members of Iscariot. And so, when they lit his cigarette for him, Alex deliberately took a deep drag, and with a characteristic look of relief exhaled a cloud of cigarette smoke, showing his relaxed behavior. "If you're done, we need to head home. And you, there's no point threatening us with your pistol. If you want to shoot, then shoot," Integra said, looking at Alex, then shifting her gaze to Heinkel. Hearing Integra's words, Heinkel's irritation reached its peak. But it wasn't only Heinkel who was angry, Yumi was too, who had been watching this whole farce, and what infuriated her wasn't only Integra's contemptuous behavior, but also the fact that they had to be in the same place as a monster like Alex. Yumi grabbed the hilt of her katana and was once again ready to draw it, completely forgetting that one strike from Alex had been enough to make her drop her katana. Alex looked at Yumi and gave her an amused glance, showing that she could try attacking him again, and he wouldn't mind hitting her hand once more. "Yumi, don't," Heinkel said, trying to stop her friend. "What's the problem? There are only 4 of them, can't we handle them? Just swarm them, tie them up, and drag them along," Yumi said, looking at Heinkel. "Doesn't it bother you that we're standing 2 steps away from you and can hear everything? If you're going to tie us up, then do it so we don't hear your plans. You're acting like amateurs. If you want to kidnap someone, do it so the target doesn't suspect anything. Didn't they teach you even the basics?" Alessa said in a cold, lecturing tone, holding Integra's hand. When Alessa's words rang out, Heinkel and Yumi immediately fell silent and turned their heads toward Alessa. And the first thing they saw was a 7-year-old child looking at them as if they were talentless trash who couldn't even kidnap someone properly. Even the other members of Iscariot froze in place, staring at Alessa. None of them feared facing monsters or dying in battle, but contempt from a 7-year-old girl struck them harder than any fight with a monster. Alex at that moment turned away so as not to burst out laughing. His shoulders trembled as he tried to suppress his laughter, seeing the stunned faces of the Iscariot members. Alex was certain that if Wednesday were here, she would have inflicted yet another psychological wound on the Iscariot members, deliberately rubbing salt in the wound. Integra lowered her gaze to Alessa and lightly ran her hand through her hair, showing her pride in the words Alessa had spoken. How awkward, when a child lectures adults. So what, Section 13? What about you, Anderson? Are you going to tie us up and drag us by force after all? Integra said in a calm, monotonous voice. Nonsense. Swarming and overpowering an unarmed family that only wants to return home. Are we some kind of bandits? Do we have the right to act this way? Anderson said, intervening in the conversation. After Anderson's words another silence fell, and it became even harder for Alex to hold back his laughter. But Alex understood why Anderson had spoken his words in that way. The members of Iscariot, however, did not understand the reason behind their leader's words and nearly cursed when he called Alex, Integra, and Alessa an unarmed family. After all, before their eyes, Alex had single-handedly wiped out all the vampires with just one shot from the musket. And they all perfectly understood that Alex hadn't even exerted any effort to kill such a large number of vampires. But they didn't understand that the reason for Anderson's words was that if they did decide to attack, Alex would strike back. And Anderson knew he had zero chance against Alex. And if it had been Alucard standing before him, he would have already attacked, but in Alex he saw no monster, and if a clash could be avoided, then he would do so. Alex understood the reason behind Anderson's words, but to him it still sounded utterly absurd and hilarious. Oh, what a tragedy. We're stuck in the middle of a burning city, surrounded by monsters, and there's no one to escort us home where we could wait out this disaster. Perhaps kind Samaritans nearby will walk us home, Alex said in an exaggerated tone, pretending to be a man in distress along with his family. Yes. We will escort you home, Anderson said, giving a slight nod. There we go, settled. Then don't fall behind, Integra said, preparing to walk forward. Hugo, since you've already pulled the car out, head toward Chris, Leon, and Jake. We'll continue on our own from here, Alex said, looking at Hugo. Got it, boss, Hugo said, getting behind the wheel. Integra looked at Alex, waiting for his explanation as to why he had decided not to ride in the car. Alex leaned toward Integra and explained that if they went by car, it would attract attention, more vampires would be sent after them, and Hugo would draw the attention to himself. Integra thought for a moment and then nodded, accepting Alex's plan. When Hugo drove off in the other direction, Alex punched the wall, collapsing the alley as a precaution. Seeing with what ease Alex brought down an entire alley, the members of Iscariot couldn't help but look at Anderson, who, even after seeing all this, still wanted to continue escorting Alex, Integra, and Alessa. Alex, after collapsing the alley, simply turned around, caught up with Integra, and lifted Alessa into his arms to carry his daughter. And while the three of them walked ahead, the members of Iscariot followed close behind, not understanding what was happening. Holding Alessa in his arms, Alex turned his head back to look at their escort, the members of Iscariot. Anderson. I wanted to ask, Alex said, looking at Anderson. What do you want to ask, monster? Anderson said, looking at Alex. How about I sponsor the orphanage you run? After all, my family sponsors many orphanages. And children need a normal life, Alex said in a thoughtful tone. Our orphanage doesn't need your filthy money, monster. Heinkel shouted, immediately rejecting Alex's offer. Heinkel. Don't interfere. Offerings to our orphanage have always been voluntary. If someone wants to make a donation, that is their full right, and it is not for us to forbid it, Anderson said, stopping Heinkel's speech. But. Heinkel said, trying to object. There, it's decided. We'll talk about it when all this farce is over, Alex said, turning away and continuing to walk forward. But none of them expected that they would be able to get out of the city alive when this war ended. Integra also looked at Alex, who was behaving in a relaxed manner, as if everything happening was part of his plan. Narrowing her eyes slightly, Integra knew that Alex had predicted the invasion of London, but he still hadn't explained the rest of his plan, and continued to remain silent even now that it had happened. Alex, however, paid no attention to all these glances directed at him. He sensed that the last actor had arrived on stage, and it was time to spring the trap he had prepared. Alex closed one eye to check what was happening at Helsing, and saw the airship commanded by Zoran Blitz moving toward the manor. At that moment on the airship, on the command bridge, stood Zoran Blitz herself, listening to reports from her subordinates. A slight smile played on her face, because she didn't even consider those currently at the Helsing manor worthy opponents. And even the words about Sarah's Victoria, who was a Dracula created personally by Alucard, Zoran did not consider a worthy enemy. And the Major's words about Ceres' uniqueness were simply ignored by Zoran. After all, in her eyes, Ceres was just an ordinary weak girl who had been lucky enough to become a vampire. But she didn't know that Ceres had another side to her personality, buried deep inside. The airship continued its movement until guided missiles streaked past it, heading toward the Helsing Manor. But these missiles didn't even get close enough to the manor before they were shot down. None of the airship's crew even had time to react before the rockets exploded. Experiencing severe shock, they all watched as the incoming missiles were shot down one after another. Zoran immediately ordered the spotlights turned on and directed at the Helsing Manor. Her subordinates tried to dissuade her, but Zoran still gave the order to turn on the spotlights and aim them at the Helsing Manor. When the spotlights on the airship were activated, they were all directed at the roof of the Helsing Manor. When the beams illuminated the roof, they all saw Ceres standing there, holding a huge 6-barreled minigun in purple-pink colors, and behind her stood a massive crate of 30mm rounds. Ceres gripped the minigun and continued firing, shooting down every rocket heading toward Helsing. When all the rockets had been destroyed, Ceres stopped firing, and the barrels of her 6-barreled minigun began to slow down, emitting light smoke from continuous fire. All rockets down, little lady. I don't understand where you got that minigun. Never thought I'd see anything like it. 6-barreled minigun firing 30mm rounds. The weight of that thing is almost half a ton, and don't even get me started on the ammo crate. If I saw something like that on the battlefield, I'd run farther than I could see. Right, kid. Pip Bernadotte's voice came through Ceres's communicator. Captain Bernadotte, I asked you not to call me that. And stop flirting with me, I have a boyfriend. Just call me Ceres, Ceres said in a slightly irritated tone. Ha ha ha. Sorry, Ceres. Your boyfriend still pays me and my guys' salaries. And I'm afraid he'll bury me alive if he finds out about this, Pip laughed, hearing Ceres's words. Pip himself was in a special room that had been specially equipped for full monitoring of everything happening in London. Besides Pip himself, Price, Leckham, and Ghost were also in this room, and they were all watching the screens showing everything that was happening in London. But unlike the three men, Pip didn't know that the London he was looking at wasn't real. And though a smile played on his face when he joked with Ceres, his eyes reflected only sadness. Pip didn't like London, and it wasn't some strong dislike tied to his past, he simply didn't like this city. But seeing the burning streets and marching ghouls, into which the city's residents had turned, caused him only sadness for their lives and anger toward those responsible for this hell. Pip pulled out a cigarette and clamped it between his teeth, and before he could reach for a lighter, Leckham extended his own lighter and lit it for Pip. Pip nodded and looked again at the burning London. Taking a drag, he exhaled the smoke and brought the radio back to his lips. Tell me, Ceres. Can you see London from there? Pip asked, looking at the camera feed. Yes, I can see it, Ceres said, trying to stay calm. Piccadilly, Soho, Covent Garden. All of it turned to ash. London has become a true hell. I don't like London. I think it's a city for old people. But even in this place there were spots that were nice to visit. A pub where me and the guys could drink cold beer on weekends and listen to gossip from an overly talkative bartender. An old lady who runs a little local joint. She always tried to feed me fish and chips. No matter how many times I asked for something else, she always brought the same thing. Probably because I'm a foreigner. She was way too friendly, that old lady. But I still don't like London. But none of those people deserve this fate. None of them deserve to turn into the walking dead who devour other dead. These people had nothing to do with Millennium, or Helsing, or the Vatican, or vampires. And I can't forgive those bastards for what they did. Beat them, Ceres. Wipe them all out, Pip said in a casual tone, as if reminiscing about the past, but toward the end his voice grew colder. Yes. It will be done. I'll destroy them all, Ceres said, aiming her 6-barreled minigun toward the airship. Target, enemy airship. Prepare to engage. Fire. Pip shouted loudly. In that same instant Ceres began firing from her 6-barreled minigun. Bullets flew in a hail, tearing into the airship's hull. But what Ceres didn't know was that the ammo crate Jinx had given her didn't contain just ordinary 30mm rounds. Inside the crate was a true chaotic mix of every possible type of ammunition, from simple tracer rounds to acid and incendiary, to the most absurd ones like fireworks loaded with phosphorus, to those that dispersed poison. Coming under such suppressive fire, the airship instantly burst into flames, its hull melting from acid, and some crew members caught the least pleasant types of rounds that literally melted their bodies or froze them. Under such suppressive fire the airship began rapidly descending, and Zoran ordered it steered toward the Helsing Manor to ram it. Seeing this, Ceres immediately switched firing modes, just as Jinx had shown her before leaving. Activating rocket mode, Ceres fired powerful vacuum rockets. The rockets streaked toward the airship at high speed. And the moment the rockets touched the airship's hull, an explosion roared, followed by a vacuum that completely destroyed the hull, and the burning airship began falling, never reaching Helsing. To be continued. Anyway, I did check out the manga a bit yesterday to refresh my memory. But I'll tell you a secret, I'm still confused. Ha ha ha. Anyway, the next chapter is about the attack on Helsing. I'm still wondering how Ceres is supposed to get her new power. I'll have to use the author's power again for that to happen. And as for Alex's future plans, they'll be revealed later in the story. For now, it's time to eat. Peace, love, I am Speed. Chapter 631, Chapter 630, Slaughter at the Helsing Manor. Those who were inside the Helsing Manor at that moment watched as the burning airship slowly approached the ground after Ceres had shot it down. The soldiers following Bernadotte hoped that all the vampires inside the burning airship would perish the moment it collided with the earth. But those who followed Alex and had gone through more than one similar situation perfectly understood that everything definitely would not end with the airship's fall. The burning airship finally reached the ground, and in the very same second a loud explosion rang out. Despite Ceres having sufficiently damaged the airship and its hull, there was still enough combustible gas inside the airship itself, which triggered the enormous explosion. The shockwave rolled across the surroundings and tore out the nearest trees. Everyone watching this explosion froze in anticipation. And before Bernadotte's people could rejoice that it was all over before it even began, Ceres's voice came over the general channel, warning everyone to stay alert, and even Lem and Price said the same, reminding everyone not to celebrate too soon. And all because Ceres with her own eyes clearly saw how, just a couple of instants before the airship collided with the ground, shadows jumped out of it that were difficult to make out. And it wasn't only Ceres who saw this, Bernadotte, Lem, Price, and Ghost also saw it. They were in the command post, observing everything through the installed cameras. Got excited too early, ladies. Everyone pay attention, looks like this isn't the end yet. Looks like our guests aren't planning to leave, Bernadotte's voice sounded over the general channel. When Bernadotte's voice came over the general channel, everyone saw that against the background of the burning airship stood a large group of vampires led by Zoran. But when they looked closer, they noticed that behind the army of vampire soldiers and their commander there were dozens of metal containers. The metal containers standing behind the vampire army suddenly opened, and ghouls began emerging from them. Ceres, still standing on the manor's roof, couldn't help but notice that these ghouls looked and behaved completely differently from ordinary ghouls. And it wasn't only Ceres who noticed, others did too. Price, standing in the observation room, brought the cigar to his lips and took a small drag. What do you think, lads? About these dead ones? Don't they look familiar? Price asked, exhaling cigar smoke. Yeah, they look very familiar. Fast dead ones. Even brings back memories, Lem said, exhaling cigarette smoke. Fast. You sure? Aren't these dead ones the most ordinary ones? Bernadotte asked, having heard Lem and Price's discussion. If you don't believe it, take a closer look. Right here you can see how they're trembling. Ordinary ghouls are slow and clumsy. Pierce, zoom the camera in on one of the ghouls so Captain Bernadotte can see for himself, Price said, pointing at the screen. Pierce, who had taken position by the window with a sniper rifle, zoomed the camera in as Price requested. Bernadotte, sitting in the observation post, noticed that the ghouls who had emerged from the containers were trembling, and he also noticed that some kind of injectors with unknown liquid were implanted in their necks. Bernadotte quickly realized that they would have to face not only the vampire soldiers and their commander, but also an army of ghouls on steroids. And all Bernadotte could do in this situation was irritably clench the cigarette between his teeth. After all, he hadn't expected anything like this during the preparations. But he was also glad that the people standing beside him had foreseen such a turn of events, that they would have to deal not only with vampires, but also with cannon fodder in the form of ghouls. Bernadotte picked up the radio and explained to his men what else they would have to face. Pierce, Lutz, go ahead and provoke their commander. I want to see how desperate she really is. Targets, the two vampires standing behind her, Lem said, giving the order over the general channel. Lutz and Pierce, observing everything through their sniper rifles, heard Lem's order and immediately acquired the targets. Even though the airship had crashed quite far away, the power of their sniper rifles was enough to hit targets at a distance of more than 5 kilometers. Pierce and Lutz exchanged glances, gesturing with hand signals to indicate which targets each had chosen. Having conducted a quick conversation without uttering a word, Lutz and Pierce fired simultaneously. Thanks to her vampiric powers, Zoran heard the sound of the shots and slightly frowned, and a moment later the two vampires standing behind her were killed. Turning her head, she saw her dead subordinates, who hadn't even had time to react before they were killed. The other soldiers were also surprised that someone had managed to hit them from such a distance that they hadn't even had time to react. And such a death undermined the vampires' morale not only because more than half of them had perished in the falling airship, but also because 2 more had already been killed before they could even approach the manor. And seeing that the morale of her subordinates had been undermined by this, Zoran clenched her teeth in rage. After all, she had thought it would be no trouble at all to destroy the Helsing Manor and kill everyone inside. Kill them all. Kill every single one. Leave no one alive, raze the manor to the ground, Zoran said, clenching her teeth in anger. After Zoran gave the order, the ghouls standing behind her began to tremble as the injectors implanted in their necks started injecting liquid into their spines, causing their trembling to intensify even more. When the murky liquid entered the ghouls' bodies, the veins on their bodies began to bulge, and their bodies emitted steam as if their dead, stiff corpses had been shoved into an industrial microwave. As soon as the injection of liquid into the ghouls' bodies was complete, they broke from their positions and rushed toward the manor at tremendous speed. An army of hundreds of modified ghouls charged forward, leaving distinct tracks on the ground. These ghouls ran like wild beasts toward their prey. But before they could get within a kilometer of the manor, one of the ghouls stepped on a mine. When the mine was triggered, a bounding mine popped up from underground, hovered for a fraction of a second in front of the ghoul's face, and immediately exploded. Following the first ghoul, others stepped on similar mines. In the same instant, sequential sounds began ringing out across the field. Seeing that the field was mined, Zoran smirked contemptuously, because the ghouls they had brought with them had been specially modified and were far more durable than ordinary dead ones. But her contemptuous smile faltered when she noticed that the ghouls caught in the explosions were no longer getting up. More than 50 ghouls lay on the blast-torn ground and weren't even moving. Looking closer, she saw that the ghouls' bodies had turned into pincushions. And all of this was watched by Lem, Price, Ghost, and Bernadotte, who with their own eyes saw what had happened to the ghouls, including the speed at which the ghouls had moved. Bernadotte had originally wanted to use ordinary mines to slow the vampires' advance. And as soon as he suggested this option to mine the field behind the manor, a crate of bounding mines loaded with silver needles was placed in front of him and his men. That was when Bernadotte realized he had underestimated the people following Alex and the kind of gear that Alex's organization supplied. Bernadotte looked at the screen, and a slight smirk appeared on his face because their enemy hadn't even managed to get close enough before part of their cannon fodder had already been killed. Non-human reflexes that let them dodge even bullets. A bestial thirst for human blood. The ability to predict their prey's movements. And non-human strength capable of tearing people apart with bare hands. But all of that pales in comparison to what they don't expect. And how will they act next? Interesting, Bernadotte said, clenching the cigarette between his teeth. They'll get stuck in place once they realize they can't advance any further. Unfortunately for them, they don't know we've got a fanatic obsessed with explosives. And all you have to do is give him a chance to blow something up. Right, Wiley. Lem said with a smirk, stubbing out his cigarette in the ashtray. In response, a light male laugh came over the general comms channel. Wiley stood by a second-floor window of the manor, holding the detonator for the explosives in his hands. With a light motion, Wiley adjusted his glasses and pressed the button on the detonator. The moment Wiley pressed the button, the explosives detonated in a chain reaction, catching not only the modified ghouls who continued charging toward the manor without fear despite some of them having died, but also the vampire soldiers running behind them. The explosives that Wiley had placed the day before consisted of special containers loaded with silver shrapnel. And the moment the explosives were triggered, all that shrapnel flew in every direction, striking everyone within the blast radius. The vampire soldiers and ghouls hit by the silver shrapnel fell to the ground, writhing in pain and emitting loud screams of agony. And as if that weren't enough, Wiley calmly pressed another button on the detonator, and the silver shrapnel detonated as well. After all, Lem hadn't been lying when he called Wiley an explosives fanatic. After Wiley joined Alex's guild, he was able to fully unleash his potential as a demolitions expert and explosives creator. The explosions continued thundering without pause, and a light smile of enjoyment played on Wiley's face as he watched the blasts happening right before his eyes. Those watching the enemy army of vampires and ghouls die without even reaching the manor couldn't hold back smirks on their faces. Sarah's, standing on the roof, watched all of this with her mouth wide open, amazed at what she was seeing. What was that? What kind of devices are those? Sarah's couldn't help asking after seeing all those explosions. Sarah's, we've had to deal with monsters far scarier than these pathetic vampires. Even with limbs torn off, they kept getting back up and regenerating. And the simplest way to kill creatures like that is to completely destroy their bodies. And our organization creates weapons like this to wage war against monsters, even the ones that are hard to kill. As our boss likes to say, anything can be killed, you just have to know how. Price's calm voice came over the general channel. Sarah's nodded, and immediately remembered what she had talked about with Price a few hours earlier, that she should stop being surprised by everything she would see in the future. After all, even the fact that Jinx, who had given her the 6-barreled minigun, had left through a hole in space was far more astonishing than explosives specially created to destroy large groups of monsters. Sarah's thought about what the people following Alex must have gone through to have dealt with monsters in comparison to which vampires were merely minor parasites. Sighing, Sarah's thought that she really should talk to Alex about his family and his organization after all. And Sarah's was ready to talk to Alex when all of this was over, and he himself had said he would tell her everything. Placing her hand on her chest pocket, Sarah squeezed the vial of Alex's blood, hoping that nothing bad would happen. Quickly pulling herself together so she wouldn't get distracted, Sarah grabbed her 6-barreled minigun and the huge box of 30mm rounds and ran downstairs in case help was needed. Running down from the roof while holding her gear, Sarah heard Lem's voice over the general channel giving the order to begin the attack on the vampires. When Sarah reached the 3rd floor, she heard a distinct pop, the sound made when someone fires a grenade launcher. A group of mercenaries stood by a 3rd-floor window and were using an automatic grenade launcher capable of continuous fire. The others weren't sitting idle either and were using any available weapon to kill as many vampires and ghouls as possible before they could reach the manor. Sarah didn't stop and continued running across the 3rd floor of the manor toward the observation room. Already approaching the observation room, Sarah saw Lutz and Pierce sitting by the windows with sniper rifles, making precise shots and talking about how many each of them had managed to kill. Running past the 2 snipers, Sarah entered the observation room. Bursting into the observation room, Sarah set the case of 30mm rounds on the floor and propped her 6-barreled minigun against it. "Need any more help?" Sarah asked after setting down her gear. "Not yet. Bernadotte's people are still keeping the vampires at a fairly long distance. And their commander hasn't entered the fight yet. Right now they're hiding behind the hill. And they'll soon attack again after they regroup," Ghost said in a calm tone, arms folded across his chest. "I don't like dealing with creatures like these. They always have some nasty abilities. Should have killed that freak when we had the chance. Instead of just pissing her off, old man," Soap said, entering the observation post. "Can't do anything about it, Johnny. It's all our boss's order," Lem said, shaking his head slightly. "What has he come up with this time? What crazy plan has hatched in that mad head of his now?" Soap asked, wondering what Alex had devised. "It's not us who are supposed to kill the vampires, Commander. It's her," Lem said, pointing a finger at Sarah's. "Me? How am I supposed to kill her when she's there and we're here?" Sarah asked in surprise, pointing at herself. "The vampires will break through. We're not fighting brainless idiots, we're fighting ones who fought in wars and have tremendous strength and reflexes. They only need a small breach in our defense, and they'll break into the manor. And we have to understand that this is inevitable." And Alex understood that perfectly well when he gave the order, Ghost said, explaining the situation as he saw it. Hearing Ghost's analysis, Sarah's and Bernadotte realized the situation. Especially Bernadotte understood that no matter how long his people kept the vampires at a distance from the manor, ammunition has a tendency to run out when continuous fire is used to keep the enemy at bay. And on top of everything, the vampire's commander hadn't yet entered the fight, and it was unknown what abilities she possessed. Bernadotte had already realized that some vampires had magical abilities that allowed them to do things that were, in principle, impossible. But fortunately they had discussed a plan for the case if the vampires broke into the manor. Still, Bernadotte wanted to avoid that with all his strength, because the people following him were ordinary humans who definitely couldn't compete with vampires in speed and physical strength. Damn it. If we were fighting humans, those bastards would have already retreated. Any sane soldier would retreat in a situation like this, Bernadotte said, irritably clicking his tongue. But they're not humans, they're monsters. Ones like them never retreat. And that's why the simplest way to fight an enemy like this is to thin their ranks before they reach our position, Lem said, leaning on the table and lighting a cigarette. Can't argue with that. When all this is over, I'd like to hear your stories over a pint of beer. I'm really curious how your organization works, that you know so well how these kinds of monsters behave, Bernadotte said, stubbing out his cigarette. Alex was already planning to hire you into our organization. If you agree, you'll find out everything, Lem said, looking at Bernadotte. Tempting offer. I heard from Jake and Pierce that you get paid a hell of a lot for killing monsters. Way more than anyone could imagine, Bernadotte said, giving a slight nod. While they continued talking, one of Bernadotte's men suddenly burst into the room and reported that the enemy had stopped attacking in response and had simply gone quiet. Even the army of modified ghouls had stopped trying to break through to the manor and had gone quiet too. Everyone understood that something was about to happen and that this lull wasn't for nothing. Bernadotte raised the radio and ordered to cease fire so they would have time to catch their breath and figure out what the enemy was planning next. In the same second, outside the manor, Zoran Blitz stood behind her people, and her patience ran out when she realized that neither her people nor the modified ghouls she had brought with her could break through to the manor, so she decided to take matters into her own hands. Zoran raised the hand covered in runes above her head, and an eye opened in her palm. Zoran began silently reciting a spell as her hand lowered. The magical runes on her arms began to glow with each word she uttered. And when she finished reciting the spell, she struck the ground with her hand, and the runes from her hand began to spread across the earth. Gradually the runes flowed and merged together, forming a huge black puddle that bubbled beneath Zoran's feet. This black liquid spread in all directions, growing larger and larger with each moment. And soon the black liquid stopped and began writhing like slime that started taking on some shape. This bubbling slime grew bigger and bigger, expanding to such a size that it became visible from the manor's windows. All of Bernadotte's people froze in shock, staring at the thing that had appeared before their eyes. They couldn't understand what it was. Hearing the strange chatter from his men, Bernadotte ran out of the observation room and froze in place with his mouth wide open, staring at the enormous thing outside the window. Sarah's, who ran out after him, also froze in shock, unable to believe her eyes. Only Alex's people saw nothing and exchanged glances with each other. And all they understood was that the mercenaries were seeing something huge while they themselves saw nothing. Price, Lem, Ghost, and Soap, who had left the observation room, realized that everyone was seeing an illusion, including Sarah's. But they already had experience fighting illusions. At the same time, everyone saw how this huge black slime took on the form of Zoran Blitz, who raised her scythe above her head and was ready to strike. Sarah's, under the influence of the illusion, began to choke from the overwhelming fear and clutched the vial of Alex's blood as if it were a lifeline. But soon she heard a soft female whisper in her head, the voice belonging to Alucard. She reminded Sarah's that she should stop looking at the world the way weak humans do and that she needed to rely on her vampiric senses. In the same instant Sarah snapped out of it while the others were still under the illusion's influence. Sarah's was about to tell the others that everything they were seeing was an illusion when she saw Lem smack Bernadotte on the back of the head, and he immediately came to. What? What was that? Bernadotte asked in a daze, looking around. Just an illusion. Sarah's, while we help the others snap out of it, shoot that bitch. She's the one controlling the illusion. If you can kill her. Kill her, Lem said, irritably clenching the cigarette between his teeth. On it, Sarah said, grabbing her rifle. Lem immediately contacted his people, ordering them to help those nearby shake off the illusion and prepare for the vampires breaking through. Bernadotte, having come to, immediately realized the situation had turned as bad as it could get and grabbed his rifle. Sarah's grabbed her 30mm rifle and took aim. Sarah's took a deep breath, relying on her senses to hit Zoran. Focusing on her senses, she heard the screams of the mercenaries under the illusion, the thud of combat boots from the vampire soldiers and ghouls charging toward the manor. But her target was different. Sarah's eyes searched for Zoran, who was controlling the illusion. And within a second Sarah spotted Zoran directing the illusion. Narrowing her eyes, Sarah's decided to kill Zoran to deprive the enemy of the commander who would give orders. Taking aim, Sarah's began firing to hit Zoran. Zoran ignored the bullets flying past her and continued directing her illusion to buy time for her subordinates to reach the manor. But in the same instant Zoran sensed danger and jerked sharply to the side. Yet her reflexes didn't react in time, and when she jerked aside to avoid the fired bullet, that bullet still struck her, tearing off her arm. Zoran fell to the grass, and blood gushed from the severed limb. Zoran clutched the stump of her arm, loudly cursing and damning Sarah's. Clenching her teeth from rage and pain, Zoran reached for the pouch on her belt and pulled out a syringe. In the same instant she plunged the syringe with liquid into her neck, and the liquid poured into her body. In the same instant the blood stopped pouring from the stump of Zoran's arm, and steam began rising from the wound as the arm started regenerating at tremendous speed. At the same time, everyone who had been under the illusion came to, but it was already too late. The vampires and ghouls had reached the manor. Before Sarah's could lower her rifle, one of the modified ghouls leaped through a third-floor window. Without wasting a second, Sarah's grabbed it by the head and smashed it against the wall. Deprived of its head, the ghoul's body twitched slightly and went limp, falling to the floor. But the ghoul Sarah's had killed with her hands was only one of those that had reached the manor. A group of modified ghouls and vampires burst in through the manor's main entrance. But an ambush was already waiting for them in the form of R, who sat on the staircase holding a heavy-caliber machine gun. "Hey. And goodbye," R said with a wide grin on his face. In the same instant R opened fire with the heavy-caliber machine gun, its rounds tearing apart the bodies of the ghouls and vampire soldiers who had broken through the main entrance. Those who managed to react leaped sharply to the sides or backward, but those who weren't so lucky turned into shredded sieves. One of the vampires quickly reacted and attacked R from the side to kill him. And before the vampire's hand could touch R's head, he reacted swiftly, caught the vampire's arm, threw him to the floor, and immediately punched through his head with a fist. "You're so weak, even my wife hits harder," R said, smashing the vampire's head with his fist. But this vampire's attack on R gave the other vampires the chance to attack right after. Realizing he was one against a crowd, R immediately retreated so as not to fight the vampires alone. But how could the vampires and ghouls let their prey escape and allow him to get away? But the vampires underestimated R's strength and agility. The same went for the rest of Alex's people, who fought the vampires without much trouble, something that couldn't be said for Bernadotte's men, who very quickly became victims of the fast and strong vampires and ghouls. Bernadotte, realizing his people were in a disadvantageous position, immediately ordered a retreat if possible and to hold positions, not letting the enemy advance further. Because now they would have to fight vampires in close quarters, where the latter had a clear advantage in strength and agility. Having given the order to his men, Bernadotte looked at the people who were with him on the same floor and sighed to gather his thoughts. Then he shifted his gaze to Lem and Price, who had already returned, and gave them a slight nod. Sarah's, your task is to kill as many as possible. And help retreat anyone who's pinned down under fire. Your most important task, while we're defending, you attack. You'll help us buy time to prepare. Understood. Price said, checking his rifle and raising his eyes to Sarah's. Yes, Captain Price. I won't let you down. I'll do everything in my power, Sarah said, showing her determination. Then go. Our boss didn't praise you for nothing. Show what you're capable of. Here, take this, it'll come in handy, Lem said, slapping Sarah's on the shoulder and handing her a tactical tomahawk. Sarah smiled, getting her emotions under control, and took the tactical tomahawk from Lem's hands. Nodding in farewell, Sarah's immediately ran down the corridor, relying on her senses to find those who needed help and to locate the vampires and ghouls she needed to kill. Sarah's ran off, and the moment she turned the corner, a vampire lunged at her. Quickly reacting to the vampire that attacked her, Sarah's dodged the blow and, catching the vampire's arm, threw him to the ground. Not giving the vampire time to recover, Sarah's raised the tomahawk above her head and struck precisely into the back of the vampire's head, killing him. Blood splattered onto Sarah's face, causing her eyes to flash red for a second from bloodlust. Suppressing the thirst, Sarah's quickly pulled a blood candy from her pocket and placed it under her tongue so the bloodlust wouldn't interfere with her fighting or cloud her mind. Even though Sarah's called this state bloodlust, in reality it wasn't that. It was Sarah's true nature, which she had been forced to suppress inside herself since childhood, from the day she lost her parents. From the very moment she saw how robbers killed her father and mother, and how one of the robbers tried to defile the body of her dead mother. From that day Sarah's became different, more cruel. And this more than once affected her life, because of her cruelty she couldn't stay long in foster families, and she began to suppress this nature of hers until it became natural. But after becoming a vampire, it became harder for her to hold herself back, and Alex's appearance in her life only made it worse. And the only thing that brought her peace was that Alex had no problem with the state she was trying to control. But still she tried to be a normal girl, continuing to suppress her true nature, even if that very day she had talked with Alex about how she needed to become stronger. Sarah's continued running through the manor's corridors, relying on her senses to kill as many vampires and ghouls as possible. Entering yet another corridor, Sarah stopped when she saw ghouls devouring the bodies of Bernadotte's killed men. Gripping the tomahawk tightly, Sarah rushed forward, repeating to herself that she had to do this, that she had to help the others and kill as many vampires and ghouls as possible. Sarah put too much force into her step, leaving a dent in the floor, and instantly appeared in front of the first ghoul, who didn't have time to raise his head before she drove the point of the tomahawk straight into the center of the ghoul's head. Sarah sharply jerked her hand to the side, splitting the ghoul's head to finish him off for good. By this point the other ghouls had noticed Sarah's and stopped gnawing on the mercenaries' bodies. Pieces of flesh and clothing from the killed mercenaries were in the ghouls' mouths. Looking at the ghouls covered in blood and entrails of the killed mercenaries, Sarah's eyes gradually reddened, but she tried to keep herself in check so as not to give in to her feelings. One of the ghouls broke from its place and attacked Sarah's. Sarah's herself barely managed to dodge the ghoul that attacked her, surprised by its speed. Having slipped past Sarah's, the modified ghoul rolled across the floor and immediately recovered, rising onto all fours. Sarah's realized she was surrounded, but the decision came very quickly. Sarah's rushed at the ghoul that had attacked her first, kicking it in the head. From the blow the ghoul's head snapped back, giving Sarah's the chance to drive the point of the axe into the ghoul's head. Having killed another ghoul, Sarah's immediately attacked the remaining ghouls, who weren't going to stand still. Sarah's tried to dodge the ghoul's fast strikes and counterattack to kill them. Sarah's wasn't used to fighting at close range against such opponents, but she had to learn very quickly and rely more and more on her vampiric senses to get used to the speed of the modified ghouls. When only the last ghoul remained, Sarah's arms and legs were slightly wounded by the ghoul's claws that she hadn't managed to dodge, and she was breathing heavily, clutching the bloody tomahawk in her hands. Sarah's wounds were quickly healing as she looked at the last ghoul. And before she could attack the last one, a silhouette appeared behind the ghoul and with a sharp movement snapped the ghoul's neck. Looking closer, Sarah saw Ghost, whose balaclava mask was slightly covered in blood. Ghost himself was looking at Sarah's, seeing how many ghouls she had handled alone. By his count Ghost tallied no fewer than 10 modified ghouls that in durability stood on the same level as some of the mutated zombies he had seen in his original world. Ghost. How are you here? Sarah said, coming to her senses. Good work, Sarah's, Ghost said, approaching Sarah's. Thanks. I'll keep going, Sarah said, nodding shyly. Ghost gave a slight nod, watching Sarah's go, and then continued moving forward himself. Thanks to the mercenaries holding the posts, it gave him time to kill those who had broken away from the group, both vampires and ghouls. Sarah's also continued her search, trying not to think about how conversations with Ghost always stirred mixed feelings in her because of Ghost's own character. Continuing to run down the corridor, Sarah's heard the sounds of gunfire below her. Listening closely, she realized that a firefight was taking place in the corridor beneath her. Hearing the voices of mercenaries and the voices of vampires, Sarah decided to intervene. But quickly looking around, she realized there was no way for her to get into the corridor below unless she broke through the floor or found another way. Quickly scanning around and looking for a way to reach the corridor on the floor below, Sarah's gaze fell on a window. Looking at the window, a plan formed in Sarah's head. Without thinking long, Sarah accelerated and jumped out the window. Skillfully flipping in the air, Sarah grabbed the window ledge and kicked the window below open with her feet. Having smashed the window, Sarah landed with both feet on the face of a vampire soldier who hadn't had time to react. Sarah's appearance made the vampires freeze, giving the mercenaries the chance to open fire in response. Guided by her senses, Sarah grabbed one vampire by the collar and threw him over herself, using him as a living shield to avoid the hail of bullets. And within a moment all the vampires in the corridor were dead, including the one Sarah had used as a living shield. Great entrance, Sarah's. You really saved us, Toji said with a grin, looking at Sarah's. Hee hee, thanks, Toji. You all need to fall back before even more show up, Sarah said with a slight smile, getting up from the floor. Toji was about to nod when he suddenly raised his rifle and fired behind Sarah's back. Sarah sharply turned her head and saw Zoran, a smirk on her face. Sarah clenched her teeth, wondering whether she should engage Zoran in combat. But Zoran made the decision for Sarah and attacked herself. Sarah's eyes widened at how quickly Zoran appeared in front of her. Sarah managed to raise the tomahawk at the last moment to block Zoran's strike. From Zoran's blow Sarah was thrown backward and slid across the floor, feeling numbness in her arms. Having thrown Sarah back, a contemptuous smirk appeared on Zoran's face. You're the creature because of whom I lost my arm. You know, that hurt like a motherfucker. And that's why I'm going to rip all your limbs off, you little bitch. And I'll start with your arm. Then I'll slowly tear off each limb like insect wings, Zoran said with clear anger in her voice as she looked at Sarah's. Sarah didn't respond to Zoran's words, only looked at Toji, letting him know he should retreat with the other mercenaries. Toji nodded, showing his trust in Sarah's. Zoran paid no attention to the retreating mercenaries, her gaze was fixed on Sarah's. And all her thoughts were occupied with taking revenge on Sarah's for making her lose her arm, even if it had eventually grown back thanks to the drug created by the doctor. Sarah's and Zoran stared at each other. Sarah's gripped the tactical tomahawk tightly, assuming a defensive stance the way she had been taught in the police. Zoran, meanwhile, slung her scythe over her shoulder, looking down on Sarah's with disdain, not even considering her a worthy opponent. To be continued. I spent a long time thinking about where to end this chapter. I could have ended on a cliffhanger, like I sometimes do. But I decided to end it at the beginning of the confrontation between Sarah and Zoran. I could have even shown the entire carnage that unfolds in the mansion, but I simply couldn't fit it into the chapter's word budget. And I was just hungry. Next, I'll try to write the battle between Sarah and Zoran, followed by Sarah's ascension as the new Sarah's. But that's all tomorrow, and today, peace, love, oh my god, this potato monster. Chapter 632, Chapter 631, The New Sarah's Victoria. On the first floor of the Helsing Manor, a thick smell of blood hung in the air, emanating from the bodies of the killed mercenaries who had failed to repel the attack of the vampire soldiers and ghouls when they stormed the estate. After all the mercenaries fell under the illusion created by Zoran Blitz, it gave the vampires and ghouls the opportunity to reach the manor and carry out a massacre. The vampires and ghouls burst into the manor not only through the main entrance but also through the windows of the first and second floors in order to catch their victims off guard. In some places the attack was repelled thanks to Alex's people being nearby, they provided significant help to the mercenaries during the retreat. But those mercenaries who were holding the first floor quickly became food for the vampires and ghouls. A group of vampires was feasting on the corpses of the slain mercenaries in the dining room, casually discussing the most ordinary things for vampires, which blood tasted better, as if they had come to a wine tasting. The vampires didn't even take their enemies seriously and simply continued their feast. One of the ghouls tried to snatch a severed mercenary arm from the table, only to immediately receive a kick to the face. Pushing the ghoul away from the table, the vampire looked down at it with contempt, as though it were merely a household pet trying to steal food from the table without permission. Ha ha ha, look at its face. It's staring at you like an offended dog, one vampire said, pointing at the kicked ghoul with the severed mercenary arm. That thing reminds me of the dog I used to have. It also loved stealing food from the table, the second vampire said with a smirk. The vampires burst into loud laughter, treating everything around them like a joke. But their laughter suddenly died when several objects fell onto the table. Hearing the sound, the vampires looked down and saw items that looked suspiciously like explosives. In the very next instant they turned their heads and saw a dark-skinned man with a short haircut and glasses. Wiley gave a slight smile, adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose, and showed them the detonator in his hand. Before the vampires could grab their submachine guns or even lunge at Wiley, he simply pressed the button on the detonator, activating the explosives. A moment before the blast, Wiley simply ducked behind the wall to avoid being caught in the explosion of his own device. The instant he hid behind the wall, an explosion thundered in the dining room, and the walls trembled slightly from the shockwave. Peeking back out, Wiley saw only the devastation left by the blast, then raised his hand to his communicator and reported how many vampires he had just killed in the dining room. One group of Alex's people was busy eliminating vampires and ghouls that had split off from the main force, while another group was helping the mercenaries retreat or hold their positions, preventing the vampires from getting closer. And without their commander, the vampires and ghouls could not properly resist those who were prepared for their assault. Zoran Blitz herself was currently fully absorbed in her battle with Sarah's. The reason for this was that Sarah's had shot off Zoran's arm to stop her from using illusions. Even though Zoran had regrown the arm thanks to the drug invented by the doctor, which accelerated vampire regeneration, her desire to kill Sarah's only grew stronger. Sarah's and Zoran were fighting on the second floor of the manor. Zoran had far more combat experience than Sarah's, yet Sarah's still managed to counterattack Zoran in response. Zoran swung her scythe, striking at Sarah's body. Sarah's blocked those blows with her tactical tomahawk. The sound of metal clashing against metal echoed through the corridor, which was gradually collapsing during the fight between Sarah's and Zoran. All this time Sarah's thought of only one thing, to kill Zoran and not let down those who had placed their hopes in her. Sarah's believed that if she managed to kill Zoran, the rest of the vampires and ghouls would be much easier to eliminate once they lost their commander. Even though Sarah's was receiving small cuts and wounds all over her body, she remained completely focused during the battle with Zoran. Sarah's carefully tracked the wide, sweeping strikes that Zoran delivered with her scythe. During one of their clashes, Sarah's blocked Zoran's strike. She stopped the tip of the scythe, which was just a centimeter from her eye, with her tomahawk, preventing the blade from sinking into her eye socket. Sarah's put all her strength into pushing Zoran backward. "Just die already, you little bitch. Die already," Zoran hissed through clenched teeth, pressing down on the scythe handle with both hands. "Not happening. You should have died a long time ago," Sarah's replied, continuing to hold back the scythe blade. "You little whore," Zoran shouted, kicking Sarah's square in the chest. Sarah's felt Zoran ease the pressure on the scythe and immediately shoved the blade back using her tomahawk. Before Zoran's foot could connect with her chest, Sarah spun, dodging the kick. Having evaded the strike, Sarah's delivered a wide swing of her tomahawk, aiming straight for Zoran's neck. At the last possible moment Zoran jerked her head back, and the tomahawk blade only lightly grazed her neck. Receiving the wound, Zoran immediately leaped backward, covering the cut on her neck with her hand and glaring at Sarah's with hatred. When Sarah's managed to land her first real hit on Zoran, she realized this was her chance to go on the offensive. Sarah's immediately pushed off the floor and in a single burst appeared right beside Zoran. Once next to her, Sarah's raised the tomahawk above her head, aiming directly at Zoran's skull. Zoran reacted quickly, lifting the scythe handle overhead to block the strike. The tomahawk blade collided with the iron handle of the scythe, sending sparks flying in all directions. Having stopped Sarah's blow, Zoran hadn't expected Sarah's to possess such immense physical strength. But Sarah's didn't stop at one strike, she began raining down blow after blow, as if trying to cleave Zoran's scythe in two. With each strike against the iron handle, a web of cracks spread across the floor beneath Zoran's feet. Blocking Sarah's attacks, Zoran could barely stay on her feet, fully feeling the force of every blow Sarah's delivered. Sarah's herself didn't notice, but as she hammered the handle of Zoran's scythe, her eyes turned red, and with each strike she put more and more power into the next one. Eventually Zoran's arms trembled from the relentless blows, giving Sarah's the opening she needed. Sarah's delivered one more powerful strike to the handle, and Zoran could no longer withstand the assault. Zoran's arms dropped slightly, and Sarah's began pressing down on the tomahawk handle with both hands, pushing Zoran the same way Zoran had pushed her earlier. The tomahawk blade descended lower and lower toward Zoran's face. Zoran clearly saw how close the blade was to sinking into her skull. At the very last moment Zoran managed to twist the scythe handle, deflecting the tomahawk blade to the side. The tomahawk blade slid sideways and sank into Zoran's shoulder, causing her to scream in pain as the edge touched her flesh. The blade didn't go deep enough and stopped against the bone in her shoulder. Sarah's eyes immediately narrowed when she realized the tomahawk blade she held was no longer moving. She began hammering the handle with her fist to make sure she severed Zoran's arm completely. Seeing what Sarah's was doing, Zoran gritted her teeth and, ignoring the pain, kicked Sarah squarely in the chest. Receiving the blow to her chest, Sarah's took several steps back. But neither of them heard the faint cracking sound, like glass fracturing. The vial of Alex's blood in Sarah's breast pocket had developed tiny cracks after Zoran's kick, but Sarah's didn't notice. At that moment all of Sarah's attention was focused solely on Zoran, who was clutching the wound on her shoulder from which blood was dripping. "Almost," Sarah said, gripping the bloodied tomahawk tighter. "What did you say, you little trash?" Zoran shouted, rising to her knees and clutching her wound. "I said almost, I almost killed you, you scum. You should have died back on the airship." All of you should have died there, Sarah said, staring at Zoran with cold eyes. That's it, you little slut. Playtime's over. At first I wanted to rip off all your limbs and then kill you. Now I'll rip off all your limbs and make you watch while my soldiers tear apart everyone you're trying to protect, Zoran said through gritted teeth, rage boiling inside her. Sarah's didn't reply, she simply prepared to attack again. Sarah's understood that if she gave Zoran even one opening, every mercenary in the manor would die. And Sarah's knew she was the only one who could stop Zoran, or at least buy enough time for the mercenaries following Bernadotte and Alex's people to finish off the remaining vampires and ghouls. Sarah's was ready to strike the moment an opportunity appeared. And in that very second her senses screamed in alarm when she saw the tattoos on Zoran's arm begin to glow. Sarah's reacted instantly and hurled her tomahawk at Zoran before she could touch the wall with her hand. Sarah's had already seen once how Zoran controlled and created her illusions, and that was enough for her to react immediately. Before Zoran could touch the wall and cast an illusion on Sarah's, she jerked her hand back, and the tomahawk embedded itself exactly where she had intended to place it. Distracted for a moment, Zoran lost sight of Sarah's, giving Sarah's the chance to close the distance. Reaching Zoran, Sarah's grabbed her around the waist and slammed her to the ground, right where the cracks had formed beneath Zoran's feet. Having pinned Zoran to the floor, Sarah's raised her fist to smash it into Zoran's head. At the last instant Zoran jerked her head aside, and Sarah's fist struck the floor instead. Zoran grinned and raised her tattoo-covered arm, on which an eye had already opened. Zoran thought it would actually be easier now that Sarah's was so close. And just as Zoran was about to grab Sarah's by the head, she heard a crack beneath her. From Sarah's earlier blow, the cracks were spreading even wider in every direction. You scum. Zoran hissed through clenched teeth, realizing what Sarah's had been aiming for. That's not all yet. Sarah shouted, delivering another blow right beside Zoran's head. Sarah struck again, and the floor beneath them finally gave way completely, they plummeted to the level below. Zoran slammed her back against the floor once more, and on top of everything Sarah's continued holding onto her and had no intention of letting go. Sarah's and Zoran crashed into one of the many rooms in the Helsing Manor. Above them gaped a hole in the ceiling, and Sarah's continued gripping Zoran by the throat and raining blows down on her face. Fragments of the collapsed floor fell around them, and one of the stones from the ceiling struck Sarah's on the head. But Sarah's didn't even notice that one of the falling stones had split her scalp. The fallen stone cracked Sarah's head open, and blood streamed from her forehead straight into her eye, obscuring her vision. Yet Sarah's ignored the injury and kept beating Zoran in the face in order to kill her. Receiving one blow after another to the face, Zoran tried to push Sarah's away, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't. Sarah's clung to her throat with a death grip. Zoran clearly felt every strike and how Sarah's hand squeezed her trachea with such force that she could feel her cervical spine creaking under the pressure. Enduring the beating, Zoran grabbed Sarah's by the head. Sarah's tried to knock Zoran's hand away, but she couldn't, causing the smile on Zoran's battered face to grow only wider. Sarah's understood that if she didn't fend off Zoran's hand, she would fall under the illusion. Got you now, you little bitch, Zoran said with a bloodied grin, ignoring Sarah's blows to her arm. Sarah's continued striking Zoran's arm to free herself. But in the next instant Sarah's arm froze, and Sarah's blinked, suddenly finding herself back on that day in her life when she lost everything. After blinking, Sarah's was once again inside that wardrobe many years ago, watching from hiding as her parents were murdered. Sarah's immediately felt the same terror she had felt that day when she saw robbers shoot her father right in front of her. Frozen with fear, Sarah's watched as the robbers kicked her father's body, as her mother tried to calm her and keep her quiet in the wardrobe so they wouldn't find her. Sarah's couldn't utter a word to change anything. She couldn't stop her mother from leaving the wardrobe. And once again, right before her eyes, the robbers shot her mother. Reliving this traumatic experience yet again, Sarah's forgot the real situation she was currently in and that everything unfolding before her eyes was merely an illusion. She froze in fear once more, afraid even to move. And as though her body no longer belonged to her and she was merely a bystander, the young Sarah's once again grabbed whatever was at hand, burst out of the wardrobe, lunged at one of the robbers, and stabbed a fork into his eye. Just like in the past, the bandit shot her in the stomach, and she once again felt life leaving her. But the moment she blinked, she was back inside the same wardrobe, and everything began anew. Once again the sight of her murdered father, once again the robbers, once again the sound of a gunshot and her mother's body falling. Having trapped Sarah's in an endless illusion built from her deepest fears, Zoran smirked and crawled out from under her. Once free, Zoran immediately kicked Sarah's in the chest, throwing her aside. Having flung Sarah's away, Zoran rose to her feet and spat blood to the side. Because Zoran was an artificial vampire, she couldn't regenerate her wounds as quickly as Sarah's could. Feeling an unpleasant sensation in her mouth, Zoran reached inside and pulled out a knocked-out tooth. Looking at the dislodged tooth in her palm, Zoran grew even angrier and approached Sarah's. Zoran drew her leg back and kicked Sarah's in the chest. From the impact Sarah's flew sideways but showed no reaction, she was still trapped in the illusion, endlessly reliving the most horrific day of her life. But Zoran didn't stop there. She began stomping on Sarah's body, not even caring where she struck. Sarah's received blows all over her body yet still showed no response. There you go, you little bitch. Like getting beaten. Like reliving your worst nightmare. Zoran screamed, stomping on Sarah's body. Zoran was fully venting her rage on Sarah's for everything Sarah's had done to her. But what Zoran failed to notice was that with every kick, the small vial of Alex's blood lying in Sarah's breast pocket became more and more covered in tiny cracks. After finishing her barrage of kicks against Sarah's body, Zoran felt it still wasn't enough. She hadn't yet released all her anger on Sarah's. A wide, sadistic smile spread across Zoran's face as she grabbed Sarah's by the arm and violently twisted it with such force that broken bones protruded through the skin. Even under the influence of the illusion, Sarah screamed in pain, causing Zoran's smile to grow only wider and more deranged. I told you, I'll rip off all your limbs, you little bitch. But first I'll break them so I can fully enjoy that pain-filled face of yours, Zoran said, twisting Sarah's arm. Zoran continued laughing maniacally as she grabbed Sarah's other arm and was just about to break it when she heard a faint cracking of glass. And that sound of breaking glass filled Zoran with an intense sense of danger, as though an icy hand had gripped her heart. Zoran froze in place, still clutching Sarah's arm in her grip. Zoran didn't understand where this sudden wave of danger and fear had come from or why it hit her so hard and so suddenly. The small vial in Sarah's breast pocket was now entirely webbed with cracks, and Alex's blood had begun seeping through them. Alex's blood quickly leaked through the cracks in the vial and soaked into Sarah's clothing, penetrating straight through the fabric to her chest. The moment Alex's blood touched Sarah's skin, it was instantly absorbed, merging with her body. At the same time, inside the illusion in which Sarah's was trapped, Sarah's herself had already lost count of how many times she had relived that single moment of her life over and over. Each time she saw her father's shot body and the robbers mocking it. Each time her mother tried to hide her and distract the robbers' attention, only to be killed afterward. Each time her mother was murdered before her eyes, and each time one of the robbers wanted to defile her mother's corpse, Sarah sank deeper and deeper into despair that only intensified with every loop of the illusion. And during yet another restart of this nightmare, something changed. Trembling with fear and despair, Sarah sat inside the wardrobe, peering through the small crack at what she had already seen hundreds, if not thousands, of times, until she noticed something that completely didn't belong in this nightmare. Peering out from the crack in the wardrobe where her mother had hidden her, Sarah heard a faint, drawn-out, cold whistle. And she saw a tall man dressed entirely in black, wearing a black cloak, enter the room. Because shadows fell across his face, she couldn't make out who he was, until she saw what made her freeze. The man in black clothing approached the robbers, who had frozen in place, leaned forward, and snapped his fingers. In that instant the heads of two of the robbers simply exploded in a spray of blood. Blood splattered in all directions, including onto the wardrobe door behind which Sarah hid, and a couple of drops even landed on her face through the crack she was watching from. Sarah froze, staring at the man in black who slowly turned his head toward her. Sarah covered her mouth with her hands, too terrified to move. She watched as the man in black slowly approached the wardrobe where she was hiding and flung it open. Sarah froze in terror, pressing her back against the wardrobe wall, still staring at the man in black whose face she still couldn't see clearly even though he was so close. Sarah grew even more frightened looking at the man whose face remained hidden, yet somehow she felt she knew him and had seen him somewhere before, especially those multicolored eyes that seemed so warm and familiar, as though this man in black meant something very important to her. Because of all the illusion loops, Sarah's memories had begun to blur, and she hadn't even noticed how much she had forgotten. The man in black crouched down in front of Sarah's, resting his cheek on his hand and looking at the young Sarah's. So you were this cute when you were little, Sarah's. I really just want to hug you. How old are you now, 7 or 8, the man asked, gazing at Sarah's. Who are you? Sarah's asked in a frightened tone, staring at the men before her. The fact that you don't remember me, Sarah's, breaks my little heart, the man said in an exaggerated tone, clutching his chest and looking at Sarah's. I don't understand what you're talking about. But you have to help my parents. They're hurt. We need to call for help. Please, the young Sarah said, trying to suppress her fear of the stranger. How can I help anyone when it's only you and me here, the man asked in an intrigued tone. What do you mean? Sarah said, shifting her gaze past the man. Sarah froze when she realized that the place they were in was no longer the living room of her house. The young Sarah's eyes widened in shock, she turned her head back and understood that she was no longer inside the wardrobe but in some kind of basement that also felt strangely familiar. Everything around her indicated that she was in a basement being used as a room, considering the small interior details, a wooden wardrobe, a wooden nightstand, several paintings, and a small table standing beside the wardrobe. The entire place felt extremely familiar to Sarah's, yet she couldn't remember it, as though the thread that would allow her to recall everything kept slipping from her grasp. Looking around, Sarah saw a coffin standing in the center of the room, which also seemed familiar. I see the coffin caught your interest. It's sad that you don't remember what you did in that coffin or how you pressed yourself against me. Though that sounds wrong when you look 7 years old. Back then you were an adult and a bit of a pervert, the men said in a disappointed tone. I'm not a pervert. Sarah shouted, not even understanding why she shouted it. When Sarah blurted those words, the men burst out laughing, and Sarah froze in place as a flood of her memories slammed into her mind. She remembered everything she had managed to forget, from the moment she became a vampire to the point when Alex entered her life, the men she went on dates with, who always made her laugh, and toward whom she felt deep affection. Sarah remembered everything, including the situation she was currently in. She immediately turned her head toward the men and finally managed to clearly see his face, which had been hidden in shadow all this time. Finally remembering Alex, Sarah threw herself at him and clung to his body, pressing herself tightly against him. Feeling those familiar and very pleasant arms around her, Sarah experienced immense relief and already wanted to kiss Alex. I'm certainly not against a kiss, but not when you're 7 years old. Shame on you, Sarah. You're only 7 right now and already planning to kiss a man on the lips. Grow up first, Alex said, chuckling and pinching Sarah's nose. I'm an adult, I'm already over 20. Why am I still a child? Sarah protested, then noticed her own child-sized hands. Because we're inside your head. Or did you forget the situation you're currently in? The moment I appeared, how did you manage to forget everything in the world? Alex said with a light smile. Sarah's eyes immediately widened when she realized she had been in the middle of a fight with Zoran and that other people might be in danger right now. Sarah instantly began to panic and think about how to escape the illusion so she could save everyone and kill Zoran. Alex, standing beside her, watched the panicking 7-year-old Sarah with interest as she spun in place trying to break free from the illusion. He couldn't hold back and burst out laughing, causing Sarah to freeze and turn her head toward him. Why are you laughing? Everyone's in danger, I have to help them. Sarah shouted, beginning to pound Alex's stomach with her tiny child fists. Don't get mad. Time here and time there flows completely differently. Sarah, you know so little it's actually funny. Haven't you ever heard that in a dream you can live an entire lifetime and then wake up and forget it all? An illusion is the same as a dream, the only difference is that what a person sees depends on what the one casting the illusion wants to show. In your case, it was your fears. Especially your past, Alex said in a teaching tone, wagging his finger in front of Sarah's face. If this is an illusion and none of it is real, then how are you here if this is an illusion or a dream? Sarah asked, growing even more confused by Alex's explanation. Me. Well, how should I put it? I'm not really me. Or rather, it is me, but only a part of me, Alex said thoughtfully, stroking his chin. What do you mean? Sarah asked, even more confused. Remember the blood I gave you? That's the reason I'm here. The vial broke, and my blood merged with your body. And you could say that I'm that power that was contained in that blood. My task is to pass that power on to you. The real me is currently in London at this very moment, Alex said calmly, trying to explain everything to Sarah. Hearing Alex's words, Sarah looked at him and began to understand that the person in front of her wasn't the real Alex, yet at the same time it was him. Trying not to get too tangled up, Sarah realized that thanks to Alex's blood she had managed to escape the nightmarish illusion and that he was the power she was supposed to receive after drinking his blood. But what she didn't understand was how she was supposed to obtain that power now that the vial had broken and the blood had soaked into her body. Sarah tilted her head from side to side, trying to figure out what she needed to do, forgetting that she could simply get the answer from the person standing right beside her. Alex, meanwhile, watched with fondness as the 7-year-old version of Sarah thoughtfully shook her head. Even though Alex had said the real him was currently in London, the one looking at Sarah was still him as well. So, how do I get this power? What do I need to do? Sarah asked, unable to find the right answer. Just say yes, and that's it, Alex said, shrugging. Say yes. That's simple. And what's supposed to happen? Sarah asked doubtfully, looking at Alex. What's supposed to happen? Well, you'll become my apostle. More precisely, my apostle of destruction. My second apostle. And you'll receive a portion of my power, Alex said with a slight smile. Apostle of destruction. Shouldn't that make me something like an apostle of death then? Or am I missing something? Sarah asked in confusion, staring at Alex. Those are just details we don't have time for right now. In short, you'll become stronger. Much stronger than you are now. And you'll understand everything once you receive that power, Alex said with a smile. Then. Yes, Sarah shouted her agreement. Then come closer, Alex said, beckoning her toward him. Sarah swallowed hard and stepped closer to Alex. Seeing her nervousness, Alex gently took her by the hand. Sarah felt the warmth of Alex's hand and immediately sensed something warm beginning to spread throughout her body, as though filling every part of her with something else. Sarah's felt something unfamiliar flowing through her, filling every single cell of her being. Gradually Sarah's began returning to her adult form, and soon she was herself again, adult Sarah's Victoria. All this time Sarah's felt not only some kind of power spreading through her body but also new knowledge appearing in her mind, knowledge she hadn't possessed before. Sarah's closed her eyes, focusing on the sensation. And she felt herself becoming closer to Alex. When it was all over, Sarah's opened her eyes and saw that the Alex holding her hand was beginning to turn transparent, as though he would soon disappear. "What's happening to you? You're disappearing." Sarah's asked worriedly, squeezing Alex's palm. "Silly Sarah's. I'm not disappearing. I'm just going to be closer to you. Don't forget, I'm only a small part of myself, and that part will now be inside you. That's all. As soon as you kill that ugly bitch, we'll meet again," Alex said, flicking Sarah's on the forehead. "Right. I just got scared that you'd disappear," Sarah said in an embarrassed tone, lowering her head. "I won't disappear. See you later, Sarah's. I'm waiting for you to come to me. Alessa will be happy to see your new look. And Integra will be glad you've become stronger," Alex said, leaning down to kiss Sarah's on the cheek while gradually becoming even more transparent. Sarah's felt warmth on her cheek and placed her hand where Alex had kissed her. She watched him until he completely vanished. Once Alex had fully disappeared, Sarah's immediately pulled herself together and wanted to break free from the illusion. And now, feeling the new power coursing through her body, Sarah's understood that escaping this illusion would be no trouble at all. Sarah's clenched her fist and struck forward, everything around her shattered like broken glass. At that same moment, outside the illusion, only a single short second had passed. Zoran, who had just experienced that unknown feeling of dread and fear, snapped back to reality and was about to break Sarah's other arm just as she had planned. And just as Zoran was ready to twist Sarah's arm to snap it, she realized the arm wasn't turning at all. Zoran applied more and more force, unable to understand why she couldn't break Sarah's arm. "Let go," a cold voice sounded, causing Zoran to freeze. Zoran looked down and met the multicolored eyes of Sarah's, who was staring at her with an icy gaze. Zoran immediately leaped back, her instincts literally screaming at her to run. Having awakened from the illusion, Sarah's rose from the floor without difficulty and extended her broken arm to the side. Sarah's broken arm instantly regenerated, and even the blood that had flowed from the wound began flowing back into the injuries. Sarah's raised her gaze to Zoran, causing her to tremble even harder. She didn't understand why Sarah's stare filled her with such intense fear and dread. At the same time, the previously yellow Helsing uniform Sarah's wore began turning black. Because she had become an apostle of destruction, Sarah's eyes turned multicolored just like Rory's had when she became an apostle of destruction. But Sarah's new multicolored eyes had a much more pronounced red glow within the irises. Sarah's herself perceived the world differently now, everything around her felt completely changed. Sarah stopped looking at Zoran and lowered her gaze to her own hands, clenching and unclenching them, feeling entirely new sensations. Zoran, suppressing her fear, gripped her scythe more tightly. "Don't underestimate me, you little bitch," Zoran shouted, lunging at Sarah's. Zoran instantly appeared beside Sarah's and swung her scythe to decapitate her. Every instinct in Zoran's body was screaming that if she didn't kill Sarah's right now, she herself would die. And before the scythe could touch Sarah's neck, Sarah simply raised her hand without effort, blocking the strike and receiving not even a scratch. Zoran put so much force into her arms trying to push the scythe blade forward that the muscles in her arms bulged and veins stood out. Yet the blade didn't move a single millimeter. Sarah's looked into Zoran's terrified eyes and clenched the hand that was holding the scythe blade. With a sharp crack the blade shattered into tiny fragments that fell at their feet. Seeing her weapon destroyed, Zoran began backing away, feeling even greater fear towards Sarah's. "What the hell are you?" Zoran hissed through clenched teeth, trying to suppress her terror. "Me. I am the apostle of destruction," Sarah said, clenching her hand into a fist. "What?" Zoran began, but her words were cut off by a blow to the face. Sarah's fist smashed into Zoran's face with a sickening crunch of breaking bones. From the impact Zoran's face deformed, and several bones in her skull were instantly shattered. Sarah's pressed even harder during the strike and sent Zoran flying. From Sarah's blow Zoran flew backward, smashing through every wall in her path with her back until she crashed into the final wall. Debris from the destroyed wall rained down onto her body. Zoran felt pain as though every bone in her body had broken simultaneously. And before she could even try to stand, she heard steady footsteps and raised her gaze. Zoran saw Sarah stepping through the hole in the wall. Sarah's walked through the hole after her, her expression remaining calm, unlike Zoran, who was trembling with fear at that moment because she had realized that Sarah's was no longer a vampire but a true monster. To be continued. Of course, I could show what's happening at the Helsing estate, show how the mercenaries are killed, how everyone fights back, and how Alex's men kill and fight vampires. But I thought, do you really need it? It would be better to show how Sarah's gets stronger. All this is much more interesting than watching a group of men fight against Nazi vampires. The obvious choice is the battle between the sexy Draculina and the ugly vampire. Okay, next comes Zoran's beating, and if I'm not mistaken, and I'm probably wrong, the final battle in London should be approaching. I'm not sure. I think. Okay, I'll go eat. Peace, love, and rip and tear. Chapter 633, Chapter 632, everything moves toward the finale in London. Some time before Sarah's received her new power and was reborn as an entirely different being, true hell was still raging across London. High above the burning city, the Millennium airship slowly drifted. Atop it stood the Major, hands clasped behind his back, calmly watching the inferno below. With an ecstatic smile on his face, the Major gazed at the blazing buildings, listening to the screams of people, the thunder of explosions, and drinking in every second of the chaos he himself had unleashed. He continued to survey the burning city until he spotted dozens of helicopters appearing on the horizon. The helicopters began releasing flares, and from a distance it looked almost as though angels had descended into this hell to save the people from the demons the Major had set loose. The Crusader army led by Maxwell had finally intervened in the war. But not as allies, as a third party in the conflict. Yet neither the Major nor Maxwell yet suspected that the entire city of London was one enormous trap, and that Maxwell's arrival had just slammed the trap shut for good. Watching the Vatican helicopters, the Major calmly raised one hand and began issuing orders to all surviving vampire soldiers, prepare to engage the Crusaders. The vampire army surged toward a single point in the city on the Major's command, readying themselves for the coming clash. Maxwell, for his part, was not idle either. He ordered the helicopters to land so the Crusaders could disembark. Once the Crusader troops were on the ground, the helicopters lifted off again. On Maxwell's orders they opened fire on the massive Millennium airship. Even as rockets from the helicopters slammed into the hull, the Major did not retreat to safety. Instead, he once again began conducting his symphony of war. The doctor tried to persuade him to come down before he was killed. But the Major refused, repeating only that he was the conductor of this war and that this symphony belonged to him alone. Seeing how even now the Major continued to revel in the carnage, the doctor's eyes, hidden behind his glasses, widened in awe as he stared at the Major's back while the men kept conducting. At that moment one of the Vatican attack helicopters came close enough for its spotlight to fall directly on the Major. The helicopter's machine gun swiveled to aim straight at him. The Major didn't move an inch, still waving his arms in time with the invisible orchestra. Just before the pilot could open fire and cut him down, the helicopter was sliced apart by razor-thin iron wires. As the wreckage of the helicopter rained down, the Major turned his head slightly and looked behind him. There, already standing, was a rejuvenated Walter, surrounded by gleaming iron filaments that had just destroyed the aircraft. A satisfied smile spread across the Major's face as he regarded Walter. "Excellent work, Butler," the Major said with a smile. Walter gave no reply to the Major's words. He simply adjusted the black gloves on his hands. At the same time, from inside his reinforced glass command post, Maxwell was shouting ecstatically, issuing orders to kill every surviving civilian. Those people, though they were clones of the originals, reacted accordingly and had no understanding of what was truly happening. But Maxwell didn't know that, and he delighted in watching his Crusaders slaughter those he branded heretics. Meanwhile, Alex, Integra, and Alessa, now accompanied by Iscariot, witnessed everything Maxwell was doing and clearly heard his shouted commands to kill them all. Integra clenched her thin cigar between her teeth, watching yet more destruction rain down on London. She had already known Maxwell might betray them. Alex had warned her long ago. Still, the sheer scale of the treachery filled her with cold fury. Alex stood nearby, leaning with his back against a wrecked car. Alessa sat beside him on the roof of the ruined vehicle. Father and daughter watched the act of betrayal with perfectly calm expressions. Alex brought his smoldering cigarette to his lips and gave a faint smile as he exhaled smoke into the air. "Maxwell, that filthy traitor." Integra hissed, teeth gripping the cigar. "Oh, come on, don't say it in that tone, wife," Alex said lightly. "I already told you the bastard was never on our side. Isn't that right, Anderson? From the very beginning you people were only on your own side. Vampires, English, it doesn't matter. To you, everyone in this city is just another heretic," he added calmly, glancing at Anderson. "Betrayal, no. Betrayal in war is only natural. More than that, it is honorable, especially when pagans are betrayed. But this is something else entirely. And I do not like it," Anderson replied, not denying Alex's words. Alex only smirked, bringing the cigarette back to his lips. After exhaling another plume of smoke, he turned his gaze toward the Iscariot members standing off to the side. All this time, as they had moved through the ruined city, the Iscariot operatives had been cutting down any ghouls and vampires that crossed their path. Alex hadn't even needed to intervene, he simply watched. Alex shifted his attention back to Anderson, who was muttering angrily to himself as though Maxwell stood right in front of him. Alex knew Anderson also felt betrayed. Maxwell had become so drunk on power that he now saw himself as a god. And Maxwell's actions stirred only suppressed rage in Anderson. Alex narrowed his eyes slightly when he noticed a pistol aimed directly at his face. He gave a small shake of his head at the sight. Then he glanced at Integra, who likewise showed no reaction to the gun pointed at her head. Alessa's gaze turned colder the moment she saw it. She slowly began to raise her hand, ready to kill every priest present. But Alex gently patted her knee, signaling her not to. Alessa looked at her father. He gave a small nod, indicating he would handle it himself, then raised his palm to his lips. Father Anderson, enough playing with these people. Archbishop Maxwell's order was clear: locate Integra Helsing and the child as quickly as possible and restrict their movements, Heinkel said from behind Anderson. I do not like this, Anderson replied, shifting his gaze to Alex and noticing how he had covered his mouth with his palm. Like it or not, orders are not to be questioned, Heinkel said, still watching Anderson. I repeat. I do not like this, Anderson enunciated each word slowly, turning his head to fix Heinkel with an icy stare. Seeing that cold look, Heinkel flinched and took a step back. Like the rest of Iscariot, she had only seen Anderson look that way a handful of times. The last time had been years earlier, when, on Vatican orders, a group of freshly graduated Iscariot recruits had been sent on a mission to eliminate a werewolf pack in Central Europe. Anderson had wanted to go himself, but he was assigned elsewhere. When he returned, he learned that every single rookie had been slaughtered by the werewolves. That day he had worn exactly the same cold expression, right before he personally executed the officer who gave the order, then went alone and annihilated the entire pack. Seeing that look again now, Heinkel desperately did not want history to repeat itself, especially since this time the order had come directly from the Archbishop. But before she could think of how to stop Anderson, Alex lowered his hand. Around his mouth appeared markings resembling snake fangs and a forked tongue. Freeze, Alex said in a calm voice. The moment the words left his lips, every Iscariot member froze in place, unable to move a muscle. Except Anderson, who still could. The others strained, bodies trembling, but it felt as though their limbs no longer belonged to them. Integra calmly pushed the pistol barrel away from her face and kicked the Iscariot agent standing in front of her. The man toppled like a statue, frozen in the exact position he had been in. Without changing expression, Integra stepped onto the fallen agent's body and walked over to Alex. Standing in front of him, she grabbed his face and examined the snake fang markings on either side of his mouth. Quickly realizing it was yet another of Alex's abilities, she released his face and stood beside him. Seeing that all his subordinates, including Yumi and Heinkel, had been immobilized, Anderson flexed his wrists. Silver bayonets slid into his palms. He was ready to charge into combat, but Alex calmly raised a hand, signaling that he had no intention of fighting just yet. What did you do? Anderson demanded, pointing the silver bayonets at Alex. Anderson, do you remember our conversation in Rio? I told you, if the Vatican ever moved against my family, I would wipe all of you out. Right now this is only a warning. But Maxwell dies tonight, Alex said casually, ignoring the question as though they were having an ordinary chat. It is not your place to interfere in Vatican affairs, monster, Anderson growled through clenched teeth. Then you agree that Maxwell gave the order to slaughter civilians, including children. And secondly, to capture my daughter. Do you really think I don't know what's going through Maxwell's head? Do you think I don't know he plans to take my daughter and use her to set me against Carmilla? Alex replied lazily, waving a hand. Hearing those words, Integra's gaze turned even colder as she realized why they wanted her and Alessa captured. She was one heartbeat away from exploding in rage, but she quickly reined it in, though her stare grew even icier as she looked at Anderson. Anderson himself fell silent after Alex's words. He shifted his gaze to Alessa, who sat quietly on the roof of the wrecked car beside her father. The truth that Maxwell intended to use a child as a tool for victory disgusted him, especially the murder of children who had somehow survived this hell. Anderson's teeth ground together in irritation, his grip on the silver bayonets tightened as though he were wrestling with a choice he would soon have to make. A moment later he let out a furious shout and hurled one of the bayonets straight at Alex. The silver blade flew past Alex's head and embedded itself in the wall behind him. Alex raised an eyebrow, watching Anderson, who was now breathing heavily, as though he had finally made his decision. You don't need to do anything, monster. I will handle it myself. We, Iscariot, are weapons of violence. And only I am permitted to punish those who have turned away from God, Anderson said through gritted teeth, fury radiating from him. So be it, priest, if you survive this night, Anderson. I will reveal to you the true truth of this world. And I will make you an offer that will change many things. But for now, we're leaving. Because she has finally awakened, Alex said, lifting Alessa into his arms. Hearing Alex's words, Anderson gave only a single nod, indicating he would be ready to talk when everything was over, no matter what end awaited him. Integra, meanwhile, immediately understood who Alex was referring to. The only person it could be was Sarah's. Remembering that Alex had given Sarah's his blood, Integra wanted to know what had become of her. Alex, carrying Alessa, began walking away with Integra to leave the area. He already knew where everyone would ultimately converge, the finale of this war was drawing near, and soon dawn would break. "Remove your curse from my people, monster," Anderson called just before Alex and Integra disappeared. "It will wear off soon. Once we leave, your subordinates will regain control of their bodies. And remember, I was merciful. I didn't kill them all." "Keep that in mind, priest," Alex replied, glancing back over his shoulder. "I will remember, monster," Anderson said, adjusting his glasses as he stared after Alex. Alex gave a small smile, wrapped an arm around Integra's waist, and took a single step. In the next instant he was standing on a rooftop, looking down at Anderson and the Iscariot members. He gave one final nod, took another step, and vanished completely from Anderson's sight. Once Alex was gone, taking Alessa and Integra with him, the Iscariot operatives slowly began regaining control over their bodies. But the moment they could move again, they all met Anderson's icy gaze. Though they had been frozen, they hadn't been deaf, they had heard every word of the conversation between Alex and Anderson. And the fact that Alex had chosen not to kill them clearly confirmed his final statement about showing mercy. Yet even as one threat departed, another, Anderson himself, still stood among them. Every member of Iscariot simultaneously respected and feared him. And they all knew how fiercely Anderson protected children, and what he was capable of when a child's life was endangered. Heinkel was suffering the most in that moment. She had received the order not only to capture Integra but Alessa as well, and she had deliberately avoided voicing that part of the command to keep from provoking Anderson. Since his subordinates regained movement, Anderson hadn't spoken a single word. But his gaze said far more than words ever could. Without a word, Anderson turned and began walking, silently indicating that everyone should follow. The Iscariot members didn't hesitate for a second, they fell in behind him, unnerved by his silence. Normally Anderson would at least quote a line from the Bible or speak some word of scripture, but now he was utterly silent, and that terrified them more than anything. At the same time, Alex, Integra, and Alessa arrived at a ruined tea room, the very same one Integra had brought Alex to the day after he first arrived at Helsing. Stepping inside the destroyed building, Alex calmly righted a table, brushed dust and debris from its surface, and arranged a couple of chairs so they could sit. He sat down and placed Alessa beside him. Integra frowned, not understanding why Alex had stopped here instead of heading back to the manor. Seeing that she wasn't sitting, Alex beckoned her with a hand, silently telling her she should. Integra narrowed her eyes but eventually sat down, realizing Alex wanted to talk, even though there was hardly time for conversation. "I'm listening to your explanation, husband, considering we don't have time for this," Integra said, folding her arms across her chest as she sat opposite him. "We're waiting for Sarah's to appear. The Helsing Manor has almost been retaken after the assault. Everything is moving toward the finale the Major planned. All we have to do now is wait until everyone gathers in one place," Alex said, lighting a cigarette. "Go on," Integra said, leaning forward to light her thin cigar from his. "Once everyone is gathered in one location, we kill them all. For now we wait while Sarah's finishes off Zoran Blitz and Carmilla returns to London. But it has to happen before dawn," Alex explained, pocketing his lighter. "Why before dawn? There's less than 2 hours left. What happens at dawn?" Integra asked, glancing at the time on her wristwatch. "Have you heard the fairy tale of Cinderella?" Alex asked, exhaling smoke upward. "Let's say I have," Integra replied, clenching the cigar between her teeth. "At midnight all the magic vanished. In our case it's dawn, when the effect of the magic will come to an end," Alex said with a smile, tapping his finger on the table. "What did you do?" "Out with it before I hit you again," Integra demanded, narrowing her eyes. "None of this is real, including the people. The London we're standing in is just, how should I put it, a fake. From the very beginning of the invasion not a single civilian actually died. All those corpses that turned into ghouls. Perfect copies. It took a hell of a lot of effort to pull this off. But here's the result," Alex said, spreading his arms to indicate the ruined tea room and the streaks of blood smeared across the floor. Hearing Alex's explanation, Integra exhaled a plume of cigar smoke and pinched the thin cigar between her fingers. She had already known Alex was aware of the war's beginning and had foreseen the invasion of London. But the one question burning on her tongue was how he had managed to do all of this. She already knew Death had forced Alex to work as her agent and that he had dumped the job onto another version of himself. She also knew from his earlier explanations that Death could not interfere in such events and that Alex's hands would normally have been tied. Integra brought the cigar to her lips, took another drag, and continued thinking. After exhaling again, she finally grasped the sheer scale of what Alex had accomplished. He had literally created a counterfeit London indistinguishable from the real one, including duplicate civilians who had become casualties in this war. The magnitude of it didn't just impress Integra, it stunned her so thoroughly that she didn't even know what to say. Taking one more drag, Integra pressed Alex insistently. What exactly did he plan next, and what were the rest of his intentions? Alex nodded and began laying out his plans, including the fact that he needed Integra's permission to release Alucard's level 0 seal so she could unleash every soul trapped inside her body. Hearing that, Integra immediately asked why Alex needed her to give that order. Calmly, he explained, if they didn't eliminate every vampire, crusader, and ghoul before dawn, when the fake London ceased to exist, all of them would suddenly appear on the streets of the real London. Integra listened to the explanation, took another drag, and once again sent something off in his words. But just like before, she chose to trust Alex, believing he wasn't doing this without reason. Seeing her agreement, Alex couldn't resist. He jumped up from his chair, wrapped his arms around Integra, and kissed her cheek. Integra exhaled calmly through her nose and pushed his face away. Enough. Where does all this affection come from? I really don't understand. Sit back down. We'll wait for Sarah's. Like you said, she should finish soon, Integra said, shoving Alex's face back. I just like showing love through physical contact. Kisses, hugs. So you'd better keep getting used to it, Alex replied, stealing one last kiss on her cheek. Just don't do it in front of strangers, Integra said calmly, accepting his affection. Meanwhile, back at the Helsing Manor, the sounds of gunfire and explosions continued to echo. The third floor was littered with corpses. Bernadotte's surviving subordinates, who had been forced to retreat after failing to hold back the vampires and modified ghouls, had fallen back to the observation room on the third floor. Alex's people were also behind the barricades in the observation room after helping the mercenaries retreat and eliminating any vampires or ghouls that had broken off from the main force. Hunkered down, they continued returning fire. The observation room was now the last defensible position in the manor. Bernadotte kept firing his rifle. When his magazine ran dry, he ducked behind cover to reload. As he did, his gaze fell on his wounded men. Some were missing limbs, others had been blinded by shrapnel from explosions. Still others were only lightly wounded but had lost too much blood to keep fighting. That left Alex's intact operatives and the few of Bernadotte's men who could still hold a rifle. In the end, fewer than 20 people were returning fire. God damn it, when are these bastards going to run out? The whole corridor is carpeted with their corpses and they just keep coming. How many have we killed already? Bernadotte growled, resuming fire. Not enough, since they're still shooting back. We just need to hold out a little longer, then it'll be over, Soap said, slamming a fresh magazine into his rifle. I'm afraid we'll run out of ammo before we run out of them, Ar muttered, reloading. Then fight with your hands. Like always, Lem said, lighting a cigarette. Forgot already, Lem. Last time the boss came to save us, Toji said, ducking behind cover. This time we've got backup too. She'll be here soon. So quit whining and keep shooting, Lem replied, kicking Toji's leg. She'll definitely come. Sarah's will come for sure. I know it, Bernadotte said, nodding firmly. The moment he spoke those words, a tremendous crash echoed through the manor, originating from the first floor. Everyone froze, even the vampires trying to push deeper to finish off the survivors. For a few seconds an eerie silence fell, the vampires sensed danger. Then another massive impact shook the entire building. A silhouette burst up through the floor in the center of the corridor and smashed into the ceiling. A cloud of dust billowed through the hallway, obscuring everything. As the dust slowly settled, everyone saw Zoran Blitz, in absolutely wretched condition. Her limbs were twisted at unnatural angles, jagged, bloodied bones protruded through torn skin. Zoran was choking on her own blood, unable to speak, only wet, gurgling sounds escaped her throat as she tried to form words. The vampire soldiers froze where they stood, staring in shock at the state of their commander, unable to comprehend who could have done this to her. But the answer came a heartbeat later. Sarah's leaped up through the hole in the floor, dressed in her usual uniform, now pitch black. When she appeared, her face was perfectly calm, almost trance-like. She's here. Perfect. Time for us to go on the attack. Look how she messed up that ugly bitch, made her even uglier, Bernadotte shouted excitedly, grinning. Don't you dare stick your head out right now, Price said, placing a hand on Bernadotte's shoulder. What do you mean, old man? We have to help her, Bernadotte protested, turning to Price. If someone tells you not to stick your head out, don't. Damn. I didn't think the boss planned this. Hope the manor's still standing when she's done, Ar muttered, clicking his tongue as he realized what had happened to Sarah's. Seriously. On the bright side, now we can finally rest, Soap said, sitting down on an ammo crate. What are you all talking about? What's happening to her? Bernadotte asked, noticing how Alex's people had visibly relaxed the moment Sarah's appeared. We can't tell you, because you're not part of the organization. Right now Sarah's Victoria is far stronger and far more dangerous than she ever was before. So sit tight and pray the manor stays in one piece, Ghost said, glancing down at Bernadotte. Bernadotte swallowed hard and looked back at Sarah's, finally beginning to sense just how drastically she had changed, and it wasn't just the color of her uniform. Sarah's began walking slowly toward Zoran to finish what she had started. Before she could reach her, one of the vampires fired a rocket launcher at her. Sarah's raised her eyes at the sound of the launched rocket and casually swatted it aside. The missile flew out a window and detonated harmlessly outside the manor. Mercenaries and vampires alike stared in stunned silence at what Sarah's had just done. In the next instant a wave of ghouls rushed her, intent on tearing her apart. The first ghoul to reach her met Sarah's clenched fist. With a single sideways swing she sent it flying, its body smeared across the wall in a wide, wet smear of blood and gore. Sarah's began slaughtering the ghouls that attacked her with ruthless brutality, ripping them limb from limb. While Sarah's was occupied tearing through the ghouls, several vampire soldiers rushed forward to drag Zoran to safety. Once they had pulled her out of immediate danger, one of them opened a pouch on Zoran's belt, pulled out an injector filled with murky liquid, and plunged it into her neck. The moment the fluid entered her system, steam began rising from Zoran's body. Her regeneration accelerated dramatically. Broken bones snapped back into place, torn flesh knitted together. Within seconds Zoran was fully restored. The instant her wounds closed, she shot to her feet, but the terror in her eyes remained fixed on Sarah's. Zoran clutched her head as waves of pain still coursed through her body. Though the doctor's injector had restored her physically, the agony from the damage lingered. "We need to retreat, she's a monster." Zoran screamed at her soldiers, ordering them to fall back. "No one leaves," Sarah's cold voice sounded from directly behind them. The moment her voice rang out, the unmistakable sound of a shotgun being racked followed. Before any of the vampires could turn, a deafening blast echoed. A vampire's head exploded in a fountain of blood and brain matter, fragments of skull and gore sprayed in every direction. The vampires froze and looked at Sarah's, who now held a short, double-barreled black shotgun with crimson veins running along its surface. They didn't even have time to react before Sarah's flicked the weapon, ejecting the spent shells. A metallic click sounded as she leveled the barrels at the next vampire's head. Another thunderous shot, and the second head burst like an overripe melon. Sarah's reloaded with the same calm efficiency and aimed at her next target. "Shoot! Kill that bitch!" Zoran screamed in raw panic. At her command the vampires swung their rifles toward Sarah's and opened fire en masse. Sarah's raised one hand to shield her face from the hail of bullets. Every round ricocheted off her body with a sharp metallic ping. Still covering her face, she aimed the double-barreled shotgun at her next victim and fired again. The vampire's torso exploded outward in a spray of blood, bone, and viscera. Sarah's reloaded once more and fired again. This time the target managed to dodge at the last second, the shot blasted a massive hole in the wall behind him. Before the vampire could recover, the barrels of the shotgun were shoved into his mouth. He didn't even have time to register how Sarah's had closed the distance so quickly. All he saw were her cold, multicolored eyes, right before she pulled the trigger and his head burst apart. The vampires kept firing desperately, but Sarah simply ignored the bullets. Deciding heavier ordnance was needed, several of them pulled out rocket launchers and aimed at her. Spotting the incoming missiles, Sarah's reacted instantly. The double-barreled shotgun in her hands dissolved into black mist, reshaped itself, and reformed into the black Harkonnen cannon. Sarah's immediately opened fire with Harkonnen, intercepting the rockets mid-flight and turning vampire bodies into bloody chunks. When the last vampire fell, the Harkonnen dissolved back into black mist and reformed as black gloves over her hands. While Sarah's had been busy slaughtering the vampires, Zoran had fled. She had no intention of facing the creature that filled her with such overwhelming terror. But she didn't get far before collapsing to the floor. Trying to stand, Zoran realized something was missing. Looking down, she saw that one of her legs had been shot off above the knee, and she hadn't even noticed when it happened. Turning her head, she saw a hole in the wall where the bullet that took her leg had come from. The pain of losing the limb hit her almost instantly. Zoran clutched the bleeding stump and began dragging herself forward, desperate to escape. She kept crawling until she saw a pair of legs in front of her. Looking up, she saw Schrödinger, smiling his usual innocent smile. "Hi there. How's it going? Still alive?" "Don't be surprised, I'm everywhere and nowhere," Schrödinger said cheerfully, crouching down in front of Zoran. "Schrödinger. Help me," Zoran rasped, grabbing his leg as she tried to pull herself up. "Sorry. I can't. The Major sent me to deliver a message," Schrödinger replied with that harmless smile, calmly pushing Zoran's hand away. "A message?" Zoran asked, a terrible premonition sinking into her gut. "The Major said, I sent a portion of my troops to the front lines under your command. Unfortunately, you were ultimately defeated, including the soldiers loyal to you. Honestly, the Major and the Doctor could have flattened this place long ago. But they found something far more interesting. So they have no time to deal with your problems. What Sarah's Victoria has become is something entirely different, something alien. It's no longer the same Sarah's Victoria you mocked. And as punishment for your failure, you must deal with this monster yourself. I wish I could say that. But you already know it's impossible. You had your chance before she became this. Now you don't even have a chance. End of message. Bye-bye. Schrödinger finished with that same innocent smile. Hearing Schrödinger's words, Zoran froze in shock as the realization hit her, she had been abandoned to die. Looking at his face, the usually harmless smile now seemed utterly sinister in this moment. Before Zoran could utter a single word, a gunshot rang out from the far end of the corridor. Schrödinger's head exploded. Shot after shot followed. His small body was torn apart as bullets ripped through him. Zoran slowly turned her head and saw Sarah's walking toward her, revolver in hand, calmly reloading it. The spent casings clinked to the floor as Sarah spun the cylinder, using her power to create fresh bullets. Zoran, gripped by terror, tried to crawl away from Sarah's. Seeing Zoran attempting to flee, Sarah's calmly aimed the revolver and fired into her arm. The bullet tore the limb clean off. 2 more quick shots followed, removing Zoran's remaining limbs. Now completely limbless, Zoran lay on the floor in a spreading pool of blood. Only her vampiric nature kept her alive. Sarah's approached and casually flipped Zoran onto her back with one foot, planting it on her chest. Meeting Sarah's gaze, Zoran clenched her teeth in rage. In the beginning of their fight she had promised to rip off all of Sarah's limbs. Now she herself lay mutilated and helpless, while the very woman she had mocked towered over her. "You monster!" Zoran hissed through gritted teeth. Sarah's gave no reply. She simply smiled broadly, baring her sharp fangs. Then she shoved the revolver barrel into Zoran's mouth with enough force to shatter all her front teeth. Still smiling widely, Sarah slowly pulled the trigger. The cylinder turned. Zoran glared up at Sarah's with pure hatred until the shot rang out. The instant it fired, Zoran's head exploded in a crimson burst, brain matter, skull fragments, and blood spraying in every direction. With Zoran dead, the revolver in Sarah's hand dissolved into black mist and reformed as black gloves over her hands. Having finished her enemy, Sarah finally snapped out of her trance-like state and looked around in surprise. All this time it had felt as though she were moving on pure instinct, acting without conscious thought. Only now did she realize what she had done and just how terrifying her new power truly was. But Sarah quickly steadied herself and ran down the corridor, heading back toward the observation room to check on the others before going to London to find Alex and Integra. To be continued. I had to think about what kind of weapon Sarah should receive as an apostle of destruction. And I figured that creating firearms would be perfect for someone like Sarah's. After all, she's always had big guns in her hands from the very beginning, always. And now Sarah's can create them herself, he. So, we have a battle and all that. But I won't think about that now. I'm going to go eat. Peace, love, someone stole my raccoon. It was you. Chapter 634, Chapter 633, the seal is released, the door is open. Sarah's ran through the corridors of the Helsing Manor after she had killed every last vampire and their commander, Zoran Blitz. She hadn't expected her new power to feel so extraordinary. But what intrigued her most was why she had fallen into that strange trance-like state. Even though Sarah's understood exactly what she had been doing, as if she had wielded this power for many years. Sarah's kept running and glanced down at her hands, now covered by black gloves. She already knew these were her apostle weapon, and she even knew how to use them and what they were capable of. Sarah's decided she would ask Alex in detail later about exactly what kind of being she had become. But first, she wanted to check on the others before heading into London to join Alex and Integra and offer help there. Bursting into the observation room, Sarah's froze when every pair of eyes turned toward her. The surviving mercenaries stared at her warily after witnessing how methodically she had cleared the entire corridor of vampires and ghouls, then gone to finish off the vampire commander. What left the deepest impression on them was how casually she had swatted away the rocket fired at her. Feeling those stares, Sarah's began shifting awkwardly in place, unsure what to say. When they realized Sarah's was still herself, the mercenaries let out relieved breaths and started laughing, thanking her for the help and for saving them. Hearing their words, Sarah smiled and accepted their gratitude. "Now that you're done, welcome to the guild. You're officially one of us now," Price said with a light smile, patting Sarah's on the shoulder and holding out a guild emblem. Sarah's looked down at the emblem resting in Price's palm. She took it and examined it. A sword and shield were engraved on its surface. Sarah smiled and pinned the emblem to her sleeve beside the Helsing insignia. The rest of Alex's group congratulated her in their own ways, patting her shoulder and welcoming her to the guild. Sarah's didn't quite understand what guild they were talking about, but she was happy to be accepted. The mercenaries, meanwhile, grew curious about this guild, especially Bernadotte, who had already heard from the guys that Alex wanted to invite him to join. "Is there anything else I can help with?" Sarah's asked after listening to all the congratulations directed her way. "Nah. We've got it from here, kid. You'd better go, the boss is probably waiting for you. You've got a lot of questions, I bet, Lem said with a small smile. Sarah's looked at Lem, then at the rest of Alex's people. They all nodded, confirming they could handle things themselves. Sarah smiled back, nodded, and immediately dashed out of the observation room. She began accelerating to build speed. Once she had enough momentum, Sarah's leaped through a window, her clothing rippled slightly as large bat wings erupted from her back. Taking flight, Sarah's grinned because her idea had worked perfectly. Her wings gave a powerful flap. In the next instant there was a sonic boom as she broke the sound barrier and shot into the sky. Soaring high above the clouds, Sarah's closed her eyes and simply listened to her new senses, feeling the wind rush over her. Trying to adjust to these unfamiliar sensations, Sarah's began to realize that she now perceived the world in an entirely different way. Opening her eyes, she looked down at the flame-engulfed London and her gaze settled on the Millennium airship drifting slowly above the city. Shifting her gaze farther, Sarah saw crusaders battling vampires, saw civilians still dying in the crossfire. As she watched, it started to feel like the city below was somehow wrong. Everything down there feels so unreal. Sarah's murmured, staring at the blazing London and the war raging beneath her. Sarah's couldn't understand why the city below felt like it didn't truly exist. But she also knew she couldn't find the answer to that question right now. Her gaze continued wandering across the burning city until it stopped on one specific point. A wide smile instantly spread across Sarah's face. Her wings snapped powerfully behind her, and she shot forward, creating another sonic boom as she broke the sound barrier once more. Sarah's flew at such tremendous speed that from below it looked like a comet was streaking toward the city. She was heading straight toward where she could sense Alex's presence. Flying toward him, a huge smile remained on her face. She had so much she wanted to tell him, and she wanted to hug him just as badly. As Sarah's flew over burning London, many noticed her. The Major in particular showed considerable interest in Sarah's transformation. But he quickly lost interest, deciding she was simply another copy of Alucard that had finally awakened. The Major didn't care about Sarah's, his stage was already set, and he was waiting for the return of the final and most important actress, who was already quite close. He looked in the direction where the Phantom ship was approaching, carrying Alucard on board. It's almost time. Very soon the final act of the play, Tragedy at Dawn, will begin. All the actors have gathered in one place, awaiting the appearance of the prima donna. The curtain has already risen in anticipation of the finale, the Major said with a wide smile, spreading his arms wide. Behind him stood the Doctor and Walter, and beside them, Schrödinger, who looked as though he had never left and had never been killed by Sarah's. Walter glanced at the Major's back and turned away, unwilling to watch any longer. The Doctor, meanwhile, applauded loudly, as though the Major were the greatest director who had staged a play that would be remembered for decades. Schrödinger, standing next to the Doctor, clapped along with a childlike smile, more out of politeness than genuine belief in the brilliance of the Major's plan. As he clapped, he noticed a drop of blood fall onto his green gloves. Seeing his own blood, a thoughtful expression appeared on Schrödinger's face. "Officer Schrödinger, wipe your face, you're bleeding from the nose again," the Doctor said irritably, handing him a handkerchief. "Thanks, Doc," Schrödinger replied with a smile, dabbing the blood from his nose. "Officer Schrödinger, this is the third time your nose has bled." "What's the problem?" the Major asked, turning his head. Schrödinger tilted his head to the side, still pressing the white handkerchief to his nose. Gradually the cloth became soaked with the blood flowing from his nostrils. He himself was trying to understand why he was bleeding. But he already knew the answer. All 3 times it had happened were the moments when he had been killed. The first 2 times he had died at Alex's hands, and the last, at the hands of the new Sarah's. Thinking about it, a smile spread across Schrödinger's face, and he licked the blood from his lips. The Major and the Doctor watched him with interest, even Walter glanced over curiously. Because Walter knew that the most dangerous member of Millennium was Schrödinger, thanks to his ability to be everywhere and nowhere at once. The fact that Schrödinger was bleeding aroused considerable curiosity. After all, if Schrödinger believed himself to be unharmed and alive, then he would be. To be honest. "I don't know," Schrödinger said innocently, spreading his arms wide, lying through his teeth. Hearing that answer, the Doctor's legs comically buckled, and he simply collapsed. Irritated, the Doctor scrambled back to his feet and began scolding Schrödinger, who simply turned away, hands behind his head, and started whistling as if to say he had no idea. Watching Schrödinger, the Major's eyes narrowed slightly. But a moment later a smile returned to his face, and he turned away. Schrödinger continued arguing with the Doctor without revealing what he had discovered. To him, everything around him was merely a little game he observed from every angle, everywhere and nowhere at once. And the fact that someone had managed to injure him in his current state didn't frighten Schrödinger, it sparked genuine feline curiosity. He had thought no one could harm him as long as he was aware of himself as an individual. But he had been injured 3 times now. Though the wounds were minor, it still fascinated him. Turning away from the still scolding doctor, Schrödinger looked in the direction Sarah's had flown and narrowed his eyes slightly. Meanwhile, Alex continued sitting in the ruined tea room with Integra and Alessa. Alessa behaved as usual, as though nothing around her concerned her and she was simply bored. Integra kept smoking her thin cigars, occasionally glancing at the watch on her wrist. Only Alex lazily rocked back and forth in his chair, feet propped on the table, humming a light tune. Suddenly he stopped and lowered his legs from the table, drawing Integra's attention. She raised an eyebrow slightly. Alex had sensed Sarah's approaching at tremendous speed with no intention of slowing down. Raising his gaze to the ceiling, Alex snapped his fingers and created a barrier around the table where they sat. Integra, noticing his action, also looked up and narrowed her eyes slightly. In the next instant there was a thunderous crash, as though something heavy had slammed onto the roof and begun smashing through the floors. A second later Sarah's burst through the ceiling of the tea room and landed in the center of the room, raising a cloud of dust. Chunks of ceiling struck the barrier Alex had created around the table. When the dust settled, Alex saw Sarah's new appearance. Alex gave a small nod and a smile. Integra began studying Sarah's transformed look with interest. Sarah's herself, seeing Alex, immediately rushed toward him, crashing into him with her full body, wrapping her legs around his waist and hanging onto him. Before Alex could react, Sarah's kissed him on the lips. Seeing Sarah's behavior, Integra's eyelid twitched slightly. "Am I interrupting, Sarah's Victoria?" Integra asked in a cold tone. Sarah's immediately froze and slowly turned her head, meeting Integra's icy stare. Integra sat in her chair, arms crossed, thin cigar clenched between her teeth. Sarah slowly slid off Alex and quickly straightened her clothes, standing in front of Integra. In that moment Sarah felt like a child caught red-handed. Integra calmly studied Sarah's new appearance, trying to gauge how much she had changed. Sarah herself continued to fidget nervously. Alex watched the scene and shook his head slightly. He looked at Sarah's clothing and crouched a little to confirm his suspicions. After crouching, he realized that Sarah's apostle attire had only changed color, the short skirt remained exactly as it was. Sigh. "Looks like shorts or pants just aren't in your future, Sarah's," Alex said in a mournful tone. Hearing Alex's voice behind her, Sarah immediately jumped aside, pressing a hand to the hem of her skirt. She glared at Alex with a flushed face because he had looked under her skirt. She didn't even register what he had actually said. Integra calmly glanced at Alex and understood the reason for his comment. She knew that Alucard's clothing was also part of her power. But what Integra wasn't sure about was exactly what Sarah's had become after drinking Alex's blood. It wasn't hard to guess that Sarah's would definitely not drink human blood except in extreme circumstances. And Integra knew Alex had given Sarah's a single drop of his blood. Taking another drag, Integra shifted her gaze to Sarah's, who was still pressing the hem of her skirt down with a flushed face. Right now, the only thing Integra wanted to know was precisely what Sarah's had become after drinking Alex's blood. "Pervert. Why did you look under my skirt?" Sarah's cried, face burning red. "I was just checking your outfit, no need to be shy. What haven't I seen before?" Alex replied, rolling his eyes, which only made Sarah's blush even harder. "So what happened to Sarah's clothes? And what exactly has she become?" Integra asked, exhaling smoke around her cigar. "Sarah's has become an apostle, my apostle. As for what she has become, she has retained her vampiric nature, but at the same time, how should I put it?" Alex said, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "Mommy Sarah's is now both a vampire and not a vampire at the same time. She can be called something entirely new," Alessa said, joining the conversation. Alex nodded at Alessa's words, confirming them. Using his magical sight, he had examined the foundation of Sarah's existence and saw within her the nature of a Nosferatu. Sarah's had retained all the core abilities of a Nosferatu. Alex began explaining which Nosferatu powers Sarah's had kept: absorbing souls through blood, manipulating blood, eternal life, but at the same time, having become an apostle of destruction, she had gained new ones. Integra gave a slight nod, listening to Alex's explanation while watching Sarah's, who also nodded in confirmation. But when Alex said that she no longer needed to sleep in a coffin or drink blood to maintain her strength, and that she could now eat normal human food without issue, Sarah's face instantly lit up with a huge smile. Unable to hold back, she leaped onto Alex again and peppered his face with quick kisses. Sarah's would have kept showering Alex's face with kisses if not for Integra's deliberate cough. Integra watched with a cold stare. Sarah's immediately became embarrassed again and slid off Alex, standing beside him. "Don't you want to share how you managed to make Sarah's your apostle?" Integra asked calmly, flicking ash from her thin cigar straight onto the floor. "Explaining it in 2 words would be difficult. Like I already said, I'll tell you everything when this is over. There's a lot to explain, and this information will change how you see the world quite drastically," Alex replied, tilting his head slightly. Sigh. "Your ridiculous excuses again. Fine. This is the last time I let you hide anything from me." When all this is finished, as you said, we're going to have a very long conversation. And it won't end until you've told me everything, Integra said, exhaling smoke around her cigar. Of course. Now then, Sarah's, show us what kind of weapon you received. I want to see it, Alex said, nodding and looking at her. These gloves, Sarah said, raising her hands. Just gloves? Integra asked, raising an eyebrow. Oh no. Watch this, Sarah's replied, a little embarrassed. Sarah's focused, and the black gloves on her hands dissolved into black mist that instantly reshaped into a machine gun. Alex nodded. He immediately understood that, unlike Rory who had received a scythe upon becoming his apostle, Sarah's had gained a weapon with no fixed form. It could take any shape she desired. Alex became curious about what kinds of weapons Sarah's could create. Integra was also interested, though she showed it more reservedly and simply observed. Because Alex kept demanding rapid changes of weapon form, Sarah's pushed herself to the limit to keep switching. While Sarah's changed weapon forms at his request, Alex noticed that her apostle weapon mostly took the shape of firearms. And though he wanted to know the limits of how large a weapon she could create, even from this initial test he had already learned a great deal. When Alex finally stopped asking her to change forms, Sarah's let out a relieved breath. The weapon in her hands dissolved back into black mist and reformed as black gloves. She exhaled heavily. She hadn't expected switching weapon forms at such a rapid pace to be so exhausting. Excellent work, Sarah's. You just need more practice so you can create weapons instantly, or combine them and make unique ammunition, Alex said, ruffling her hair gently. Combine them. Unique ammunition. How? I can do that. Sarah's asked in surprise, looking up at him. Yes, you can. You create the bullets with your power, after all. Giving them special effects just takes practice. But I think you'll learn quickly. As for combining weapons, that's something you'll have to figure out yourself. I don't need to hold your hand anymore, Alex said with a light laugh. Sarah's nodded and raised her hand, trying to understand how to create bullets and imbue them with effects as Alex had described. Black mist gathered on her glove and eventually took the form of an ordinary shotgun shell. Sighing, Sarah's realized she hadn't succeeded. Integra had watched the entire conversation between Alex and Sarah's, continuing to assess Sarah's new abilities. She didn't deny that Sarah's had become far stronger than before and gave a small nod, understanding that Helsing had gained a new and extremely valuable asset in Sarah's. But suddenly Alex, Sarah's, Integra, and Alessa all turned their heads in the same direction. A faint smile appeared on Alex's face as he sensed Alucard's arrival. Sarah's was also delighted by Alucard's return. Even Integra's lips curved into a small smile. Looks like she's finally back, Integra said, cigar still clenched between her teeth. Alex and Sarah's nodded. Alucard's arrival wasn't felt only by Alex's group, everyone in London sensed her return. Anderson, leading the Iscariot members through ruined London, suddenly stopped and looked in the direction from which he felt Alucard approaching. Maxwell, issuing orders to the Crusaders, received an urgent report. Reading it, panic gripped him. Alucard had returned earlier than expected. Fear washed over Maxwell as he turned his head toward the ruined London Bridge. He began to tremble, sensing Alucard drawing near. From atop his airship, the Major watched the thick fog rolling toward London. Everyone in the city felt Alucard's approach. But they didn't just sense her, they also heard it. The sound of a cello echoed across the entire city. At the same time, the thick fog containing the phantom ship drew closer to London, and from within that fog came the haunting melody of a cello that sent shivers down every spine. Alucard had remained standing at the bow of the ruined aircraft carrier ever since Alex left. She held her hands before her face as though in prayer, a wide smile on her lips revealing sharp fangs, her bright red eyes glowing through the dense fog. Behind her, seated on a chair, was Alex's clone, still dressed in a Pikachu costume beneath a formal black suit, playing the cello. Despite the clone's comical appearance, the music he played sounded deeply ominous, as though accompanying the arrival of something far more sinister. The phantom ship continued gliding along the Thames, accompanied by that eerie melody. At the same moment, the crates on the deck activated, capsules shot high into the sky. Seconds later, a rain of blood began to fall, making the atmosphere even more foreboding. Alex, who had stepped out of the ruined tea room together with Integra and Sarah's, who was now carrying Alessa in her arms, saw it all, and his eyelid began twitching violently. He had asked his clone to make an impressive entrance for Alucard, and it had turned out horrifyingly ominous. Listening to the sinister cello melody and watching the rain of blood, Integra turned her gaze to Alex, certain this was his doing. Even Sarah's was too stunned to comment on what she was seeing and hearing. Alessa watched everything with an empty expression but thought her mother Wednesday would have loved this atmosphere. I asked for it to be done normally. Alex groaned, covering his face with his hand. So I understand this is your handiwork. What exactly were you trying to achieve? Integra asked, staring at him. I thought it would be a cool entrance for Carmilla. Instead it looks like the final horror movie monster just arrived. And this blood rain on top of everything. Alex groaned again, lowering his hand from his face. You decided to turn the whole thing into a performance? Integra asked, still watching him. Well, maybe, just a little. It's not every day you get the chance to pull off something on this scale. The city isn't real anyway, so I figured, why not have a little fun? Alex said, trying to explain his reasoning. Integra gave a small nod. So that's why the city felt so wrong to me. It's not real. But what about the people? The civilians, I mean. Sarah's asked, finally receiving an answer to why London had seemed unreal. The people aren't real either, Mommy Sarah's. You would have noticed if you'd looked closely. But it's time for us to go, Alessa said, nodding. Let's move. It's time to end this, Integra said, preparing to leave. Sarah's, you're in charge of protecting Integra and Alessa, Alex said as he prepared to depart. Where are you going? Sarah's asked, looking at him. It's time for me to step onto the stage too. And finally spring this trap shut on all the ants. I didn't prepare all of this for nothing. Alex replied. He pushed lightly off the ground and leaped onto a nearby building. Sarah's, Integra, and Alessa watched as Alex landed on the rooftop and immediately vanished from sight. Sarah's looked at Integra, understanding they needed to hurry too. Integra nodded, giving Sarah's permission to do what was necessary. Sarah's nodded back, wrapped an arm around Integra's waist, and spread her bat wings behind her. With a powerful flap, she launched into the sky. At the same time, the ruined aircraft carrier continued drifting along the Thames. Alucard stood at the edge of the deck, twin pistols in hand, a wide smile on her face. When she was close enough, Alucard accelerated, kicking off the edge of the deck and soaring into the sky. She flew over burning London straight toward the central square where crusaders and vampires were locked in battle. She landed slowly in the very center between both sides, still smiling broadly. Both factions recoiled the moment she appeared. A wind swept through, carrying Bible pages that swirled in front of the crusader ranks. When the pages scattered, Anderson stood in their place. From the Millennium airship, the captain dropped down and landed beside the vampire soldiers. Alucard stood in the center, gazing at everyone around her, yet she didn't see the final participant. Not only Alucard noticed this, both the captain and Anderson realized Alex was still absent. Both were certain he would appear. And as if to confirm their thoughts, a crimson spear fell from the sky and struck the ground opposite Alucard. The spear hit with such force that cracks spiderwebbed outward from the impact point. And atop the spear landed Alex. When he appeared, a faint smile curved Alucard's lips. Hello, my love, Alex said, leaping down from the spear's tip. A single day felt like an eternity, Alucard replied calmly. Alex stood opposite her with a gentle smile, resting the crimson spear on his shoulder. Anderson and the captain approached from both sides, positioning themselves between Alex and Alucard. An ominous silence fell over the central square, no one spoke, as though the entire world had suddenly gone quiet in anticipation of what was to come. Alex, Alucard, Anderson, and the captain stared at one another without a word. Behind Anderson stood more than 2,000 crusaders. Behind the captain stood nearly 1,000 vampire soldiers. Behind Alex and Alucard, no army stood at all. They didn't need one. But the soldiers on both sides felt fear, fear beyond words. The mere presence of Alex and Alucard on this battlefield inspired genuine, primal terror. To Integra, watching from a nearby rooftop, this sight resembled a painting she had once seen in the Royal Museum of London. Sarah's held Alessa in her arms and watched what was happening below. In any normal situation Sarah's would have been nervous, but now she felt only calm focus, ready to fight if necessary. My lady. Mistress. My lady Integra Helsing. Give the order. I am your servant. The vampire Alucard. So give me your command. Alucard's voice echoed across the central square. Destroy them all. Let none escape this island alive. Let the white garments of the warriors with silver weapons become crimson. Let the black garments of the warriors with iron weapons become crimson. Every last one. Let the clothing of our enemies be dyed scarlet with their own blood. Kill every enemy you see. Every single one, leave no one alive. Integra shouted, issuing the order. Her loud voice echoed across the central square, but no one turned to look at her, because every single person present knew, the moment they looked away or even blinked, their lives would end. Gentle smiles remained on the faces of Alex and Alucard as they gazed at each other, ignoring the world around them. But suddenly a question popped into Alex's mind, after Alucard removed all her restrictions, would she still be a woman? The question began to spin in his head, making him lose interest in everything else. What Alex didn't know was that Alucard had heard his thoughts, but she gave no sign, only smiled even wider, as though slightly offended by what he had wondered. I hear and obey, my lady, Alucard said calmly, a tender smile on her lips. Level 0 seal, released. Return. Unleash yourself thousands, tens of thousands of times and return. Let them see. Let them all see. Integra shouted, giving the final command. Hearing Integra's cry, Alucard exhaled a cloud of cold mist. Alex tightened his grip on the crimson spear and swung it downward. His hand slid along the shaft to the very end, and he drove the spear into the ground. The spearhead struck with a thunderous crash. A shockwave blasted Anderson and the captain backward. From Alex's strike, stone slabs rose on either side of him and Alucard, blocking everyone's view. Having planted the spear between himself and Alucard, Alex extended both arms forward and clenched his fists. They call me the Bird of Hermes. Alucard began. I push open your door. Alex spoke at the same moment. Their voices were barely audible, yet every person present on the square heard them clearly. And in that instant everyone felt a deeply ominous premonition of what was about to happen. At the same time, Alucard's coffin, left behind on the ruined aircraft carrier, suddenly cracked open. Red fractures spread across its surface as though the final barrier had shattered. Alucard extended her arms forward as though opening an embrace, staring straight at Alex, who stood before her with clenched fists extended. Devouring my own wings. Alucard continued, never taking her eyes off him. All red ghosts, all cursed memories, come out. This world beyond this door is mine. Alex said, speaking in perfect unison with Alucard and gazing into her crimson eyes. When the next words from Alex and Alucard rang out, everyone understood, they were too late. They had to stop them immediately. From the Crusader side, Anderson hurled his silver bayonets to shatter the stone slab on his side and charge. From the Millennium side, the captain kicked forward to break the slab on his side. When the stone slabs on both sides were destroyed, Anderson attacked Alucard, flinging silver bayonets that pierced her body. The captain lunged at Alex, leaping into the air and spinning to deliver a kick to Alex's head. The Crusaders from the Vatican and the vampire soldiers from Millennium did not stand idle, they opened fire on Alex and Alucard en masse. Every single one of them felt fear and horror rising from the deepest parts of their souls. They knew, if they did not stop Alex and Alucard here and now, a fate worse than death awaited them all. Vampire soldiers began throwing grenades and firing rocket launchers, Crusaders maintained unrelenting fire. A massive cloud of dust rose, making it impossible to see anything inside, but no one stopped. I tame myself. Came Alucard's cold voice from within the dust cloud. I have come to take what you hide. No one will hide. No one will forget, Alex's voice echoed right after, resounding in every direction. When Alex and Alucard's voices sounded, everyone froze in place, they understood they were too late. That ominous silence lasted only a second, yet to everyone it felt like an eternity. And in the midst of that silence came the long, drawn-out creak of a door that should not exist here. Immediately afterward, Wendigos burst from the dust cloud, their bodies covered in red veins. The Wendigos attacked their first victims, tearing them apart. Following the Wendigos, a river of blood poured outward from the dust cloud, hands reaching from within, seizing anyone they could reach and ripping them to pieces. The blood surged like a raging torrent, sweeping everything away. But no one saw how bloody veins began crawling across the city, covering everything in their path, while in the sky appeared a black sun and a red moon. All anyone could see was the river of blood pouring from Alucard's body. Integra, Ceres, and Alessa, watching from a nearby rooftop, saw the blood begin taking the shapes of people from different eras. Maxwell, watching from his glass command post, could not believe his eyes. And at the center of it all stood Alucard. She was clad in black armor with golden accents, behind her billowed a black and crimson cloak. Her long black curls danced in the wind, and her crimson eyes glowed ominously in the darkness. But Alucard's gaze was not fixed on the Crusaders struggling against monsters and the people rising from the river of blood, not on Maxwell screaming from his glass cabin, not on the vampire soldiers desperately fighting back. Alucard's gaze was locked on Alex, who had been swept away by the violent torrent of blood she had unleashed. Carmelea. Alex roared in irritation as the river of blood carried him farther and farther away. Hearing Alex's shout growing more distant, a tender smile curved Alucard's lips. This was her small revenge for Alex wondering whether she would become a man in her true form. No longer watching Alex being carried away by the river of blood, Alucard swept her arms wide as though summoning her army. In the next instant, behind her appeared the immortal cavalry that had once served her and whom she had consumed. With a wave of her hand, that deathless mounted army surged forward toward the enemy, to kill everyone still alive. To be continued. Yeah, I know I ended on a cliffhanger, but you know, I had to do it. And no, I'm not a jerk, it all happened by accident. Or maybe not. Anyway, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and that's the end of the Helsing mini-arc. Or maybe not. I just had some plans for what would happen after this war was over. But all of that is a spoiler. Anyway, it's mealtime, and for you, my dears, I know one of you let my editor out of the basement. I'm not mad, no. Just give him back before I come for him myself. You know you can't escape. Peace, love, and my editor runs too fast. Chapter 635, Chapter 634, Alex accidentally started a snowstorm in London. From the very beginning, Integra, Sarah's, and Alessa had been watching everything unfold from the rooftop of a nearby building. Integra knew exactly what kind of effect releasing Alucard's level 0 seal would produce, but she still didn't fully understand what Alex had done, or what door he had been referring to. Like everyone else, she heard the eerie, drawn-out creak of a door after Alex finished speaking. However, because Alucard had unleashed every soul imprisoned within her body, Integra couldn't notice anything unusual. Sarah stood beside Integra, holding Alessa in her arms. When the sound of the door rang out, Sarah sensed that something had changed in the air around them, but she couldn't pinpoint what it was. Her attention was quickly drawn to the river of blood. And Sarah found herself wanting to learn more about that river of blood. She watched as silhouettes began to emerge from it, ordinary people, knights, soldiers, all from different eras. Sarah's wasn't particularly strong in history, but even she had no trouble recognizing the Janissary army from their distinctive clothing and banners. She could hardly believe her eyes, seeing how many souls Alucard had consumed, enough to form an entire river of blood that swept away everything in its path. Integra, too, recognized everyone emerging from the river, from the Janissary army to Wallachian cavalry. And she wasn't the only one who recognized them. But what no one noticed was that among those figures rising from the river of blood were also monsters, demons, and crimson ghosts, difficult to spot unless one looked very closely. That was why almost no one noticed the appearance of those creatures and specters, except for the first Wendigos released by Alex, simply because the Wendigos were fast enough to be the first to step through the crimson door he had summoned. Watch carefully, Sarah's. All this blood, all these people and their souls, they all belong to Alucard. Blood is the currency of the soul, the coins of life. Drinking someone's blood means taking their entire life for yourself. Now do you understand what you were, and what you could become in the future if you follow that path? Even if you are now only half Nosferatu, do you understand this, Sarah's Victoria? Integra said, staring down at the river of blood below. Yes. I understand, Sarah's replied quietly, giving a small nod while gazing at the crimson torrent. Mommy Sarah's, you don't have to walk a path you don't want to walk. Daddy always says, each person decides for themselves which road to take. And you have to decide for yourself how you will act, Alessa said, sitting on the stone railing, gently swinging her legs as she looked downward. Hearing Alessa's words, Sarah felt a small wave of relief. She still didn't want to drink human blood or absorb human souls. Even remaining half Nosferatu, Sarah didn't want to share her body with anyone else, as though doing so would cause her to lose herself entirely. Integra shifted her gaze to Alessa and gave a faint smile, hearing such wise words from a child. Alessa, meanwhile, was looking in the direction where the river of blood had carried Alex away. She knew perfectly well that her father was currently very irritated by what her mother Alucard had done. At the same time, Alucard began directing the river of blood, summoning those she had consumed and guiding them to slaughter the Crusaders and vampire soldiers. The Crusaders raised their shields in front of them to block the army of blood. But that army, born of blood, swept the Crusaders aside without even slowing down. At this moment it was no longer a war between the Vatican, England, and Millennium, it had become a one-sided massacre, where every soldier fought only for their own survival. Once again the sounds of gunfire and explosions rang out across London as everyone who could still move tried desperately to escape the army of blood. The thunder of hooves and the groans of the dead drowned out the sound of gunfire. Those who tried to flee were trampled beneath hooves or impaled on spears. Vatican helicopters opened fire on Maxwell's orders, unleashing every weapon they had. Rockets rained down on the river of blood. But no matter how many exploded within that crimson torrent, the river never diminished. Before one of the helicopters could launch another salvo, an imp leaped onto its nose, shattered the cockpit glass, and sank its claws into the pilot's throat. The Crusaders inside the cabin immediately opened fire to kill the imp, but it was already too late. The helicopter began to spiral downward. Other helicopters soon came under attack from demons and other monsters Alucard had consumed. As the helicopters crashed and exploded, falling onto both Crusaders below and vampire soldiers, the scene below and in the air resembled nothing more than a slaughter, not a war. Anderson, standing on a rooftop, watched it all with clenched teeth, one foot resting on the parapet. Amid the chaos he managed to spot demons and monsters attacking anyone in sight. One of the Pinkies, covered in red veins, leaped onto the roof where Anderson stood and immediately charged toward the priest. Just as the Pinky nearly reached him, Anderson spun around and sliced it into pieces with his silver bayonets. Anderson didn't understand what these creatures were or where they had come from, but he recognized them as demonic beings that needed to be exterminated. After killing the Pinky, he shifted his gaze to the helicopter towing Maxwell's reinforced glass cabin. Looking at Maxwell, Anderson had already made his decision about what he would do. His earlier conversation with Alex had only strengthened his resolve. Anderson gripped one of his silver bayonets tightly, ready to throw it and sever the cable attached to the helicopter. But before he could act, a Wendigo leaped onto the helicopter, instantly killing the pilot and everyone inside. The helicopter towing Maxwell's cabin began to plummet. As the glass cabin containing Maxwell fell, he screamed in terror, unable to believe he would die in such a place. He had only just obtained what he had desired for so long, he refused to lose everything he had gained through such immense effort. The reinforced glass cabin crashed onto the blood-soaked asphalt, and Maxwell briefly lost consciousness from the impact of his head against the wall. Coming to quickly, Maxwell lifted his terrified gaze and saw the silhouettes of people Alucard had consumed. Blood streamed down his face as he stared in horror at the bloodied hands clawing at the walls of the glass cabin. Seeing that the dead couldn't reach him, Maxwell burst into loud, arrogant laughter. "This is special reinforced Tektite glass. You can't even scratch it, you corpses." Maxwell shouted, laughing loudly as he returned to his usual haughty demeanor. But his laughter was abruptly cut short when a silver bayonet pierced the wall of the glass cabin. The blade stopped less than an inch from Maxwell's face. He froze. Fear flooded Maxwell's eyes once more as cracks began spreading across the glass. Paralyzed with terror, he slowly turned and saw Anderson standing on the roof of the nearest building. "Anderson!" Maxwell screamed, staring at him. Anderson simply stood on the rooftop, looking down and watching the final moments of the man he had once considered a friend and student. A faint pain stirred in Anderson's heart. He felt he had failed as both a friend and a mentor to Maxwell, who had been consumed by his own ambition. Anderson understood that Maxwell would die regardless, and so he decided to end Maxwell's life with his own hands, as both friend and teacher. A moment later the glass cabin shattered completely, and the dead immediately swarmed Maxwell, seizing him with bloodied hands and dragging him out. Maxwell screamed and reached toward Anderson, begging for help and salvation. But his cry was cut short when his body was impaled on stakes. Anderson watched it all with a heavy heart, yet felt no guilt for what he had done. "As the executor of divine justice on earth, I end your life. Farewell, my friend," Anderson said quietly, watching as life slowly left Maxwell's body. When Anderson spoke those words, Maxwell heard them even through the thunder of hooves ridden by the dead, even through the groans of the corpses reaching for him. In his final moments, Maxwell finally understood the terrible mistake he had made, that even the men he had considered his mentor and friend had turned away from him. Maxwell realized that, in the end, he was once again alone and unwanted. And no matter how desperately he wished to change everything, what had already happened could not be undone. If he had had the strength in that moment, he would have laughed at himself, for in a single day he had gained everything he ever wanted, and in that same day lost it all, including the figure of his mentor and his very life. Impaled on stakes, Maxwell reached one last time toward Anderson, as though trying to touch him. But his life finally ended, and his hand fell limply. Anderson never once looked away from Maxwell throughout the entire ordeal, he remained with him until the very end. When Maxwell's life finally ended, Anderson took a step forward and leaped from the roof. Landing below, he walked slowly toward Maxwell's body. As Anderson advanced, the dead parted around him, allowing him to pass. Reaching Maxwell's corpse, Anderson looked down at it with a heavy gaze. Old memories flashed before his eyes, from the very day Maxwell first arrived at the orphanage. With a deep sigh, Anderson sat beside the body and gently laid Maxwell's head on his knee. "God, what a fool you were." "A hopeless, irredeemable fool," Anderson said softly, brushing his palm across Maxwell's face to close his eyes. At the same time, the river of blood had carried Alex far enough to finally spit him out onto the roadside. Landing hard on his back against the pavement, Alex stared up at the crimson sky overhead, where a black sun and blood-red moon hung. He let out a heavy sigh and immediately understood why Alucard had done it. But he couldn't blame himself for having the fleeting thought that Alucard might take on a male form instead of female once all her seals were released. Still, as the river of blood swept him away, he had caught a glimpse of Alucard's new appearance in her black and gold plate armor. Alex couldn't deny that she looked incredibly attractive in that form, but he was still irritated that she had washed him away in a river of blood. Sighing again, Alex reached for his cigarettes and made no move to stand up. As he lit one, still lying on the pavement, drenched in blood, a silhouette appeared above him, a girl with long black hair. Janya crouched beside Alex and leaned forward to look into his eyes. Seeing her black eyes, Alex turned his head and noticed she had changed into her red school uniform. It had been a long time since he last saw Janya dressed like that. "Nice outfit, Janya," Alex said, still lying on the pavement and slowly smoking his cigarette. Janya silently continued staring at him. "Yeah, I know. No need to look at me like that. It's not my fault. Anyone in my place would have thought the same thing," Alex said, rolling his eyes slightly. Janya responded with a reproachful stare. "Don't judge me. Carmilla herself said she could take any form. So I thought, maybe, just maybe, if all the seals were removed, she might become a man." And yeah, that would have felt weird, Alex said lazily, rolling onto his side. Zhanya placed her pale hand on Alex's face and rolled him back onto his back. Okay. I get it. Just help me up, I'm tired. Alex said, understanding why Zhanya had flipped him over again. Zhanya looked at Alex with an empty gaze. Her long hair lengthened and instantly wrapped around his body. Enclosed in a cocoon of hair, Alex relaxed even more and was already prepared to fall asleep. But it ended as quickly as it began. Zhanya simply lifted him to his feet using her hair. Back on his feet, Alex sighed lightly and stretched to shake off the fatigue. He knew he had relaxed too much, it was time to move and do what he had planned, even if right now he felt incredibly lazy. Alex began stretching lightly until he finished. While stretching, he watched what was happening in front of him, the army of blood, downed helicopters, Maxwell's death, the deaths of crusaders and vampire soldiers. Alex saw it all. But what annoyed him was the crowd of corpses that had gathered around him, reaching with bloodied hands. If not for Zhanya, he would still be riding that river of blood. Ah, right. You can call the ghosts and demons back to the Red City. They're not needed anymore. The Crimson Door will close once the fake London ceases to exist, Alex said, turning his head toward Zhanya. Zhanya gave a slight nod. The monsters and demons roaming among the army of the dead in search of victims began to vanish, pulled back into shadow. Zhanya approached Alex, brushed her fingers across his cheeks, and then disappeared into his shadow. Alex smiled faintly as Zhanya left and extended his hand backward. Once Zhanya vanished, the corpses created from blood immediately attacked him. Alex roughly understood why they were attacking everyone in sight, including him. These blood-born dead were drawn to the ring of death he wore on his index finger. Even if Alucard had complete control over all her familiars, they still acted on instinct, attacking anything that radiated danger. Come, Leviathan, Alex said, continuing to extend his hand backward. In that instant space cracked behind him, and a massive two-handed axe flew out. When Leviathan reached Alex's hand, he gripped it with both hands and slammed it into the ground before the corpses could reach him. The moment Leviathan struck the earth, a shock wave of frost spread outward, freezing everything around him, including the blood-born dead. Freezing an entire street, Alex looked at the Leviathan axe in his hand, an weapon he hadn't used since receiving it for saving a previous world. The handle was made of dark wood adorned with elegant golden patterns, ancient runes, and symbols. At the bottom of the handle was carved the world serpent Jormungandr. The axe head was massive and curved, decorated with fine engravings and golden lines. Holding Leviathan in his hands, Alex was glad to finally use it again, without worrying that certain all-seeing bastards would be watching if he relaxed even slightly. Should have taken you out earlier. Just have to make sure I don't freeze everything around me, Alex said, exhaling a white cloud of vapor from the cold surrounding him. Spinning Leviathan in his hand, Alex made a sharp swing and hurled it straight into the center of the crowd of corpses. The axe embedded itself in one of them and unleashed a freezing shockwave, turning all nearby corpses into ice statues. Alex immediately leaped forward and extended his hand. Leviathan flew back into his grip. Spinning Leviathan overhead, Alex crashed down in the middle of the corpses, slamming the axe into the ground and creating another shockwave that froze and shattered their bodies. After the strike, Alex rose and looked around, giving a low whistle as he realized he had managed to contain Leviathan's destructive power, while still freezing an entire street and turning thousands of corpses into ice statues. What should I ask for next? Maybe the Chaos Blades or something even cooler. Or should I finish my first collection and request rebellion? Alex said, stroking his chin and tapping Leviathan's shaft against his shoulder. Alex began pondering what weapon to request as payment for saving this world. But he didn't stop moving, he continued hurling Leviathan into the corpses and calling it back. After retrieving it once more, Alex narrowed his eyes slightly and made a circular swing, hurling Leviathan so it spun around him, shattering frozen corpses. While he had both the opportunity and targets for practice, Alex decided to fully test Leviathan's abilities. He remembered. Wherever he fought, everything around him became coated in thick ice, leaving trails of frozen corpses in his wake. Alex continued cutting through the army of the dead, making his way toward the central square where Integra, Ceres, Alucard, and Alessa waited. As he pushed forward, he found himself surrounded once again, and it was starting to annoy him. He had already tested all of Leviathan's abilities except one. You guys don't mind if I throw a local Fimbulwinter, do you? Alex asked, glancing at the corpses encircling him. The only response he received was a cavalry charge. Alex gripped Leviathan with both hands and raised it overhead. In that moment a ravenous storm began rising around him, carrying ice and snow. With every passing second the storm grew stronger, expanding outward like an Arctic blizzard that had arrived in London. The mounted warriors charging to impale Alex froze instantly, turning into ice statues just 2 steps away from him. Everything around Alex became encased in ice and then shattered by the howling gale. The wind began lifting shattered corpses, scattering them in all directions and carrying them into the sky, causing red snow to fall gently across the fake London. And at the center of this frozen hurricane stood Alex, the one who had summoned the blizzard. Shortly before Alex unleashed the snowstorm, only Integra, Ceres, Alucard, and Alessa remained in the center of London where it had all begun. After Alucard pushed back the enemy forces with her blood-borne familiars, Ceres, Integra, and Alessa descended from the rooftop. The entire square was littered with spears impaling the bodies of crusaders and vampires, their blood slowly draining onto the ground and spreading across the plaza. Alucard, in her black and gold armor, approached Integra and knelt on one knee before her. Ceres peeked out from behind Integra, staring in awe at Alucard's new appearance. She couldn't deny that in this form Alucard looked stunning and heroic, like a warrior woman leading a vast army. Integra regarded Alucard with calm composure. "Welcome back, Countess," Integra said with a faint smile. "Thank you, Countess," Alucard replied, lifting her gaze to Integra. "Welcome back, Master. Your new outfit looks amazing on you. Did you change your hairstyle?" Ceres asked shyly. Alucard shifted her gaze to Ceres and rose from her knee. Ceres grew slightly nervous under that look and closed her eyes as Alucard reached toward her. Ceres thought she was about to be scolded for refusing to drink blood and choosing a different path even in this situation. But a moment later Ceres relaxed as she felt Alucard gently stroke her head. Feeling the tender touch, Ceres opened her eyes. Looking up, she met Alucard's gaze, and saw a gentle, proud smile on her face. Alucard wasn't angry at Ceres for refusing blood. That was precisely why she valued her. Ceres still held to her principles and chose her own path. Alucard had come to see Ceres as family, as a little sister who had grown up before her eyes. "You did well, police girl. No, now you are Ceres Victoria. I'm proud that you chose your own path," Alucard said, continuing to stroke Ceres's head. Ceres was momentarily stunned, then broke into a bright smile as she looked at Alucard. Alucard shifted her gaze to Alessa and gently ran her hand through the girl's hair. In this moment Alucard was no longer the mad vampire who lived for chaos, she was simply someone who had finally returned home. And it felt completely natural, as though everything had fallen back into place. Alessa looked up at Alucard with her black eyes, wrinkling her nose slightly as the iron gauntlets of Alucard's armor brushed her head. But suddenly this strange atmosphere of reunion amid the chaos was interrupted by a single red snowflake landing on Ceres's hand. Ceres stared at the red snowflake and looked up at the sky, seeing more and more red flakes beginning to fall. She couldn't understand why snow was falling in early summer, and red snow at that. Integra and Alucard also noticed the red snow drifting down and lifted their gazes skyward. Only Alessa looked in the direction where Alex had been swept away by the river of blood. "Mommy Dracula. You made Daddy really angry when you washed him away with the river of blood," Alessa said without much emotion, pointing toward the raging snowstorm. Integra, Alucard, and Ceres turned to look where Alessa pointed and saw the blizzard sweeping everything in its path, destroying buildings, freezing everything around it, and hurling chunks of ice in all directions. And at the center of it all was Alex, along with Alucard's familiars, who continued charging at him only to be frozen into ice blocks and pulverized by the hurricane, turning into red snow. Seeing what Alex was doing, Alucard burst into loud laughter, clutching her stomach. She had sensed why her familiars kept attacking Alex, as though he were the greatest evil in this place. Because he radiated death, and her familiars were drawn to that death, desperate to escape her. Feeling this, Alucard couldn't stop laughing at how her familiars and the souls she had tamed had chosen to flee from her. The scent of death from Alex lured them like moths to flame. But why snow? How did snow even appear? Why is there a blizzard? How did he create a snowstorm at all? Ceres began asking in stunned disbelief, staring at what was happening before her eyes. Mommy Alucard's familiars attacked Daddy, so he attacked back. Isn't that obvious, Mommy Ceres? Alessa said, looking at Ceres. But the snow. The blizzard. Ceres asked with a strained smile. Ask Daddy when he gets here. I don't know, Alessa replied, spreading her arms and shaking her head. Ceres nearly collapsed from Alessa's answer. Integra continued watching the snowstorm Alex had summoned, wondering what other abilities he had revealed. All that interested her now was what else Alex was capable of, and what his limits might be. Bringing her thin cigar to her lips, Integra took a drag and exhaled, extending her hand to catch a falling red snowflake. Pinching it between her fingers, she shifted her gaze to Alucard, who was still laughing as she watched the blizzard. Narrowing her eyes slightly, Integra became curious about what Alucard had realized that made her laugh so hard. They continued watching until the snowstorm began to subside and the red snow stopped falling from the sky. When the blizzard finally died down, they saw something flying toward them. A moment later they received their answer as an elegant two-handed axe landed nearby, the ground around it instantly coating with ice. With Leviathan's arrival the temperature dropped so sharply that vapor began rising from their breaths. And in the next instant Alex appeared beside the axe. He pulled it from the ground with one hand, and the temperature immediately returned to normal. Carmilla, that wasn't cool. You washed me away in a river of blood, and then your familiars attacked me. I was just speculating, no need to get so mad, Alex said, rolling his eyes as he looked at Alucard. Really? I was just joking too, Alucard replied with a slight smile, resting a hand on her cheek. Alex looked at Alucard and couldn't help rolling his eyes again at the response. He knew perfectly well this had been revenge for his stray thought that she might turn into a man. Alucard gazed back at him with an innocent expression, as though she had only been teasing and it had all been an accident. Alex didn't believe that look for a second. While Alex and Alucard stared at each other, Ceres approached Alex and began examining Leviathan from every angle, admiring how exquisitely and masterfully crafted the axe was. To Ceres, Leviathan in Alex's hands didn't look like a weapon of war, it looked more like a work of art. Ceres cautiously reached out a finger to touch Leviathan, only to receive a sharp slap on the hand. Ow. What was that for? Ceres asked after the smack. What are you, 5? Haven't you ever been taught not to touch things that look dangerous? Alex said, staring at her blankly. But it's just a beautiful axe, right? Ceres said in an injured tone, then faltered under Alex's gaze. Yeah, just an ordinary axe that can freeze everything around it. Have you ever seen any weapon in my hands that was purely decorative? Alex asked with obvious sarcasm. Ceres paused for a moment, recalling every weapon she had seen in Alex's hands, and realized he was right. Understanding that he was correct, Ceres could only nod apologetically and give him a sheepish look. Alex shook his head and gently patted her hair. Integra also stepped closer to examine Leviathan. She had already seen that Alex possessed a magical spear capable of changing form, and now she was curious where he had obtained such a weapon. Integra raised her gaze to Alex, silently asking to take a closer look at his axe. She had noticed that as long as Leviathan remained in his hands, it posed no danger to the surroundings. Seeing no reason to refuse Integra, Alex extended Leviathan so she could inspect it more closely. Where did you get a weapon like this? First a spear, now an axe. And don't you dare say you just found it by chance, Integra said, lifting her gaze to Alex after studying the runes carved into the axe. Leviathan is payment for my work. As for Chastiful, the one you remembered, I made that one myself out of boredom. I just wanted a cool weapon that could change shape, Alex replied, planting Leviathan's blade in the ground and leaning on the shaft with both hands. Who pays with something like this for your work? Integra pressed, her tone more insistent as she sought an answer. The one who gives me the job. Isn't it obvious? You, for example, paid me too, with your love, Alex said, forming a heart shape with his fingers and holding it up toward Integra's face. Seeing Alex's hand in front of her face, Integra irritably swatted it away, annoyed that he was once again dodging her questions. But suddenly Alex shoved Integra aside and hurled Leviathan toward Alucard. The axe flew straight at Alucard and knocked Anderson backward. He had suddenly appeared above Alucard's head. Seeing the flying axe, Anderson raised his silver bayonets to block the strike. But the impact sent him skidding backward across the ground. When he finally stopped sliding, both his arms and the silver bayonets in his hands were coated in a layer of ice, which he immediately shattered. A smile played on Alucard's lips when Anderson appeared. She had noticed his arrival and allowed Alex to protect her once again from injury. She was still curious why Alex continued shielding her, even knowing she was immortal. Alex extended his hand, and Leviathan flew back into his grip. Anderson looked at Alex and frowned, drawing fresh silver bayonets. Hello again, Anderson. So here we are at the end of your road. I told you we'd end up standing opposite each other, Alex said, resting Leviathan on his shoulder. Are you prepared to protect this monster to the very end, the one who has taken millions of lives and will take millions more? Anderson asked, staring intently at Alex. You already know my answer, Anderson. Why ask these questions? Alex replied calmly, lighting a cigarette. So be it, monster. We are servants of the Lord. Executors of divine justice on earth. Our mission is to exterminate to the last drop of blood the fools who oppose the Lord. Amen, Anderson said, crossing his silver bayonets. Wonderful, my sworn enemy. Simply wonderful. So come, attack and fight. Even if the situation is against you. Fight and die for what you believe in, Alucard said, stepping up beside Alex. Don't egg him on, Carmilla. I don't need him to die. I want to talk to him. And the simplest way to make that happen is to beat him until he's willing to listen, Alex said, gently nudging Alucard's shoulder. Alucard let out a soft laugh at Alex's words and felt a spark of intrigue about what exactly Alex had planned for Anderson. But that didn't mean she would obey him or refrain from trying to kill Anderson in this battle. Alucard was curious whether Alex could carry out his plan if she actively tried to eliminate Anderson during the fight. Alex immediately understood what Alucard intended and let out a heavy sigh, exhaling cigarette smoke. He turned to Sarah's and gave her a hand signal, indicating she should protect Integra and Alessa. Sarah's nodded immediately, confirming she could handle it. Giving a small smile, Alex dismissed Leviathan and pulled a pair of silver knuckle dusters from his pocket, slipping them onto his hands. With the knuckle dusters on, Alex was ready to fight in this chaotic three-way brawl. Anderson wanted to kill both him and Alucard, Alucard wanted to kill Anderson, and Alex himself stood in the middle, preventing anyone from dying while simultaneously beating Anderson into a state where he would finally listen to everything Alex wanted to say. To be continued. And so here I am again, finishing before the next battle begins. Yes, I am such a bad person. If I remember correctly, and I don't remember it well, the plot should have included a battle, then the appearance of a rejuvenated Walter, and then the death of the Major and all the other idiots. But I'm so confused about the Helsing plot that they will write it in the order I remember it. And what about what happens to Alucard's power, and how her story was supposed to end? Well, this is a spoiler, but I will say this, I definitely don't plan to kill her or anything like that. Something will just happen, and Alucard's power will get out of control. Now, to the main thing, my editor never returned, and I know one of you is hiding him. Bring him back, and everything will be fine. Peace, love, and I will find you. Chapter 636, Chapter 635, The Priest Who Continues Down His Own Path. The central square of London thundered with the sound of battle, growing more ferocious with every passing moment. Anderson no longer intended to hold back, he attacked immediately, not waiting for Alex or Alucard to react. He charged forward, silver bayonets gripped tightly in both hands, pages from the Bible swirling around him as he ran. Shouting, Anderson rushed ahead and, once close enough, leaped into the air. Alucard, standing behind Alex, drew the blade she had wielded centuries ago and blocked Anderson's strike. Sword and silver bayonet clashed in midair, and the Bible pages began spinning around Anderson and Alucard, igniting with blue flame. Anderson clenched another silver bayonet in his other hand. But before he could launch his next attack, Alex appeared, kicking him square in the chest and sending him flying backward. Anderson managed to block Alex's kick at the last second, but he was still hurled back, and the silver bayonet in his hand snapped instantly, absorbing the brunt of the impact. What a man. You're just a human, yet you possess such indomitable will, Alucard said, standing behind Alex. When a monster stands before me, I will never stop. For I am a weapon in the hands of God. Amen, Anderson replied, drawing a fresh pair of silver bayonets. My sworn enemy. Show me how you'll kill me. Show me how you'll drive a silver bayonet through my heart. Just like 500 years ago. Just like 100 years ago. End my long sleep, my sworn enemy, Alucard said in a calm voice, staring directly at Anderson. I will do exactly that, because I was born for it, Anderson answered, crossing the silver bayonets in his hands. While Alucard and Anderson exchanged their dramatic lines, Alex stood between them and saw only their lips moving. The reason? He had earbuds in, music playing in his ears. No matter how deeply Alex cared for Alucard, he had zero intention of listening to this melodramatic dialogue in the middle of a fight. Still, Alex watched Alucard and Anderson closely, ready to see who would move first, so he could prevent either of them from killing the other. Anderson charged Alucard again, hurling a silver bayonet toward her. Before it could reach her, Alex intercepted it. With an upward kick, he sent the thrown bayonet soaring into the sky. Before Alex could even lower his leg after launching the bayonet skyward, Anderson attacked Alucard once more. He leaped again, aiming to strike her with both silver bayonets. As Anderson swung, Alucard blocked with her sword once again. The two began exchanging rapid blows, and after only the third clash, cracks spread across the blade in Alucard's hand. Alucard didn't care that her sword was fracturing. She delivered a wide overhead slash, bringing the blade down from above. At the same moment, Anderson twisted in midair, gripping both bayonets to strike downward. In the very last instant, Alex appeared between them, planting one foot on Alucard's blade and shattering it completely, while his hand caught Anderson's silver bayonets. Before either could react, Alex squeezed Anderson's hands and hurled him backward, then shoved Alucard away with his foot. Both Anderson and Alucard skidded across the ground after being pushed. When they finally stopped sliding, their eyes turned toward Alex, who was still listening to music, nodding his head to the beat. Knock it off, both of you. Anderson, I won't let you hurt Carmilla. And Carmilla, I won't let you kill Anderson. Just accept it, Alex said in a bored tone, standing between them. My dear. My beloved. My chosen one. Is your greed really so vast that you'd go this far just to save this priest's life? Alucard shouted with a wide grin. It's not greed. I'm simply doing what I want. If I want to protect you, I will. Because I can afford to, my dear Carmilla. That goes for you too, Anderson. Keep attacking. Keep fighting. No matter how many times you swing those silver bayonets, not one of them will touch her. And now that you know this, what will you do, priest? Will you keep fighting, knowing you can't kill the one you call a monster? Or will you choose to learn the truth that will open your eyes to this world? Alex said calmly, looking between Alucard and Anderson. Anderson stared at Alex, clutching the broken silver bayonets. Slowly, his gaze shifted to Alucard, who stood opposite him gripping her shattered sword. Taking a deep breath, Anderson tossed the broken weapons aside. Alex watched calmly and understood that Anderson wasn't giving up. And he was right. Anderson flicked his wrist slightly, and a fresh pair of silver bayonets slid into his palms. He clenched them tightly. Seeing that Anderson had no intention of backing down, a wide smile spread across Alucard's face. Alex simply sighed and cracked his neck lightly, realizing he would indeed have to beat Anderson into a state where he couldn't even move. The lull before the battle resumed lasted only a brief moment. Anderson roared and hurled his silver bayonets toward Alex. Alex caught the thrown weapons and saw Anderson pull another dozen bayonets from beneath his coat and throw them toward Alucard. Alex reacted instantly, kicking the ground and raising a stone slab in front of the incoming bayonets. Without pausing, Alex flung the silver bayonets into the stone wall and instantly summoned Ebony into his hand. Spinning Ebony, he turned toward Alucard and opened fire. The bullets from Ebony collided midair with the shots Alucard fired from her Casal pistol. The bullets clashed with sharp metallic sounds before falling to the ground. While Alex and Alucard shot at each other, the silver bayonets Anderson had thrown detonated, shattering the stone slab Alex had raised. Shards of the exploded slab flew toward Alex. Without breaking his focus from shooting and blocking Alucard's bullets, Alex flicked a finger upward. In response, a stone beam shot out of the ground toward Anderson. Anderson, who had just leaped over the shattered slab, was struck in the stomach and sent flying backward. He rolled across the ground and quickly rose to his feet, clutching his abdomen from the impact. After deflecting Anderson's attack, Alex immediately rushed toward Alucard to stop her from firing her Casal pistol. He closed the distance in an instant and, appearing in front of her, kicked upward, knocking the pistol out of her hand and sending it flying skyward. As Alucard's arm was forced upward, a shot rang out, the bullet soaring into the air. When Alex struck her pistol, a smile appeared on Alucard's face as she looked at him. She immediately raised her other hand and threw a punch toward Alex's face. But before her fist could connect, Alex exhaled an invisible burst of air that slammed into her chest. By the time Alucard's fist grazed Alex's cheek, she felt her legs buckle. Her punch barely brushed him. Alex reacted instantly, grabbing her arm and sweeping her leg out from under her. He brought Alucard crashing to the ground, pinning her with his knee on her stomach. When her back hit the blood-soaked concrete, Alucard's eyes widened for a moment as she realized she was on the ground, with Alex looming above her. It had all happened so fast she hadn't even processed it. Narrowing her eyes, Alucard was genuinely impressed by Alex's skill. In the past they had fought, but that had been nothing more than raw violence. Now she hadn't taken a single wound, and she was the one lying on the ground. Impressive skill, my love. Where did you learn that? Alucard asked, looking up at Alex with an amused smile. It happens when you get beaten up by the first emperor of China. Want to keep going? I can fight like this for a long time without even injuring you, Alex replied with a similarly light smile. Wonderful. Simply marvelous. I was right to choose you, my love. But this, checkmate, Alucard said with a wide grin, pressing her other pistol, the Jackal, against Alex's chest. Alex looked down and saw the massive black pistol pressed against his chest. The Jackal, created by Walter specifically for Alucard to kill beings with enhanced regeneration and reflexes. The Jackal required specially made 13mm rounds, everything from the casing to the bullet and propellant had been custom modified. The first time Alex saw that pistol, he had wanted it for himself. If Alucard had turned out to be a man, Alex wouldn't have minded stealing it, but since she was a woman, he had to accept fate. Alucard gazed at Alex's face with a smile, slowly cocking the hammer with a distinct click. Alex stopped looking at the Jackal and met Alucard's eyes. You know I could dodge even in this situation, right? Alex asked, raising an eyebrow and staring at her blankly. I know. But what about him? Alucard replied with a wide smile, turning the Jackal aside. Alex turned his head and saw Anderson charging toward them, silver bayonets clutched in both hands. Before she could fire at Anderson, Alucard kicked Alex in the chest, pushing him away so he couldn't protect Anderson in time. With Alex shoved aside, Alucard fired at Anderson as he ran toward them. Alex skidded across the ground after the kick to his chest. At that moment Anderson hurled his silver bayonets toward the incoming bullets. Each shot from the Jackal knocked several bayonets out of the air at once. Sliding across the ground and digging his fingers into the pavement, time around Alex seemed to slow as he exhaled a white cloud of vapor. Iron needles instantly appeared in Alex's hands, he flung them at the flying bullets. After throwing the needles, Alex pushed off the ground and slid directly under Anderson's feet, tripping him. To both Alucard and Anderson, it happened in an instant. Just as a bullet was about to strike Anderson in the chest, he fell flat on the ground. But one bullet still grazed his arm, while all the others were pinned to the wall by iron needles. Having tripped Anderson, Alex grabbed the priest by the leg and began spinning him, then released. Just before Anderson flew away, Alex delivered a spinning kick straight to his chest. Anderson raised both arms in front of his chest to block Alex's kick. But when the blow landed, Anderson felt it fully, his bones cracking under the impact. From that strike, Anderson was sent flying backward. He hurtled through the air at high speed until he crashed back first into a wall, punching straight through it. When Anderson broke through the wall with his back, debris from the shattered structure collapsed on top of him. Before Alex could even exhale, another shot rang out. He jerked his head back to dodge the bullet fired at him. Turning, Alex looked at Alucard, who was aiming the jackal at him with a light smile on her face. Gritting his teeth in exhaustion, Alex clenched his fist and slammed it into the ground, creating a shockwave that surged toward Alucard. Cracks spread across the concrete, racing toward her. At the very last moment, Alucard pushed lightly off the ground and leaped upward before the shockwave could reach her. Alucard landed gracefully on the roof of a building, looking down at Alex from above. Still smiling, she aimed the jackal at him and opened fire again. Alex dodged the bullets with ease, barely moving from his spot. When Alucard stopped shooting, large bullet holes surrounded his feet, but he hadn't shifted an inch. "I told you, my dear. You can't hit me," Alex said, lighting a cigarette. "Really? But who said I was aiming at you, my love? I know exactly what you hate most." "You shouldn't have punched the ground," Alucard replied with a tender smile, looking down at Alex from above. Alex looked down and saw cracks beginning to spread beneath his feet. Seeing this, he tiredly lifted his gaze to Alucard and let out a heavy sigh at the smile on her face. Before he could complain, the ground beneath him collapsed, he fell downward. Alex dropped into a sewer tunnel filled with blood and the corpses controlled by Alucard. The moment he hit bottom, the dead seized him and carried him forward like a raging river, dragging him farther and farther. Alex gritted his teeth in irritation and quickly broke free from their grasp. After shaking off Alucard's familiars, a golden aura flashed around Alex for a brief moment as he struck forward. From his blow, part of the sewer tunnel simply collapsed, stone debris falling onto Alucard's familiars. Exhaling, Alex struck upward again, blasting a hole through the ceiling to escape the sewer. From his strike, several blocks and buildings simply sank underground, including the building Anderson had crashed into and the one Alucard had been standing on. Before the building could fully collapse, Alucard leaped from its roof. As she jumped back, the building she had been standing on sank into the ground, along with part of the street. Landing on a surviving structure, Alucard took a step forward, jumped down, and looked at the destruction Alex had caused. At that same moment another impact rang out, the street was destroyed even further as a massive hole opened in the ground, and Alex leaped out from it. Back on the surface, he brushed dust off himself and tiredly looked at Alucard. Alucard met his gaze with calm composure as the empty magazines fell from her Casal and Jackal pistols. While reloading, she never once took her eyes off Alex. But in the next instant Alex suddenly appeared beside her and struck forward. His fist passed by Alucard's head and slammed into the building behind her. When his fist touched the wall, there was a small pop, and the entire residential building instantly shattered into pieces. Alucard watched Alex, tilting her head to the side and staring straight into his eyes with her crimson gaze. "Still not ready to hit me, my love? Just like the first time, when you destroyed my body with every strike. Each blow took one of my lives. But now you're not even trying to kill me," Alucard asked in a gentle tone, gazing directly into Alex's eyes. "It's hard to hit someone you love. Because I can forgive all your little pranks. As for the past, it's in the past. We live here and now, not back there," Alex replied, tapping her nose with his finger. "You're right. Absolutely right. We live only in the present," Alucard said, looking at Alex with a wide smile. Alucard's gaze grew increasingly obsessive as she stared at him. This battle alone was no longer enough, she wanted more. The desire to die at the hands of a human capable of ending her long-on life had begun to fade ever since she met Alex. Her existence had become far more interesting than the monotonous wait for the end of her endless life. Alex saw Alucard's familiar obsessive look and nearly sighed. Before he could do or say anything, Alucard grabbed his cheeks and kissed him deeply on the lips. Her hands slid from his cheeks to his neck, then to his back, pulling him tightly against her as though he might escape. While Alucard kissed Alex, completely forgetting everything else, Anderson crawled out from the sunken building. Emerging from the rubble, he looked at his arm, hanging limply from his shoulder. The last kick Alex had delivered had broken it. Even his regeneration couldn't repair the damage he had taken. Anderson was in terrible condition, his head was split open, blood flowed not only from the head wound but from his nose as well, one arm was broken, and his coat was torn. Every part of his body ached from the building collapsing on him. Anderson wiped blood from his face with his good hand and looked at his broken arm. He tried to move it, but all he managed was to clench his fingers. The arm itself remained limp, refusing to move no matter how much strength he put into it. Stopping his examination of the broken arm, Anderson raised his gaze and looked ahead. The entire street was destroyed, buildings had sunk underground, blood flowed from the cracks, transforming into corpses that filled the ruined street. Shifting his attention away from the dead, Anderson looked farther down the street, the only part still intact, and saw Alucard's back. Gritting his teeth in irritation, Anderson raised his broken arm and bit down on the sleeve to hold it in place. Clutching a silver bayonet in his broken hand, Anderson looked at the corpses approaching him. He had no intention of stopping until he reached his goal. As long as my hands can grip a blade. As long as my legs can carry me forward. I will continue on my path and never stop until life leaves my body or until every spawn of the night ceases to exist. For I am a weapon in his hands, and I am the blade that punishes the wicked of humankind. Amen. Anderson began to speak, his voice growing louder with every word until it became a roar. Roaring, Anderson charged at the corpses, ignoring the pain in his body, ignoring his broken arm and the blood clouding his vision. He was ready to fight until his final breath. Anderson swung his silver bayonets, cutting down dozens of corpses that kept pressing toward him. The sound of rending flesh and the groans of the dead reaching for him echoed across the ruined street. Anderson advanced like a machine built solely for killing. He used every ounce of his arsenal, squeezing every drop of strength from his body to slaughter as many of the dead as possible. With every swing of the silver bayonet in his hands, his coat billowed, revealing flashes of more silver bayonets beneath. When one dulled or broke, Anderson hurled it into a corpse and immediately drew another. The bayonets he threw embedded themselves in the dead and detonated, scattering consecrated silver dust and silver shrapnel that struck nearby corpses. Even as he took random wounds, Anderson never stopped. He continued carving his way forward through the army of the dead. With every step, his body became more covered in blood. With every step, more wounds appeared, but he pressed on toward his goal. Even knowing Alex stood in his path, Anderson refused to stop. This was the path he had chosen. And no matter what truth Alex wanted to tell him, he had a duty to fulfill. Otherwise, all these sacrifices would have been in vain. At the same time, Alex and Alucard watched Anderson as he carved his way through the ranks of the dead without any intention of stopping. At first Alucard had seen Anderson as nothing more than the Vatican's attack dog. But watching him fight on despite his wounds, despite having no chance of victory, continuing forward, she began to see him as a human being. And Alucard was someone who respected people willing to fight monsters at the cost of their own lives. Unconsciously, she sank into memories from a century ago, when she had fought a group of humans who managed to defeat her despite being mere mortals. Alex's eyes shone as he looked at Anderson and at his soul. He could clearly see Anderson's soul beginning to bloom. Alex recognized in Anderson the same potential he had seen in Doomslayer's soul and in Dean's. He wanted to witness Anderson's limit, and how long he could keep fighting. Almost. Just a little more. If he keeps fighting, his soul will fully bloom. If he keeps fighting, he will become the hurricane he was born to be, Alex said, continuing to use his magical sight to observe Anderson's soul. He's not a dog. He's a man with astonishing willpower. He's like them, 100 years ago, Alucard said, standing beside Alex without taking her eyes off Anderson. If you mean Van Helsing, you're wrong. Anderson is different, completely different, Alex replied, shaking his head slightly. How different? What exactly do you see in him that I don't? Alucard asked, turning her head toward Alex. I've seen a soul like his only twice before. Anderson is the third. He has the potential of a true avenger. Someone who will stop at nothing until his mission is complete. And that's exactly why I chose him, Alex answered, never turning his head, still watching Anderson. Interesting. So that's why you wanted to protect him from me. Now I'm curious too, what he could become, and whether he can keep his humanity in the process, Alucard said, shifting her gaze back to Anderson. Alex gave a small nod in response to Alucard's question. All this time Anderson continued fighting every corpse that came near him. Behind him stretched a trail of blood and the bodies of the dead he had permanently slain. Anderson could no longer feel his body, but his mind remained clear as he pressed forward. Throwing away yet another broken silver bayonet, Anderson grabbed the chain on his coat with his good hand and pulled out an entire row of silver bayonets. Swinging the chain attached to the bayonets, he hurled them forward. The bayonets embedded themselves in the dead and detonated, clearing his path ahead. Feeling no fear for his life, no exhaustion despite his wounded body, Anderson continued advancing. Even when a spear pierced his torso, he simply ripped it out and drove it into a corpse. His regeneration worked at full strength, healing minor wounds, but his broken arm remained unrepaired. He didn't care as long as he could keep moving forward. Even when he saw mounted corpses charging toward him with spears, Anderson refused to retreat. He simply gripped his bayonets tighter in his good hand and clenched his teeth harder to hold the sleeve of his broken arm in place. When the cavalry of the dead drew close, gunfire erupted from behind him. Bullets riddled the bodies of the mounted corpses. Anderson whipped his head around and gritted his teeth in fury. "You! What are you fools doing here?" Anderson roared in anger, staring at those who had come to his aid. Behind Anderson appeared the members of Iscariot who had come to help their leader. Despite his fury, they continued fighting, pushing back the army of the dead commanded by Alucard. Heinkel, like the other Iscariot members, fired both pistols and reloaded them with practiced speed when the magazines ran dry. Yumi wielded her katana, slicing corpses into pieces. The Iscariot members pressed forward to reach Anderson, who glared at them with rage. He had ordered them to leave London and retreat. He was the only one who could fight Alucard when she had only one life left after releasing all the souls imprisoned in her body. Anderson had given that order because he didn't want any more of his people to die. And he had been prepared to sacrifice his own life for that. Now he rose to his feet, glaring at his subordinates in fury, but they ignored his anger and continued fighting their way toward him. "Father Anderson. If we had returned to the Vatican on your orders, we wouldn't be ourselves anymore. Not Section 13 of Iscariot. Just a bunch of cowards stuffed with guts and blood. You yourself said, so be it, we shall cleanse this world." Heinkel shouted, continuing to fire her pistols into the dead. "Didn't you teach us this very thing, Father Anderson? Now we will act as fanatics are destined to act." Yumi said, cutting down dozens of corpses with her katana. Hearing the shouts of those who had always followed him, Anderson clenched his silver bayonets tighter, his gaze growing heavier. But in the next instant, resolve filled his eyes as he turned his back to those who had disobeyed his order and followed him anyway. Anderson's gaze shifted to Alex and Alucard. They both stood on the rubble of a collapsed building, watching him directly. He knew his chance of victory was minuscule, so tiny that only a miracle could let him win this fight. Gathering his thoughts, Anderson took his first step forward as his subordinates drew near. Fools who decided to die to the last man. Even knowing that limbo is already overflowing and the Vatican will be emptied. Very well. Let us all hurry to hell together. Continue to follow me as you always have, Anderson said with firm resolve, beginning to advance. Anderson charged into battle first, sweeping everything before him and carving a path for his people. The Iscariot members following him did not retreat or falter, they walked behind Anderson without fear, even knowing that death awaited them at the end. Alex watched it all and clicked his tongue in irritation. His irritation stemmed from the fact that he would now have to intervene in this battle to stop this farce of self-sacrifice. Before even one member of Iscariot could die, Alex summoned Yamato and leaped down from the rubble of the collapsed building. Alucard shifted her gaze to Alex as he jumped down, curious about what he planned. Alex stepped forward and drew Yamato, making a single swing. In that instant every corpse was beheaded, yet the Iscariot members continued running forward, ignoring the fact that all the dead had instantly been decapitated. Alex sheathed Yamato and sharply drew the blade again. In that same moment the street was neatly sliced lengthwise, separating Anderson from the rest of the Iscariot members. Anderson stopped and turned his head back, seeing what had happened to the street, then looked toward Alex. Alex's eyes narrowed slightly as he understood what Alex had done. The Iscariot members saw the cut in the street and raised their gazes to Alex. No one could comprehend how he had done it without even moving from his spot. "Mercy, Anderson. You remember. This is already the second time that I'm preventing your people from dying. If you were fighting alone, I would wait for you. But their interference changed everything. From the very beginning, I was watching only you," Alex said, brushing his hair back. "What are you trying to achieve, monster?" Anderson shouted, staring at Alex. "Me. I crave to see you reach your full potential. That's the only reason. And now, will you continue fighting? Or shall we talk?" Alex asked, tilting his head slightly to the side. Anderson looked at Alex and fell into thought. It wasn't hard for him to understand that if Alex had wanted him dead, he would have already done it, beheading not only the corpses but every member of Iscariot, including himself. Anderson still couldn't grasp what Alex wanted to talk about, or why it mattered so much. In that moment Anderson hesitated for the first time, should he keep fighting or retreat? Alex waited calmly for Anderson to make his choice, not rushing the priest. The Iscariot members noticed Anderson's hesitation. "Don't listen to him, father. Do your duty." Heinkel shouted, refusing to let Anderson waver. "Quiet, Heinkel. This isn't your life to give advice about. Free will exists precisely so a person can make their own decisions. A little brat like you shouldn't be giving advice to adults," Alex said, kicking a small stone toward Heinkel. The stone Alex kicked flew straight at Heinkel and struck her square in the forehead. From the impact she staggered and fell backward onto her rear, her forehead turning red. Anderson once again looked at his people and confirmed yet again that Alex could have killed them at any moment, but chose not to. Anderson turned his gaze back to Alex, then looked up at Alucard, who stood on the rubble of a collapsed building with a bored expression, as though the entire spectacle had grown tiresome and no longer brought her any pleasure. Looking at Alucard, Anderson remembered his goal, the reason he was willing to sacrifice his life, to kill every monster so that no child would ever lose their family to such creatures again. Anderson's eyes grew resolute. He drove a silver bayonet into the ground and reached into the inner pocket of his torn coat. A moment later he pulled out a long, narrow wooden box. Anderson crushed the wooden box in his fingers. When it broke, only a single silver nail remained. The eyes of both Alex and Alucard narrowed instantly when they saw that silver nail. A nail. The Holy Shroud, the Holy Grail, the Spear of Longinus. Are you saying the Vatican has already used up all its sacred relics, and this nail is the last remnant of a miracle in your hands? The nail of Saint Helena, Alucard said irritably, staring at Anderson. Yes. The last miracle. Anderson replied, clutching the silver nail tightly. Don't do it, Anderson. That's not a fragment of a miracle, it's an abomination you're holding. Put that filth away and learn the whole truth instead. Rather than becoming a monster, Alex said, trying to stop Anderson from doing something foolish. Listen to his words, Anderson. Do you truly want to become a plaything of divine power and immortality? With faith in God or without, monster remains monster, Alucard said, stepping beside Alex. We fought so much. Surely both of you should have understood by now. It's enough for me to be merely a bayonet in his hands. A bayonet of divine justice. And if I become a monster, so be it. So be it. Amen, Anderson replied, seeing the looks Alex and Alucard gave him. His final words drained the last of his strength. Anderson fell to his knees as exhaustion and pain from all his wounds finally overtook him. Clutching the nail of Saint Helena, he prepared to drive it into his own chest. With a loud cry, Anderson raised his hand to plunge the silver nail into his heart. But before he could drive the nail into himself, Alex appeared beside him and gently caught his arm, preventing him from piercing his own heart. Anderson lifted his gaze and met Alex's eyes filled only with sorrow. Anderson shifted his gaze to Alucard and saw the same sorrow in her eyes. He couldn't believe what he was seeing, the ones he considered monsters were looking at him with genuine sadness. To be continued. Ugh, my head started splitting while I was writing this chapter. The damn weather decided to take a sudden turn. The sun was shining this morning, and then it started pouring rain, and the sudden change in weather gave me a severe headache. But now I can just lie down, play Spider-Man, and eat something tasty and drink coffee. I recommend you do the same. As for the plot, well, the Battle of London is almost over. I wish I could say so, but it's not over yet. You know, like a damn wizard, I can pull a plot out of my magical pony. Peace, love, and heresy. Chapter 637, Chapter 636, The Appearance of the Traitor, right before dawn. One of the many ruined streets of London fell into absolute silence. Until that very moment, the street had been filled with the sounds of battle, gunfire, the wet crunch of flesh being cleaved, the gurgle of blood pouring from slaughtered bodies onto the ground. But now there was only silence, and the cause of that silence was one foolish priest. A man who had decided to sacrifice everything to achieve his goal, to kill the woman he considered the most dangerous monster in the entire world. Even with a broken arm and a body covered in wounds, Anderson still wanted to fulfill his duty. And when the last of his strength had nearly left his ravaged body, Anderson reached into the inner pocket of his coat and pulled out what the Vatican called a fragment of a miracle, or the hand of God, an object touched by God himself. It was a silver nail, known as the nail of Saint Helena. Anderson intended to drive that nail into his own heart, to become a fragment of a miracle himself, even knowing that in doing so he would lose not only his life, but his soul as well, and forever become one of the very monsters he had sworn to destroy. And just before Anderson could plunge the seemingly ordinary silver nail into his chest, he was stopped. When he was halted, Anderson lifted his gaze and met the eyes of Alex, who had prevented him from piercing his own heart. The moment Alex realized what Anderson was about to do, he moved instantly to stop him from committing such foolishness. Alex did not want a man like Anderson to lose his soul. Because Alex knew that a soul like Anderson's was something special, and the nail of Saint Helena was an abomination touched by Chuck. Alex had no desire to see Anderson's soul fall into Chuck's hands. Since you're so desperate, Anderson, I will show you the truth. For whose sake you have fought all this time. And then you can decide for yourself whether to accept my offer or not, Alex said, extending his hand toward Anderson. Anderson didn't even have time to react before Alex's finger touched his forehead. Anderson's eyes rolled back instantly, and he lost consciousness, collapsing onto his back. The members of Iscariot hadn't heard a word of what Alex said, they only saw their leader fall backward. Every one of them assumed Anderson was dead and wanted revenge for him. But before any of the Iscariot members could take a step, Alex pointed downward. All of them suddenly felt an immense weight pressing on their shoulders, forcing them to collapse onto the blood-soaked asphalt. Alex ignored their shouts and leaned down to take the nail of St. Helena from Anderson's hand. He looked at the silver nail in his palm, then simply clenched his fist, destroying it completely. So easily destroying a sacred relic, and without even thinking of keeping it for yourself. Alucard said, walking up beside Alex. Why would I keep this abomination? Want to hear something funny, Carmilla? Alex replied with a slight shrug. Surprise me, my love, Alucard said, leaning closer to him. If Anderson had decided to drive that nail not into himself, but into you, when he had the chance, you would have died. Even with millions of souls stored inside your body, Alex said, brushing silver dust from his hands. So that's how it is. It seems you know far more about that nail than the Vatican itself does, husband, came Integra's voice from behind Alex and Alucard. Alex and Alucard turned their heads and saw Integra approaching, with Ceres walking beside her, holding Alessa's hand. Integra walked up to Alex and Alucard and looked at the unconscious Anderson. She immediately understood that Alex hadn't killed him, his chest was still rising and falling as he lay on the blood-drenched asphalt. Integra, Ceres, and Alessa had watched the entire battle from afar, including how Alex prevented Alucard and Anderson from killing each other, and how desperately Anderson fought against the army of the dead. If it hadn't ended with Alex stopping Anderson from driving the sacred nail into his own heart, they wouldn't have come closer. As they approached, Ceres crouched beside Anderson and cautiously poked him with her finger to check his condition. Alessa, standing next to her, gave Ceres an empty stare, which made Ceres flinch in embarrassment. So what did you do to him? Integra asked, arms folded across her chest. I simply showed him the truth, and healed his wounds. After all, this isn't the end yet, Alex replied, lighting a cigarette. The truth, huh? I see. And you're right, this isn't the end yet. There are still remnants of those Nazi pigs left alive, Integra said, lighting her thin cigar and giving a small nod. Alex smiled faintly and nodded in return. He was glad that, over the time he had spent with Integra, she had developed just a little more patience than she had during their first meeting, when she couldn't even bear to wait and demanded answers immediately. Taking a drag from his cigarette, Alex looked at Anderson, who would wake up any moment now. Shifting his gaze away from Anderson, he turned to the Iscariot members, who were staring at him as though he were their worst enemy. With a sigh, Alex pulled a poster and a marker from his inventory and quickly wrote a message on it. When he finished, Alex raised the poster over his head so the Iscariot members could read it. Ceres leaned in from the side to see what Alex had written. Reading the message, she burst out laughing and turned away, covering her mouth with her hands. Integra raised an eyebrow, read the text, and pinched the bridge of her nose in irritation. She couldn't understand how Alex managed to turn even moments like this into farce. The Iscariot members no longer felt the crushing weight holding them to the ground and were able to lift their heads to read the sign Alex held up. Each of them slowly read the phrase. Father Anderson is not dead, he simply lost consciousness after hitting his head on the ground. He will wake up soon. Everyone who read Alex's message reacted differently. But Alex himself was barely holding back laughter, because he knew the best way to defuse tension was to do something utterly stupid, leaving everyone stunned and too confused to think about what was really happening. The moment Alex let go of the poster, he casually kicked Anderson, sending him flying toward the Iscariot members. They didn't even have time to process what was happening before they saw their leader hurtling toward them. Heinkel and two other Iscariot members reacted instantly, catching Anderson, who was still unconscious. At that moment Alex grabbed Integra and Alessa and leaped backward. Alucard and Ceres followed suit, jumping back after him. As he leaped away, Alex waved his hand toward the Iscariot members, pushing them back as well. The instant he did, dozens of buildings were sliced apart by something razor-thin and immediately began to collapse. Debris rained down, raising a thick cloud of dust that engulfed the entire street. But Alex, Ceres, and Alucard noticed what had cut those buildings. Alucard narrowed her eyes, staring into the dust cloud, while Ceres refused to believe what she had just seen until the last moment. Alex simply sighed. From the thick cloud of dust came the sound of steady footsteps, growing closer. Alex waved his hand again, dispersing the dust cloud in all directions. When it cleared, everyone saw who the footsteps belonged to. The one who had sliced the buildings was Walter, who had grown dramatically younger compared to his former self. Integra was so stunned by what she saw that her thin cigar fell from her mouth. Ceres's eyes widened in shock as her suspicions were confirmed. Alucard merely narrowed her eyes, looking at Walter and seeing what he had become. Alex watched Walter, now dressed in black butler attire and appearing as a man in his 40s. Walter stopped dozens of meters away from Alex's group and calmly lit a cigarette. Around him, iron wires writhed, the very wires he had used to cut through dozens of buildings. So that was the choice you made, Walter, Alex said in a calm tone. You already knew in advance, Master Alexander. That's why you said those words to me. Walter replied calmly, exhaling cigarette smoke. Alex gave only a small, calm smile, showing that Walter had guessed correctly. Seeing the smile on Alex's face, Walter remained composed. And in that instant Walter understood, the most terrifying person on this battlefield was not the Major, not Alucard, not even Section 13 of Iscariot, but Alex. The man who had known from the very beginning everything that would happen and how it would unfold. Integra, meanwhile, was struggling to comprehend Walter's act of betrayal. No matter how much she tried to deny it, the evidence was right in front of her eyes. "Walter, is that really you?" Integra asked, seeking one final confirmation. "Your eyes do not deceive you, Lady Integra," Walter replied, shifting his gaze to her. Hearing the confirmation, Integra clenched her fists, staring at Walter. In that moment rage surged through her because of his betrayal. Integra hated traitors, and it all tied back to her past, when even members of her own family had betrayed her. The only person she had eventually learned to trust was Walter, and now he too had betrayed her. Alex stopped looking at Walter and placed a hand on Integra's shoulder. He understood exactly what she was feeling and going through in that moment. Betrayal by someone you considered family cuts far deeper than betrayal by a subordinate. Integra felt Alex's hand on her shoulder and calmed slightly, regaining her composure. Ceres still refused to fully accept Walter's betrayal. She even thought he might have been forced into it after being captured. Ceres clung to the last hope that Walter could still be saved. And watching all of this from above was the Major, binoculars in hand, popcorn stuffed into his mouth. As though the war play he had staged had suddenly turned into a drama about a servant betraying his mistress. Holding the binoculars, the Major couldn't stop smiling, almost applauding himself. "Master Walter, weren't you a butler? Why have you done this?" Ceres shouted, still believing Walter had been coerced into betrayal. "Was a butler? Well then, captured and turned into a vampire. Forced into another existence, reborn in torment through brainwashing. Now I am compelled to fight against you even though I do not wish to. Will that answer satisfy you, Lady Ceres?" Walter said calmly, slowly smoking his cigarette. Hearing Walter's reply, Ceres immediately understood that he had willingly become an artificial vampire. That realization made her press her lips together tightly. Integra, hearing the answer, merely stared at Walter with an icy gaze, saying nothing. It was still difficult for her to accept that Walter had consciously chosen betrayal. Alex smiled faintly and leaned down to dip his finger in the blood pooled at his feet. Straightening up, he drew a smile across his own face with the blood. Despite knowing the true reason behind Walter's betrayal, it didn't change the fact that Walter had become a traitor. Oh really? Such an old, no, now young man, and still lying like a child who's just started deceiving his parents. Bad, bad Walter, Alex said, wagging his finger at Walter. Hearing Alex's words, Walter shifted his gaze to him and immediately took a step back, feeling a sudden wave of unease. Walter couldn't understand what had just happened or why his body reacted that way, but Alex's gaze terrified him. No one noticed how Walter's body twitched when he looked into Alex's eyes. Walter stared into Alex's eyes completely devoid of light, utterly empty, while a wide smile spread across Alex's blood-smeared face. Alucard shifted her gaze to Alex and smiled, recognizing that empty look once again. But Integra and Ceres didn't notice the change in Alex's gaze and continued staring at Walter. Walter quickly regained his composure and narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at Alex, wondering what his next move would be. "It doesn't matter whether it's a lie or not. I stand here, reborn with new life. I stand here, having become myself again. Driven by my thirst for death in this beautiful ruined city. Ladies and gentlemen, I intend to cut all of you to pieces," Walter said, twitching his fingers. The iron wires around him writhed even more violently. "Walter, why, Walter?" Integra shouted, staring at him. "Don't you dare. Don't you dare call me by that name." Walter roared in fury, glaring at Integra. Hearing Walter's shout, Integra clenched her teeth in rage. But Walter paid no attention to her anger. He had consciously chosen this betrayal, even if it meant Integra would hate him forever. Alex watched it all, swaying slightly from side to side, pondering how to handle the situation. Alex glanced at Alessa, whose face looked as though she had been dragged into some dramatic scene that was already starting to annoy her. All this time Alessa had watched everything happening around her, from absurd rooftop appearances to melodramatic lines spoken by everyone as though they were obligatory, right up to this theatrical betrayal by Walter. If not for her desire to stay with her father, she would have already gone home to her mother's, where she definitely wouldn't have to witness anything like this. Alex bent backward at an unnatural angle to look Alessa in the eyes and saw boredom in his daughter's gaze. Alessa looked back at him and placed her palm on his face, silently hinting that he should stop playing around. "Alrighty, Walter. Since you want to die so badly, let's play a little game. The rules are simple, you choose a hand or a leg. Then I break it. Fun, right? Let's play. We'll have a great time," Alex said cheerfully, hopping toward Walter. Everyone turned to look at Alex, his face now wearing an insane clownish grin as he bounced happily toward Walter, waving his arms. Alex kept hopping until he stopped 5 meters away from Walter, still staring at him with that smile. Walter frowned and twitched his fingers slightly. In the same instant, iron wires wrapped tightly around Alex's body. Even as the wires coiled around him, Alex continued swaying back and forth, as though he were genuinely enjoying himself. Integra and Ceres didn't understand what was happening or what Alex was planning. Even the Iscariot members, who were protecting the unconscious Anderson, looked at Alex with doubt because he had allowed the iron wires to bind him. Only Alucard watched Alex with a wide smile, enjoying the show he had begun. No one is allowed to stand in my way. No one is allowed to stand in the way of my betrayal. Not even you, Master Alexander. Walter said, pulling on the iron wires coiled around Alex. Really? Then kill me. I do know your little secret, your tiny little secret. Your naughty little secret. Alex began to sing cheerfully, swaying from side to side. Walter stared at Alex's face, at the unnatural smile that grew even more terrifying after he had drawn it in blood. Walter felt that if he didn't do something right now, everything would end, and all his plans would collapse. Walter twitched his fingers again. The iron wires wrapped around Alex tightened even further. Walter yanked both hands back, pulling the wires with all his strength. And when he gave a sharp tug, Alex's body was torn to pieces. Blood and limbs flew in every direction. Ceres recoiled in horror, covering her mouth with her hand. Integra merely frowned. Seeing Ceres's fear, Alessa tugged on Ceres's skirt and pointed at what Alex's body had become. Ceres looked and saw that it was nothing more than a mannequin coated in ketchup, something you could buy at any store. Walter noticed it too and immediately began scanning his surroundings. Oh no, it seems you killed me. Oh dear. What shall I do? I've been killed. Ah. Alex's melodramatic voice rang out right beside Walter. Walter instantly looked down and saw Alex lying next to him, clutching his chest with a sad expression. Walter reacted immediately and leaped back to put distance between them. Alex stopped pretending to be sad, rolled onto his side, propped his cheek on his hand, and looked at Walter with a playful smile. Walter frowned, because he hadn't even noticed Alex suddenly appearing beside him. Seeing that Alex was perfectly fine, Ceres let out a relieved breath, almost forgetting just how strong Alex really was. Integra frowned, watching Alex, who was still lying on the asphalt, and couldn't understand what the hell was wrong with him in that moment. Alucard, meanwhile, watched the performance with delight. Hey, Walter-chan. Are you comfortable standing like that? Your leg's broken, you know, Alex said cheerfully, pointing at Walter. Hearing Alex's words, Walter looked down and saw that one of his legs was twisted backward, and he hadn't even noticed. When the realization hit, Walter nearly collapsed from the pain of the fracture, but quickly regained his balance. Despite the broken leg, Walter remained standing, though unsteadily. He narrowed his eyes and twitched his fingers, beginning to control his iron wires. The wires flew toward Alex. Seeing this, Alex pushed off the ground with his hands and leaped into the air. In that same moment, the iron wire sliced through the exact spot where Alex had been lying. Walter immediately began manipulating the wires to seize Alex. But even in midair, Alex calmly dodged the wires with effortless ease. Everything around them was cut by the iron wires, but Walter still couldn't touch Alex. Ceres, watching the fight, wanted to intervene and stop it. She leaped toward where Alex and Walter were fighting, but her path was blocked by the captain, who simply stepped in front of her and shook his head. Move. Ceres said through gritted teeth. The captain only shook his head, indicating she shouldn't interfere. Ceres clenched her teeth. The black gloves on her hands dissolved into black mist that began taking the shape of a weapon. In the next instant, a double-barreled shotgun appeared in her hands. The captain instantly drew his modified Mauser pistol and aimed it at Ceres. Ceres and the captain stared at each other without blinking. Ceres was furious, teeth gritted, while the captain regarded her with an empty gaze, still silently telling her he wouldn't let her pass. They stared at each other in silence, until Ceres fired first. A gunshot rang out, and buckshot burst from the shotgun's barrel. The captain dodged at the last second, the buckshot tearing through part of his coat. He immediately returned fire. In an instant, a firefight erupted between Ceres and the captain. Ceres instantly reloaded the double-barreled shotgun and closed the distance to approach him. Once close, Ceres aimed the shotgun barrel at the captain's chest. The captain reacted instantly, delivering a spinning kick that struck the barrel. Ceres's arm jerked aside, the shot missed the captain. The captain instantly aimed his modified Mauser at Ceres's head and shook his head again. But Ceres narrowed her eyes slightly and extended her other hand forward, where a large-caliber revolver had already appeared. Once again, Ceres and the captain stared each other down, waiting to see who would make the first move. Hey, don't block the road, people are walking here, a male voice said from behind the captain. The captain didn't even have time to turn his head before someone kicked him in the back. The captain flew past Ceres, bouncing across the ground like a skipping stone. Sarah's barely caught a glimpse of someone flying by before she whipped her head around, seeing the captain crash backfirst into a ruined car with such force that the vehicle crumpled in half. Sarah's turned back and saw Alex, his insane clownish grin gone, holding Walter by the collar as though he had just dragged him out of a bar after a fight. Sarah's looked at Alex again. She had thought he would kill Walter for his betrayal. Sarah's opened her mouth to ask a question, but Alex placed a finger to her lips, signaling that everything was fine. Sarah's nodded and walked with Alex back toward the others. "Is he okay?" Sarah's asked, turning her head. "You mean Walter?" "Well, I hit him in the head a couple of times. So yeah, he's perfectly fine. For now, at least." "Because he still has to face Integra's wrath," Alex replied with a slight shrug. "Was his mind really brainwashed?" Sarah's asked, still hoping it was true. "Who knows? Maybe yes, maybe no. But either way, Walter's going to have to face the consequences," Alex said, giving Walter a light shake as he dragged him along. Sarah's nodded and looked back toward where the captain should have been. But all she saw was the crumpled car. There was no sign of the captain himself. Alex continued walking forward, thinking about the conversation he'd had with Walter. Alex had only partially expected that kind of answer from Walter. But he was mildly surprised to learn that Walter had also chosen betrayal in order to rejuvenate himself and extend his life. Walter's answer was the same as that of any father who wants to stay by his daughter's side for as long as possible, the daughter he had raised. At the same time, Walter had betrayed them in order to personally eliminate anything that could threaten Integra's life, including Iscariot, Alucard, and Millennium. Walter had been prepared to be hated, but he had been willing to take that step for the person he considered his daughter. Sighing, Alex shook his head. He knew it would be difficult for Integra to forgive Walter, even if she learned the full truth. The fact of betrayal remained, and it couldn't be erased. Alex and Sarah's returned quickly to the others. Integra looked toward Alex and saw the unconscious Walter in his hand. Her eyes grew even colder. Alex walked up to Integra and dropped Walter at her feet. "Why did you bring him here?" "I don't want to see this traitor," Integra said in an icy tone. "Because he's an old fool who wanted to protect his daughter, even at the cost of her hating him. Isn't that right, Walter?" "Stop pretending to be dead, I only hit you in the head twice," Alex said, looking straight into Integra's eyes, and kicking Walter lightly. Hearing Alex's words, Integra lowered her gaze to Walter. Walter let out a heavy sigh and sat up, lighting a cigarette. During the fight with Alex, Walter had grown even younger, now appearing as a man in his early 30s. The reason for such rapid rejuvenation was that Walter had undergone the process of becoming an artificial vampire in the shortest possible time, and constant rejuvenation had become a side effect. Walter would have continued growing younger until his body could no longer withstand it and his organs ruptured, if not for Alex healing him. Fighting Alex, Walter had finally understood that Alex was the most terrifying opponent he had ever faced in his life. Exhaling cigarette smoke, Walter lifted his gaze and met Integra's icy stare. He knew that no matter what words came out of his mouth next, nothing would change, Integra would not forgive him. "So that's how it is, Walter. Very well. Those who subjugated your will and forced you to commit betrayal, they got what they wanted. From this moment forward, you are no longer my servant. From this moment forward, I am no longer your mistress. Walter C. Dornez, you are no longer part of Helsing," Integra said. Each word came with difficulty, and when she finished speaking, she bit her lip until it bled. Looking at Integra and the blood on her lips, Walter merely lowered his head. He had thought he could accept those words from Integra, but they proved far heavier than he had imagined. The words spoken by the person he considered his daughter hurt far more than he could have anticipated. Walter couldn't help but laugh at himself, remembering Alex's words when he called him an old fool. Walter admitted it, he truly was an old fool. Because he understood Integra perfectly and knew exactly how she would react. Alessa walked up to Integra and took her hand, trying to offer at least some comfort. Integra wanted to brush Alessa's hand away, but instead gripped it tighter, feeling the sharp pain in her heart as she looked at Walter, the man who had become a father figure to her after a real father died of illness. Sarah's felt the weight of the atmosphere and also wanted to support Integra, since she too had lost her parents as a child. Only Alucard looked at Walter as the ultimate fool. She had once respected Walter, but no longer. "Weren't you the one who spoke of the national characteristics of the English, Walter? Tenacity, stubbornness, willpower, loyalty, the drive to win, weren't those your words? And one more thing, I liked your old appearance better. Now you've become ugly. Ugly inside and out. Age with dignity, you pathetic lie," Alucard said, looking at Walter with disappointment. Walter gave no reply to Alucard's words, he simply continued sitting, leaning against a piece of rubble, smoking his cigarette. Integra's words still echoed in his mind, and the thought that he had lost everything without achieving any of his goals made him call himself an old fool. By this point Alex had walked up to Integra and stood in front of her. Integra was no longer looking at Walter, she had turned away because his presence brought her only pain from betrayal. Alex leaned down to Integra and placed both hands on her cheeks, lifting her face so she would look into his eyes. He gently wiped the blood from her lips with his thumb and gave a faint smile. Despite the lack of emotion on Integra's face, Alex could see only pain in her eyes. Don't be sad, Integra. There's just one last step before everything comes to an end. Just one final step, and dawn will come again. Because the last creature is still alive. And the best way to vent your anger is to tear that creature apart, turn him inside out, get him like a filthy pig, and throw his corpse to the jackals, Alex said with a light smile, gently stroking Integra's cheeks with his finger. Integra looked into Alex's eyes and understood what he meant. Though his words sounded like comfort, he was simply trying to redirect her rage toward the one truly responsible for everything that had happened. Integra placed her hand over Alex's, the one resting on her cheek, and understood his intention. She realized why Alex spoke of dawn. Because when dawn arrived, the fake London that had been destroyed would vanish, and in its place would stand the real, intact London. And if the Major saw it with his own eyes, he would understand that from the very beginning he had danced to someone else's tune like a marionette. Integra finally understood what Alex had been aiming for with all these preparations for war. Alex wanted to show the Major that all his carefully laid plans were nothing more than empty air, and that he had achieved nothing. Yes, you're right. You're right again, as always. Our goal hasn't changed, we must find the enemy. Find and destroy every enemy of Helsing and England. Every single one, Integra said, squeezing Alex's hand that rested against her cheek. Well said, Integral Fairbrook Wingates Helsing. I was wrong to call you a young girl. I won't do it again. Now at last you have become my enemy. My strong, powerful, important, precious enemy, who must be defeated, came the Major's ecstatic voice from above. When the Major's voice rang out, his airship Deus Ex Machina began to descend, crashing through already ruined buildings and finishing their destruction. The descending airship passed overhead, and everyone looked up. The airship continued smashing through everything in its path, debris raining from the sky as it moved forward. At the end of its path, the airship landed on the ruined street. Alex watched the airship, wondering what the Major's next move would be. He was 100% certain that the Major's plan had changed. Alex was sure the Major was planning something far grander for the finale of his tragic play, instead of simply killing Alucard with Schrodinger's blood. Integra stood beside Alex and frowned deeply. Ceres felt that the end of everything was drawing near, and she wanted it all to be over quickly. Alucard merely narrowed her eyes with a smile, thinking the same thing Alex was. What would the Major's next move be? To be continued. So I had two choices in this chapter. First, I should literally describe the entire battle between Alex and Walter, including their dialogue during the battle, including Walter's murder. But I thought, fuck bad endings. Second, if I dragged out another battle for another chapter, it would have delayed the conclusion of the Helsing arc even further, and I have plans for the post-Helsing part of the story. So I combined the short exchange of blows between Alex and Walter and Ceres and the captain. The rest of the plot should be the main part of the Major's master plan, Anderson's awakening, and the rest of the plot. So it seems I haven't forgotten anything I wanted to say. Sort of. Okay, I'll go eat. Peace, love, and dude, where's my car? Chapter 638, Chapter 637, a monster appeared that needs to be killed too many times. While the airship Deus Ex Machina continued its descent to finally land, everyone watching had different thoughts, but all of them agreed on one thing: once the Major died, this entire farce of a three-way war would finally come to an end. Alex himself stroked his chin, wondering what the Major's next move would be. Alex was certain the Major had planned something grand. Stopping himself from stroking his chin and staring at the descending airship, Alex turned to Walter, who was still sitting on the ground, leaning his back against a chunk of ruined building. Alex gave Walter's leg a light kick to get his attention. Walter looked up after the nudge. Alex gave a small nod toward the airship, silently asking what the Major was planning. Walter simply shook his head, indicating that not only did he not know the Major's final step, but no one at all knew the last part of the plan except the Major himself. Seeing this, Alex nearly rolled his eyes and almost called Walter a useless butler who couldn't even find out something basic. When the airship finally landed, a ramp slowly extended from it, like an invitation to come aboard. Fate has reshuffled the cards a little. But everything has fallen back into place. Come on, then. I challenge you to a duel, the Major's voice rang out from the airship. Me. Fine, I'll come up. I was already thinking I'd have to build something out of the surrounding junk just to drag your pig face out here, Alex said with a slight shrug. Ha 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 ha. As crude in your expressions as ever. But no. This duel is only between the leaders of organizations. Subordinates must fight subordinates. I had to think long and hard about this surprise. But now it's ready, everything has fallen into place, came the Major's slightly mocking voice from the airship. Alex tilted his head to the side and narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing a small catch in the Major's words. He glanced at Integra. She gave a small nod, indicating she would handle everything herself. Seeing Integra's nod, Alex looked at Alucard and noticed a slightly pensive expression on her face, as though she were thinking about what the Major had planned. With a sigh, Alex decided to see what the Major had in store instead of ending everything in one go. Lighting a cigarette, he narrowed his eyes again and realized he still couldn't see any sign of Schrödinger. His suspicions only grew. Finished thinking, my love? If so, stop wasting time, Alucard's voice whispered in Alex's ear. Integra, what do you think? This feels way too suspicious. It seems the Major changed his plans a little, Alex said, exhaling cigarette smoke. It doesn't matter. I will win and end this, Integra replied, preparing to step forward. Alex sighed and nodded. Integra wasn't going to wait any longer, she started walking ahead. Alex glanced at Alessa and gave his daughter a nod, silently asking her to watch over her mother. Alessa gave Alex a tired look and ran after Integra on her short legs. Only Sarah's remained standing in place, unwilling to go anywhere. She thought about staying to help in case something happened. But in the next instant Alucard pushed her in the back, indicating she should accompany Integra. Master. Sarah said after being shoved forward. Go, Sarah's. Mistress needs an escort. Or were you planning to leave our daughter to protect her mother alone? Alucard said calmly. Sarah's looked at Integra and Alessa walking away, then back at Alex. Alex gave a small smile and patted her head, then leaned in to whisper a few words in her ear. At first Sarah's blushed, thinking Alex was about to kiss her in front of everyone. But when she heard what he whispered, Sarah's immediately became serious. And when his final words reached her, she perked up and nodded vigorously. Alex chuckled softly and ruffled her hair, showing he believed in her. Sarah's entire demeanor radiated determination and readiness to do what Alex had asked. She was about to catch up with Integra and Alessa, who had already reached the ramp, when she suddenly turned back and looked at Walter. Master Walter. This is probably weird to say in a situation like this. But, thank you. For everything you did for me. Really, thank you, Sarah said with a bright smile. Thank you. Lady Sarah's. You've grown so much in such a short time. Walter replied, looking at her with a smile. Hurry up, Sarah's. Integra called without turning around. Sarah's gave Walter one last grateful nod and ran after Integra and Alessa. Alex, Alucard, and Walter watched as Integra, Sarah's, and Alessa climbed the ramp into the airship. All this time Alex saw no trace of Schrödinger, who should have appeared by now. Alex was completely certain the Major's new and final plan involved the souls Alucard had released. But he was missing the last piece of the puzzle to put the whole picture together. When Integra, Sarah's, and Alessa entered the airship, Alex looked up and took another drag from his cigarette, thinking that instead of racking his brain, it might be better to ask the main culprit of this farce directly. So, Major. What exactly have you planned for your final act? What's your grand magnificent scheme? Alex asked, bringing the cigarette to his lips. Ha ha ha. Grand. I wouldn't call it grand. I only thirst for chaos and war. From the very beginning all I needed was to force the head of Helsing to remove all restrictions from her chained dog. The Major began with a light laugh. Get to the point. Save your villainous lines from old movies, Alex said lazily. How impatient. Fine then. I wondered what could truly cause chaos and war in the world. If you thought it was war between humans and monsters, you're right, came the Major's cheerful voice from the airship. Let me guess. All your plans boiled down to making the whole world learn about the existence of monsters, blah blah blah. Then the monsters would come out, seeing this farce in London. And then war would erupt across the entire planet. After all, the end of the world is getting closer, and you decided to ruin everyone's life one last time. Alex said, gesturing lazily with his hand. Ha ha ha. Almost. I didn't just want to start a war between monsters and humans. It's far more interesting. By happy coincidence, Millennium came into possession of one very interesting item. Our wonderful, marvelous, and brilliant doctor studied this little thing. The Major said, as though talking about something mundane. The fragment of darkness you got from the British men of letters. Then your so-called doctor realized this fragment makes monsters stronger. And he also discovered it could be used to control human souls. That's why his pathetic monster creation experiments became far more successful. And after learning the power of that fragment, you not only retrieved your own soul from hell, you decided to use it for other purposes. Am I right? Alex said in the same lazy tone. When Alex finished speaking, a brief silence fell over the ruined street. The Iscariot members looked at Alex, then shifted their gazes to the airship. Walter, still sitting on the ground, only shook his head, thinking the Major never should have crawled out of his hole if it meant facing someone like Alex. Alucard, standing beside Alex, remembered what the fragments of darkness were and gave a slight smile, beginning to guess the true intent behind the Major's plan. The silence lasted only a moment before loud, manic laughter erupted from the airship speakers, confirming that everything Alex said was correct. Alex merely yawned lazily, showing he was so bored he'd rather go to sleep. Alucard leaned lightly on Alex's shoulders from behind, narrowing her eyes. Because she was growing more and more interested in what the Major had planned. After all, he had been preparing this for 70 long years. And she instinctively knew it couldn't end like this. Every fiber of her being sensed that the play the Major had staged could not conclude on such a note. Yes. Yes. Exactly right. Astonishingly accurate. Ah. If only I had the chance, I would play chess with you, summoner of monsters. No, Alexander Voldigod. The one who hides his face behind 100 masks. A man about whom nothing is known, yet he himself knows everything. If not for my old obsession with Helsing, Alucard, and London, I would gladly play a game with you, came the Major's ecstatic voice from the airship. Nah, I'm too lazy to play chess with you. You're boring and predictable. You can fool the whole world. But in my eyes this is all child's play. And still, one thing bothers me. Alex said, stroking his chin. What is it? I'd be delighted to share my plans with you. Don't you think it's generous of me to let you in on the details, came the Major's cheerful voice from the airship. I originally thought your plan was to kill Carmilla. But apparently I was wrong. You didn't need to kill Carmilla, you wanted what's inside her. The souls she devoured, Alex said, thinking aloud. Correct, the souls. It's all about the human souls this monster swallowed. Came the Major's voice, accompanied by applause. Hey, mutt. Watch your mouth. I don't care what you've planned, but I have no problem climbing up there and ripping your filthy mouth apart if you call my wife a monster one more time, Alex said in a cold tone. Oh dear. How scary. Ha ha ha. But you're right. It's all about the souls. The blood of those people has been stored inside that woman's body for years. And after she released all those souls from herself, all that blood poured out of her body. And now, guess where it ended up? Ha 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 ha. No need to answer, I'll do it for you. All that blood ended up in one single place we prepared, thanks to certain defectors who thirsted for immortality. The Major said, continuing to laugh. When the Major's words ended, Alucard burst into loud laughter, clutching Alex's shoulders. She laughed because she understood what the Major's plan really was. Alex felt Alucard shaking him back and forth as she continued laughing with wild, ecstatic joy. Alex activated his magical sight, his eyes scanning the streets of the ruined fake London. He had also found it suspicious that all of Alucard's familiars suddenly vanished, and the Major decided to step onto the stage. Alex's eyes stopped on one spot where he sensed an anomaly, and his face immediately twisted. All of this happened under Alucard's and the Major's hysterical, manic laughter. Meanwhile, deep underground in the sewer tunnels beneath the fake London, a river of blood flowed, draining from every corner of the city into one single place. The raging torrent of blood surged through the underground channels in a single powerful stream. From that river of blood came the groans of the dead, bloodied hands reaching out, clawing at anything they could touch, leaving crimson streaks on the stone walls. But the river of blood continued flowing onward until it reached one deep reservoir in the underground network. All the blood from the entire fake London cascaded like a waterfall into one enormous deep basin, slowly filling it. Through the sound of the blood waterfalls came the faint sound of a children's song in German. Schrödinger walked along the edge of the reservoir, twirling an unremarkable pendant in his hands, humming a childish tune, lightly dancing and spinning along the rim. Pam pam pam. Almost there. Pam pam pam. Almost. Just a little more. Pam pam pam, Schrödinger sang cheerfully, calmly walking along the edge of the reservoir as it continued to fill with blood. Schrödinger kept pacing the rim while the basin filled. And when the massive reservoir was completely full of blood, Schrödinger crouched at the very edge and looked down. From the blood filling the basin, bloodied hands of the dead reached upward, moaning as they stretched toward Schrödinger, trying to grab him. Seeing the spectacle before him, a sadistic smile spread across Schrödinger's face. He extended a finger and pressed down on the head of one of the dead who was reaching for him, pushing it back into the blood. Schrödinger began toying with them, dunking the corpses back under while they tried to climb out. Giggling childishly, Schrödinger straightened up. And now, the final step the Major talked about. How did it go? Oh, right, Schrödinger said, tilting his head to the side as he remembered. As though suddenly enlightened, Schrödinger clapped his hands and began stepping across the heads of the dead trying to crawl out of the blood reservoir. Walking across their heads, Schrödinger reached the very center of the basin and tore a plain black crystal from the pendant. Tossing aside the useless part of the necklace, Schrödinger lifted his head and opened his mouth to swallow the fragment of darkness. He released his fingers, and the fragment of darkness fell straight down his throat. After swallowing the fragment, Schrödinger reached for the knife hanging at his belt and brought it to his throat. With a wide smile on his face, Schrödinger slit his own throat, his eyes instantly losing all light. In the same moment his body fell straight into the blood reservoir, into the hands of the dead who immediately dragged him to the bottom. When Schrödinger's lifeless body was pulled under, the entire surface of the blood reservoir went still. The silence lasted only a brief moment. Soon small bubbles began appearing on the surface, each one bursting and releasing faint black mist, as though the blood were heating at tremendous speed. Before long the reservoir of blood exploded, a furious fountain of blood shot upward, smashing into the ceiling and splashing crimson in every direction through the underground tunnels. Blood began flooding the entire chamber. There was unnaturally much of it, and more black mist rose from the surface, drifting across the blood. The surface of the blood began writhing strangely, like a living thing trying to take shape. Suddenly another torrent of blood erupted from the roiling crimson, striking the ceiling. But this torrent was different from the first. The second resembled a massive human hand, formed from the flesh of thousands of people, and it slammed into the ceiling of the underground reservoir. In the next instant yet another torrent rose, like the arm of a giant, and struck the ceiling with even greater force. The second blow was so powerful that the ceiling of the underground reservoir cracked with huge fractures, chunks of stone began falling downward, becoming part of the creature being born from the blood of millions. The enormous arms continued pounding the ceiling with such force that everything around began to collapse, and the cracks in the ceiling grew wider with every blow. Debris kept falling. But the giant arms, born of blood, continued smashing upward. With every strike a light earthquake and thunderous impact spread outward, impossible to ignore. At the same time, on the surface a powerful rumbling began to spread. Already ruined buildings collapsed even further, raising clouds of dust. Alex watched it all with an empty expression, nearly groaning from the headache that was starting to build. The situation wasn't helped by the fact that beside him rang out Alucard's insane laughter. She was thoroughly enjoying the situation. And soon the Major's laughter joined hers. He was the main culprit of everything happening. Alex felt himself being shaken back and forth, and he didn't even have the energy to stop Alucard. Because he knew it would be hard to stop Alucard in this state. After all, her power was about to be used against her. By this point Walter had already stood up and was looking toward the horizon, where the epicenter of the rumbling and earthquake lay. Every single member of Iscariot felt that something extremely dangerous was coming. But if a fight was necessary, they would take up their weapons again. Here it is, the greatest creation. A monster that contains millions of souls with one single desire, to kill, to spread chaos and fear. And you will be its first victims, including the one who carried all those souls inside her. Without whom my plan could never have succeeded. Farewell, gentlemen. After all, my own end is already decided. At the hands of the head of Helsing, came the Major's manic voice, which quickly faded. When the Major's voice fell silent, the rumbling and earthquake grew even stronger. And in the next instant a colossal fist erupted from underground, formed as though from the bodies of thousands of people who were still alive and silently screaming in endless agony. Following the first giant hand came a second identical one. Seeing this, Alex stroked his chin, thinking how they had managed to pull this off using Schrödinger's blood, when millions of souls should have been aware of themselves and yet continued to exist. But soon Alex received his answer when he used his magical sight. Schrödinger hadn't simply dissolved inside the millions of souls, he had become their binding core, allowing them to continue existing. And all these millions of souls now recognized themselves as one single entity. Everyone still on the surface reacted differently to the giant formed of human flesh. Alucard, however, was in complete ecstasy, seeing all of this, and she couldn't stop trembling with excitement. Alex thought about the safest way to kill this monster, and he was absolutely certain it wouldn't be easy to take down this giant. My love, how many did you devour? Give me the exact number. Alex said in a tired tone. If you want the exact number, my beloved. Then in more than 500 years of my long life I have devoured 3,424,867 souls. Entire countries, kingdoms, armies, all of it I consumed, Alucard said, running her finger along Alex's neck. If we do rough math. I might have accidentally killed a little over 400,000 souls after you joked. Anderson and his Boy Scouts killed, let's say plus or minus 20,000. And by my modest calculations, this disgusting thing has just over 3 million lives, give or take a few thousand. Which means? Alex said, stroking his chin. Which means we simply have to keep killing this monster until it finally dies, came a stern male voice from behind Alex and Alucard. Alex and Alucard turned and saw Anderson, who had already regained consciousness. Anderson once again felt full of strength after Alex healed him. And most importantly, Anderson had seen the truth Alex spoke of. And that truth filled him only with fury. Fury directed at the imposter pretending to be the god he believed in. Anderson had seen the entire path Alex had walked, and the changes he brought in his wake. And what affected Anderson most was learning that Alex was the son of the creator himself. He had also learned about the offer Alex had spoken of. And he was ready to say yes. He was a bayonet in the hands of God, to punish monsters and the wicked of humankind, and following Alex, he would remain so, in the hands of the creator himself. After everything he had seen, Anderson's faith only grew stronger, and his convictions became even firmer. Only his goal had changed. If before Anderson had been ready to lay down his life to eradicate all monsters from the world, to spare children from tragedy, now his goal had become far greater, to carry divine punishment into other worlds, to judge and execute the guilty there. And he was ready to serve for an entire eternity if necessary. And so he was prepared to follow Alex and become his weapon. I see you've made your decision, Alex said, looking at Anderson with a faint smile. My faith is unshakable, monster. You merely showed me a new path, and I will walk it. I was and will remain a bayonet in his hands, Anderson replied, looking straight into Alex's eyes. You still call me a monster after everything you've learned. Though you know what, you can keep calling me that. After all, it's true, Alex said with a carefree smile. Anderson gave a small nod and stepped beside Alex, to look at the giant of flesh in the distance. By this point the giant had fully emerged from underground and let out a deafening roar, creating a shockwave that spread outward. Alex merely shielded his eyes with his hand to keep dust out. The shockwave from the giant's roar was so powerful it swept away everything in its path, raising an enormous cloud of dust. The Iscariot members were nearly blown backward by the blast and clung to anything they could to stay in place. Only Alex, Alucard, Anderson, and Walter remained standing, completely ignoring the shockwave from the giant's roar. When the giant stopped roaring, Alex waved his hand to clear the dust blocking their view. When the dust settled again, Alex looked at Alucard, who stood with a wide smile, holding both her pistols, her face full of anticipation. Then Alex glanced at Anderson, who gripped broken silver bayonets in both hands. After thinking for a moment, Alex pulled an entire case of silver swords of various shapes from his inventory and tossed it at Anderson's feet. Anderson looked down, kicked the case open with his foot, and saw the weapons. Kneeling on one knee, Anderson took the silver swords and began sliding them into his torn coat. Alex turned his head back and looked at the Iscariot members, who were also ready for battle, undeterred by the giant's size. All right, kids. The plan is simple, we just need to kill this thing 3 million times. That's the whole plan, Alex said with a light smile. A fairly simple yet effective plan, Master Alexander, Walter said with a slight smile, straightening his black gloves as iron wires writhed around him. Something like that. And now the most important part. Creatures like this, artificially or accidentally created from many beings, always share one common trait. They keep mutating and changing form. And since this monster was born from the souls stored inside Carmilla, expect anything. From small monsters spawning to, let's say, extremely bizarre mutations, Alex said, pointing at the distant giant. Interesting. Very interesting. This mindless creature can still evolve. How fascinating. I want to see it, Alucard said in an ecstatic tone. Sigh. No one minds if I take the first strike, right? I mean, if someone wants to go first, be my guest, Alex said, ignoring Alucard's excited words. No one answered Alex's question, they only looked at him. Alex realized he had asked a stupid question. After all, 3 people beside him were ready to charge the monster ahead. With a sigh, Alex was about to step forward when Alucard grabbed his shoulders, spun him around, and kissed him on the lips. Alex merely raised an eyebrow, but Alucard answered with a wide smile. Alex just shrugged, thinking Alucard's behavior was because she had seen something very interesting, a colossal giant created from the blood of those she had devoured. Giving everyone one last glance, Alex took a step forward and appeared near the giant. The giant immediately sensed Alex and raised its enormous fist, bringing it down in a crushing blow. Seeing the giant fist descending, Alex simply raised his hand. The giant struck with such force it caused even more destruction. And before it could lift its massive arm again, the arm was sliced into tiny pieces. When the giant's entire arm was chopped into fragments all the way to the shoulder, the giant let out a deafening howl of pain. Alex stood with a lazy expression, still holding his hand raised. Chunks of the giant's flesh rained around him, striking the infinity barrier surrounding Alex. Lowering his hand, Alex lit another cigarette and, after taking a drag, waved his hand as though cutting something. In that instant a slash appeared along the giant's entire body. From the wound on its chest blood immediately gushed, spraying in every direction. Still holding the cigarette between his fingers, Alex leaped back and brought the cigarette to his teeth. Alex watched as the giant began regenerating its lost limb, and the huge wound on its chest began to heal. He wasn't surprised at all that the giant possessed such regeneration. Exhaling cigarette smoke, Alex looked at the giant and decided to kill even more souls inside it before the others reached it. Domain expansion, malevolent shrine, Alex said, raising his hand with crossed fingers. The moment Alex's words rang out, the giant's body began to be sliced into tiny pieces, and instantly regenerated. The giant's body continued to be destroyed at such speed that it could no longer keep up with regeneration. With every instant the giant lost hundreds and thousands of lives, and its body began to shrink. Alex stopped using the domain and lowered his hand. He looked down at the giant's body, chopped into tiny fragments. Alex took another drag from his cigarette and noticed the pieces of flesh beginning to writhe strangely, crawling toward one spot. Shifting his gaze farther, Alex saw a familiar sight. The pieces of flesh were merging into one, forming a cocoon. Exhaling cigarette smoke, Alex could only shake his head at such typical predictability. Sigh. Always the same. First big and clumsy, then small and strong. The only thing that changes is the form, the essence stays the same, Alex said, flicking away the cigarette butt. The first to arrive was Alucard, who landed beside Alex. She had seen everything while running toward them, from the severing of the giant's arm to how it was instantly chopped into tiny pieces. Stopping beside Alex, she looked at the crimson cocoon and remembered Alex's words about such creatures mutating, and now she wanted to see the next form of this being born from the Major's mad plan. Next came Walter and Anderson, who stopped and looked at the crimson cocoon. They shared the same question: what kind of creature would emerge from that cocoon? Silence reigned around them, broken only by the sound of running footsteps approaching from afar. When the rest of the Iscariot members arrived, their gazes toward Alex were completely different from before. None of them had managed to reach the scene before the giant's body was destroyed and turned into a crimson cocoon. What kind of creature is supposed to come out of that cocoon, monster? Anderson asked, gripping silver blades in both hands. Honestly, I have no idea. It's like a surprise box, something new every time. If anyone wants to, they can poke it with a stick, Alex said, lazily shrugging. Master Alexander, jokes are inappropriate in a situation like this, Walter said, glancing at Alex. Oh come on, shut up. You may have gotten younger, but inside you're still the same old man. But I really am curious what will come out of that cocoon. It could be a clone of Carmilla, or maybe some mutant with 3 arms, 10 asses, and 1 nipple in the middle. Or maybe something far more interesting, Alex said, continuing to joke. You know. I don't care what crawls out. Clone, mutant, creature with 10 asses. Because in the end I'll still be the only one you want to fuck after the fight, Alucard said, running her nail along Alex's neck. Hearing Alucard's words, Alex began coughing violently, choking on his own saliva. When her words rang out, Walter immediately turned away, while Anderson simply ignored them and continued staring at the crimson cocoon. After stopping his coughing fit, Alex tiredly looked at Alucard. She gave him a seductive smile and lightly licked her lips. And no matter how much Alex wanted to say it wasn't the time for that kind of talk, a loud cracking sound echoed around them. Alex turned his head and looked at the crimson cocoon, now covered in cracks. And in the next instant the cocoon shattered, and inside the broken shell stood a tall, naked man. He had long curly blonde hair and extremely pale skin. The naked man stood with his eyes closed, and slowly began to open them. When he opened his eyes, they were pale yellow with a faint pink tint. The man's appearance seemed very familiar to Alex. And before Alex could examine the naked man more closely to remember who he reminded him of, Alucard appeared beside him, aiming the barrel of her jackal pistol straight at the man's head. Without waiting for any reaction from the man, Alucard fired the jackal directly into his head, and his head exploded in a spray of blood and gore. Before the headless body could fall to the asphalt, Anderson appeared beside it, with a shout of "Amen." Plunging his silver blades into the man's body, severing his arms and driving a silver blade into his heart. The last to attack was Walter, who twitched his fingers. Iron wires coiled around the man's body. In the next instant Walter yanked both hands back, and the man's body was sliced into pieces by the iron wires. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Couldn't you at least wait until he put some clothes on? From the side it looks like you attacked a naked guy you stripped and dumped in the middle of a ruined city. Are you bandits or something? Alex asked in a stunned tone. My love, why wait? I simply didn't like how he looked. His appearance brings back some very unpleasant memories, Alucard said calmly, looking at Alex with her crimson eyes. A monster should be killed before it even has a chance to move, Anderson said in a calm tone. Well, you could have at least let him get dressed, Alex said, grimacing slightly. In response Alex received only silence and blank stares. With a sigh, Alex reacted instantly, appearing between Alucard and Anderson. He kicked Anderson in the side, sending him flying away, and pulled Alucard back. The moment he did, the sliced man instantly regenerated his body and struck Alex in the face. Pushing Alucard back, Alex extended his arm to block the blow. And the instant the man's fist collided with Alex's palm, he was hurled backward with tremendous force. As he flew, Alex let out a heavy sigh, hurtling toward the airship. In the next instant Alex crashed through the airship's hull with his back, punching through metal walls until he stopped. Sighing, Alex looked up and saw a pair of female legs. I recognize those legs, Alex said, looking at the woman's legs. To be continued. And so it ends again at this point. My level of scum is simply off the charts. Whose form do you think the monster created from the souls Alucard absorbed took, and whose female legs did Alex see? Well, according to the plot plan, what happens on the airship, and then the battle against Spoiler, and then the end of the war. And then a small part of the continuation of the Helsing arc. What I'm planning are many things, like a date and a little rest for Alex. I think that's all. Time to eat. Peace, love, he, beautiful female legs. Chapter 639, Chapter 638, Sarah's Versus. The Captain. Shortly before the giant born from millions of human souls emerged from underground, Integra, accompanied by Sarah's and Alessa, walked through the airship to finally put an end to this entire farce of a war. Moving through the empty corridors of the airship, Integra, Sarah's, and Alessa could hear the entire conversation taking place between Alex and the Major, including the Major's explanation of his insane plan. Upon hearing the Major's plan to ignite a war between humans and monsters across the entire world, Integra merely narrowed her eyes in contempt, staring at the loudspeaker from which the Major's voice droned on, explaining his scheme. Tired of listening to the Major's voice, Integra drew her saber and stabbed it straight through the loudspeaker, so she wouldn't have to hear that disgusting voice anymore. After slicing the speaker in half, Integra glanced at Sarah's, who looked extremely serious. Alessa, standing beside Sarah's, couldn't help but shake her head, thinking her mommy Sarah's was incredibly naive and far too easy to manipulate with just a couple of light words. With just one sentence, Alex had raised Sarah's motivation so high that she was ready to single-handedly wipe out every last remnant of Millennium and personally get the Major to get what Alex had promised her. And Sarah's couldn't wait to receive what Alex had promised. Because Alex had promised Sarah's that if she defeated the Captain on her own, they would go on another date, and he would personally cook dinner for her. Receiving such an offer, Sarah's was ready to kill even 10 captains if the situation demanded it. Forward. We also have our part of the work to do. And finally put an end to this farce, Integra said, preparing to move ahead. Sarah's immediately stopped thinking about the upcoming date with Alex and took Alessa's hand to follow Integra. As they left the corridor, Alessa looked back and noticed a barely visible shadow hiding in the hallway behind them. Alessa narrowed her eyes slightly upon spotting the one following them, and a faint smile appeared on her face as she lightly raised the hand holding her creepy rabbit Robbie. Once Integra, Sarah's, and Alessa had gone, a woman stepped out from around the corner of another corridor with a light smile on her face. She had neatly styled short black hair just below her chin. The woman wore a bright red shirt with the top buttons undone and sleeves rolled up due to the leather gloves on her hands. On her legs were tight black leather pants that hugged her slender figure, paired with black leather boots with low heels. This woman was Ada Wong, and she watched the departing Alessa, blowing an air kiss in her direction. After one last glance toward where Alessa, Integra, and Sarah's had gone, Ada looked up and saw a ventilation shaft. But before she could jump into it, a deafening roar shook the entire airship so violently that everything around began to collapse. Oh, our husband, as always, waits until the very last moment. And he even made our daughter work. Fine, I'll talk to him later. But now the ventilation shaft is destroyed. Not that I particularly wanted to crawl through vents again, Ada said, shaking her head slightly with a tired smile. Lowering her gaze, Ada calmly walked down the corridor of the airship, which had already begun to collapse and catch fire due to critical damage. Everything around her started igniting, metal panels and pipes fell from above. Ada calmly stepped aside to avoid a falling metal pipe. As she continued down the corridor, it grew more and more unstable, and she shielded her head with her hand to protect herself from small pieces of debris raining down during the airship's destruction. I just came back from the stylist, and if all this junk ruins my hair, I'll strangle him. I'll have to go back to that spa salon. I need to invite the other girls so they can visit it in another world themselves. Except Coco. Let her work, Ada said in a slightly irritated tone. She really didn't want to ruin her new hairstyle. Ada's irritation needed no explanation. She wasn't even thinking about the task she had been given. Right now all her thoughts were focused on not ruining her new hairstyle and on returning to that elite spa salon after finishing her job. During one of her missions in another world, Ada had accidentally discovered a spa salon that wasn't just elite, it was so popular that even queens and princesses from different countries visited it. The prices were accordingly astronomical, but since the Voldegoat family was extremely wealthy and Alex loved spoiling his wives, it hadn't been difficult for Ada to visit, and she had even bought herself a VIP membership. After visiting that spa salon for the first time, Ada began going there after every mission in other worlds, just to relax and enjoy the massages. And she still hadn't told any of the other girls in the family about this amazing place she had found where she could truly unwind. But she had decided to invite the others after completing the assignment given to her by White, Red, and Rekka. Calmly navigating obstacles such as burning corridors or collapsed pipes blocking the way, Ada continued down the hallway. At the same time, Integra, Sarah's, and Alessa advanced deeper toward the center of the airship. They repeatedly encountered vampires who immediately attacked them. But these vampires either died at Sarah's hands, she simply crushed their heads, or at Integra's, she simply cut them down with her saber. All this time Integra ignored the explosions thundering throughout the airship, which had already begun to burn. Even when a corridor collapsed behind them, cutting off their retreat, Integra paid it no attention. The only thing occupying her mind right now was killing the bastard responsible for everything. And the thought that she would have been dancing to the Major's tune from the very beginning if not for Alex only fueled her anger even more. But Integra showed no emotion on her face, she simply walked forward toward her goal. She continued advancing even as she heard the sound of running vampires heading their way. From the darkness of the corridor, dozens of glowing red vampire eyes appeared, holding submachine guns and machine guns, which immediately opened fire. Ignoring the bullets, Integra walked forward, gripping the hilt of her saber. Sarah's reacted instantly, the black gloves on her hands dissolved into black mist that appeared in front of Integra, blocking every shot. Sarah's accelerated and leaped over the black mist, black knuckle dusters forming on her hands. Reaching the first vampire, Sarah smashed her fist into his head, crushing it like a watermelon. She immediately began a massacre, killing the remaining vampires with a single blow each. One of the vampires managed to slip past Sarah's and leap toward Alessa. Integra's eyes narrowed instantly, she swung her saber and bisected the vampire in midair. Another vampire tried to sneak up behind Alessa. But before he could reach her, rusted iron chains covered in dried blood erupted from the corridor walls, piercing straight through the vampire's body. Alessa slowly turned her head toward the impaled vampire, her black eyes staring into his red ones without the slightest hint of emotion. After glancing at the vampire skewered by chains, Alessa calmly turned away, clutching her creepy rabbit Robbie tighter. The moment she looked away, the rusted iron chains tightened, the vampire's body was torn apart, pieces flying in every direction. By this point Sarah's had killed all the vampires, and even Integra hadn't stood idle, she had cut down several who got too close. Sarah's towered over one vampire who looked up at her with a wide smile, as though he had finally received what he had longed for. Seeing the smile on the vampire's face, Sarah's gritted her teeth in rage and stomped her foot into his face. She began smashing his head against the corridor wall, with every strike leaving a huge dent. And Sarah's didn't stop even after his head burst, splattering brain matter and skull fragments in all directions. Integra watched as the vampires died smiling, and she knew exactly why. She understood that every member of Millennium simply wanted to die, and the Major had given them a stage where they could all perish gloriously. The Major got what he desired, war and chaos, while his subordinates received the magnificent death they had craved. And Integra understood all of this perfectly. They all die with smiles on their faces. Yes. That's exactly how it should be. After all, they came here to die, Integra said calmly, sheathing her saber. If they wanted to die so badly, they should have croaked in a ditch where they belong. 70 years ago, Sarah shouted, smashing an entire wall with a single kick. He. That won't do, young Fräulein. Forgive me, but such a death simply won't suffice. Up until now it has been impossible to kill us. We don't need the entire world to need us. People would forget about us very quickly anyway. But we are necessary to ourselves. Came the Major's calm voice from a loudspeaker in the corridor. The Major didn't manage to finish his latest dramatic speech, because the loudspeaker was smashed by a rusted iron chain that emerged from the shadow behind Alessa. Alessa herself was thoroughly fed up with listening to all these stupid, unnecessary, theatrical speeches. And she was so tired of it that it was genuinely starting to anger her. She was one step away from doing everything herself, instead of following her father's request to provide just a little help to drag the Major outside. Sarah's and Integra looked at Alessa with different expressions, clearly seeing the irritation in her otherwise emotionless black eyes. Alessa's entire demeanor and gaze made it obvious, they needed to move forward, she was already sick of listening to all this. And as they continued onward, yet another loudspeaker crackled to life with the Major's voice, he had decided to finish his speech. But every speaker in their path was destroyed by rusted iron chains emerging from Alessa's shadow. Reaching the end of the half-collapsed corridor, Integra, Sarah's, and Alessa saw a fork in the path, where the captain was already waiting. Seeing yet another obstacle in the form of another idiot, Alessa was ready to kill him so they wouldn't waste any more time on fools. But before Alessa could raise her hand, Sarah stepped in front of her and Integra. Lady Integra, take Alessa and go ahead, Sarah said, staring at the captain she had already fought once before. Sarah's. Are you sure you can handle him alone? Integra asked, looking at Sarah's back. Yes. It's fine. I've already fought this man once. This time I will definitely kill him. Alex said that if I finish what I started, he'll cook dinner for me, Sarah's replied, staring intently at the captain. Then do it quickly, Sarah's. And catch up with us. I do not permit you to lose. Under no circumstances. Do you understand my order? Integra said, lighting a thin cigar. Sarah's nodded, already thinking of ways to fight the captain. In their last encounter they had tied, and if not for Alex's intervention, who had kicked the captain in the back and sent him flying, it might have ended differently. Seeing Sarah's resolve, Integra said nothing more and walked forward. Alessa approached Sarah's and lightly tugged on her skirt to get her attention. When Sarah's turned her head to look at Alessa raised her creepy rabbit Robbie and used its paw to give a thumbs up, showing her support. Sarah smiled faintly and turned her gaze back to the captain, who had remained silent the entire time, waiting. As Integra approached the captain, he pointed with his finger to the left, indicating the path for Integra and Alessa. "Hey, what a loyal dog. Good boy. Come on, Alessa," Integra said with a contemptuous smile, looking straight into the captain's eyes. Alessa paused for a moment to look the captain in the eyes, and he looked back at her. After meeting his gaze, Alessa only shook her head slightly, seeing the captain's true nature. While Integra and Alessa walked away, Sarah's and the captain continued staring each other down. The black gloves on Sarah's hands slowly dissolved into black mist, in one hand forming a double-barreled shotgun, in the other a knife. Sarah's and the captain stared at each other, waiting for the right moment. And that moment came very soon. Another explosion rocked the corridor as the airship continued to gradually collapse from the fire sparked by the giant's roar. When the explosion thundered, Sarah's immediately fired her double-barreled shotgun straight at the captain. Before the buckshot could reach him, the captain kicked the floor, raising an iron plate. The buckshot struck the iron plate, which the captain immediately kicked toward Sarah's. The iron plate flew at Sarah's. Her eyes narrowed, she deftly leaped over the flying slab. After jumping over it, Sarah's decided to close the distance to the captain. Closing in, Sarah's aimed her double-barreled shotgun directly at the captain's chest. Before she could fire, the captain threw off his long coat and wrapped it around Sarah's arm and head. Having entangled Sarah's in his coat, the captain yanked it, pulling the shotgun barrel aside. As Sarah's arm jerked, she fired into the wall. The moment the shotgun blast rang out, the captain drew his modified Mauser and aimed it at Sarah's head. Before he could fire, the sleeve of his own coat wrapped around the barrel of his Mauser, pulling it aside. At the very last moment before the shot, Sarah's used the same trick the captain had, turning his own coat against him. Before the captain could free himself, Sarah's tore his coat apart and grabbed the long barrel of his Mauser. Without waiting for a reaction, Sarah's instantly bent the long barrel. Seeing what had happened to his weapon, the captain immediately leaped back, breaking the distance. The moment he did, the walls, ceiling, and floor where he had stood were sliced apart. Having retreated, the captain saw black mist condensing around Sarah's, forming sharp spikes that cut through everything around her. The sharp tentacle-like blades formed around Sarah slowly swayed as she stared at the captain. Sarah's extended her hand, the black mist condensed around it, taking the form of a black knuckle duster. In the next instant the sharp tentacles shot toward the captain. Seeing the approaching sharp tentacles, the captain crouched and leaned forward. A silver aura began to envelop him, his back partially covered in fur, his face transforming into a wolf's maw. Before the sharp tentacles could reach him, the captain pushed off the floor, leaping forward and dodging every tentacle that tried to pierce his body. Thanks to his partial werewolf form, the captain's strength and agility had increased dramatically. That was how he managed to evade the tentacles controlled by Sarah's. The captain instantly closed the distance and, spinning in midair, delivered a kick. But the captain didn't know that Sarah's was no longer a simple Nosferatu, she had become something far stronger, and she was much more powerful than she appeared at first glance. To Sarah's, the captain in his new form wasn't moving nearly fast enough, she could clearly see every movement he made. And the moment the captain swung his leg, Sarah's countered with a fist straight into his leg. Sarah's fist collided with the captain's leg with such force that a shockwave erupted outward, destroying the floor beneath them. In the same instant both of them began to fall, yet they continued exchanging blows even as they dropped. The captain could react to Sarah's strikes thanks to his experience. But he still felt every blow fully, his bones cracking under the impacts. And if not for his regeneration and the toughness of his werewolf body, his bones would already have shattered. At the last moment before impact, the captain delivered another kick, striking Sarah's in the stomach. But before the blow could land, Sarah's countered with a fist to the captain's face. In the next instant both were thrown in opposite directions. Flying backward, Sarah smashed through crates with her back, the same happened to the captain. Crashing into another crate back first, Sarah's rose and looked around to figure out where she was. Scanning the area, Sarah saw old paper money, gold coins, jewelry, paintings, gold bars, and many other expensive items. Continuing to look around, Sarah's realized the entire hangar was filled with these things. And the only thought that came to her mind was that all these items, this gold, money, and jewelry, had been looted during the war from innocent civilians whose homes were destroyed and lives taken. Seeing so much stolen wealth taken from innocent people who were also murdered, Sarah's felt even greater rage, especially when she noticed a gold dental crown she had stepped on while getting up. Sarah's understood that this gold crown had likely been ripped from some poor soul's mouth while he screamed in agony. Clenching the gold crown in her hand, Sarah shifted her gaze to the captain, who had landed on a large wooden crate not far from her. Sarah immediately hurled the gold crown at the captain's head. The captain tilted his head slightly, dodging the flying gold tooth. And in the same moment a thunderous crash came from behind him, as though a shell had struck the wall. Even after dodging, he was wounded. Raising his hand, the captain touched the cut on his cheek, blood slowly trickling down, and turned his head back to see a huge dent in the iron wall of the airship hangar. When the captain turned back toward Sarah's, her silhouette instantly vanished. And in the next moment Sarah's appeared above the captain, with her fist raised to strike. The captain barely managed to react in time, raising both arms in front of his chest to block. Sarah's fist slammed into the captain's crossed arms with such force that the sound of cracking bones echoed through the hangar. From Sarah's blow, the captain smashed through the large wooden crate he had been standing on, crashing back first into the iron floor of the hangar. Having knocked the captain down, Sarah spun in midair and brought her heel down, aiming straight for his head. At the very last moment before impact, the captain's body dissolved into silver aura, and he vanished an instant before the strike. Sarah's heel slammed into the iron floor with tremendous force, creating a shockwave so powerful that everything around her was blown away. After landing her strike, Sarah's looked at the captain, who had once again broken the distance. The captain stared at Sarah's with a calm expression and reached into his pocket, then threw something toward her. Sarah's narrowed her eyes and caught what the captain had thrown. Opening her palm, she saw a silver coin. Sarah saw the word death written on one side of the coin, and flipping it over, saw life on the other. "You want me to kill you with this?" Sarah's asked, staring straight at the captain. The captain slowly nodded and raised his hand, pointing with his finger. Sarah's followed his gesture and quickly understood what he meant. Alex had given him this coin. Sarah's understood everything instantly and nodded, showing she was ready to continue fighting. The moment Sarah's nodded, the captain's body was enveloped in silver aura, and he rushed toward her at high speed. In the next instant the captain appeared beside Sarah's, delivering a kick. Sarah's raised her leg, extending her knee to block. From the captain's kick, Sarah slid back slightly, leaving clear grooves in the iron floor. Clenching the silver coin between her fingers, Sarah's charged at the captain. Sarah's and the captain began exchanging powerful blows, destroying everything around them. While trading strikes, Sarah's dodged a blow to her ribs and immediately sank her sharp fangs into the captain's arm. Before the captain could react, Sarah's jerked her head sharply, tearing his arm off with her teeth. But even after losing one arm, the captain continued fighting Sarah's. And all of this was observed from above by Ada Wong, who couldn't pass by without watching such a spectacle. "That girl's good. You wouldn't guess she became a vampire just a month and a half ago, and an apostle of our husband only a few hours ago. What would those fist-fighting enthusiasts call her? Ah, right. Natural talent. Well, it seems she doesn't need my help, so I can move on," Ada said, watching the battle between Sarah's and the captain while standing on an iron pipe near the ceiling. Seeing that Sarah's needed no assistance, Ada smiled faintly and pulled a grappling hook from behind her back, aiming it upward through a hole in the ceiling where Sarah's and the captain had fallen through. After one last glance at the fight below, Ada fired the grappling hook and vanished through the hole. Neither Sarah's nor the captain noticed they had an observer. All this time Sarah's and the captain continued trading blows, neither willing to back down. Even after losing one arm, the captain could keep fighting thanks to his composure and experience, which far exceeded Sarah's. But Sarah's herself was growing more and more accustomed to her new powers, beginning to dominate the fight against the captain. During one exchange of blows, Sarah's leaned slightly to the side, dodging a strike aimed at her ribs. As the captain's fist passed by, Sarah's immediately grabbed his remaining arm with one hand and raised the other, palm open. Sarah swung her palm as though making a cut. In that instant she severed the captain's other arm with her bare hand. Now deprived of both arms, the captain leaped back, his entire demeanor showing he was still ready to fight. And as he prepared to continue, the captain took a step and felt something tug at his leg. Looking down quickly, he saw black mist rising from his own shadow, coiling around his legs. Hearing a light clink, the captain raised his head and saw a silver coin falling in front of his eyes, spinning as though in slow motion. While the silver coin blocked his view, Sarah's appeared beside him. Sarah's caught the falling coin she had tossed herself. Clenching it between her fingers, she drew her arm back for the final strike. Death came up, Sarah said, drawing her arm back. Before Sarah's hand, holding the silver coin, could plunge into the captain's chest, he himself saw that the side of the coin with the word death was facing upward. Just before Sarah's hand struck, an emotion finally appeared on the captain's face, and it was a smile of relief. Even seeing that relieved smile, Sarah's didn't stop, she plunged the silver coin into the captain's chest with even greater force. When Sarah's hand pierced his chest, blood gushed from his mouth and wound, and still smiling in relief, he slowly moved his lips before the light finally faded from his eyes. Sarah's was able to understand what the captain said before dying, and it was the word, thank you. Sarah's clenched her teeth at his final words, but quickly regained control. With a sigh, she looked at the captain's corpse, which immediately burst into blue flames. Was it worth it? Sarah said, watching the body slowly burn in blue fire. Sarah's understood that no one would answer her question, and it would remain unanswered. Pushing unnecessary thoughts aside, Sarah's looked up at the hole in the ceiling and crouched slightly, preparing to leap and leave this hangar. Sarah's didn't want to stay in this place a second longer. She pushed off the floor with such force that a large dent formed beneath her feet. Sarah's jumped through the hole in the ceiling, to catch up with Integra and Alessa and finally bring this whole ordeal to an end. At the same time, Ada calmly walked down the corridor toward the doctor's laboratory. As she approached, she could hear the doctor's dissatisfied voice. He was upset that he hadn't been able to conduct even more experiments. Reaching the entrance to the doctor's lab, Ada peeked through the doorway, watching and listening to his mad muttering. Wonderful, another nutcase obsessed with his experiments. Where do they all come from? Ada whispered, shaking her head slightly. The doctor didn't even notice that someone else had entered his laboratory. Ada scanned the doctor's lab and finally confirmed that this was the most stereotypical mad scientist she had encountered many times before. Shelves were lined with jars containing human limbs and organs, papers covered in experiment notes were scattered everywhere, farther back was an operating room, and in the center of it all stood the doctor in disheveled condition, biting his finger until it bled while muttering to himself about how much more he still hadn't managed to do. Ada quietly approached the doctor from behind and lightly tapped him on the shoulder. The doctor barely had time to turn his head and see a woman with a sweet smile on her face. Hello and good night, Ada said, pressing a taser to the doctor's neck. What? The doctor managed to shout before the electricity hit him. Ada, still smiling sweetly, calmly put the taser away behind her back and into the pouch on her belt, watching as the doctor's body convulsed from the shock delivered straight to his neck. Adjusting her bangs, Ada looked around, because she had come to retrieve data on artificial vampire experiments, as requested by Rekka, White, and Red. Ada walked up to the desk, turned on the doctor's computer, and hacked it without any difficulty. After gaining access, she pulled out her phone, connected it to the computer, and began downloading all the data. While the doctor's files transferred to her phone, Ada looked around for anything else that might be useful. Scanning the room, she noticed a bag stuffed full of documents, standing right next to a coffin. How sweet of him to pack a bag for me. I didn't think there were still gentlemen in the world besides my husband. And what's this coffin doing here? Ada said with a light smile. Intrigued by what might be inside the coffin, Ada calmly slid the lid aside and saw a skeleton inside, its skull fitted with an iron plate. Ada crouched and carefully turned the skull to the side to read what was written on the iron plate, then raised an eyebrow, not recognizing the name. The name sounded vaguely familiar to Ada, but she quickly shook her head, realizing she definitely didn't know anyone by that name. Elizabeth Bathory. Sounds like the name of some aristocrat. Maybe Alex knows who this woman was. Sigh, too bad he's busy right now, fighting another giant monster, Ada said, reading the name on the iron plate attached to the skeleton's skull. The moment Ada spoke those words, a thunderous crash came from behind her, as though something was smashing through wall after wall. In the next instant something flew through the wall and crashed into the floor, scattering the doctor's scattered notes across the room as he had hurriedly packed to escape. Ada calmly stood up, and a cheerful smile appeared on her face as she elegantly walked toward whoever had smashed through the wall with their back. With a light smile, Ada approached Alex, who lay on the floor with an empty expression, staring at the ceiling before immediately perking up when he saw her legs. I recognize those legs, Alex said, looking at Ada's legs. Really? I'm glad to hear that, husband, Ada replied cheerfully, crouching beside Alex and poking his cheek with her finger. My love, what are you doing here? I thought you were at the spa, thinking no one knew about it, Alex said, still lying on the floor and looking up at Ada. I was. Until the girls asked me to steal documents related to artificial vampire creation. They've decided to go all out with their experiments, Ada said, slowly tracing her finger along Alex's cheek. I see. Well, I don't blame them. Red and White somehow even managed to drag Rekka into their club. And where's the doctor? Did he die or already escape? Alex said, shrugging as he sat up and looked around. Right over there, he's lying down. He got a little tired, so I'm not bothering him. Ada said, pressing her finger against Alex's cheek and turning his head toward where the unconscious doctor lay. He's alive. Nice, he's exactly what I need right now. I don't have any living weapons on hand, and the doctor will do perfectly as one, Alex said, nodding and crossing his arms over his chest. Don't rush, handsome. Before you run off again. Maybe you could tell me, who is Elizabeth Bathory? There's just a skeleton in that coffin with the name Elizabeth Bathory on it, Ada said, grabbing Alex's face. Bathory. If I remember correctly, she was also a countess, and people thought she was a vampire because she bathed in virgin's blood. Well, in this world, she was probably a friend or acquaintance of Carmilla's in the past. But I'm not entirely sure. If you're that curious, I can ask Carmilla later and tell you about it, Alex said, stroking his chin and looking into Ada's eyes. I see. Well, never mind. I'm not that interested. The doctor probably just used that skeleton to create artificial vampires, Ada said, shrugging lightly. Hearing Ada's words, Alex glanced at the coffin and gave a small nod, confirming she was probably right. And as much as he wanted to examine the skeleton right now to learn more, he had other matters to attend to, namely, dealing with the monster that had taken human form. Standing up, Alex extended his hand toward Ada, who gave him a sweet smile. Rising to her feet, Ada quickly kissed Alex on the lips and pushed him gently in the back, indicating he should get back to work. Chuckling softly, Alex grabbed the doctor by the leg and dragged him along, to use him as a living weapon in the fight against the creature the doctor himself had played a major role in creating. As he left through the hole in the wall he had crashed through, Alex winked at Ada in farewell. She responded with an air kiss. Laughing lightly, Alex vanished from the spot, taking the doctor with him, while Ada stayed behind to collect the remaining experiment data before it was destroyed. To be continued. So, next on our list is either beating up the Major, or fighting the monster who's turned into a human, or a copy of Alucard. Who knows? I haven't decided yet. Either finish off the Major quickly and move on to the battle against the pathetic copy, or beat up the Major so I can finally focus on the end of this war. Anyway, I'll think about it. And now it's time to eat. Peace, love, and hee. Chapter 640, Chapter 639, The Unforeseen Conclusion. While everywhere everything was collapsing and moving toward the final end, Integra and Alessa reached the place in the airship where the Major was located. They had to walk through a decomposing corridor until they arrived at the iron sliding doors, which began to slowly part in different directions, opening the way forward. The iron doors continued to slowly separate so that Integra and Alessa could pass. They began to step cautiously along the corridor, which was still relatively intact, but the mechanism of several sliding doors was already showing signs of malfunction. Sparks started flying out from the cracks in the walls, and the already parted doors jammed in place with a screeching sound, refusing to open any wider. Having reached the end of the corridor, Integra and Alessa entered a spacious room that served as an observation headquarters, from where the Major watched the entire world. When the Major started the war in London to sow chaos, his gaze had been fixed solely on London, and he had failed to notice the trick, that London was not real. But now this room was practically destroyed, all the screens were shattered, their fragments lying on the floor, broken iron pipes jutted from the ceiling, dripping some kind of liquid straight onto the floor. At the far end, the Major himself sat in a white chair, looking exactly like the main villain from spy movies. Looking at the Major, Integra's face remained impassive, and she slowly moved her eyes around to make sure there was no trap. Alessa, meanwhile, stared at the Major, who was pretending to be the final villain, and began to think that this ridiculous situation would soon end and she would no longer have to listen to all these dramatic villainous lines. The Major slowly turned in his chair and looked at Integra and Alessa, clearly showing that everything around them, even their appearance in this place, was part of his plan, exactly as he had intended. Major. Integra said, staring at him with a cold gaze. Oh, I am so delighted that you managed to reach me so quickly and honor me with your presence, Sir Helsing, the Major said in a light tone, interlacing his fingers over his knee. Hearing such a pompous tone from the Major and seeing his insolent smile, Integra clenched her teeth, drew her pistol from its holster, and began firing forward. But not a single bullet reached the Major, each one bounced off the armored glass right in front of him with a ringing sound. Integra didn't care that the bullets were hitting armored glass, she quickly reloaded the pistol once the magazine was empty and immediately started shooting again. The Major watched with a calm smile as the bullets ricocheted off the armored glass, his expression unchanging. Alessa, standing beside Integra, covered one ear with her palm to block out the pistol shots, meanwhile thinking that perhaps she should destroy this armored glass so her mother Integra could empty an entire magazine into the body of this fat idiot. But remembering Alex's words, that the Major must see with his own eyes how all his plans proved useless, Alessa merely sighed and didn't want to let her father down. Unfortunately, the pistol is useless, Fräulein. I simply decided to take precautions before you witness everything I have planned, the Major said with a slight smile, looking straight into Integra's eyes. Hearing yet another dose of arrogant words from the Major, Integra tossed the empty pistol aside and seized the saber Alex had given her. At that moment she was completely filled with rage toward the Major, and his haughty words only fueled that rage, making it stronger. Integra strode quickly toward the Major, saber in hand, and the Major even rose from his seat to continue mocking her, knowing her saber could not pierce the armored glass. The Major leaned forward as if inviting her strike. Integra raised the arm holding the saber and delivered a thrusting stab straight at the Major's head. Just as the saber's tip was about to pierce the armored glass, the smug smile remained on the Major's face. But in that same instant he saw with his own eyes how the saber tip pierced straight through the armored glass, sliding through it like a knife through butter. At the very last moment the Major jerked his head aside, and the blade only lightly grazed his cheek. For a moment the Major was shocked that the armored glass had been run clean through by what seemed an ordinary saber. Integra, however, gripped the saber's hilt with a cold expression, staring directly into the Major's eyes. Unexpected, truly unexpected. I did not expect the head of Helsing to possess a weapon sharp enough to pierce special reinforced glass. Well, you almost got me, Sir Helsing. But if you had killed me now, we would not be able to enjoy the conclusion of this play that I so carefully arranged, the Major said with a light smile, gently tapping the saber blade that had nearly impaled his face. Go to hell, you bastard. Integra shouted, already preparing to slash sideways to behead the Major. You are so impatient, Fräulein. My end is already predetermined anyway. Aren't you curious what will happen in the final act of my play, the Major said calmly, clasping his hands behind his back and leaning forward. Integra was already prepared to behead the Major, but Alessa approached and gently tugged Integra's sleeve, drawing her attention. Integra turned her head toward Alessa, who shook her head, indicating that she should not do it. Integra gripped the saber hilt tighter and let out a heavy sigh, realizing that rage had taken over and she had lost control of her emotions. Quickly regaining composure, Integra returned to her cold demeanor and withdrew the saber from the armored glass. Seeing this, the Major smiled even wider and, as if nothing had happened, returned to his chair, picked up the remote lying on the armrest, extended his arm, and turned on the only screen in the entire room that had survived. How wonderful that such a young Fräulein wishes to witness the end of my play. It warms my black heart. So let us together enjoy the conclusion of this drama that has lasted for many hundreds of years, and the prelude to the beginning of a new, far grander play. Let us watch it all together as the last audience of this final act, the Major said in an ecstatic tone. When the Major turned on the screen, Integra and Alessa shifted their gazes behind him to see what he wanted to show them. At that moment the screen displayed a crimson cocoon, beside which stood Alex, Alucard, Anderson, and Walter, all waiting for something. Integra raised an eyebrow, not understanding what the Major had planned. The Major himself was extremely surprised that the monster he wanted to create had already entered its second phase. But he quickly hid his astonishment behind a smile as the cocoon began to crack. Integra and Alessa watched as a naked man emerged from the crimson cocoon, only to be immediately attacked by Alucard, Anderson, and Walter, who killed the appearing men in an instant. Integra looked at the Major with contempt. He kept smiling. If this is what you wanted to show before your death, then it disappoints me even more than realizing your pathetic life will last only a few more seconds, Integra said, not hiding her disgust toward the Major. You rejoice too soon, Fräulein. It's only just beginning. For today is the very day when the vampire Alucard, the Vatican's chained dog Father Alexander Anderson, the god of death Walter C. Dornez, and your beloved monster summoner Alexander Voldigode will perish at the hands of my creation. Born from millions of souls, the blood of a being that is everywhere and nowhere, and a power that has existed since the birth of this world, the Major said, lightly wagging his finger back and forth, not even looking at Integra. What have you planned? Integra said, narrowing her eyes at the Major. Planned? Indeed, I have planned something. The world is approaching its end. And I thought that instead of waiting for the world to meet its end, I would personally push the entire world into that abyss. Earlier I was obsessed with the idea of killing a being like Alucard. She, that woman, is the embodiment of everything I hate about her. But after learning the truth about the world, I revised my plans. Even knowing the world would end, Alucard, she would simply sit and wait for the end without lifting a finger. And so I decided to create a monster myself, one that would destroy this world and bring even more war and chaos into it. Isn't that wonderful? Isn't it beautiful? Humans will fight against monsters, and monsters will try to exterminate all humans. And none of them will even suspect that a single, inevitable finale awaits them all, the Major began to speak, and with each sentence his voice grew more manic. When the Major finished laying out his plan, Integra and Alessa saw the men he called his monster already regenerating and attacking. During the assault he hurled Alex backward with such force that he flew. Seeing that his monster had managed to throw Alex back, the Major burst into loud laughter and began applauding himself. Alessa, watching this, merely shook her head, understanding that Alex being thrown back was also part of his plan. Integra frowned even more deeply, observing how shadows began to gather around the man after he struck Alex. The shadow enveloped the man's body, and in the next instant he was dressed in Victorian-era clothing. Now the man looked like an aristocrat with light curly hair, a pale face, and yellow eyes, clad in elegant attire with a black cloak. Seeing the man's appearance, Integra narrowed her eyes, noticing certain similarities to Alucard, if she had been male. Here comes the end together with his birth. A monster that will be stronger, more dangerous, and even more cruel than Alucard. Now it is too late for everything. You can no longer win this battle, Sir Helsing. You have forever missed the chance that was so close. The chance I gave you. I was always so near, yet you never noticed. Now my death will change nothing, the Major said with a sarcastic smile, turning toward Integra and Alessa. You're quite stupid, just as my daddy said. If you thought this creature had even the slightest chance of harming my daddy, then, as my daddy said, you're a boring and predictable pig. And instead of celebrating prematurely, you foolish idiot, you should have watched the screen more carefully instead of trying to enrage my mother Integra even further, Alessa said, looking at the Major with eyes full of contempt in her childish black gaze. Yes, I admit I underestimated your father, who so easily unraveled all my plans. But so what? How can one kill a being whose existence is even more contradictory than that of a being like Alucard? Can you answer my question, little Fräulein, the Major said calmly, looking into Alessa's eyes. If you don't believe me, then just watch for yourself. As my mother Wednesday said, those who celebrate victory too early when their enemy is my daddy are truly idiots, Alessa said, extending her finger and pointing at the screen. The Major narrowed his eyes and turned his head back to look at the screen again. And the moment he turned, he saw the monster, created thanks to his insane plan, fighting against Alucard, Anderson, and Walter. The Major's smile only grew wider, noticing that even though Alucard, Anderson, and Walter were surprisingly coordinated against his monster, the entire battle still seemed meaningless. After all, his monster regenerated far faster than Alucard ever had. And just as the Major was about to voice his next opinion, his smile faltered when his monster literally exploded in a fountain of blood, and right beside it Alex appeared out of nowhere, holding the doctor by the leg. Seeing the frozen look of surprise on the Major's face, Alessa merely rolled her eyes in disdain. Integra had been silently watching the screen the whole time, not interfering in the conversation between Alessa and the Major. She saw no reason to waste any more energy talking to the Major, all that interested her was how Alex and the others would manage to kill this creature that, by its very nature, should not exist. After a moment's thought, Integra once again decided to trust Alex, while she herself would finish what she had to do, show the Major the play specially staged for him. Integra wanted to see the Major's face with her own eyes when he realized that all his plans had been nothing but a soap bubble ready to burst at any moment. And to do that, Integra needed to drag the Major out of the shell he had built around himself to prolong his life. Integra was already prepared to cleave the armored glass protecting the Major, when suddenly behind her came the sounds of explosions and destruction. Removing her hand from the saber hilt, Integra turned her head and looked at the metal sliding doors. At that moment a dent appeared in the massive sliding door. And in the next instant black-gloved hands thrust through the gap and began forcing the doors apart. When the massive iron sliding doors were opened, Integra saw Sarah's, who was completely unharmed, without a single wound on her body. You're right on time, Sarah's. Drag this bastard out of his shell. He's hidden from his fate long enough, Integra said, looking at Sarah's. It will be done, Lady Integra. I'll pull this bastard out right now, Sarah said, nodding with a serious expression. Sarah strode broadly toward the armored glass and carefully pushed Alessa back, shielding her just in case for safety. Hearing the conversation behind him, the Major turned in his chair with a calm smile, spreading his arms wide as if welcoming everyone who wanted to kill him. Seeing the Major's expression, Sarah clenched her teeth in irritation and took a deep breath. She needed to control her strength so as not to accidentally kill the Major. Exhaling, Sarah clenched her fist, and her hand became covered in a black metallic glove. Sarah swung and struck the armored glass with enough force to shatter it. But she slightly misjudged her power, and the shockwave from her blow sent the Major flying backward with such force that the chair he sat in was destroyed and he himself was hurled back. The Major crashed back first into the already ruined monitors, smashing the last surviving screen in the process. Because of the destruction caused by Sarah's strike, a fierce fire broke out in the room, and at the same moment black smoke began to fill the space, blocking visibility. Once the glass was shattered, Integra calmly stepped over the debris, saber in hand. She walked forward, ignoring the growing fire and the black smoke that obstructed her view. Moving toward where the Major was, Integra suddenly jerked her head to the side, and at that instant the sound of a gunshot rang out. A bullet flew past Integra's head, lightly grazing her cheek. But Integra kept walking forward. From the thick black smoke came more gunshots, bullets flying toward Integra. Yet not one struck her body, only grazing her cheek and neck a couple of times. When Integra drew close to the Major, she looked down at him as though gazing at a repulsive parasite. The Major, sitting on the floor and bleeding from his head, held a pistol aimed at Integra. Clicking sounds came each time he pulled the trigger, but no more bullets emerged from the barrel. Looking at the Major so closely, Integra gripped her saber hilt even tighter. Come on then, kill me. In the end, the winner of this war is already decided, the Major said with a faint smile on his bloodied face. Integra looked at the Major with an empty expression, feeling neither anger nor irritation, nor any emotion at all toward him. Clutching the saber, Integra swung it toward the Major. The Major saw the approaching blade and closed his eyes with a smile. But instead of the death he had already experienced once, the Major did not feel his head separate from his shoulders. Opening his eyes, he saw that Integra had severed the hand holding the pistol. And before the major could say anything or react to the severed wrist, Integra stepped on his face with her foot. Pressing the major to the floor, Integra began grinding his face into the small glass shards scattered across the ground. Integra slowly moved the major's face across the glass fragments, all with the same cold expression. The major's face became more and more covered in wounds as tiny shards tore into his flesh. Blood flowed from the cuts, staining the glass shards red. Stopping pressing her foot on the major's face, Integra bent down and grabbed him by the hair to lift him. She looked at the major's mutilated, blood-soaked face. Yet even in that state the major kept smiling, for in hell he had endured far worse tortures before the robot that inherited his will summoned his soul thanks to the fragment of darkness. Wanted to die so easily? Without pain? Without fear? No. A completely different end awaits you, one unlike the one you prepared for yourself. This way you won't be able to see the true conclusion of your play. Soon you will understand that all your efforts were in vain, Integra said in a cold tone, still holding the major by the hair. The major narrowed his eyes at Integra's words, and the smile vanished from his face as he began to sense something wrong. Integra noticed the change in his expression and released his hair. The major's face hit the metal floor with a dull thud. Before he could even open his mouth, Integra kicked him squarely in the mouth, knocking out his front teeth. Integra no longer wanted to hear a single word the major might utter. And to make sure he would never have the strength to speak again, Integra raised her foot and stomped on his face, shattering his lower jaw so he could never again utter a single damn word. Sarahs, if you're done standing there with your mouth open, tie up this trash. We need to leave this airship before it explodes completely, Integra said, sheathing her saber. Yes, ma'am, Lady Integra. I'll just find something to bind him with, Sarah said, quickly saluting, slightly unnerved by Integra's methods. Mama Sarahs, no need to look for anything. I'll handle it, Alessa said, grabbing Sarahs by the skirt. Are you going to pull rope out of your magic bag? Sarahs asked, tilting her head and pointing at the small child's bag hanging from Alessa's shoulder. No. Mama Wednesday said that to make sure an abduction victim doesn't escape, you need to bind them with something strong. For example, chains, Alessa said, looking calmly into Sarah's eyes. Once again Sarahs wondered who this Mama Wednesday was who taught Alessa such things. Integra might have been curious about the women Alessa called mothers, but now was neither the time nor the place for such conversations. At that moment rusty iron chains emerged from the shadow behind Alessa and began tightly wrapping around the major's body so he could not possibly escape. Seeing that the major was now securely bound and could not flee, Integra stepped forward and gently ran her hand through Alessa's hair in silent approval. Sarahs approached the major, grabbed the end of the chain, and began dragging him along. Coming up to Alessa, Sarahs took the girl by the hand, and they followed Integra. Unfortunately, they could not return the same way, the passage leading to the airship's exit was already blocked, and the fire was growing stronger. Looking around, Integra spotted an arrow with a plush bear attached to it and a note. Grabbing the bear and the note, Integra narrowed her eyes slightly as she read the message. It was short, our husband made an exit with his back. You can thank him properly later, Integra. And the plush bear is a gift for Alessa. Integra did not know who left the message, considering there was a clear red lipstick mark instead of a name. But she had no trouble guessing it was one of the women Alex had mentioned in passing. Integra realized there was no point wondering how that woman had gotten here. Flipping the paper over, she saw a map leading to a hole in the airship's hull mentioned in the note. We go this way. There's the exit, Integra said, starting in the other direction. How do you know, Lady Integra? We don't have a map of this airship, Sarah said, expressing doubt. We do now. Someone kindly left us a map pointing to the exit. This is for you, Alessa, Integra said, turning her head towards Sarah's and handing the plush bear to Alessa. Sarah's tilted her head at Integra's answer, still unable to figure out where the plush bear had come from. Alessa gave a small smile, taking the plush bear that her mama Ada had left for her. Integra said nothing more and headed toward the doctor's laboratory, where the hole in the wall leading directly outside was located. Sarah's asked no further questions and simply dragged the unconscious major behind her. Reaching the doctor's laboratory, Integra, Sarah's, and Alessa saw the hole in the wall that opened straight onto the street. Integra stepped through first without pausing for a moment. Soon they reached the edge, and before them lay the sight of ruined buildings and the devastated streets of London. Sarah's approached the edge and looked down to gauge the height. Confirming that the drop posed no danger even if a person fell, Sarah's yanked the chain in her hand and simply dropped the major straight down onto the stones. Integra, Sarah's, and Alessa watched as the major landed squarely on his back onto a protruding piece of building debris. With her sharp hearing, Sarah's heard the major's spine snap. Sarah's gave an awkward cough, since she hadn't intended that, and simply pretended it was an accident. Sarah's picked Alessa up in her arms and wrapped her other arm around Integra's waist to descend. The moment they jumped down, they heard the sounds of gunfire, destruction, and a mixture of voices coming from afar. Without words it was clear that a fierce battle was raging in that direction. Integra wanted to head that way. With a brief glance at Alessa and Sarah's, she set off toward the sound of combat. Sarah's quickly pulled the Major to the ground and dragged him along. At the same time, Alex, Alucard, Anderson, and Walter continued fighting the monster created according to the Major's design and born through the Doctor's insane experiments. None of them kept count of how many times they had killed the monster, but they kept killing it. In this battle Alex acted as support, blocking the monster's strikes while the others dealt fatal wounds, taking away one of the monster's lives after another. And during this fight Alex recalled whose appearance the monster reminded him of, Trevor Belmont. The man who, in another universe, was the son of Dracula and took the name Alucard to kill his own father, thereby proving he would not become a monster like his parent. The monster resembling Trevor Belmont could be said to have been partially born from Alucard, or rather from the souls that had been inside her body before she removed all the seals and released millions of souls from herself. And in addition to more than 3 million souls, Trevor's body contained the essence of Schrödinger and a fragment of darkness, making him a truly powerful monster that would be difficult to kill. That would have been the case, if not for Alex, who immediately nullified all the effects of Schrödinger's uncertainty and the fragment of darkness, leaving Trevor with only Nosferatu powers. Alex continued blocking Trevor's strikes, as he mentally named the monster, using the Doctor's body as both living shield and weapon. No one had any problem with how Alex used the Doctor. On the contrary, even members of Iscariot felt that such a death suited someone like the Doctor perfectly. Fighting, Trevor wielded a long rapier, delivering extremely fast thrusts that were hard to dodge. But Alex calmly blocked every strike using his living weapon, the Doctor. And during Trevor's next attack, Alex used the Doctor's body, which had already been resurrected more than 100 times. Trevor's rapier once again pierced the Doctor's body, and he died again. Before Alex could grab Trevor's rapier, Trevor yanked the blade sideways, bisecting the Doctor's body and leaving only the upper half in Alex's hands. And there he goes breaking my living shield again. It's really hard to find a replacement at a time like this, Alex said, blocking Trevor's thrust by clamping the rapier blade between his knee and elbow. Instead of talking, monster, you'd better fight, Anderson said, hurling silver bayonets at Trevor. But I am fighting. I'm making sure this bastard doesn't hurt any of you. That's called proper role distribution in a team, Alex said, continuing to hold Trevor's rapier blade. In response to Alex's words, Anderson only clenched his teeth and grabbed 2 more silver bayonets, severing Trevor's arms. When Trevor lost his arms he stepped back, but they quickly regenerated. Yet the moment his arms restored, Alex appeared in front of him, gripping Trevor's own rapier. Alex drew back the arm holding the rapier and began delivering rapid thrusting stabs into Trevor's body. In one instant dozens of bleeding holes appeared across Trevor's torso. Frozen in place from the wounds, Trevor left himself open to the next attack. Iscariot members supporting from a distance immediately opened fire, turning Trevor's body into a sieve. Walter used his iron wires to seize a large chunk of a destroyed building and hurled it at Trevor. In the same second Trevor's body was crushed beneath the enormous stone. Even seeing Trevor literally reduced to a red smear under the rock, everyone was certain he was still not dead. Blood quickly seeped out from beneath the stone, writhing and covered with hundreds of red eyes staring at everyone present. Soon the blood transformed into a gigantic black Baskerville hound with a wide maw full of sharp teeth and hundreds of eyes across its body. The Baskerville hound lunged at Alex, intending to swallow him whole. Just before its jaws closed around him, Alex thrust both hands forward, stopping the hound and preventing its mouth from shutting. Step aside, my love. I don't like it when cheap imitations use my own abilities, Alucard's voice sounded from behind Alex. Alucard appeared behind Alex and, without waiting for his reaction, pushed off his shoulder and leaped onto the Baskerville hound's head. With a wide smile bearing sharp fangs, Alucard drove her palm straight into the hound's head. Having plunged her hand in, Alucard immediately clenched her fist and yanked it out, holding a red orb resembling a heart. Alucard crushed it, and the pulsating heart in her hand burst, splattering blood in all directions, including across her own face. When the Baskerville hound's heart was destroyed, its body began to dissolve, turning into an ordinary puddle of blood. Once the hound's body vanished, Alucard landed gracefully beside Alex, lightly licking the blood from her fingertips with the tip of her tongue. But the moment the blood touched her tongue she tasted something vile and immediately spat it out. Alex looked at Alucard with a blank expression, seeing disgust on her face. You actually did that, Carmilla? Alex asked, looking at Alucard with a tired gaze. I was curious what the blood of this pathetic copy would taste like. The Major praised this fake so highly. And in the end this imitation can't even use vampiric powers properly. Pathetic mediocrity, Alucard said in a contemptuous tone. Lord Alexander, Lady Alucard, please do not get distracted. We have not yet killed this creature, Walter said, using his iron wires to slice apart Trevor's regenerating body. Alex merely lit a cigarette, glanced at Walter, and gave a slight shrug. Alucard also shot Walter a mocking look, showing she didn't care and would do whatever she wanted. The only one who never stopped and kept fighting was Anderson, who continued stabbing silver bayonets into Trevor's body even as it regenerated. Exhaling smoke, Alex flicked his finger, and Anderson flew backward. Just as Anderson was about to curse at Alex, he saw that where he had stood moments earlier, a gigantic toothy maw covered with dozens of red eyes had risen from the ground, clamping shut and beginning to chew the stones. "No need to thank me, Anderson. Be more careful, this monster has started adapting to its abilities," Alex said, pointing his cigarette at Trevor, who had already fully regenerated. "Are we going to keep killing this thing forever?" "We need to find its weakness," Anderson said, cracking his neck. "You learn fast, priest. Inside that thing is a fragment of darkness, essentially it binds all the souls into one whole. Rip out the fragment, the monster dies," Alex said, stroking his chin. "Any ideas, Lord Alexander?" Walter asked, using his wires to fling Trevor farther away. "Turn its body into mush and watch carefully for a black crystal. Its entire body is essentially blood. And that fragment can float anywhere inside it. If anyone has explosives, that would make it easier," Alex said, firing blue rose into Trevor's head. "We have explosives. But it takes time to prepare them." "About 5 minutes. Heinkel shouted from nearby. Alex nodded, indicating that 5 minutes was not long. Of course Alex could have killed Trevor instantly, but that would have been too boring, and no one would earn team points fighting the final boss. Even Anderson, who had learned the true extent of Alex's power, never said a word during all this time to point that fact out to Alex himself. Alex took a step forward, appeared behind Trevor, and struck him in the temple with a fist, slamming him into the ground. At the same moment Anderson appeared beside him, driving silver bayonets into Trevor's back and pinning him to the asphalt. And finally Alucard appeared next to Trevor and fired the jackal pistol straight into the back of his head. Once again Trevor's body was destroyed, but he still refused to die. To be continued. At first, I thought about finishing it all in one chapter, but then I realized there was no point. And I'll say right away, I'm not going to drag out this pathetic battle against Alucard's pathetic creation. It's time to wrap this up and move on to other things. Next up, the creation dies, the Major discovers that the London he ordered destroyed was a fake, and he himself screwed up big time. And then Alex will be stuck in London for another week because of a few things. That's about it, I think. Peace, love, and let me sleep. Chapter 641, Chapter 640, the London War is finished, and now comes the long talk. The battle against the monster named Trevor continued. And Alex thought that it was time for him to start attacking as well, instead of just blocking Trevor's strikes to prevent him from injuring Alucard, Anderson, and Walter. Since the fight began, Trevor had died in every possible way the situation allowed. He was beheaded, quartered, crushed, sliced apart, and even shot to pieces. But Trevor's regeneration was almost instantaneous, within mere moments he recovered from any wound inflicted. Yet the most unpleasant thing about Trevor's abilities wasn't his regeneration at all, it was that after a couple hundred deaths he began to grasp his Nosferatu powers and even started summoning familiars to aid him. First came the Baskerville Hound, which Alucard killed very quickly, depriving Trevor of his first familiar. Because Alucard destroyed the very structure of the Baskerville Hound, Trevor could no longer summon that particular familiar. After all, Alucard understood Nosferatu abilities better than anyone, unlike Trevor, who hadn't even achieved true self-awareness yet and was merely attacking on instinct and the combat experience he had inherited from the millions of souls inside his body. And after just 10 more deaths, Trevor learned to create weapons from his blood, making him an even more troublesome opponent. Trevor wielded a blood whip, swinging it in all directions and keeping everyone at a distance. He lashed the blood whip with such force that it caused even more destruction around him. Walter used his iron wires to hurl chunks of ruined buildings at Trevor in an attempt to distract him. But Trevor destroyed the incoming debris quickly enough that it was still hard to get close. Alex dodged the strikes of Trevor's blood whip while carrying Alucard in his arms. She was clearly enjoying the situation, fighting such a powerful opponent. Dodging the whip and holding Alucard, who was firing her jackal pistol, Alex occasionally kicked small stones from the ruined ground straight into Trevor's head. Every single pebble struck Trevor's skull with perfect accuracy. Yet even headless, Trevor kept swinging his whip and regenerated instantly. The only one fighting seriously was Anderson. Thanks to his reflexes, he could close the distance to Trevor and drive his silver bayonets into the monster's body. When Anderson once again plunged a silver blade straight into Trevor's chest, blood sprayed in all directions, and Trevor let out a loud scream. Sensing danger, Anderson immediately leaped back. The moment he did, the blood pouring from Trevor's body transformed into sharp crimson stakes that pierced everything around them. Seeing this, Alex stopped and gently set Alucard down on the ground, watching Trevor's furious scream attentively. "Carmilla, can you do the exact same thing with your own blood? I just never saw you create anything like that from your blood," Alex said, stroking his chin. "I can, but I won't. It feels boring and too straightforward to use something like that," Alucard replied, reloading her jackal and Cassol pistols. "Are you two ever going to stop talking?" Anderson shouted after killing Trevor yet again. Shut up, priest, and buy some time until your subordinates finish their job, Alucard said, glancing at Anderson. Anderson gritted his teeth in anger and began stabbing Trevor's body with silver blades in a fit of rage. When Anderson raised his silver blade once more to pierce Trevor's head, Alex flicked his finger again, throwing Anderson backward. The instant Anderson was flung back thanks to Alex's help, sharp crimson stakes erupted from the countless wounds on Trevor's body, making him look like a vampire porcupine. As soon as the crimson stakes appeared, they slowly retracted back into Trevor's body, healing every wound caused by the silver blades. Fully regenerated once more, Trevor stopped attacking. He simply stood still, staring straight ahead at those who kept killing him. Trevor leaned forward, shadows covered his body, and in the next instant his form dissolved into a swarm of thousands of bats that scattered in every direction. The swarm shot into the sky, and everyone looked upward. High above, the mass of bats formed a gigantic black cloud filled with the sound of flapping wings. After hovering for a moment, the swarm dove straight down. Seeing the approaching cloud of bats, the Iscariot members immediately opened fire to kill as many as possible. Walter stretched his iron wires taut. The swarm crashed into the taut wires, but it didn't stop them. They began swirling, sweeping away everything in their path. But at that exact moment, a heavy machine gun burst erupted from the roof of one of the ruined buildings, tearing into the swarm. Alex and Alucard turned their heads and saw Sarah standing on the edge of the roof, holding an enormous machine gun from which she fired without pause. Now that's unexpected. I didn't think he'd be able to do that so soon. Unfortunately, this ability has one tiny flaw, Alex said, raising an eyebrow in surprise as he watched the swarm. Surprise me, my love. I'm curious how you plan to deal with this ability. Usually a swarm like that is enough to devastate an entire city, Alucard said with a light smile. It's not as hard as you think. Everyone, cover your ears. Alex shouted so everyone could hear. Hearing Alex's shout, everyone instantly reacted and covered their ears, except Alucard, who stood behind him with her hands on his shoulders. Alex extended his hand forward and, with a faint smile, snapped his fingers. A deafening clap rang out, and in the same instant every bat in the swarm exploded. Blood began raining from the sky. Before even a single drop could touch him, Alex pulled out an umbrella and shielded himself and Alucard from the blood rain. One single snap from Alex was enough to annihilate a colossal swarm of bats, one that could have raised a city the size of London. Alex stood calmly under the umbrella, smoking a cigarette and protecting himself and Alucard from the falling blood. He knew the simplest way to get rid of so many tiny enemies was sound. When the blood rain finally stopped, Alex casually closed the umbrella, shook off the remaining drops, and stored it away. Well, that was easy enough, Alex said, exhaling cigarette smoke. Easy for you. But I didn't expect this creature to use its abilities in such a clumsy way, Alucard replied, wrapping her arms around Alex's neck from behind. He's like a child just learning to control his powers. Though I admit, if something like this were unleashed on the world, things would get a lot more interesting. Oh, for the love of the Creator, why is this world so, just ugh? Dean and Sam accidentally almost destroyed the world how many times? Cursed places everywhere, monsters, ghosts, demons, angels, and on top of that a psychopath who decided to create yet another monster with his own hands, Alex said, starting to complain about the entire world and everything he had to deal with. Alucard looked at Alex as he ranted non-stop and a cheerful smile spread across her face when she saw him like this. While Alex complained and Alucard laughed at him, everyone else kept watching Trevor's blood, waiting for him to regenerate again. Alex stopped complaining the moment the blood on the ground began to writhe, turning into disgusting insects that crawled in one direction, squirming repulsively. All the insects that emerged from the blood rain gathered in one place, intertwining and merging to form a human silhouette. In the next instant Trevor's body was fully restored. Before Trevor could make his next move and attack again, Alex flicked his finger upward. The asphalt beneath Trevor's feet cracked, and a wooden stake burst from the ground, piercing straight through Trevor and emerging from his mouth. Alex lazily snapped his fingers again. Wooden roots immediately began sprouting from all of Trevor's limbs, wrapping around and binding his body. Alex calmly lowered his hand, took another drag from his cigarette, and exhaled. On one hand, Alex liked enemies who regenerated quickly. On the other hand, such enemies quickly became boring because you had to kill them over and over unless you used an ability that prevented regeneration. So Alex found the simplest way to deal with them without killing them outright, just immobilize them and hold them in place. There we go. It was starting to get boring anyway. I thought he'd show something new. Turns out it was just a pathetic knockoff, Alex said, flicking ash from his cigarette. When Alex spoke those words, everyone stared at him with expressions ranging from complete bewilderment and surprise to irritation. Alucard burst into loud laughter at how Alex had stopped such an opponent in a single moment. She ran a nail lightly along Alex's neck to get his attention and hear his explanation of how he did it. Turning his head, Alex looked at Alucard and explained in 2 sentences, Trevor couldn't escape if his blood couldn't flow, and since a literal tree had grown inside him, he couldn't even regenerate. Hearing the answer, Alucard grinned widely. She hadn't expected there was yet another way to defeat an opponent who was her pathetic copy. Seeing Alucard's reaction, Alex merely shrugged and began listing ways to defeat an enemy that was basically impossible to kill, the simplest being to restrain it. While Alex explained the options for handling such an enemy, Integra, Sarah's, and Alessa arrived. Alex turned his head and saw Sarah's dragging the beaten major behind her, his face covered in wounds, lower jaw shattered. Integra walked straight up to Alex and stood extremely close, looking directly into his eyes. From what I heard, I understand that you could have dealt with this monster much earlier and there was no need to drag out this pointless battle for so long, husband, Integra said, staring straight into Alex's eyes. First, Carmilla and I were curious what this monster was capable of. Second, we had to wear him down so a trick like that would even work, Alex replied, shrugging carelessly. Fair enough. And how exactly do you plan to kill this abomination now? Or are you going to seal it? Integra asked, still looking into his eyes. You'll see in a second. Heinkel, is the bomb ready? Or do I have to wait until the second coming? Alex said with a smile, shouting toward the Iscariot members. Hearing Alex's shout, Heinkel and 2 other Iscariot members finished preparing the explosive that would destroy Trevor's body. Grabbing the bag of explosives, Heinkel approached Alex with an irritated expression and tossed the bag at him. Alex caught it and opened it to inspect what kind of bomb Iscariot had made. Seeing the amateurish work, Alex nearly rolled his eyes. He closed the bag, walked over to Trevor, who had been struggling the whole time to break free from the wooden roots piercing his body, humming a light tune, placed the bag around Trevor's neck, and stepped back. At that moment, an Iron Maiden appeared behind Trevor and clamped shut around his body. Alex turned his head and gave a thumbs up, signaling that they could detonate. Seeing that Alex wasn't moving away, Heinkel didn't even bother saying anything, she simply pressed the button and triggered the bomb. A muffled explosion roared from inside the Iron Maiden, and smoke poured from its eye slits. Without changing expression, Alex opened the Iron Maiden and immediately saw the fragment of darkness, around which blood was already beginning to reform. Alex grabbed the fragment of darkness and literally tore it out of the blood. The moment the fragment of darkness separated from the blood, Trevor could no longer maintain physical form or self-awareness, his body collapsed back into ordinary blood. Alex twirled the fragment between his fingers for a moment, then pocketed it. Well, that's that. Now we can go home and get some sleep, Alex said in a lazy tone. You're forgetting something, aren't you? Integra asked, lighting a thin cigar and pointing at the major, who was still chained. Ah, right. This bastard is so insignificant I actually forgot about him. What time is it? 8 in the morning. All right, let's go to the park, I don't want to stand in the middle of the road, Alex said, putting his phone back in his pocket. Integra simply exhaled cigar smoke and followed Alex. Alucard didn't stay still either, she instantly appeared beside him, took his arm, and shot Integra a lightly provocative smile. Sarah's dragged the major along while holding Alessa's hand with her other one. The Iscariot members had no idea what Alex was talking about. But Anderson said nothing to them and followed Alex's group, hands in the pockets of his coat. Father Anderson, where are you going? Why are you following our enemies? Heinkel asked, noticing Anderson leaving. Heinkel, dawn has already come, but has the sun risen? Anderson asked, slightly turning his head back. When Anderson spoke those words, all the Iscariot members finally looked up at the sky. And all they saw was a black sun and a red moon hanging in a crimson sky. Seeing what they hadn't noticed from the very beginning, the Iscariot members felt a faint pang of shame and followed Anderson to find out what was happening. Walter, left alone, stared at the crimson sky and lit a cigarette. Exhaling smoke, he followed the others, even knowing that the one he considered his daughter would never want to see him again. Walter understood that when all this was over, he would have to live with the brand of traitor that Integra had placed on him. After a short 20-minute walk through ruined London, Alex and the others reached the nearest park. Entering the park, all they saw were scorched trees uprooted by explosions during the bombing ordered by the major, smeared blood trails, and scattered body parts of people who had either been caught in blasts or torn apart by those who had turned into ghouls. Alex paid no attention to the destruction in the park and simply kept walking toward the far end, where he was certain no one would suddenly decide to take a stroll. Anderson walked calmly behind Alex and the rest, once again reflecting on the memories Alex had given him, including thoughts about who the true evil in this world was and whose fault it was that the world had become this way. Reaching the secluded spot, Alex stopped and looked around. Yes, this place will do. Alessa, sweetheart, can you wake this idiot up? Otherwise he might miss the most interesting part, Alex said with a kind smile. Alessa looked at Alex, gave a small nod, then reached into her little bag. A moment later she pulled out a small black stun gun. Alessa crouched beside the unconscious major and zapped him in the arm. The Major's body immediately convulsed, and his eyes snapped open. The moment he opened his eyes, the Major tried to say something, but all that came out was unintelligible gurgling because of his shattered jaw. Trying to force out at least one word, he looked around and saw everyone staring at him like a wriggling worm. Seeing that the Major was awake, Alessa calmly put the stun gun back in her bag and walked over to Sarah's, taking her hand. Alex crouched in front of the Major with a light smile. "Good morning, Major. You must be surprised to see that we're all alive and your monster is nowhere to be found. Quite the interesting question, did we escape, or did your monster die? What do you think happened?" Alex said with a faint smile, looking straight into the Major's eyes. The Major narrowed his eyes and kept looking around. But he saw no trace of his creation, and that shocked him. He had been certain that a monster with the ability to be everywhere and nowhere, with power that existed since the creation of the earth, was invincible. He was absolutely sure that no one had the strength to stop such a monster, not Alucard after losing all the souls in her body, not even Anderson no matter how much effort he put in. The Major was convinced that even Alex couldn't destroy such a creature, even if they all united. Alex, meanwhile, watched with amusement as the Major's expression changed, genuinely enjoying how the Major tried to find an answer to such a simple question. "You don't have to bother searching for the answer, filthy pig. Your creation is dead," Integra said, flicking cigar ash onto the Major's head. Hearing Integra's words, the Major's eyes widened even further. He refused to believe it. He tried to argue, but once again only incomprehensible sounds came from his mouth, barely resembling words. Even with a shattered jaw, the Major tried to deliver his dramatic speeches about the grandeur of his plans, but no one could understand him. Tired of listening, Anderson kicked the Major in the head to shut him up. The blow left the Major slightly dizzy. He shook his head to clear it. I know. You don't believe it. But you know what's the most amazing part? All your plans for a war between humans and monsters, even your plan with the dormant ghoul virus, none of them will ever come true. And now you're going to find out why." Alex said with a light smile, raising his hand above his head. When Alex raised his hand, the Major felt overwhelming dread, as if realizing that everything he had done had been pointless. Seeing the panic in the Major's eyes, Alex, Integra, and Alucard smiled, savoring his terrified gaze. Alex snapped his fingers, and the sound of shattering glass echoed around them. In that instant the space around them began to crumble like broken glass. The ruined park and burning London were replaced by a blooming park where a cool morning breeze blew and warm sunlight filtered through the surrounding trees. The Major's eyes widened as he began to hear the sounds of cars and the voices of people walking in the park. And in that moment he realized that he hadn't been the one in control all along. Someone had let him play his little game while standing behind the scenes and pushing him to keep going, letting him think he was winning. The Iscariot members looked around in shock, noticing that everything had returned to normal as if no war had ever happened. Even their clothes were whole again, and the wounds on their bodies had simply vanished, erasing the last traces that London had been at war. They weren't the only ones surprised. Bernadotte, who thought he had lost his men when vampires attacked the Helsing Manor, froze in shock when he saw his comrades and friends, who were just as stunned as he was, because they knew they should have been dead. Bernadotte looked at Alex's group in disbelief, and they answered him only with smirks that said everything was exactly as it should be. Bernadotte simply couldn't comprehend how it was possible for those who died to come back to life and for the nearly destroyed manor to be whole again, as if nothing had happened. The exact same thing happened in the underground bunker of the British Self-Defense Forces headquarters, where Shelby Penwood woke up with his head on the desk. When he opened his eyes, he thought he was in heaven and even pinched himself. Feeling pain, Penwood realized he wasn't sleeping, wasn't in hell or heaven, he was simply alive. And like everyone else who died that night, he remembered exactly how he died. After all, he had personally detonated a powerful bomb that destroyed not only the underground bunker but the entire headquarters along with all the invading vampires. All Penwood could do now was try to understand how he and his people were alive when they should have been dead. Meanwhile, in the park where Alex and the others stood, Alex himself looked at the Major, who had finally realized that everything had been for nothing. Alex had no intention of explaining to the Major how he had pulled it all off. He saw no point in such explanations. The mere stunned look on the Major's face brought plenty of satisfaction. Especially to Integra, who hated the Major even more than her own uncle who had tried to kill her at age 12 to seize power in Helsing. Alucard glanced briefly at the Major's stunned expression and quickly lost all interest in him. In the past the Major had caused her some trouble during World War II when she and Walter were wiping out Millennium, but now she saw only a pathetic weakling who hadn't even noticed he'd been led around by the nose the entire time. Sarah's, meanwhile, was lost in her own thoughts, thinking about what to do next, including her upcoming date with Alex. Yes, I know, it's overwhelming. When you realize everything around you was fake. And the most interesting part? No one will ever know anything happened in London. Because even the civilians were fake. Everyone who died tonight were crusaders led by Archbishop Maxwell and the remnants of Millennium. They all died, except you. But death isn't scary for you, I know that. After all, there's a power struggle in hell right now, and the big demonic daddy has been spinning in circles handling all the infernal business. So you're going to a nice psychiatric sanatorium where they'll cure your madness. Don't worry, you'll be treated like a very important guest in my sanatorium. Right, Herman. Alex said, towering over the major with a wide smile. Of course, Director. We treat our patients with understanding. After all, you don't personally send us patients every day, a distorted male voice sounded from behind Alex. When the distorted male voice spoke, everyone turned and saw a man dressed in a blood-soaked white medical coat and bloodied gloves. But the most striking feature of this doctor was his mutilated face, stretched taut across his skull as if held in place by some special device. Seeing the horrifying doctor, the major finally realized they weren't even going to let him die, he would be locked away in a psychiatric ward forever. And he understood that through treatment he would even forget who he was, forget his goals. All that awaited him was an empty room, alone with himself, no screams of pain or despair to soothe his ears, only silence, white walls, and electromyostimulation. Integra saw the major's body trembling and couldn't hold back a smile. This was exactly what she wanted to see, fear and panic on the major's face. Everyone reacted differently to the doctor's appearance. The Iscariot members instinctively reached for their weapons, but Anderson stopped them with a raised hand. Sarah's cautiously stepped behind Alucard, peeking out to examine the terrifying doctor. Alucard watched the doctor with considerable interest, wondering what kind of sanatorium this was and even wanting to see it for herself. Meet the major. This is Herman Carter, chief physician and head of the psychiatric ward in my sanatorium for patients like you. Despite his appearance, Herman is an excellent doctor, and none of his patients have ever complained, because they could no longer complain. What do you think, Herman? Can you correct this patient's behavior? Alex said with an innocent smile. Of course, Director. I'll immediately begin drafting a treatment plan for the new patient. For now, we should send him for examination to identify all his conditions, Herman said in a professional tone, looking down at the major. When Herman spoke, the major began shaking his head violently, showing he didn't want to go for treatment, but no one cared what he wanted. Alex smiled slightly at the despair in the major's eyes and gave a small nod, signaling that the patient could be taken. Seeing Alex's nod, Herman clapped his hands lightly. Behind him appeared nurses in revealing nurse outfits, their faces wrapped in bloody bandages. The horrifying nurses calmly approached the major, grabbed his legs, and began dragging him away. At that moment a red door appeared from the shadows and slowly creaked open. On the other side was a hospital corridor from which various whispers emanated, as though the voices of madmen had blended into one cacophony. Seeing the hospital corridor, the major desperately shook his head, but he couldn't even move his legs, his spine had been broken from the fall, and he felt nothing below the waist. The major emitted a cry of despair as they dragged him toward the red door, but no one moved to help him. When the nurses pulled him through the red door, Herman gave a slight bow and walked through after them. The door immediately closed and vanished into the shadows. Seeing that everything was finished, Anderson prepared to leave and return to the orphanage he oversaw. Before Anderson could depart with his people, Alex asked him to stay a couple of days to talk. Hearing Alex's words, Anderson stopped, nodded without turning around, and continued walking. Walter was also about to leave. Now he had no home to return to and didn't even know what to do next. In his desire to protect Integra, he had consciously betrayed everyone to kill all of Helsing's enemies and then die himself. Where do you think you're going, Walter? Sure, Integra kicked you out of Helsing, but don't forget, you owe me. After all, I saved your life, and now you have to work it off, Alex called out before Walter could leave. What do you mean, Lord Alexander? Walter asked in a puzzled tone. My daughters need a butler to accompany them on their adventures. And you just happen to be out of a job. What do you think? The pay will be much higher than what Integra gave you, Alex said with a light smile. Walter froze in place and instinctively looked at Integra to gauge her reaction. Integra showed no emotion regarding Alex's words, indirectly indicating she didn't care what choice Walter made. Sarah's looked at Walter hopefully, silently urging him to agree. Walter thought for a moment, then nodded, accepting the job. Seeing Walter's agreement, Alex smiled. His little gremlins had seen that Integra had a butler and now wanted one of their own too. Walter still had no idea just how much work awaited him, including visits to other worlds and dealing with problems caused by a group of 4 gremlins. Now that all official problems are resolved, we can return to the manor and talk. That's what you wanted to hear, right, Integra? Alex said with a relaxed smile. I'm glad I don't have to remind you, husband, Integra replied, flicking ash from her cigar. Then let's go back. Everyone, come closer, I don't want to waste any more time, Alex said, beckoning everyone toward him. Integra, Alucard, and Sarah stepped closer to Alex, including Walter who stood a bit farther back. Seeing everyone was near, Alex snapped his fingers, and in an instant they all appeared in Integra's private office. Noticing how quickly they had returned, Integra was slightly surprised but didn't show it on her face and walked over to sit at her desk. Alucard went to sit on the sofa where Alex usually slept when he was in Integra's office. Sarah's was the most surprised of all, but she quickly composed herself, remembering everything Alex had done and deciding that teleportation wasn't such a big deal. Walter immediately went to prepare tea for the upcoming conversation. All right, let's start with the simplest things. Call it a warm-up, then we'll move on to the most important topics. Anyone object? Alex said, pulling his phone from his pocket. Now I'm curious what you consider important and what you consider trivial, especially after what you told me a few days ago about your desire to kill God, Integra said, folding her hands under her chin. Hey, you'll see. First, this. Do any of you recognize the people in these images? Alex said, activating a holographic projection on his phone. Integra, Sarah's, and Alucard turned their gazes to the holographic projection and reacted in different ways. The images showed Alex's people, but they looked not like real photographs, but like anime drawings. Despite her exhaustion after everything that had happened that night, and the fact that she hadn't slept for nearly 2 days, Integra noticed important clues. But she wasn't going to voice them, considering it simply absurd. That's Lem and the others. But why do they look like anime characters here? Sarah said, pointing at the image. First of all, not a cartoon, an anime. And yes, that's them. Any guesses why? Alex asked with a light smile. I don't know, Sarah said, embarrassed. 2 possibilities, either an absurdly strong coincidence, which is basically impossible. The second option is far crazier, Integra said, exhaling cigar smoke. You're heading in the right direction. And now for the fun part, Alex said, showing a page from a manga where he was depicted as the Demon King. Things are getting far more interesting than I expected, my love. It seems your secret was much more fascinating, Alucard said, leaning forward to look Alex in the eyes. Looking at the manga page, Sarah's became completely lost and kept glancing between the page and Alex, as if unable to believe what she was seeing. Integra, seeing this, became fully convinced that her suspicions about who Alex was and where he came from had been confirmed. Seeing Sarah's confusion, Alex decided to start explaining who he really was, where he came from, and what his actual job was. Just as he had said from the beginning, he started with the easier information before moving on to the more important parts, before eventually transferring the full truth directly into the minds of Integra, Sarah's, and Alucard. Of course Alex understood that this conversation would be long and that he would have to answer a great many questions. To be continued. So, that's the end of the Helsing mini-arc. Alex will be staying in England for a while longer, he can't just up and return to America. I've planned a couple of events for Alex's 1 more week in London. And I'll have time to plan what happens to Alex after he returns to America, including the ending. The end of this arc is approaching, after all. After all, there will be 1 more mini-arc and then the end. So, time to eat. Peace, love, and gummy bears. Chapter 642, Chapter 641, work finished, now it's time for rest. Just as Alex had expected, the conversation about his true identity and all the secrets he had been hiding stretched on for many long hours. As usual, there were the most frequently asked questions, ones Alex had already answered so many times that he did them almost automatically, without even thinking about it. Integra asked Alex why, despite possessing such immense power, he hadn't dealt with Chuck from the very beginning and why he continued doing completely different work instead. Hearing Integra's question, Alex explained what he had already explained many times before, why he was occupied with other things instead of dealing with Chuck. He had to spend some time explaining everything to Integra in detail because she demanded the reasons behind every single one of his actions. When Alex had laid out all the details and reasons, Integra nodded thoughtfully, took a sip of whiskey, lit her cigar, and pondered the new information. Sarah's, for her part, asked the most innocent questions in her own style, mostly about other worlds and the beautiful places Alex had visited. But suddenly Alucard, who had been silent until then, asked a question that made Sarah's fall quiet and caused Integra to lift her gaze and snap out of her thoughts. Why doesn't your father interfere in human affairs when they cry out for help? Why does he simply continue to watch, doing nothing, while seeing his creations continue to suffer? Alucard asked, looking at Alex without her usual smile. It all comes down to freedom of choice and freedom of will. My father gave everyone the greatest gift, freedom. And everyone uses that gift in their own way. Some create good, some create evil. In truth, this topic can be interpreted in many different ways. But at its core, it's about freedom of choice. And every choice has its consequences, Alex replied in a calm tone, lighting a cigarette. That is not the answer I wanted to hear. But it will suffice, Alucard said, gazing at Alex with a thoughtful look. I understand why you asked. Some things are simply very difficult to explain without spending a great deal of time on them. Because certain answers will only raise even more questions. But the simplest answer is that everyone chooses for themselves how to use the gift my father gave to his creations, Alex said thoughtfully, stroking his chin. Hearing Alex's words, Alucard fell into deep thought, returning to old memories of the time when she had chosen her own path and turned away from God. And now, after many centuries, she had met the son of that very God, the one she had once believed in, the one she had waged wars for, and the one she had ultimately rejected. Alucard even found it quite ironic that her beloved had turned out to be the son of the Creator himself. She actually laughed at the irony of her own life. In the end, her life was once again connected to the God she had turned away from. Alex looked at Alucard as she laughed and heard the irony in her laughter. Alex stood up from his seat, walked over to Alucard, leaned forward slightly, and whispered a few words in her ear. Upon hearing Alex's words, Alucard's eyes widened for a moment, and then she burst into loud laughter, genuinely amused by what he had said. Hearing Alucard's familiar laughter and seeing that she had returned to her usual state, Alex smiled faintly and was about to return to his seat. But the moment he turned away, Alucard grabbed his arm and pulled him back. Feeling himself being tugged, Alex suddenly found his face buried between Alucard's breasts as she looked at him with her usual obsessive gaze. Alex had expected this after saying those words to Alucard. Before things could go any further, Integra gave a dry cough, her entire demeanor making it clear that the conversation was not over yet. Hearing Integra's cough, Alucard turned her head and gave her a provocative look. In the same moment, she kissed Alex right in front of Integra, clearly stating her position on the matter. Integra's eyelid began to twitch as she watched, and she was one step away from throwing the ashtray at Alucard's head. Before Alex could once again get hit in the head with the ashtray, he managed to free himself from Alucard's embrace, even though he had enjoyed it. Returning to his seat, Alex resumed answering questions. Now Alucard was also interested in certain things after receiving an answer to the question that had tormented her for so long. When Alex mentioned his guild, Integra immediately began asking questions to learn how the guild was structured and how it operated. Alex first explained the reason he had created the guild. It wasn't only about saving worlds from tragic endings, but also about allowing every guild member to experience their own adventures. When he explained that the guild was run by his own family, Integra nodded in understanding, considering it the right decision. Even after Alex had shared his memories with the three women, the number of questions did not decrease. Alex even let Alucard and Sarah's taste dragon blood from his inventory. The conversation continued almost until midnight, until Alessa began showing signs that she wanted to sleep, barely keeping her eyes open while sitting on Sarah's lap. Seeing that Alessa was already falling asleep, Sarah took it upon herself to carry her to bed. As Sarah and Alessa were leaving, Alex wanted to remind Sarah that she no longer needed to sleep in a coffin to restore vampiric powers. But before Alex could say a single word, Sarah and Alessa had already left Integra's office and gone to sleep. Alex thought he would stay with Alucard and Integra to continue the conversation. However, Alucard had other plans. After all, she had lost all 3 million souls in her body and also needed to restore her strength by sleeping in a coffin. Alucard walked up to Alex, gently ran a nail along his cheek, then leaned in. She softly touched her lips to his, cast a brief glance at Integra, and then walked straight through the wall. Integra stared at the wall Alucard had passed through, then shifted her gaze to Alex. "Let's go, husband," Integra said, rising from behind her desk. "Where to?" Alex asked, tilting his head slightly in confusion as he looked at her. "To sleep. I'm tired and need rest to regain my strength. There will be a lot of work to do over the next few days." Even though nothing actually happened in London, there were still eyewitnesses who saw everything. "That means we will need to provide an explanation to Her Majesty," Integra said, walking over to Alex and stopping right in front of him. "I'm surprised no one called you during all this time." "All right, let's go to sleep. A hot bath wouldn't hurt right now, I'm a little tired," Alex said, stretching slightly as he stood up from his chair. When Alex mentioned that he was tired, Integra gave him a blank stare. After learning and seeing what Alex had dealt with in the past, the entire war against Millennium looked to Integra like nothing more than children's play. Integra was certain that Alex wasn't tired at all. He hadn't even exerted himself during this war and had only intervened when he felt like having a little fun. Stopping her stare, Integra walked to the door and opened it to leave her office. "You're tired? Don't you find that funny yourself? Compared to what you showed and told us, this whole war with Millennium was like a children's game in a sandbox. Especially since you could have broken all the toys before the game even started," Integra said, giving Alex a blank look as she left the office with him. "I already told you, wife. There are things that must happen, otherwise it could affect many things in the future. Because of the Major's plans, millions of people were supposed to die across the world, with 1 million in London alone. What irritates me more is that those 3 bitches might crawl out and ruin everything," Alex said as they walked down the corridor together. "What 3 bitches?" Integra asked, turning her head toward him. "The Fates. From the antics of the past Castile and his buddy Balthazar. When they messed up with the Titanic, one of the three bitches had to intervene and start killing people to restore the natural order, Alex replied, stroking his chin. Hearing the name, Fates, Integra immediately fell into thought, recalling what those beings were. She quickly remembered the legend of the three sisters who spun the thread of fate for every human and god. Integra recalled that the Fates decided when a person would be born, how they would live, and when their life would come to an end. Thinking about Alex's words, she remembered that the angel Castiel she had read about in the report on the Winchester brothers was the angel who had sided with humans. But in the end, the past Castiel had been replaced by Alex's brother, who had played the role of Castiel while watching over this world until Alex arrived. Thinking about everything happening in this world, Integra returned to pondering the Fates. Goddesses of fate, then. How certain are you that none of the three sisters will decide to kill those who were destined to die? Integra asked, slightly narrowing her eyes. My clone, who is currently playing the role of death, is supposed to clean up all the loose ends to restore order. I have everything under control, but if any of those three bitches show up, I'll simply kill all three. Whether they're alive or not, fate will continue to flow as it should, Alex said, opening the door to the bedroom for Integra. Won't their deaths cause even more problems? Integra asked, sitting on the edge of the bed and removing her jacket. The death of three idiots who think they are the weavers of fate will change nothing. They are only an insignificantly small part of the concept called fate. Every mythology has its own goddess of fate, but that doesn't make them the embodiment of fate itself. All right, I'm going to take a bath. I want to lie in hot water. If you have more questions, you know where to find me, Alex said, changing into shorts and a t-shirt with magic. Integra watched as Alex entered the bathroom with a towel over his shoulder. After another glance at the bathroom, Integra walked to her wardrobe and began removing the clothes that were soaked with sweat and blood from that long night. Looking at her blood-stained clothes, Integra simply tossed them into the trash bin beside the wardrobe and took out a fresh set. But before changing, she calmly removed her underwear, took a towel from the wardrobe, and wrapped it around her body. Grabbing the clean set of clothes and underwear, she headed to the bathroom. Approaching the bathroom door, Integra heard the sound of running water and a soft melody that Alex was humming. Calmly opening the door, she entered and saw Alex lying in the bathtub with his eyes closed. Carefully placing the clean clothes on the bathroom counter, Integra removed her towel and stood beside Alex, casting her shadow over him. Alex opened his eyes and saw the naked Integra standing next to him. Unexpected, Alex said, looking at her. What exactly? Integra asked, still standing there with the same calm expression. They're bigger than I thought. Well, that makes sense, you wear compressing underwear and a corset, Alex said, nodding slightly. If you're done staring, then move over so I can sit, Integra said, pointing at the bathtub. Why the sudden development? Alex asked, shifting into a sitting position. Don't pretend to be surprised. This is still my house, and you are still my husband. I see no reason to pretend we need to observe any formalities. And we haven't finished our conversation. I'm not going to waste time waiting for you to relax in the bath before we continue talking, Integra said without the slightest embarrassment as she sat in the tub and leaned against Alex. As you wish. Just let me relax a little before we continue talking. And you could use some relaxation too. The last night brought quite a few shocks, and even an iron lady like you needs a little quiet. So relax and find some inner peace, Alex said, closing his eyes and wrapping his arms around Integra's waist, placing his hands on her stomach. Keep your hands where they belong if you don't want to lose them. If you want to move them higher, do it without distracting me. But if your hands start interfering with the conversation, I'll remove them myself. Understood, husband. Integra said, feeling Alex's hands on her stomach. I haven't even done anything yet. I just hugged you, I didn't start groping. There's a time and place for everything, Alex sighed, looking at Integra's back. You said it yourself, there's a time and place for everything. And I will decide the time and place, Integra replied, glancing at him over her shoulder. Alex simply sighed and closed his eyes, leaning back to relax a little in the hot water. Even when Alex leaned back, Integra continued sitting, looking forward and still feeling his hands on her stomach. She began sinking into her thoughts and closed her eyes to process everything that had happened and everything she had learned. Listening to Alex's steady breathing behind her, Integra relaxed a little and leaned back, resting her head on his chest and stretching her legs forward. Even if she didn't show it, the fatigue was making itself felt, not only physical, but also mental. Lying on Alex's chest, Integra thought that he was the only one to whom she had shown this side of herself. But she understood that Alex was not someone who would betray or abandon her, so she trusted him. Integra placed her hands over Alex's and began to rest, lying in the hot bath to regain some strength. Some time later, Integra opened her eyes and sat up, feeling that some of the fatigue had faded. Turning her head, she reached out and gently pulled Alex's cheek so he would open his eyes. Alex opened his eyes and looked at Integra, whose entire demeanor made it clear that she was ready to continue the conversation and had rested enough. Alex gave Integra a blank look, literally saying that they would have time to talk later. But even that look made it clear to Integra that the conversation would continue. Seeing that it was useless to resist, Alex simply nodded, showing he was ready to keep answering all the questions she would ask. Alex calmly answered all of Integra's questions while helping her with the bath, even though she hadn't asked him to. And she didn't stop him either. Even after they finished bathing, Integra said nothing when Alex helped her dress and dry her hair. She simply accepted all his gestures with a calm face, continuing to ask various questions and talk to him. Once dressed, Alex and Integra lay down in bed. By then it was already 3 in the morning. Integra turned onto her side and looked at Alex, who was lying on the pillow with his hands behind his head. Feeling her gaze, Alex turned his head and smiled faintly. "I think we should stop here." "I'd prefer to get some sleep," Alex said with a light smile, looking at Integra. "Time and place," Integra said, looking into his eyes. What do you mean?" Alex asked, raising an eyebrow slightly. "It's time and place now." "I said I would decide when it would happen," Integra said calmly. Alex thought for a moment about what Integra had said. But he quickly understood what she meant. Realizing what Integra was talking about, Alex leaned forward, confident in what she was implying. And when Integra returned the kiss, Alex knew he had guessed correctly. Very quickly morning arrived, and Alex and Integra slept longer than they should have. Integra slept with her head on Alex's shoulder, her naked body covered by a light sheet. After a few moments, Integra slowly opened her eyes, adjusting to the sunlight filtering through the gaps in the closed curtains. Feeling that all the fatigue from 2 days without sleep and an entire night of running and fighting vampires had disappeared, Integra sat up, pressing the sheet to her chest to cover her naked body. Trying to figure out what time it was, she reached for the nightstand to grab her wristwatch. Looking at the watch, she realized she had slept longer than usual. Seeing the time, Integra let go of the sheet, and it slipped down. All she could do in that situation was sigh, until she felt Alex's arms wrap around her waist. Turning her head, Integra looked at Alex, who had embraced her. "If you need more, go to Alucard, she'll help you with that." "I don't have time right now to fulfill my marital duties," Integra said in a calm tone. "I simply hugged my wife in the morning." "I wasn't demanding the fulfillment of marital duties," Alex said, resting his head on Integra's lap. "And I simply told my husband that I don't have time right now. I still have work I need to do." "So if you've hugged me enough, then get up," Integra said, placing her palm on Alex's face. "So strict. Let's have breakfast first, then everything else." "I think you're in for a headache," explaining everything to Her Majesty the Queen and the other members of the Round Table, including Penwood, who was sure he had died, Alex said, chuckling lightly. "You're not going to help. You're the one who arranged all this. Even though thanks to you nothing actually happened to London, there were still eyewitnesses. I don't think no one noticed that London was attacked. There were traitors on many military sites who helped those dogs for millennium. And as you said, Penwood was still alive when London was bombed," Integra said, getting out of bed and tossing the blanket aside. "I can erase everyone's memories if you want. It's not difficult, a couple of minutes and it's done. Then you won't have to come up with a sufficiently believable lie to explain why London is intact and none of the residents even know about any attack," Alex said, starting to help Integra get dressed. "There's no need for such radical solutions. Unless you're also planning to restore the destroyed military infrastructure and rewrite the memories of the traitors. And stop groping me, I told you I don't have time for this, husband," Integra said calmly, ending with a blank look at Alex. "I'm not groping you. It's just that your compressing bra is uncomfortable. And I'm not going to waste time on that. Erasing memories is one thing, rewriting is another. The second option is to make Penwood stay silent and deny everything. Or make him tell the version that benefits us. But a whole day has already passed, and he most likely spilled everything. Besides, the other Round Table members and the Queen herself most likely saw what happened. But first we need to find out how many witnesses there were," Alex said, helping Integra put on her underwear. "I understand. You're right, I won't be able to avoid a headache. And my eyes are up here," Integra said, lifting Alex's chin with her finger as he buttoned her shirt. Yes. "All right, breakfast first, then work," Alex said, lazily waving off Integra's words. Integra looked at Alex and nodded slightly. Leaving the room, Alex and Integra headed to the dining room for breakfast. Walking down the corridor, Alex hoped Walter was still in the manor. When they reached the dining room, Alex went to the kitchen to find Walter. All he found in the kitchen was a small note. Picking it up, Alex read it and realized that 4 gremlins had visited the Helsing Manor yesterday and taken their butler away. At that moment Alex realized that there was no longer anyone in the Helsing Manor who could take over Walter's duties. Alex knew perfectly well how many responsibilities Walter had had and that he had been the epitome of a true butler. At that very moment Alex felt a headache coming on because it would be difficult to find a replacement for someone like Walter in a short time, someone who had served the Helsing family for decades. Sighing, Alex decided to put the matter aside for later. First, he was going to prepare breakfast for everyone. While Alex was busy making a quick breakfast, various options for replacing Walter, who had been an important part of Helsing, ran through his mind. The only option that came to him at that moment was a robot that could take over Walter's duties. But Alex understood that he first needed to ask Integra's opinion about a robot butler. While Alex was cooking and thinking, Integra entered the kitchen and immediately asked why he was cooking. Without turning his head, Alex explained what had happened. Integra simply nodded, showing no emotion on her face at the fact that Walter had left for good. In the current situation, Integra was not yet ready to see Walter and certainly had no intention of forgiving his betrayal anytime soon, even if he had had his reasons. Seeing Integra's state, Alex decided not to push the topic of Walter any further, but he still suggested the robot butler option. Hearing Alex's suggestion, Integra fell into thought, making it clear she needed time to consider it. Alex didn't insist and placed a plate of breakfast in front of Integra before sitting down opposite her. Alex and Integra ate breakfast in silence, not saying a word. Some time later, sleepy Sarahs and Alessa entered the kitchen, also wanting breakfast. When Sarahs tasted real food again, she immediately perked up and woke up instantly, but still added a blood candy to her coffee out of habit. The taste of food, how I missed it, Sarahs said, almost crying with joy. You were a vampire for almost 2 months. You should have come to terms with the fact that you wouldn't be able to eat normal food anymore, Sarahs. So wipe your tears and eat in silence, Integra said, taking a sip of tea. Hearing Integra's words, Sarahs immediately fell silent and began eating her breakfast quietly, but still enjoying the taste of food as if an eternity had passed since the last time food hadn't tasted disgusting. After finishing his breakfast, Alex helped Alessa tie her pigtails while she ate. Soon after breakfast, Integra headed to her office to start the mountain of work that undoubtedly awaited her. Once Integra had left, Alex decided to deal with removing the traces of his interference and erasing all the runes he had used to create the fake London. And so he wouldn't have to do it alone, Alex invited Sarahs for a walk. Hearing Alex's offer, Sarahs instantly agreed without thinking for even a second. Just don't forget to change your clothes, or your outfit will attract a lot of attention at this time of day, Alex said, looking at Sarahs. He. I don't need to do that. I can do this, Sarahs said, chuckling with a satisfied smile. Alex raised an eyebrow, looking at Sarahs, and saw her clothes dissolve into black mist. After that, her usual Helsing outfit transformed into black high-waisted jeans, low-heeled boots, a black t-shirt tucked into the jeans, and a light short black jacket. Alex was surprised that Sarah's apostle clothing could change its appearance. But Alex also noticed that when Sarahs changed her clothes' appearance, she remained in just her underwear for a moment. Sarahs looked at Alex with a proud smile, because last night when she went to sleep with Alessa, she had been too lazy to change. At that moment her clothes had changed into black pajamas, which had greatly surprised her. He, what do you think? Very convenient, right? Sarahs asked with a cheerful smile. Well, that was unexpected. Just don't do that in public. Otherwise everyone will see your underwear, Alex said, nodding. Mama Sarahs is a pervert, Alessa said, looking at Sarahs with a blank stare. I'm still learning. I only got these powers yesterday. I can't know everything at once, Sarahs said, her cheeks turning red with embarrassment. Still, you're doing great. And now that you can change your clothes like this, you can officially join the Magical Girls Club, Alex said, giving a thumbs up. Sarahs didn't understand what magical girls Alex was talking about. And why the fact that she could change her clothes' appearance had anything to do with joining a club of those magical girls. Seeing the confusion on Sarah's face, Alex chuckled lightly, patted her on the head, and beckoned her to follow him into the city. Leaving the manor, Alex took his Impala out of his inventory. After all, he understood that riding a motorcycle with Alessa and Sarahs would attract too much unnecessary attention. Getting into the car, Alex decided to explain the reason for his trip to London. But Sarahs didn't mind, she still considered it a date. Seeing that Sarahs had no objections, Alex started the engine and drove toward London. After all, he was planning to delegate most of the work to his clones anyway. As they were leaving, Alex didn't notice that a panting Bernadotte had run out of the manor behind them, clearly intent on having a conversation. But before he could shout anything, the black Impala had already driven through the manor gates. All Bernadotte could do was sigh and return to the manor since he had failed to talk to Alex. The drive to London passed in a good mood. Upon arriving in London, Alex parked the car in a parking lot. Alex had no clear route for this walk, so he took Sarahs by the hand, picked Alessa up in his arms, and they set off for a stroll. As they walked through the streets of London, Sarahs couldn't stop smiling, because from the outside they looked like a family. Sarah smiled even wider when she heard passers-by calling them a family. The only thing Sarah's ignored were some comments about their style of clothing. After all, she, Alex, and Alessa were all dressed in black and from the side looked like a gloomy family. During the walk, Sarah's once again began asking questions about other worlds. In particular, Sarah's asked a question related to a book she had read as a child. You said there are countless other worlds. So Hogwarts is real too? Sarah's asked, looking at Alex expectantly. Very much so. And you're not the first to ask that question. Any world you can think of may exist. So yes. Hogwarts is real, as is the boy who lived, Alex replied, chuckling. That's just amazing. An entire school of witchcraft, Sarah said in a dreamy tone. Why are you asking? Do you want to become a witch? Or do you want to get your own magic wand? Alex asked, chuckling lightly. Don't laugh. When I was a child, I also waited for an owl to bring me a letter. For a child, it's normal to dream about getting into Hogwarts, Sarah said, looking at Alex with a slightly offended face. Some can wait, and some can actually get into Hogwarts. Well, for ordinary people it really is an impossible dream. But our family can go study at Hogwarts anytime. And you're not the only one who would like to be in Hogwarts. Saya, for example, also wants to go. And the other girls wouldn't refuse either, Alex said, shrugging slightly. When you say it in that tone, it really seems very simple. But I have a question. How do they know who to send the letter to? Sarah's asked with a strained smile. There's something called the Quill of Acceptance at Hogwarts. And that quill has special magic that can sense the magic in children and records their names in a book, after which letters are sent to the appropriate children, Alex answered after a short pause. That's quite convenient. Papa, can that quill sense you and Mama too? Alessa asked, nodding while sitting in Alex's arms. Alex thought for a moment and shook his head, showing that if he didn't allow it, no matter how strong the magic on the Quill of Acceptance was, it wouldn't be able to sense his power. Alessa nodded in understanding, and Sarah's nodded as well. Continuing their walk, Alex and Sarah's talked about the world of Harry Potter, since both of them found the topic interesting. Sarah's even joked that if Integra had ended up in Hogwarts, even the Sorting Hat would have been scared of her. Alex briefly imagined the moment when the Sorting Hat was placed on Integra's head and, a moment later, apologized to her. Deciding to change the route a little, Alex led Sarah's and Alessa toward King's Cross Station. Seeing where Alex was taking her, Sarah's perked up. Even though there was no platform 9 3/4 in this world, it didn't stop her from showing enthusiasm. But what Alex had forgotten was that this place was quite popular with fans, and many tourists came here to take a commemorative photo. Seeing the crowd of people, Alex grimaced at the number of tourists. Unfortunately, we won't be able to hit our heads against the wall, Alex said, looking at the large crowd of tourists, and Sarah's nodded with a strained smile. Papa, why would you hit your head against the wall? Are you bored? Alessa asked, sitting on Alex's shoulders. He, Alessa. He's joking. In the book, young wizards pass through the pillar to get to the train to Hogwarts, Sarah said with a smile, looking at Alessa while holding Alex's arm. Mama Sarah's, why do they need to walk through a wall to get on a train and then to school if they're wizards? Can't they just go straight to school instead of traveling from all over the country to one place just to board a single train that goes to a single school in the country that they already know about? Alessa asked in a calm tone, looking into Sarah's eyes. Sarah's looked at Alessa and wanted to give a proper explanation for why wizard children and their parents went through the entire process to get to school. But all Sarah's could do was open and close her mouth, because she really had no answer to Alessa's question. Looking at Sarah's expression, Alex barely held back his laughter and shook his head. Hearing Alex's light chuckle, Sarah's looked at him, seeking help, because she genuinely didn't know how to answer. Seeing Sarah's pleading look, Alex smiled. Alessa, sweetheart. The thing is, not all wizard children are born into magical families. There are also children born into muggle families, that is, non-magical families. Wizards can of course teleport, but that method carries risks. And moving nearly 1,000 students that way would cause a lot of difficulties. That's why the train is the most convenient option. Although there are also flow networks, but one mistake there is enough to send you who knows where, Alex said, trying to give a proper explanation. Now I understand why wizards still use transport like trains, Alessa said, nodding. Alex and Sarah's, seeing Alessa nod after receiving the answer she wanted, decided to leave King's Cross Station to continue their family walk. At the same time, Alessa showed a bit of interest in the conversation about Hogwarts and wanted to learn more. After all, her parents kept talking about the topic, and the more she learned about this world of magic, the more interesting it became to her. Of course, Alex and Sarah's didn't talk about the dark side of that magical world, seeing no reason to tell Alessa about it. Meanwhile, Sarah's became eager to visit all the places in London where events from the books had taken place and literally dragged Alex along with a bright smile on her face. Alex didn't mind and followed Sarah's with a smile. To be continued. And so we've returned to the mundane. Alex will spend another week in London, and all that jazz. And then it's back to America. And that means a date with the girls, and a few other things that will happen to Alex in London. It seems I haven't forgotten anything else. So it's time to eat. Peace, love, and platform 9 3/4. Chapter 643, Chapter 642, The Demon King's Most Ordinary Family Life. While walking around London with Sarah's and Alessa, Alex hadn't expected Sarah's to like the books about the boy who lived so much. Of course, Alex knew what had happened to Sarah's in her childhood and everything she had gone through while growing up. But what pleased him even more was that Sarah's had managed to accept her past and let go of what had happened to her parents. Looking at Sarah's, who couldn't stop talking while they sat in a small cafe with few customers, Alex was glad that she had been able to accept her true nature. Sarah's herself continued talking, only pausing to eat pastries. She had already eaten no fewer than 10. Next to her stood a whole stack of dessert plates, and she had no intention of stopping anytime soon. The realization that she wouldn't gain weight no matter how much she ate had become something every girl dreams of. The waiter serving the table where Alex, Sarah's, and Alessa sat was utterly stunned by what he was seeing. Not only had Sarah's eaten at least 10 different desserts, but Alex also looked as if he were about to empty the cafe's entire stock of strawberry cakes. Only Alessa had eaten just one slice of dark chocolate cake and some bitter cocoa. Deciding not to finish off all the desserts in the cafe, Alex suggested they continue their walk. Hearing Alex's words, Sarah's looked at her dessert plate, then at the tall stack of plates beside her. Realizing how much she had eaten, she blushed slightly and nodded. Chuckling lightly, Alex paid the bill and left a generous tip for the waiter who had served them. As they left the cafe, Sarah's gently stroked her flat stomach in satisfaction. "Where are we going next?" Sarah's asked with a smile, looking at Alex, who was carrying Alessa in his arms. "We could go to the cinema and watch a movie, then head back to the manor," Alex said after thinking for a moment. "I haven't been there in a long time and I even miss the smell of popcorn," Sarah said with a bright smile on her face. Hearing Sarah's agree, Alex reached into his pocket to take out his phone and check the address of the nearest cinema, but Sarah's grabbed his hand and led him along. Guiding Alex and Alessa, Sarah's was in an extremely good mood. In her mind, this was what normal life looked like if you ignored everything that was actually happening in her life. Sarah's had long wanted to visit certain places with those she considered her family and go on a normal family outing. Even after growing up and becoming a police officer, she had never found anyone she could truly trust and tell about her past. And now, having found those she considered her family, Sarah's couldn't stop feeling happy. Despite what she had become, or rather, what she was, she could still live a relatively normal life and behave like an ordinary girl. "Mama Sarah's, I hope you're not planning to empty the cinema's entire popcorn supply too. Especially since your mood improved so much when you heard we were going to the movies," Alessa asked, turning her head towards Sarah's. "I'm not going to empty their supplies. I just like the smell of fresh popcorn," Sarah's replied, looking at Alessa with an embarrassed expression. "I'm mostly hoping there won't be too many people there. Or at least that there'll be an interesting movie," Alex said in a slightly thoughtful tone. Hearing Alex's words, Sarah's and Alessa nodded, agreeing that if there wasn't an interesting movie worth watching, there was no point in going to the cinema. After a short walk, Alex, Sarah's, and Alessa reached the cinema, which was crowded with people just as Alex had predicted. Choosing a relatively decent movie, a horror film, they bought popcorn and drinks for Sarah's and Alessa and headed into the screening room. They chose a horror movie because Alessa definitely wasn't going to watch a comedy, and she absolutely refused to watch romance, which she considered disgusting. Sarah's had thought a movie about ghosts would be scary, but she soon realized that after everything she had dealt with and been through, another horror film about a haunted house with ghosts wasn't scary at all, it was just ordinary. Fortunately, not many people had come to see this film, especially at this time of day, so the theater was almost empty. The three of them took seats where they wouldn't disturb anyone. The only thing that interested Sarah's during the screening was how creepy haunted houses looked in movies compared to real life. Sarah's leaned against Alex, hugging his arm and resting her head on his shoulder, whispering her questions into his ear. "Are haunted houses in real life just as creepy, or are they much scarier?" Sarah's asked, leaning close to Alex and whispering in his ear. "It depends on the place and the curse itself. But in reality, the difference isn't that big. The only thing is that in real life there usually isn't a happy ending," Alex replied, resting his cheek on Sarah's head. "Really? And what was the last haunted place you visited?" Sarah's whispered, almost touching his ear with her lips. "We were in Korea on a family trip to cursed places," Alex said with a slight smile. "It was interesting. Mama Wednesday said Uncle Fester would have loved to vacation in a place like that hospital," Alessa said, having overheard Alex and Sarah's whispering. "Uncle Fester?" Sarah's asked, peeking out from behind Alex to look at Alessa. At that moment Sarah's couldn't understand what kind of person would even think of using a cursed psychiatric hospital as a vacation spot. But Alessa had no intention of answering Sarah's question and returned to watching the horror movie while eating popcorn. Sarah turned her gaze to Alex, wanting to know who Uncle Fester was. Alex smiled slightly and began whispering in Sarah's ear, telling her about Uncle Fester and even showing her a couple of newspaper articles and reports related to him. Hearing who Uncle Fester was, Sarah was left speechless, unable to believe that such a person could actually exist, someone who deliberately got himself committed to psychiatric hospitals or prisons just to relax like he was at a resort, then escaped. Seeing Sarah's stunned expression, Alex smiled faintly, kissed her on the cheek to bring her back to her senses, and pulled her closer into his embrace. Finding herself in Alex's arms, Sarah simply exhaled, realizing she would have to get used to the fact that her life was going to become even stranger, considering what kind of family she now had. Even though Alex had already seen hundreds of similar movies about haunted houses and the ghosts that lived in them, and had even personally been inside such houses, he still thought that spending time like this was a good way to relax. When the movie ended and the lights came on in the theater, Alex picked Alessa up in his arms, took Sarah by the hand, and they headed outside. The cinema employee standing by the exit to the screening room recoiled slightly when he saw Alex, Sarah, and Alessa leaving. They looked like a family of vampires who had come to watch not a horror movie, but some kind of comedy. Alex turned his head, saw the strained smile on the employee's face, and simply shook his head. He was already used to such reactions and perfectly understood that their style of clothing and overall appearance could easily be mistaken for a family of vampires, although out of the three of them, only Sarah's was an Nosferatu, and even then only half. Once outside, Alex set Alessa down on the ground and checked the time. "Little princess, did you like the movie? Or was it boring?" Alex asked, stroking Alessa's head while looking at his phone screen. It was interesting to watch how stupid people willingly go into a cursed place and die there. "I'm still curious why they go to such places even when they know they're cursed," Alessa said, tilting her head slightly to the side. "I think it's because people simply don't believe in anything supernatural, so they calmly walk into places that are called cursed," Sarah said thoughtfully, hugging Alex's arm. "You forgot to add, Sarah, that people go to cursed places for thrills. Mostly teenagers who can later brag to their friends that they spent an entire night in a haunted house. It's like that case with the tulpa that Dean and Sam had to deal with," Alex said, putting his phone back in his pocket. "Tulpa? What's that? Some kind of cursed flower?" Sarah asked, looking at Alex in confusion. "I'll tell you on the way to the car and even show you what happens when you use a tulpa," Alex said, putting his phone away and picking Alessa up in his arms. Sarah nodded at Alex's words and took his hand again. On the way back to the car, Alex began explaining what a tulpa was and where it came from. Sarah was somewhat surprised that a simple drawing on a wall could bring something into reality. Noticing Sarah's surprise, Alex explained what was actually required for a tulpa to work, so she wouldn't think it was that simple. After hearing the full explanation, Sarah nodded. Once they were in the car, Alex started telling them about everything Dean and Sam had gone through to deal with the tulpa. And when she heard that the whole problem had been caused by two idiots who kept changing an already made-up story, Sarah was left speechless. Do idiots like that really exist? How are they still alive? Sarah asked in astonishment, looking at Alex as he drove. It's the mystery of the century. They even have their own online show. We sometimes watch it just to laugh. And they've apparently started becoming popular thanks to the list I gave them, Alex said, chuckling lightly as he lit a cigarette. How could a list make them popular? Sarah asked, clearly doubting that such an online show could be popular. A list of safe haunted places where they can film their show without dying. In those places they can safely clown around in front of the camera and nothing will happen to them, Alex said casually, blowing cigarette smoke out the window. I don't know what to say after that, whether to consider you a good person or not, Sarah said with a smile, shaking her head. Mama Sarah's, Papa isn't a person, he's a demon. The Demon King. And Papa didn't force those idiots to go to those places and film their show. They did it themselves. It was their choice, and they have to understand the consequences, Alessa said, looking up at Sarah's from the back seat. Yeah, I didn't mean that. I meant how there can even be a list of safe cursed places. Can a cursed place really be safe? Sarah asked, realizing she had phrased it wrong. Well, there are such places. The House of Horrors we visited as a family in another world. The place is kind of cursed, but people go there for thrills to see ghosts. And the boss of that haunted house is actually a pretty nice guy. I hope that in the time I haven't seen him, he managed to get closer to his ballerina ghost and find his parents, Alex said with a light smile. Does that haunted house boss have the same kind of relationship as you have with Zhangya? Sarah asked, tilting her head slightly. Alex nodded with a smile, and while they were driving back to the Helsing Manor, he decided to tell them more about Zhangya's world. Sarah listened attentively and even laughed when she heard how Mimi, and Stitch had chased ghosts and how Stitch had brought the bathroom ghost to tears in the haunted house. Sarah wasn't surprised at all that Alex looked for ways to have fun at every opportunity, even in creepy places. When they returned to the Helsing Manor, Alessa was the first to get out of the car and dragged Sarah's along so they could watch the silly show about incompetent ghost hunters together. Watching Alessa pull Sarah's away, Alex couldn't help but smile. He had barely started putting his Impala back into his inventory when Bernadotte came running out of the manor. "Damn, boss. It's harder to talk to you than to the Queen of England," Bernadotte said as he ran out. "What is it, Pip? Do you need me for something?" Alex asked, raising an eyebrow and leaning against the hood of his Impala. Bernadotte stared at Alex, not knowing where to begin. After all, when the war in London had ended and he and the remnants of his men had been collecting pieces of their fallen comrades to bury them, all those remains had suddenly disappeared, and those who had died turned out to be alive. On top of that, London, which had been engulfed in flames and nearly destroyed throughout the night, was completely intact. He had spent the entire previous day trying to find even the slightest mention that a war or massacre caused by vampires had taken place in London. But there wasn't a single mention in the newspapers or even on the news, as if nothing had happened at all. He had even asked his own men, whose body parts he had been collecting around the manor, and every one of them clearly remembered how they had died. He had even gone as far as questioning Alex's people to find out what the hell was going on. But all he got from them was, "Ask the boss, he'll tell you everything." I wanted to say thank you and ask, how the hell did my men come back to life, and how is London still intact? Is this some kind of magic? Witchcraft? Illusion? Bernadotte said, sincerely thanking Alex before starting to ask questions. "You're right, magic is involved. But it's much more complicated and required a lot of preparation. As for resurrecting your men, think of it as a nice bonus, something like another chance at life," Alex said, holding out a pack of cigarettes toward Bernadotte. "You know, boss. For some reason I'm not surprised by anything anymore. An army of vampires, Dracula, monster hunting organizations, and so much more. I thought I'd seen a lot fighting for different countries and governments all over the world. If I told my grandfather about this, he'd probably just laugh and call me an idiot for getting involved in something like this for money. Mercenaries hired to kill vampires. You could make a whole TV series about it," Bernadotte said, lighting a cigarette and shaking his head with a laugh. "A lot of people like you think the same way. You got involved for money, while some started doing this because of certain circumstances. They definitely don't get paid. What about the guys in your group? Are they going to continue working or have they decided to retire after surviving their first death at the hands of monsters?" Alex asked, patting Bernadotte on the shoulder. "We're mercenaries and we always work off the money we're paid. None of us have families, so if we end up dying, we'll mourn each other. The main thing is to set aside money for a proper funeral. No point wasting it all on alcohol and prostitutes," Bernadotte said, chuckling lightly and looking up at the sky. "Well, it's nice to hear that you idiots have decided to stay even after facing shit like this. Any other mercenaries would have taken their advance and run away with their tails between their legs the moment they found out who they'd have to deal with," Alex said, exhaling cigarette smoke. "That's exactly why our squad is so in demand on the mercenary market. We may be idiots, but at least we're honest idiots who finish the job," Bernadotte said with a grin. Alex chuckled lightly and shook his head, looking at Bernadotte, who had just admitted he was an idiot. But Alex really believed that if any other mercenary squad had been in Bernadotte's place, they would have run away the moment they learned they'd have to deal with vampires. Alex decided to chat with Bernadotte a little more about various things related to mercenary work. Eventually the conversation smoothly shifted to the organization Alex ran. Mostly Alex talked about what Bernadotte had already heard from the other guys, the high salary, the opportunity to visit places he couldn't even imagine, pleasant bonuses, and new equipment. After finishing his talk with Bernadotte, Alex decided to go see Integra and spend some time with her. To surprise Bernadotte even more and show him a few tricks, Alex drew his attention and put his Impala back into his inventory right in front of him. Bernadotte watched the entire car disappear and stared at Alex in shock, mouth wide open, so wide that his cigarette fell out. Seeing Bernadotte's stunned expression, Alex smiled faintly, patted him on the shoulder, and headed toward the manor doors. "Boss, about what you said regarding your organization," Bernadotte called out before Alex entered the manor. "Don't rush. You have time to think. Like I said, I'm going to invite you. But first find out the details and think whether it's worth accepting such a job or not. Because what awaits you will be a far more exciting adventure than you can imagine," Alex said, waving his hand as he walked into the manor. "How mysterious. But very interesting. I think I should learn more about my new job before starting it," Bernadotte said with a grin, stubbing out his cigarette and following Alex into the manor. Once inside, Bernadotte immediately headed to those who could actually give him straight answers instead of mysterious and vague replies that made no sense. Heading to the part of the manor where they had been given sleeping quarters, Bernadotte still didn't understand that the truth he was about to learn would be far more shocking and surprising, so much so that he would even start doubting everything that was happening. Meanwhile, Alex reached Integra's office and entered without knocking. "Integra, who was busy talking on the phone at that moment, raised a cold gaze to Alex and continued her conversation. Seeing Integra's familiar cold look, Alex simply smiled and listened to her phone call. Approaching Integra, Alex leaned in to hear who she was talking to and recognized the elderly male voice on the other end. It was one of the round table members, Sir Hugh Irons. Hearing what the conversation was about, Alex stepped back and gave an awkward cough, earning another cold look from Integra. After finishing the call, Integra put the receiver down and looked at Alex, who had sat down opposite her. "Where were you?" Integra asked, lighting a thin cigar. "Covering up the traces of my trap and taking a walk with Sarah's and Alessa. We sat in a cafe and went to the cinema," Alex replied calmly. "So while I was working, you were having fun." "I hope you had a good time," Integra said in a calm tone, looking straight into Alex's eyes. "Before you get angry and throw something at me for leaving all the work to you, I can say in my defense that I'd be completely useless in this matter. It's impossible to find a believable explanation for what happened and how it happened," Alex said, raising his hands to show he couldn't have helped anyway. "I wasn't going to throw anything at you, husband. And I didn't need to explain anything. Her Majesty the Queen was satisfied that the people of her country are safe and sound, and so is London. All Her Majesty and the Round Table members were interested in was what happened to the remnants of Millennium," Integra said, the corner of her lips lifting slightly in a smile. "And what version did you come up with? Or did you tell them the truth that the Major went for treatment and the doctor didn't survive his role as living weapon?" Alex asked, tilting his head. "I didn't say anything like that. I simply said that all remnants of Millennium have finally disappeared, and that was it." "They don't need to know the rest," Integra replied, flicking cigar ash into the ashtray. "Nice to hear. And since you've finished part of your work, would you like to take a short break and have a drink?" "I have something you'll like," Alex said with a smile. "It depends on what we're drinking. And whether it's worth distracting me from work," Integra said calmly, stubbing out her cigar in the ashtray. Alex smiled and took a bottle of alcohol out of his inventory. Integra raised an eyebrow and looked at Alex, silently asking about the drink he had pulled out. Alex smiled slightly, pulled a chair closer to Integra, and poured alcohol for both of them. Integra looked at the liquid in the glass, raised an eyebrow slightly, brought it to her nose to smell it. Sensing a pleasant fruity aroma and a light woody tang, she took a small sip and was surprised by the taste of the alcohol Alex had poured for her. "What is this?" "It tastes like whiskey, but softer and richer," Integra asked, looking at Alex. "It's what the gods drink in Valhalla. At least in that world Dionysus isn't a complete asshole and brews really good alcohol," Alex said with a smile. "I see. That explains a lot about the taste. Pour me some more," Integra said, nodding and finishing the rest of the alcohol in her glass before setting the empty glass on the table. Alex smiled slightly and poured more alcohol into Integra's glass. After taking another sip, Integra massaged the bridge of her nose to relieve the fatigue in her eyes. After all, the entire time Alex had been gone, she had been answering phone calls and endlessly answering the same questions that had already started to annoy her. Continuing to sit in silence, Integra shifted her gaze to Alex, who was looking out the window with a carefree smile, as if nothing had happened and he hadn't done anything. Sighing, Integra stopped thinking about work for a moment and thought about other things. "In 2 days we're going to an audience with Her Majesty the Queen," Integra said, looking at Alex. Why? Do I have to go too?" Alex asked, looking at Integra thoughtfully. "Yes. You have to be present as well. You're a member of Helsing and my husband. And the Queen specifically said that you must attend too. Considering how much you've done for England," Integra said calmly, lighting a thin cigar. "All right. Whatever the Queen wants, I'll go. In any case, I'm planning to rest. Attending formal receptions isn't that big a problem," Alex said, shrugging slightly. "Just behave normally. Not like you usually do. Your behavior is the behavior of the Helsing family, and it must be appropriate," Integra said in a strict tone. "I would usually launch into my standard tirade about how I see all these monarchs, aristocrats, and the like. But don't worry, I know how to behave properly when the situation requires it. Playing the role of a courteous aristocrat with a polite smile on his face at all times isn't that difficult," Alex said, shrugging lightly. "I hope that's true, husband. I hope one of your masks doesn't slip at the wrong moment," Integra said, setting her empty glass on the table. "I am the very picture of politeness. But now I'm curious what the Queen of England wants from me and what reward she wants to give me. It would be funny if they gave me an aristocratic title or knighted me." "I haven't received titles like that yet," Alex said, chuckling lightly. Hearing Alex's words, Integra gave him a blank look, then smiled faintly and shook her head. Even after learning the truth about who Alex really was, what he had done, and even who his father was, Integra still couldn't look at him any differently. In her eyes he remained the same guy who had suddenly appeared in Helsing by jumping through a third-floor window and introducing himself as an agent of the Federal Bureau of Control. Integra couldn't help but think about how much had happened in just 2 weeks, so much that she had found herself a husband who turned out not to be human at all, but the son of the Creator himself, and the first demon to boot. Alex looked at the thoughtful Integra, leaned closer, and kissed her on the cheek to pull her out of her thoughts. Feeling the warmth on her cheek, Integra turned her head toward Alex and rolled her eyes, pushing his face away. Just because I drank a little alcohol doesn't mean I'm relaxed enough to let you go beyond kisses and hugs. I still have work to do, Integra said, giving Alex a blank look. Oh, my wife doesn't love me and rejects my love. I'll go get drunk out of grief and howl at the moon, Alex said in a tragic tone, wiping away fake tears. You can go, but leave the bottle. When you're done acting like a child, you can come back, Integra said, ignoring Alex's fake tears. Ah, my wife is kicking me out, Alex said, falling off his chair and clutching his heart. Yes, I'm kicking you out of my office so you don't interfere with my work. But be in the bedroom by midnight. I'm not going to search the entire manor for you. If you're late, you'll sleep on the floor. Understood. Integra said, giving Alex a blank look. Yes, I understand. I'll go for a walk in the basement. Alucard should have woken up by now. It's not every day she loses 3 million souls. I wonder how she's feeling, Alex said, getting up from the floor and brushing himself off lightly. Integra looked at Alex thoughtfully and nodded, showing that she was also curious about Alucard's current condition. After all, after she had gone to restore her strength by sleeping in her coffin, she still hadn't woken up. Before leaving, Alex kissed Integra on the cheek again, to which she simply rolled her eyes, indicating that he should leave and let her get back to work. Humming a tune, Alex left Integra's office and headed to the first floor, where the hidden entrance to the basement was located behind a painting. Moving the painting aside, Alex began descending the stairs, still humming. Once downstairs, he looked around, searching for Alucard. She should have been sitting in her usual spot by now. Looking for me, my love, a young female voice sounded right beside Alex. Alex raised an eyebrow in surprise and turned his head to see Alucard in her young form as a 16-year-old girl. Alex raised an eyebrow in surprise at seeing Alucard in such an appearance. She was wearing a white formal suit, with long straight black hair and bangs on her forehead. Alucard watched Alex's surprise, and her usual smile appeared on her face. She grabbed Alex by the collar, pulled him closer, and immediately kissed him on the lips. After the kiss, Alucard lightly licked Alex's lips with a cheerful smile. Why are you in this form, Carmilla? Alex asked in a surprised tone. This? I'd call it the after effects. Losing all those souls affected me a bit. I didn't even suspect it was possible. As it turns out, sleeping in the coffin alone wasn't enough to fully recover, Alucard said, waving her hand lightly to show she didn't really care what had happened to her. I see. Although you look cute in this form. Though the outfit could use some changing, and then it would be perfect, Alex said with a light smile. Puhaha. Only you can keep calling me cute, my love. And which outfit do you prefer? Or do you prefer there to be no outfit at all? Alucard asked, running a nail down Alex's chest. That sounds tempting. Both options. But right now I'm more concerned about how you're feeling. Are you really okay? Alex said with a light smile, leaning closer to Alucard. Alucard's eyes widened for a moment when she heard Alex's words, then a smile appeared on her face and she started laughing again. How could she have forgotten that Alex was the kind of guy who would worry about her well-being and safety, even though she was immortal and considered a monster? Hearing Alucard's laughter, Alex simply shook his head and decided to steer the conversation back to something more important. But before he could open his mouth, Alucard took his hand and pulled him toward her throne, immediately seating him on it. After sitting Alex on her throne, she climbed onto his lap and sat facing him. Alex smiled and wrapped his arms around Alucard's waist, curious about what she would do next. Alucard leaned forward and kissed Alex again, wrapping her arms around his neck, clearly hinting that he would be staying here for a long time and wouldn't leave until she had had her fill. To be continued. So, this is a chapter about Alex's everyday life. There will be other events and dates later. But for now, I need to run. My friend was finally able to return home after almost 2 years. And so nothing bad will happen here, so I'm off to get a drink. Peace, love, and everyone should have friends. Chapter 644, Chapter 643, The Demon King and His Apostle, Pretending to be Children. Another day at Helsing quickly came to an end, and Alex barely managed to leave the basement that served as Alucard's resting place. Even the loss of 3 million souls hadn't greatly affected Alucard's condition, except that she was only slightly tired. Another change was that after sleeping in her coffin, Alucard had taken the form of a 16-year-old girl. And even these factors had no effect on Alucard's personality. She remained the same woman with an overly obsessive and sadistic character. In the end, Alex left the basement with clear bite marks on his neck and nail scratches on his back. As he climbed the stairs, Alex could hear Alucard's distinct laughter behind him after he had finally managed to escape her grasp after several long hours. Leaving the basement, Alex rubbed his neck lightly and checked the time. Seeing that it was almost midnight, he headed to the kitchen to brew some tea. Entering the kitchen, Alex began thinking about what else he needed to do in London before returning to America, since his work here was not yet finished. He still had to complete the final preparations to set up the trap for Chuck. But first and foremost, Alex understood that the story Chuck had written for himself had to reach a certain point so that he, as the hero, could appear at the very end and save everyone. Thinking about how much work he still had ahead of him, Alex could only sigh heavily. One careless step, and the situation could escalate very quickly. Instead of preparing a trap, he would have to forcibly drag Chuck out of his hole to kill him. Alex understood creatures like Chuck very well. They knew how to play on emotions and always struck in a way that brought people even more despair. Oh, why are these bastards all cowards without exception? Nyan, why did you make them so cowardly? Or are they so afraid of you that they think the easiest way to escape you is to hide and parasitize universes? Alex asked, looking up at the ceiling while brewing tea. Who knows, darling? Try guessing yourself. If they behaved more openly, you'd have to deal not only with them but also with the chained dogs of your older brother. Nyan's cheerful voice sounded in Alex's head. You mean the Lords of Order? I'm more surprised I haven't met any of them. Or is Michael deliberately keeping them away from me? Alex said, stroking his chin. How would I know what your brothers are up to? I'm not even interested in those secondary rejects. In any case, if any of those rejects crawl out and ruin everything, I'll just erase them, Nyan said in a lazy tone. Should I remind you about the pact between order and chaos, and that you cannot leave chaos? And without Yog, who is the gate, you definitely won't be able to exit chaos, Alex said, taking a small sip of tea. Do I look like a woman who cares about such formalities? I can do whatever I want. I stayed in chaos because I was already bored with everything and nothing brought me pleasure anymore. And why do you assume I can't leave chaos without permission from that little Yog? It seems you forgot, darling. About the fruit of our love. Nyan said with a light laugh in her voice. Hearing Nyan's words echoing in his head, Alex choked on his tea. He remembered that Nyaruko, the daughter born from his power and Nyan's power, was only half a being of chaos and could enter and exit chaos at any time, even bringing anyone she wanted with her. Sighing, Alex realized that if Nyan wanted to leave chaos, she wouldn't even need to make any effort. She could simply ask her daughter, and she would leave chaos without any problems. The thought that Nyan could leave chaos at any moment only gave Alex a headache. He already had to deal with her avatars, which she had created out of boredom. And he understood perfectly well how powerful Nyan was and what could happen if she truly became bored. If Nyan's avatars parasitized different universes, sucking all the life out of them, then Nyan herself was a being of such a level that her mere presence could destroy an entire universe and all its timelines, and that would only be the influence of her appearance. The last thing Alex wanted was for Nyan to cause some massive problems across the multiverse that he would then have to deal with. Darling, you do realize I can hear all your thoughts. The way you think about me breaks my heart. Boo-hoo, Nyan said, pretending to cry dramatically. Don't overdo it. I might have believed you if I didn't know exactly who you are, Alex said in a lazy tone, taking another sip of tea. Fine, I tried. Don't worry, darling. I'm not going to destroy anything. But that doesn't change the fact that I suddenly feel like going for a walk with our daughters, Nyan said cheerfully. I almost believed you. Wherever you go, you'll get bored very quickly. And why did you suddenly get such a desire? Alex asked, finishing his tea. Guess, darling. Don't you know that every woman should have her own secrets? Nyan said with a playful laugh in her voice. All right. Just don't teach the kids anything bad, Alex said with a heavy sigh, leaving the kitchen. I don't know what you're talking about, darling. I am pure innocence. I swear on the name of Papazoth that I won't teach our daughters anything bad, Nyan said cheerfully, not taking Alex's words seriously. Hearing Nyan's words, Alex didn't believe her for a second. The only thing that brought him any peace was that although his daughters behaved like little gremlins, they weren't stupid enough to not understand what they could and couldn't do. Sighing, Alex simply shook his head, trying to shake off the oncoming headache. At that moment he decided to focus on more important things. And as if understanding that her attempt to deceive him had failed, a distinct tongue click sounded in Alex's head, followed by Nyan's last words that she wasn't finished with that bony bitch who had stretched her bony hands in his direction. Hearing this, Alex almost groaned from the headache. He definitely didn't want Nyan and Lady Death to start fighting each other. Sighing to himself, Alex hoped he wouldn't have to do anything and that all such problems would resolve without his involvement. In the near future, he really didn't want to deal with either the Lords of Order or beings of chaos. He just wanted to continue his routine work, saving universes, killing evil idiots, and receiving dangerous weapons for his collection as payment. Lost in thoughts about various work-related matters, Alex didn't even notice how he reached Integra's room. Shaking his head to clear his mind, Alex pushed the door open and entered just as Integra was changing. Seeing Alex enter her room, Integra glanced at the clock on the nightstand beside the bed, noting that he had arrived exactly at the appointed time. But what she really noticed was that his face looked very tired. She clearly remembered that when he left, he had his usual smile. What happened? Integra asked, continuing to change into her sleepwear. Just a headache caused by very ancient cosmic women. But I'll just pretend I know nothing and keep living, Alex said, climbing onto the bed. I'll pretend I didn't hear everything that came after the words about the headache. Now is not the time when I want to talk about such things, Integra said calmly, glancing over her shoulder at Alex. And that's right. The multiverse is already a dangerous enough place, and thinking about all its dangers is quite the headache. So lie down. We still have some things to do tomorrow, Alex said, patting the spot next to him. Why are you so busy if you yourself talked about resting? Integra asked, lying down on the bed beside Alex and turning off the lamp on the nightstand. I need to talk to Anderson. And take care of some small things. I also need to implement the guild's operating system into Helsing. That way you'll have access to a much larger amount of resources and knowledge. It's unknown how long my work here will last, but I need to secure the manor and do a lot of other work, Alex said, thinking for a moment about what he still had to do. Integra looked at Alex thoughtfully and nodded slightly, giving her consent. She understood that Alex wasn't trying to take Helsing away from her, he simply wanted to make it more protected. And knowing how the system in Alex's guild worked, Integra was confident that no one would be able to steal any data from Helsing. Sighing, Integra closed her eyes, thinking about the future. She understood that because of his work, Alex would sooner or later have to leave this world to return home, and then head off to another job. At that moment, Integra was thinking about what would happen to Helsing. She couldn't abandon her homeland, which many generations of her family had protected, and she couldn't refuse Helsing or a duty to the crown. She simply couldn't drop everything and move to another world. Unlike Alucard and Sarah's, she was tied to her country, she had a duty to her nation and a duty to her family. Sinking into her thoughts, Integra felt a warm hand on her stomach and opened her eyes. She turned her head and saw rainbow-colored eyes looking at her in the darkness. If you're thinking about Helsing in your country, you don't need to worry too much, all these problems can be solved very simply, Alex said with a light smile, embracing Integra. How exactly are you going to solve this? I'm not going to abandon Helsing and my country. My duty to the crown will remain as long as this country exists, as long as Helsing exists, Integra said, looking straight into Alex's eyes and placing her palm over his hand. Moving doesn't mean you'll never be able to return to this world. We'll simply turn this Helsing into a branch, while the main one will be in Ororio. We just need to find a competent manager, which isn't difficult. I can even bring the real Van Helsing if necessary. In the vast multiverse, there are many competent workers who can be hired. And they don't have to be human, Alex said, chuckling lightly. I need to think about this. I don't want to leave Helsing and my country in the hands of someone I don't know and don't trust. Knowing your abilities, you can make it so that I can return at any moment if there's a round table meeting. But to hand Helsing over to another person, I need to think and decide for myself whether I can trust a stranger, Integra said calmly, still looking into Alex's eyes. Instead of racking your own brain over this issue, discuss it with those who can give you advice. I wanted to give you this phone earlier, but I somehow forgot. Sarah's and Alucard already received theirs. So here's my advice in this situation, discuss this issue with the other girls. You're not the only one managing the organization, Alex said, taking out a phone specially prepared for Integra. Integra looked at the phone being offered to her, then at Alex, took it from his hands, and placed it on the nightstand beside her. She considered Alex's advice truly suitable for the current situation. After all, she was still getting used to the fact that she had become part of a very large and very specific family that included not only different races, but even goddesses. From the memories Alex had shared with her about his family, Integra knew one woman whose opinion she could listen to, and that woman was Brunhild. Integra thought that someone like Brunhild's opinion would help her find the right solution herself. Having decided on tomorrow's tasks, Integra finally closed her eyes and began to fall asleep, placing her palm over Alex's hand that rested on her stomach. Morning gradually arrived. Integra woke up to the sound of the alarm clock and calmly slipped out of Alex's embrace, turning it off. Getting out of bed, she took clean clothes and headed to the bathroom to wash up and get ready. After all, she had a large amount of work that had fallen on her, and she also needed to start thinking about what to do with Helsing. Tying up her hair, Integra approached the sink and began washing her face and brushing her teeth, looking at her reflection in the mirror. Looking at herself in the mirror, Integra realized she had allowed herself too much rest over the past couple of days. Even though London had remained intact and no civilians had died during the war against Millennium, the amount of work at Helsing had not decreased, it had only increased because Walter was no longer there. Continuing to wash her face, Integra heard the sound of the door opening and turned her head, toothbrush still in her mouth. Alex entered the bathroom looking like someone who hadn't slept at all, with messy hair. Alex walked up to Integra, quickly kissed her on the cheek, and began washing his face while standing next to her. While washing, Alex moved so slowly it was as if a sloth spirit had possessed him and he was trying to drive it out and finally wake up. Integra watched Alex's slow movements for a moment, then continued washing. After finishing, Integra changed into her usual clothes and left the room together with Alex. On the way to the kitchen for breakfast, Alex finally woke up completely. Full of energy now, he began preparing breakfast for 4 people. Once breakfast was ready, Alex set the plates on the table and sat down opposite Integra. But before they could start eating, Sarah's ran into the kitchen with a panicked expression on her face. "Please help, I don't understand how to become normal again." Sarah's cried as she burst into the kitchen. Before Alex could react, Sarah started shaking him. Alex and Integra looked at Sarah's, who now looked like a 10-year-old girl, with strong panic on her face. At that moment Sarah's was in a complete panic because she had turned into a child and didn't know how to return to her previous age. It had all started when she saw Alucard in her 16-year-old form. The second reason was that she also knew Alex could change his age and become younger. So Sarah's had thought about becoming younger herself and ended up turning into her 10-year-old form. At first it had been very interesting to become a child again, but soon she realized she couldn't return to her previous appearance no matter how hard she tried. After a dozen different attempts, Sarah's had started to panic and ran to Alex for help. Now she was shaking him, begging for help to become an adult 20-year-old girl again. Alex and Integra stared at the 10-year-old Sarah's, who was almost crying while clutching Alex's arm with a pleading look. Right after Sarah's, Alessa walked into the kitchen looking as if nothing had happened. She sat down in her place and began eating her breakfast, paying no attention to the fact that one of her mothers now looked like a 10-year-old girl. Alex carefully placed his palm over Sarah's hands and asked what was going on. Sarah's quickly wiped her tears and began explaining how she had become like this and what had caused it. After hearing Sarah's full explanation, Alex smiled slightly while Integra exhaled through her nose and returned to her breakfast. Integra decided not to interfere, considering that Sarah's had foolishly turned herself into a child again and didn't know how to return to her previous state. Integra thought this would be a valuable lesson for Sarah's, think first, then act. Alex, meanwhile, was barely holding back his laughter as he looked at Sarah's teary eyes. Seeing the corners of Alex's mouth twitching as if he was about to laugh, Sarah's felt anger instead of panic and started hitting Alex's knee with her small fists. "Stop laughing. I don't know how to return to my previous state. I asked Alucard for help, but she said I'm an adult and should figure out how to use my powers myself," Sarah said, continuing to hit Alex's knee with her fists. "First, calm down and take a deep breath," Alex said, trying to calm Sarah's. Sarah stopped hitting Alex's knee and took a deep breath as he had said. Closing her eyes, she filled her lungs with air and then exhaled to collect her thoughts. After exhaling, Sarah's looked down and almost got upset again. Looking at her chest, which was no longer there, Sarah's could only feel sadness, forgetting that her body was currently only 10 years old. Sarah's raised her hands to her chest, realizing that everything was gone. If you've stopped realizing that your chest is missing, then just focus on returning to your previous form. Rely on your instincts. It's not as hard as it seems, Alex said with amusement, looking at Sarah's. Hearing Alex's words, Sarah's cheeks turned slightly red. She lowered her hands and looked at him. Deciding to rely on her feelings, Sarah's closed her eyes and focused on returning to her previous appearance. In the next instant, Sarah's quickly began changing back to her 20-year-old form. Opening her eyes, Sarah's looked at her hands, which had returned to normal, then looked down and saw that her chest had also returned. Sighing with relief, Sarah's placed a hand on her chest, checking that everything was as it should be. Convinced that everything was back to normal, Sarah's finally felt relieved. Feeling that relief, she sat down on the chair and exhaled heavily. She still had to get used to her new powers. Sarah's had no problem controlling her abilities related to combat and weapon creation, but changing her appearance had caused her a lot of trouble. See, it was simple. You didn't need to panic like that, Alex said, placing his hand on Sarah's head, making her smile strangely. This will serve as a lesson for you, Sarah's. Think first, then act. You should be less impulsive, Integra said, taking a sip of tea and looking at Sarah's with a calm gaze. Yes, I understand, Lady Integra, Sarah said in an embarrassed tone. Sarah's lowered her head, thinking that Integra's words were correct. Alex sighed and stroked Sarah's head, showing that she shouldn't be upset and should just eat breakfast. Sarah's nodded, feeling the warmth of Alex's hand on her head, and began eating her breakfast. After finishing breakfast, Integra stood up from the table and headed to her office to start working. Before Integra left, Alex created one of his clones and sent it with her to help with the work. Integra glanced at Alex's clone, then at Alex himself, and nodded slightly, showing she accepted his help. Alex smiled faintly and continued drinking his coffee. After finishing her breakfast, Alessa stood up from the table and followed Integra, leaving Alex and Sarah's alone. After finishing his coffee, Alex looked at Sarah's, who had just finished her breakfast. Sarah's, if you have nothing to do, would you like to go for another walk? I have a couple of things to do in London, and then we can walk around again, Alex said, drawing Sarah's attention. I don't mind. What do you need to do? Sarah's asked thoughtfully, nodding slightly. I need to talk to Anderson and hear his answer. Then we can go somewhere, Alex said, stretching lightly. Sarah's nodded, understanding what conversation with Anderson he was referring to. But what Sarah's was really thinking about was another date with Alex. She understood that Alex would soon have to return to America to continue his work, so she wanted to spend as much time with him as possible. Thinking about the upcoming walk, Sarah's quickly finished her breakfast and drank her coffee so they wouldn't be delayed. Seeing Sarah's enthusiasm, Alex smiled slightly. After finishing her breakfast, Sarah's jumped down from the chair and stood in front of Alex with a bright smile on her face, revealing her vampire fangs. Her clothes had already changed into casual wear suitable for a walk. Taking Sarah's by the hand, they headed toward the exit of the manor. Once outside, Alex stretched lightly and lit a cigarette. Sarah's, do you want to make this date more fun? Alex asked, looking at Sarah's, who was holding his hand. How much more fun? Sarah's asked, tilting her head to the side. Alex smiled, and in the next moment he transformed into his 10-year-old form. Sarah's looked at Alex, who now looked like a 10-year-old boy with a cigarette in his teeth. The first thing Sarah's thought was that she was going on a date with a 10-year-old Alex while she herself looked like a 10-year-old girl. Despite all her love for Alex, Sarah's was not ready to go on a date with him when he looked 10 years old. Wrong thoughts immediately appeared in Sarah's head, ending with her in prison. Sarah's quickly shook her head, driving away all those wrong thoughts and repeating to herself that she was not a pervert. Alex looked at Sarah's, tilting his head slightly, wondering what was going on in Sarah's head that made her face turn so pale. Now it's your turn, Alex said, tugging Sarah's hand. Me? What am I supposed to do? Sarah's asked, pointing at herself. Alex rolled his eyes and pointed at himself, his height and age, then pointed at Sarah's. Sarah stared at Alex in confusion, not understanding what he wanted, until she finally realized what he was asking of her. At that moment Sarah felt both relief that she wouldn't have to go on a date with Alex looking like a 10-year-old boy, and anticipation that if she also looked 10 years old, they could go on a date like that. Sarah thought it would actually be fun, and immediately focused on taking on her 10-year-old form. In the next instant, Sarah once again looked like a 10-year-old girl, with a bright smile on her face, holding Alex's hand. Taking a step forward, Alex teleported with Sarah to an alley near the meeting place with Anderson. Walking beside Alex, Sarah looked around, experiencing completely different sensations from such a walk when they were pretending to be 10-year-old children. Quite strange sensations after transforming, Sarah said, looking at Alex. You'll get used to it. At least no goddesses tried to kidnap you, Alex said, shrugging lazily as he continued walking forward, holding Sarah's hand. Has that happened to you? Goddesses really tried to kidnap you? Sarah asked in surprise, her childlike face showing astonishment as she walked beside Alex. Yeah. I don't know why, but my child form causes strange feelings in women. They want to cuddle me and take me home. The last one who wanted to kidnap me was Aphrodite. She was way too persistent in her desire to catch me and take me away, Alex said with a heavy sigh. Is that normal behavior for gods? Everything I know about the gods you've met comes from the memories you shared with me, Sarah said in an embarrassed tone. I don't even know how to answer that question correctly. Just consider some gods as adults with the mindset of spoiled children. There are interesting personalities among them. But mostly, gods are used to looking at mortals like ants who should worship them, Alex said, stroking his chin. Sarah nodded slightly, showing she partially understood what Alex was talking about. She was still coming to terms with all this new information. But Sarah was still interested in hearing about the gods, since it wasn't every day you heard something like this. Seeing Sarah's interest, Alex smiled and decided to tell her a couple of funny stories about gods. Alex and Sarah walked along the streets in the form of 10-year-old children and didn't hide what they were talking about at all. Hearing their conversation and seeing how Alex and Sarah were behaving, passers-by kept turning to look at the two strange children who were talking about anything but childlike topics. But Alex and Sarah's childlike appearance made passers-by think they simply had wild imaginations. It looked as if one child was showing off in front of the girl he liked. Some passers-by even took photos of Alex and Sarah's. But Alex and Sarah's themselves, who had accidentally become the center of attention, paid no attention to what was happening around them and calmly reached the park, holding hands. Entering the park, Alex led Sarah to the place where Anderson was supposed to be waiting. As they strolled leisurely through the park, Alex and Sarah saw Anderson sitting on a bench with a soft smile on his face, feeding the pigeons. Alex raised an eyebrow slightly, not seeing any other Iscariot members nearby. Sarah's, however, was surprised to see such an expression on Anderson's face. Every time she had seen him before, he had either been in a rage, threatening to kill her and Alucard every time, and once he had even tried to do so, and she had barely managed to escape when her body was pierced by silver bayonets. But now Sarah's wasn't afraid of Anderson at all, fully aware that she could kill him. When Alex and Sarah's approached Anderson, he calmly tossed the remaining feed to the pigeons and looked at Alex. "Hello, monster. The form of an innocent child doesn't suit either you or her. Your eyes betray your true nature," Anderson said calmly, adjusting his glasses. "Tell that to the goddesses who tried to kidnap me," Alex said, rolling his eyes and sitting down on the bench with Sarah's. "It's not for me, a human, to speak about the affairs of gods," Anderson said, watching the pigeons eat the feed. "Where did your subordinates go? Shouldn't they be with you?" Alex asked, deciding to change the subject. "I sent them back to the Vatican. Maxwell's death caused many problems in the Vatican. The crusade organized by the Vatican failed, and the entire Crusader army fell in this war. And those old bastards are looking for someone to blame. All their faith in the Lord is nothing but falsehood. They tremble for their positions and their power, believing that a place in heaven is guaranteed for them. Not even suspecting that heaven is just a cage created by a petty being imitating the Creator," Anderson said calmly, clenching his fists from restrained anger. "It's always like that, Anderson. No matter which world it is, no matter which race or what stage of civilization it is. Such people have always existed and always will. They cannot be changed, and they cannot be eradicated. Freedom of will is the greatest gift and at the same time the greatest curse," Alex said, playing with Sarah's fingers. "Thanks to you, monster, I realize this truth. But my faith has not changed. My craft is death. And I will grant it to all the unrighteous of the human race and destroy all monsters, even if it takes all eternity," Anderson said, turning his head toward Alex. Alex looked into Anderson's eyes and saw the gaze of someone ready to continue doing what needed to be done and go all the way to the end. Alex was glad that his opinion of Anderson turned out to be exactly what he had thought. Sarah's, sitting beside Alex, was completely confused by the conversation between Alex and Anderson. So she didn't interfere and simply listened. Anderson stood up from his seat and knelt on one knee in front of Alex, showing his position and what he desired. Anderson had no intention of changing his life after learning the whole truth. Therefore, he was going to remain a weapon in the hands of God for all eternity if it meant saving innocent souls from the hands of monsters. "Are you truly ready to serve for all eternity, even knowing that it will be a long path with no end in sight?" Alex asked, looking straight into Anderson's eyes. "My pledge is eternal service," Anderson said in a hoarse tone, meeting Alex's gaze and showing the seriousness of his intentions. "So be it. It will be a long path, Anderson. But I'm glad to know that a man like you is ready for such work," Alex said with a light smile on his face. Anderson nodded and stood up. Alex understood that he now had to bring Anderson up to speed and explain how the guild functioned and what kind of work he would have to do. Sarah's, on the other hand, was completely bewildered by what was happening before her eyes. It was as if she was watching some strange movie that she had become a spectator of against her will. Anderson returned to his seat to listen to everything Alex would tell him. To be continued. "I think I still need to arrange a date with Alucard after the audience with the Queen. And maybe a date with Integra. Yes, there definitely needs to be a date, and then a return to America. And now to the important part, what do you, my dears, think about the fact that after Alex returns, there will be a small cabin in the woods plot that will lead into the Outlast plot? It's just that there's not much plot left before the end, so what do you think? And while you're thinking, I'm going to go eat peace, love, and cotton candy." Chapter 645, Chapter 644, Another Date with Very Cute Sarah's. The conversation with Anderson lasted longer than Alex had expected. This was all because Anderson wanted to start working almost immediately, to begin killing monsters and the people who, out of greed and malice, were ready to bring the world to destruction if it meant their ambitions would be fulfilled. But Alex quickly cooled Anderson's ardor, reminding him that he should first deal with the problems at the top of the Vatican and rest a little before throwing himself back into battle. Alex knew perfectly well that Anderson had vast experience in this kind of work, which made him truly dangerous. Hearing Alex's words, Anderson simply nodded and said nothing, making it clear that he would handle it quickly. And to make Anderson's job of silencing the old men in the Vatican easier, Alex took a folder with documents out of his inventory. It contained the names of those who had sided with Millennium. Anderson took the folder in his hands and opened it. Reading the names of the people who had close ties to Millennium, Anderson began grinding his teeth in anger. Among the names on the list were also those of high-ranking Vatican officials. The list also indicated that they had undergone the procedure to become artificial vampires. While Anderson read the documents, Alex shifted his gaze to Sarah's, who looked like a girl who was bored. Because of this, Sarah's took out the phone Alex had given her from her pocket and didn't let go of Alex's hand, lightly playing with his fingers. Alex watched Sarah's, who looked like an innocent 10-year-old girl. Anyone who saw Sarah's like this would never have thought that just a couple of nights ago she had been tearing Nazi vampires apart with her bare hands, vampires who had wanted to die gloriously in war. And despite the fact that in everyday life Sarah's was a kind, slightly shy, and clumsy girl, she was also very cruel. The sight of the thoughtful Sarah's holding the phone in her hands brought a faint smile to Alex's face. Alex gently tugged Sarah's finger to get her attention. Sarah's lowered the phone and turned to Alex, tilting her head slightly to the side. Alex nodded lightly, asking what she was doing. Understanding what Alex was asking, Sarah's turned the screen of her phone toward him and showed that she was texting with Alice and Enid, with whom she had already become friends. After quickly scanning the messages the three girls were exchanging, Alex pursed his lips slightly. Alice and Enid had already invited Sarah's to go shopping with them. After reading the chat between the three girls, Alex snatched the phone from Sarah's hands, which left her stunned. Before Sarah's could recover, Alex pressed his cheek against hers and sat close enough. He quickly took a selfie with an angry Anderson in the background, who was clutching the folder of documents in his hands. Sarah's was first embarrassed by Alex's actions, but then she smiled brightly when she saw the photo Alex had taken. Sarah's grinned widely, revealing her vampire fangs, and took the phone back from Alex after he sent the selfie to the chat. The moment the phone was back in Sarah's hands, a flood of messages poured in from Enid and Alice, who were both envious and delighted by the sent photo. Anderson himself paid no attention to the fact that he had been photographed. All his attention was focused on the list of traitors whose names he was memorizing. At that moment, Anderson was ready to return to the Vatican and kill all the traitors. And he understood Alex's hint. His work in this world was not yet finished. I understand what you want. I will kill the traitors who dared to betray their faith and dared to become this filth within the sacred walls of the Vatican, Anderson said, putting the crumpled folder into the inner pocket of his coat. When you're done with those old men, find yourself a successor. Or have you decided to take the entire Iscariot with you? Alex said, nodding slightly with a smile. I'll think about it. But now I must return. My duty is not yet fulfilled, Anderson said, preparing to leave and return to the Vatican. Before Anderson finally left, Alex remembered one world that was worth visiting to do his work there. Alex didn't just dislike such worlds, he hated them. And just thinking about that world caused him irritation and anger toward the people who lived there. Alex shifted his gaze to Anderson, who was about to leave, and thought that he now had one helper who could help solve the problems in that world. And to do it in the way he himself preferred to handle such work, by causing a massacre. When you're finished, there's one place where I'll need you. There's one world where children are used as weapons to fight against monsters, Alex said before Anderson left. What did you say? Anderson said in a hoarse tone, turning his head back. The moment Alex's words sounded, Anderson's rage flared up like a flame. He slowly turned his head back and stared at Alex, waiting for him to continue. Even Sarah's, who had been texting with Alice and Enid, lowered her phone and flinched slightly at Anderson's furious face. But what shocked her was that such a world could exist where children were used as weapons. Sarah's couldn't help but feel rage and clenched the phone in her hands, looking at Alex. Seeing how Anderson reacted, Alex wasn't surprised. He understood that if he brought this up, Anderson's anger would flare up immediately. But Alex also understood that in that world he needed someone like Anderson. Someone who was kind to children and who would kill anyone who used children as weapons. Alex knew that world well and what happened to those children who were used as weapons. Even if these children fought on the front lines, they were still treated like trash and expendable material, like mutants who were never meant to be born. There's one world where human greed has brought the world to ruin. People created a virus that parasitizes all living beings, turning them into monsters, Alex said in a calm tone, looking into Anderson's eyes. Continue, monster, Anderson said, sitting back down on the bench and clenching his fists in anger. The virus spread so widely that it almost took over the entire world, turning all living things into monsters. The remnants of humanity hide in cities behind high walls. Alex continued in a serious tone, looking forward. Human greed doesn't matter to me. That is their payment for daring to touch what is forbidden. In a world where the Lord has not yet completely turned away from humanity, allowing these greedy creatures to continue their pathetic lives, people dare to turn the innocent into tools of murder. This is no longer just a sin. This is blasphemy of the lowest kind, Anderson said, barely holding back his anger and staring at Alex with fury. These innocent children were also infected while still in their mother's womb. They were born with partial immunity to this virus, and the same virus gave them power. And these people use these children as weapons in the war against mutants. But when a child becomes unfit for battle, they are simply thrown away like used material, Alex said, grinding his teeth in anger. Hearing Alex's words, Anderson clenched his hands with such force that the wooden bench cracked under them. Even Sarah's became serious and set her phone aside to hear all the details. At that moment, Sarah's was ready to go with Alex and Anderson to that horrible world to save those children. But Alex himself was thinking about how to handle that world, whether to deprive these people of their last hope and simply let them die, or to help the people hiding behind the walls who use children as weapons. Alex took a deep breath before continuing the conversation, remembering that his father had given him complete freedom and choice in how to solve such problems. Alex wanted to save all the cursed children and was ready to move them all to Rio. But the question remained of what to do with the people, finish off all the remaining survivors or give these people a chance at salvation. In this situation, Alex was leaning toward total exterminatus, to destroy the remnants of humanity and the creatures called Gastria. These filthy blasphemers use innocent souls to fight the monsters they themselves created. If this is true, then that world is already rotten to its core. There is no place for salvation there. There is no place for mercy there, Anderson said, barely containing his rage. How can they do something like this? These are just children. It's simply horrible, Sarah said, feeling anger and sadness at the fate of the children. It's not just horrible, it's disgusting. These children are humanity's last hope, and only in rare exceptions are they treated as human beings. In other situations, they have to live on the streets outside the walls because people are ready to kill any cursed child they see, fearing that the child will turn into a mutant, Alex said, narrowing his eyes slightly. Monster. When you open the path to that world, tell me. I will go there voluntarily. And I will not stop until I cleanse it of this filth. Even if I have to fight alone against their entire cursed world. I will save every innocent child and execute anyone who stands in my way, Anderson said, looking at Alex. I'll go too. I'm not going to just sit and wait, knowing that someone is doing this to children, Sarah said, stating her position on the matter. Then. When you finish your business in the Vatican, I'll be waiting for you at Helsing. I can see in your eyes that your patience is not limitless, priest, Alex said, nodding slightly. I'll finish quickly, monster. Every moment these innocent souls remain under the oppression of these filthy blasphemers fills my heart with righteous fury that I will bring down upon the heads of these people, Anderson said in a hoarse tone, standing up from the bench. Alex simply nodded, showing that he felt the same. Anderson said nothing more, but his gaze was filled with coldness and fury that was difficult for him to contain. Sarah's clenched her fists and was also ready to go with Alex and Anderson to that world to save the children. Knowing what these innocent children had to go through, Sarah's couldn't sit idly by and was ready to do whatever was required of her. Sighing, Alex shifted his gaze to Sarah's, who had lowered her eyes and was clenching her fists with an angry expression. Alex gently ran his hand over Sarah's head, then gently took her hand. Alex understood that his conversation had ruined their walk. Alex gently held Sarah's hand and led her away to leave the park. Alex knew how to lift Sarah's mood in this situation. Sarah didn't pay attention to the fact that Alex was leading her. At that moment she was lost in thoughts about the suffering innocent children went through simply because they were born with a virus in their blood that people themselves had created. Sarah didn't even notice when they entered an ice cream shop, and afterward headed toward Big Ben. Sarah snapped out of it when she felt a strong gust of wind that slightly ruffled her hair. Blinking, Sarah looked up and realized where they were, then shifted her gaze to Alex, who was walking along the railing while holding ice cream in his hands. Alex, walking along the railing, noticed that Sarah had finally stopped sinking into her thoughts and jumped down from the railing, standing in front of her. You're finally with us. Eat your ice cream before it melts. I had to cast a spell on it, otherwise you'd be holding nothing but an empty cone right now, Alex said with a smile, pointing at the ice cream in Sarah's hands. Thank you, and sorry that I got lost in thought. It's just the realization that such a world can exist made me feel unpleasant, Sarah said with a strained smile. Unfortunately, there are many such worlds, Alex said, shaking his head and jumping back onto the railing. I understand that perfectly. Not all worlds will be bright and cheerful. Even our world, eventually became a playground for an evil entity. I tried not to think about it for the last few days after learning the truth. But after your conversation with Anderson, it became harder not to think about it, Sarah said with a heavy sigh, looking at the ice cream in her hands. Alex sighed and patted the spot next to him, inviting Sarah to sit on the railing beside him. Sarah looked at Alex and climbed onto the railing, sitting next to him and leaning on his shoulder. She had been right when she said it was hard for her not to think about all the bad things happening elsewhere, and she knew about them. Alex placed his hand on Sarah's shoulder and pulled her closer to help her cope with such thoughts. After all, the realization that worlds she had thought were fictional turned out to be real, and the realization that people in those worlds suffered from their fate, made Alex spend many hours in reflection. He had also thought about such questions at first, because he had the power to do whatever he wanted. And Alex understood that he wasn't obligated to save any worlds that weren't related to his work. But if he had the opportunity, he was ready to help. Sarah, you do understand that you'll have to kill people if you go. Alex said, stroking Sarah's shoulder as she leaned against him. I understand. But I can't call people those who treat children like that. The fact that these children were born different doesn't mean they should be called monsters, forced to fight, and killed out of fear that these children will turn into mutants, Sarah said, looking at Alex with a serious expression. Ugh. This is the first time I've seen such a serious face from you. But you're right, no one gave these people the right to treat children like that. But first we need to finish some matters. I think Integra will let us take a short trip to another world, Alex said, smiling slightly. So we're still going there. But what about the children? Even if we save them, where will they go? And what about the virus in their bodies? Isn't that dangerous? Sarah's asked, grabbing Alex's sleeve and looking into his eyes. We'll move them to an orphanage in Oro. There are many orphanages in Oro run by our family. As for the virus, there's no need to worry about that either. I am the Demon King, I can do far more than you can imagine. Even without using magic or anything like that, creating an antivirus against something like this is quite simple. The guild employs scientists who can create an antivirus in the shortest possible time. They only need a sample, Alex said with a light smile on his face. And exactly. How could I have forgotten about that, Sarah said, slapping her forehead. Alex just laughed and stroked Sarah's head. He perfectly understood that the realization that a truly powerful being was sitting next to you was easily ignored when that person didn't behave like a powerful being. Hearing Alex's laughter, Sarah puffed out her cheeks and slapped his stomach for laughing at her stupidity. Alex pulled Sarah closer to him, and they continued sitting on top of Big Ben in the form of 10-year-old children, watching the lively streets of London below. Continuing to sit on top of Big Ben, Alex started making silly jokes again to lift Sarah's mood and keep her from dwelling on dark things. After the first joke, Sarah looked at Alex like he was an idiot, then laughed along with him after he started laughing like a robot when the joke failed. After sitting on top of Big Ben for a little longer, Alex and Sarah decided to climb down to continue their walk. And since it was only the middle of the day, they went to eat unhealthy fast food. Sarah's mood quickly returned to normal, and she became her cheerful self again, the girl who could trip over her own feet even while walking on a straight road. During the walk, they even climbed to the top of London Bridge. Sarah, finding herself in that place, hadn't expected to end up there in this way. She wasn't even surprised that no one noticed two 10-year-old children walking along the edge of London Bridge. But at the same time, Sarah was very glad to go on such a date where she could think about nothing and behave a little silly. Alex saw Sarah's smile and continued smiling himself as he walked along the edge of London Bridge. Continuing to smile, Alex began humming a light melody, spinning slightly on the edge of London Bridge. All this time cars were driving below, but Alex continued spinning on the very edge. And Sarah, watching this, couldn't hide her delight. She understood that even if Alex fell, nothing would happen to him. And she was sure that Alex definitely wouldn't fall, he would most likely just start walking on air. London Bridge is falling down. Falling down, falling down. London Bridge is falling down. My fair lady. Alex sang, approaching Sarah's and extending his hand to her. Sarah's was stunned that Alex had suddenly started singing. But she couldn't deny that he had a pleasant voice. Looking at Alex's outstretched palm, Sarah's carefully placed her hand in his. Alex squeezed Sarah's hand, pulled her into his arms, and began spinning with her, continuing to hum the song about London Bridge. Sarah's, dancing with Alex, hadn't expected that a simple children's song could be so dark and gloomy. But at the same time, for Sarah's the song sounded very captivating, especially when Alex sang it in a deep, velvety voice. While Alex and Sarah's continued dancing on top of London Bridge, they gradually began returning to their normal forms. All this time Sarah's never took her eyes off Alex, and there was a tender smile on her face as her hands rested on his shoulders. And by the end of the song, Alex and Sarah's were back in their usual appearance, looking at each other. Well, how was that, my fair lady? Alex said with a cheerful smile, pressing his forehead against Sarah's. It was amazing. I never thought I would dance on top of London Bridge. I don't even know how to express what I'm feeling right now. But it was just incredible, Sarah said, hugging Alex tightly and pressing herself against him. I'm glad you liked it. Do we keep walking or head back? Alex asked, rubbing his cheek against Sarah's with a silly smile on his face. Sarah's looked at Alex thoughtfully, wondering whether to continue the walk or if it was time to return to the manor. Turning her head to the side, Sarah saw that the sun was beginning to set, indicating that it was already evening. Continuing to think, Sarah realized that this day had brought her many good feelings as well as sad ones. But the way Alex had tried to keep her in a good mood made Sarah feel as if the butterflies in her stomach had started fluttering with renewed strength. Sarah turned her head to Alex and placed her palms on his cheeks. She decided to end this date not with a simple ride back to the manor. Sarah looked into Alex's eyes with a tender smile on her face, showing that he had forgotten something. Understanding Sarah's hint, Alex leaned forward and kissed Sarah on the lips. During the kiss, Sarah closed her eyes and hugged Alex's neck tighter, pressing herself against him. Sarah was very pleased with this date, and although she wished it wouldn't end, she understood that such a date could be repeated at any time, and most importantly, in another world. Continuing to kiss Alex, Sarah's opened her eyes, and her previously rainbow-colored eyes were now completely red as she looked at Alex. Some time later, Alex and Sarah's were riding Alex's motorcycle back to the manor. Sarah sat behind Alex with a satisfied smile on her face, resting her cheek on his back and wrapping her arms around his waist. Alex, driving the motorcycle, looked forward, but a clear fang mark was visible on his neck. Once again, Alex wondered why vampire girls loved biting his neck so much. Even Alice bit his neck in such situations. The only difference was that unlike Alice and Sarah's, Alucard not only bit his neck but also dug her nails into his back. In moments like these, Alex was glad that his body was so durable that it could withstand anything, including the collapse of an entire timeline and even the erasure of an entire universe if he happened to be in that universe at the time. Sarah's, sitting behind Alex, lifted her head and rested her chin on his shoulder, looking at the fang mark she had left. Looking at that mark, Sarah smiled slightly, revealing her vampire fangs. After thinking for a moment, a mischievous smile appeared on Sarah's face, and she lightly licked the bite mark with the tip of her tongue. Feeling the wet sensation on his neck, Alex turned his head and met Sarah's gaze. She made the most innocent face possible. "Why do you all like biting my neck so much?" I asked Alice why she does it. "She just said she simply likes biting my neck," Alex asked, looking at Sarah's. "I don't know how to explain it. But it just feels right. It happens on its own, even though I'm already half vampire. I just want to bite your neck." "Why are you asking? Don't you like it? Should I stop doing that? I can try not to bite your neck anymore," Sarah said in a thoughtful tone, then looked at Alex with the expression of an offended puppy. "I didn't mean that, silly. I was just curious why you, Alice, and Alucard bite my neck. I haven't met that many vampires, and asking something like that to others is somehow, not right," Alex said, pinching Sarah's nose. "Ouch, I asked you not to do that. But I'll say it again, I don't know, I just want to bite your neck," Sarah said, slapping Alex's hand and rubbing her reddened nose. "And what feelings do you experience at that moment?" Alex asked, raising an eyebrow slightly. "I don't know how to describe it. But it's like a kiss. Just as pleasant, but the sensations are different." "And stop asking such embarrassing questions," Sarah said, slapping Alex on the shoulder. "How is pressing against me in just your underwear in your coffin normal, but explaining the feelings during a neck bite?" "So you've already become a shy lady," Alex said, chuckling lightly. "That and this are different. Completely different," Sarah said in an embarrassed tone, pressing her forehead against Alex's back. Alex laughed lightly and stopped teasing Sarah's. But that didn't reduce his interest in the question. And unfortunately for him, Alex understood that he definitely wouldn't get a clear answer to his question. Continuing to ride down the road, Alex saw the outlines of the Helsing Manor and increased speed to get there faster. When they arrived back at the manor, Sarah deftly jumped off the motorcycle and stood beside Alex, waiting for him to put the motorcycle back into his inventory. Stretching lightly, Alex got off the motorcycle and stored it away. Taking Sarah's by the hand, they entered the manor. Alex decided to find out what Integra and Alessa had been doing all this time. When Alex voiced his thoughts, Sarah's decided to go with him. As they approached Integra's office, Alex heard Integra's voice coming from inside, sounding as if she was busy teaching. Opening the door, Alex and Sarah's peeked inside and saw Integra sitting at her desk with her hands folded under her chin, while Alessa sat in front of her, listening attentively and memorizing everything her mother said. Alex and Sarah shifted their gaze to the side and saw Alex's clone sitting among piles of documents wearing glasses. Alex's clone only glanced up for a moment and adjusted his glasses on his nose with his middle finger, expressing his position on the matter. Seeing Alex and Sarah's appear, Integra fell silent and filled her glass with another portion of whiskey. Alessa immediately turned her head and nodded slightly, waving her hand a little. "What are you doing?" Alex asked, entering the office with Sarah's. "Teaching the Helsing heiress." "Unlike me, Alessa has plenty of time to learn," Integra said calmly, looking at Alex. "It's not that I'm against teaching our little princess. But don't forget the most important thing, it's Alessa's own opinion," Alex said, stroking Alessa's hair. "I'm doing this because Alessa wanted it herself. I'm still the head of Helsing, and it will be a long time before I decide to hand over my position to someone else. But that doesn't prevent the child from starting to learn how to manage the organization," Integra said, standing up from her desk to walk to the window. Anya, Nyaruko, Jinx, and Tina said they're also learning this. "So I asked Mama Integra to help," Alessa said, nodding at Integra's words. Alex sighed wearily and stroked Alessa's hair. Of course he knew that his daughters were also undergoing similar training. And no matter how much he wanted his daughters to live however they wanted, his wives kept repeating that there was nothing wrong with the child receiving such education. After all, they weren't forcing the girls to study, it was more like advanced homeschooling. After all, their daughters were very smart and learned and remembered things very quickly. Even Becca, the leader among the gremlins, agreed that their daughters should attend lessons. All the women in Alex's family unanimously agreed that their daughters should receive knowledge that could be useful in the future. Oh. I understand that arguing is pointless. So try to do it gradually. The main thing is to enjoy childhood. And never grow up at all. Stay, my little gremlins, Alex said, sighing heavily and rubbing his cheek against Alessa's. How many times have I told you? I'm not a gremlin, Papa, Alessa said, rolling her eyes like a little adult. Yes, yes. You're my little princess gremlin, Alex said with a cheerful smile, continuing to rub his cheek against Alessa's. Sarah's, watching Alex and Alessa, had a cheerful smile on her face because Alessa was trying to push Alex's face away. Integra, standing by the window, brought a thin-lit cigar to her lips and took a light puff, observing Alex and Alessa. After spending half the day teaching Alessa the simplest things her father had taught her about managing the Helsing organization, Integra finally became convinced that Alessa was very smart, even frighteningly smart. Integra exhaled cigar smoke out the window and thought about her conversation with Brunhild. Thanks to Brunhild, Integra had learned more about what she didn't know about Alex, including the birth of children. Despite how Integra usually behaved, it didn't mean she would refuse to have a child with Alex. Especially after learning how it happened. Sinking into thoughts about her future, Integra turned to the window, watching the setting sun and listening in the background to the voices of Alex, Sarah's, and Alessa. If you want to make noise, do it somewhere else. This is my office and my workspace. Either sit quietly or leave, Integra said, turning her head and glancing over her shoulder. All right, all right. I was going to cook dinner anyway, Alex said, shrugging lightly. You haven't forgotten that tomorrow we're going to an audience with Her Majesty the Queen, Integra said before Alex left with Sarah's and Alessa. I remember. I have a suit suitable for such events. Only where will it take place and who will be present? Considering everything that happened, Alex said, nodding to show he remembered. It will all take place at Windsor Castle. The members of the Round Table will be present, along with several trusted generals and ministers who know the general situation. And representatives of the Protestant Church, Integra said calmly. Well, now I'm definitely sure I'll become a knight tomorrow. Cool. So what do you want for dinner? Alex said in a carefree tone, shrugging lightly. Sigh. I hope you don't behave like this tomorrow. As for dinner, it's up to you, husband, Integra said, giving Alex a blank look. Alex smiled widely and gave a thumbs up, showing that he definitely wouldn't embarrass her and would do everything properly. Sarah's, watching the conversation, was surprised by what was supposed to happen tomorrow. But what Sarah's was sure of was that she wouldn't have to attend such an event, and that brought her relief. After all, she didn't know how to behave in such places among people who represented the elite of the aristocracy. Integra simply sighed and waved her hand, indicating that they could leave so as not to disturb her work. Alex picked Alessa up in his arms and left the office with Sarah's to prepare dinner. To be continued. So let's quickly decide what to do next. I have 3 possible scenarios for you, my dears. First, there won't be any cabin in the woods or Outlast, and Alex will go to the world of the Black Bullet. Second, the Black Bullet will only happen after the end of this arc. Third, the Black Bullet will be in this world, already in this world, but there will also be the cabin in the woods and Outlast. Or without the cabin in the woods or Outlast, and there will simply be the Black Bullet. It all depends on you. It's not hard for me to write all 3 scenarios, but it will drag out the time until the end of this world. So, think about it, and I'll go eat. Peace, love, and exterminatus. Chapter 646, Chapter 645, a very eventful day comes to an end. While preparing dinner, Alex was deep in thought about the next day and what was going to happen tomorrow. After Integra mentioned where the event would take place, who would be present, and that both he and Integra would have to attend as representatives of Helsing, Alex became fully convinced that tomorrow he would definitely be knighted. At first, when Alex heard from Integra that they needed to go to an audience with the Queen, he had jokingly said that he would be made a knight. But after learning who would be attending the event, Alex could only hope that it would all end very quickly. Stopping his thoughts about tomorrow, Alex simply sighed at what he would have to go through the next day. After finishing cooking dinner, Alex set the prepared food in front of Alessa and Sarah's. Before Alex could go to call Integra, she entered the kitchen herself. Seeing that he didn't need to call anyone, Alex sat down at the table and began to eat. Lady Integra, how does such an event usually go? You know, the knighting and all that aristocratic stuff. Sarah's asked, looking up at Integra. When Sarah's asked the question, Integra calmly set down her cutlery, wiped her mouth with a napkin, and then looked at Sarah's. Alex was also curious about how everything would proceed. But one thing he was certain of was that it would be painfully long. Even Alessa showed a bit of interest in what was going to happen tomorrow. Sarah's also showed strong interest in such an event, even though she wouldn't be attending. That's why she was curious about how it would all go, how the ceremony itself would proceed, and what would happen afterward. Usually such ceremonies last from 2 to 3 hours. The knighting itself takes only a few minutes. But before and after it, there are just endless formalities, introductions, conversations with round table members, and obligatory pleasantries. The aristocracy loves to drag out such events, Integra said calmly, taking a sip of tea. After hearing that, I want to go there even less. Can't I just leave right after I receive the medal? I don't even know anyone there. Well, except Sir Penwood. And I don't really want to meet the other military ministers. Considering that I was one of the ones who destroyed the British aircraft carrier, Alex said in a lazy tone, his whole appearance showing that he didn't want to go anywhere. I know you don't want to. Neither do I. But no, you can't leave immediately after the knighting. It would look strange and rude. It would be seen as disrespect to the Queen and the Round Table. We need to stay at the reception for at least a little while. After the knighting, there will be a reception. Not very long, but important. People will approach you who want to get to know you, Integra said calmly, setting her teacup on the table. Ugh. Life sucks. Fine, I'll try to relax. I hope the banquet will have good food, Alex said, shaking his head. Try to behave more restrained and not talk too much. Only the Round Table members and the Queen herself know that you supposedly summon monsters. For everyone else, you are my husband and a special agent of the American Federal Bureau, Integra said in a warning tone. I'm not a child. I know what to say and what not to say. I'll tell a couple of jokes here, a couple of jokes there, and that's it. If they start asking how I became your husband and all that, I'll start talking nonsense, Alex said, shrugging lightly. Don't even think about doing that. I'll take most of the conversations upon myself. All that is required of you is to smile and nod. That will be enough, Integra said in a dry tone, giving Alex a cold look. Alex just sighed wearily. The only thing he understood from this conversation was that the upcoming event was no different from the donatus that took place in Rio. And all that was left for Alex to do was what Integra asked, even if he didn't want to. Sarah's nodded thoughtfully, understanding how important a social event this was. Alessa gently tugged Integra's sleeve, asking if she also needed to attend. Hearing Alessa's question, Integra thought for a moment and nodded, indicating that Alessa would also have to go. Hearing Integra's words, Alex tilted his head slightly to the side, wondering why Alessa also needed to attend such an event. Sarah's reacted with slight surprise, thinking that children weren't brought to such occasions. Why does Alessa also have to go to such an event? Alex asked in a surprised tone. I'm going to introduce Alessa as the future heir of Helsing. If you hadn't taken her everywhere with you, this could have been avoided. But you brought her to the Round Table meeting, and she was with us at the Self-Defense Forces headquarters. Do you understand what I'm getting at? Integra said calmly, explaining her decision. Now everything makes sense. It seems everything has fallen into place. At least Alessa will also be going. And I won't have to endure all those people alone, Alex said with a cheerful smile. I'm glad you were able to understand such an obvious thing, husband. Only unlike Alessa, you must attend such an event, Integra said in a sarcastic tone. Alex just rolled his eyes, stirring his coffee. His desire not to go to such an event grew stronger with every moment. But the thought that it would all last only an hour and a half calmed him down a little. Integra, seeing that there were no more questions and the topic of the upcoming event and ceremony was exhausted, finished her tea and stood up from the table to return to her office and continue working. Left in the kitchen were Alex, Sarah's, and Alessa. While Alex washed the dishes, Sarah's watched him do it, resting her cheeks on her hands. Alessa was busy texting her other mothers, asking them how she should behave at such events. Despite the fact that Alessa was quite smart and perceptive, this would be her first time. After all, even her sisters had never attended such events. Alex finished washing the dishes and sighed heavily once again. Why are you sighing? Do you really not want to go to such an event that much? Sarah's asked, tilting her head slightly to the side. It's just that all such events are very boring and monotonous. I've had to attend similar events in Rio and Valhalla. The only difference is that in this situation I won't be able to beat up anyone who gets too arrogant, Alex said, wiping his hands with a towel. Have you really done that before? Sarah's asked cautiously, staring at Alex. Oh yes. Gods sometimes forget the simplest truth, the one who hits harder is right, and they need to be reminded of that. Especially the gods in Rio, Alex said in a carefree tone. You're not going to hit anyone, right? Really? Sarah's asked cautiously with a strained smile on her face. No, of course not. And stop asking stupid questions. Let's go watch a movie instead. That's much more interesting than all these talks about the upcoming ceremony, Alex said, ruffling Sarah's hair. Papa. Mama Hephaestus, Mama Hestia, and Mama Brunhild say that you shouldn't maim anyone if there are marriage proposals. Whatever that means, Alessa interjected. She had been silent until then. Hearing Alessa's words, Alex's eyelid began to twitch strongly. He had forgotten about one obvious thing that he had simply overlooked. But soon Alex quickly calmed down. He knew that Integra would most likely directly send away anyone who even thought of steering the conversation toward that topic, and he wouldn't even need to do anything. Sighing once again, Alex pinched the bridge of his nose, remembering that not that many people would be present at the upcoming event. Therefore, he wasn't worried that something like that could happen. And he was sure that those who knew what Helsing represented wouldn't even think of such nonsense as a political marriage. Shaking his head to drive away unnecessary thoughts, Alex picked Alessa up in his arms. She continued typing on her phone, replying to messages, and together with Sarah's they left the kitchen. Alex, Sarah's, and Alessa went down to the basement, where Sarah's room was, to calmly watch a movie. Descending into the basement, Alex, still carrying Alessa, entered Sarah's room. But upon entering, Sarah's remembered that she still slept in a coffin, and there was no television or even a computer in her room where they could watch a movie. Sarah's looked at Alex in embarrassment, since she had been the one who suggested going to her room. Alex looked at the embarrassed Sarah's and chuckled lightly, taking a bed and a television out of his inventory to connect his phone to it. Sarah stared at the items Alex had pulled from his inventory. The first question that popped into her head was why Alex carried a whole bed and a television with him. At the same time, she had another question: how many and what kinds of things were actually in Alex's inventory? While Sarah's was lost in questions, Alex had already climbed onto the bed and connected to the television to turn on a movie. Sarah snapped out of her thoughts when she heard the sound of the movie. Blinking, Sarah's looked at the wall, then at the bed where Alex was lying. Alex patted the spot next to him, inviting Sarah's to lie down beside him. Seeing Alex's gesture, Sarah's decided it was better not to ask questions about everything she saw and simply accept some things as the most ordinary part of her life. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Sarah's quickly took off her shoes, and her clothes dissolved into black mist that quickly turned into short shorts and a tight tank top. After changing, Sarah's climbed onto the bed and crawled over to Alex, resting her head on his shoulder. While choosing a movie to watch, Alex wrapped his arm around Sarah's shoulder, pulling her closer to him. Sarah's made herself more comfortable, resting her head on Alex's chest and watching as he selected a movie. "Shall we watch another horror movie or a comedy?" Alex asked, resting his chin on Sarah's head so he could see the screen of his phone. "After all those creepy places you've already visited, do you still want to watch horror movies?" Sarah's asked, turning to Alex. "How should I put this correctly?" Alex said, lightly stroking his chin. "What exactly?" Sarah's asked, sitting up cross-legged and looking at Alex. "Even though I've seen things that would drive anyone else insane, I just like watching these kinds of movies. It's like watching a zombie movie in a world where zombies exist. It's the same thing, but the feelings are different," Alex said in a cheerful tone. That was a very stupid answer. "It's like watching a movie about a haunted house while living in a haunted house," Sarah said, folding her arms across her chest and looking at Alex. "And you're already starting to understand how it works. Especially if we watch a movie about vampires while I'm in the basement with Tunisferatu," Alex said cheerfully, showing the screen of his phone. "No, not that. I don't want to watch a movie about vampires," Sarah shouted, trying to snatch the phone from Alex's hands. Sarah's attacked Alex to take the phone away from him. She definitely didn't want to watch a movie about vampires, since her life already had more than enough things related to vampires. And she definitely didn't want to watch a movie about vampires on top of that. Alex sharply raised his hand above his head, moving the phone farther away from Sarah's reach, and wrapped his legs around her waist to prevent her from grabbing his phone. Sarah stretched with all her might to reach Alex's phone and take it. Alex and Sarah's began fighting over the phone, and the only one who was inconvenienced by this was Alessa, who was lying nearby, holding her own phone in her hands. Seeing that her mama and papa were fighting over the phone, Alessa, without changing her expression, calmly stood up and moved to the edge of the bed so she wouldn't accidentally get hit. Right now it was more important for her to chat with her sisters, who had shown interest in completely different things. And just a few minutes into the struggle for the phone, Alex was hanging upside down from the edge of the bed while Sarah's lay on top of him, trying to reach the phone. Sarah's was slightly sweating from trying to take the phone from Alex, and her clothes were a bit disheveled. But even in that state, Sarah's wasn't going to stop trying to take the phone from Alex. It was no longer about Alex wanting to turn on a vampire movie, it had become a matter of principle, to take the phone from him. Alex was still smiling, not letting Sarah's reach his phone. And when his head was almost touching the floor, he saw a pair of female legs next to him. "I recognize these legs," Alex said, looking up. Sarah's hadn't noticed that someone else had appeared next to them and took advantage of the moment while Alex was distracted to grab his phone. But at the same moment, they both fell off the bed together. Sarah sat on Alex's stomach with a victorious smile, holding his phone in her hands. But at that same moment she noticed that someone else was there with them. Turning her head, Sarah saw Alucard in her 16-year-old form. Alucard looked at Sarah's with an amused gaze, scanning her from head to toe. Under such a look, Sarah's began to feel a little nervous and quickly adjusted her disheveled clothes so that her underwear wouldn't be visible. Continuing to smile and not hiding the amusement in her eyes, Alucard shifted her gaze to Alex, who was lying flat on the floor at her feet. "My beloved, I didn't know my legs interested you so much that you're even willing to lie at them," Alucard said in a cheerful tone, crouching down next to Alex's face. "I just fell off the bed," Alex said, turning his head. Alex turned his head and looked at Alucard, who had crouched down beside him. He was pleasantly surprised that she had changed her usual outfit for a dress. At that moment, Alucard looked like Rory's twin sister, considering the style of clothing and appearance. But when Alucard sat in such a position next to his head, he could see her underwear, which didn't embarrass Alucard at all. In fact, it amused her when she noticed where Alex's gaze was directed. Continuing to smile, Alucard slightly lifted the hem of her dress to show more. At that moment, Sarah's face turned bright red when she saw what Alucard was doing. "Well, do you like what you see? Surprisingly, your other women are quite knowledgeable about this, especially about your preferences," Alucard said, continuing to slowly lift the hem of her dress. "Master. Stop. Aren't you ashamed to show your underwear like that? You're not alone here," Sarah shouted with a reddened face. "Shame? What is that? Can you eat it? Morality, shame, none of that matters. Every century, moral norms continue to change. And human morality doesn't apply to us, especially to my beloved. So calm down, police girl," Alucard said in a lazy tone, giving Sarah's a blank look. "Don't drag me into this, Carmilla. And lower your dress. Of course I don't mind. But Alessa is still here." "Even if she's busy chatting with her sisters," Alex said, raising his hand and pointing at Alessa. Alucard lazily shifted her gaze in the direction Alex pointed and saw Alessa sitting with her back to them, her whole appearance showing that she didn't care what was happening. Alessa only turned her head for a moment when she heard her name, then turned back. Alessa saw that another one of her mamas had appeared and tilted her head slightly, not understanding what was going on. All this time she had simply paid no attention to everything happening just a couple of meters away from her. Alessa looked at everyone and just shrugged, wondering why they had called her. But hearing no continuation, Alessa simply shrugged again and turned away. Right now her sisters were in another world and traveling together again, and she was interested in watching that. Alex was still lying on the floor while the view of Alucard's underwear was right in front of his eyes. Alucard and Sarah's both saw that Alessa had simply ignored them and turned away. It seems she doesn't care what's happening nearby. "So, my beloved. Do you want to see more?" Alucard asked, lightly shaking the hem of her dress. "I can already see everything perfectly. But I would prefer to get up from the floor. Of course I don't mind when someone sits on me." "But, Sarah's, please get up," Alex said, chuckling lightly. "Oh, sorry. I'll get up now," Sarah said, quickly starting to get off Alex. But the moment Sarah quickly stood up from Alex's stomach where she had been sitting, her legs got slightly tangled in Alex's t-shirt, and she began to fall forward. Losing her balance and starting to fall forward, Sarah hit Alex in the face with her knee, then sat on his face. At that moment, Sarah fully felt the pain in her knee and began rubbing it with tears in her eyes, not even noticing where she was sitting. Alucard, on the other hand, burst into loud laughter, clutching her stomach. Hearing Alucard's laughter, Sarah turned her head, and it immediately dawned on her where she was sitting. Sarah looked down, and her face instantly turned bright red. Sarah quickly slid off Alex's face with a face bright red from embarrassment. Alex just wearily stared at the ceiling, thinking about eternity. Not only had he received a knee strike straight to the nose, his t-shirt was torn, and to top it all off, Sarah's had sat on his face. And what was important was that loud laughter from Alucard was coming from beside him. She was genuinely amused by the current situation he found himself in. "Sorry, I didn't mean to. It's just. I just got caught on your t-shirt," Sarah said in an embarrassed tone. "It's okay. It was a rather strange experience. But I'm not complaining. Everything happens for the first time," Alex said, snapping his fingers to repair his torn t-shirt. "Did you like it?" Sarah asked in an embarrassed tone, looking at Alex. "No, that combination definitely didn't appeal to me. If every time my t-shirt gets torn and I get hit in the face with a knee, then I'd rather refuse," Alex said, standing up from the floor. "You could have just said no, you idiot," Sarah shouted with a reddened face, kicking Alex in the leg. Alex deftly dodged, not letting Sarah attack him. Seeing that she couldn't hit Alex, Sarah climbed onto the bed and hid under the blanket to conceal her embarrassment. Alex chuckled lightly and shifted his gaze to Alucard, who was standing next to him. Noticing Alex's look, a mischievous smile appeared on Alucard's face, and she slightly pulled down the top of her dress just enough to show a little and tease Alex. Alex looked wearily at Alucard and clearly understood what she was getting at. Alucard lightly beckoned Alex with her finger, showing that he should lean closer. Alex leaned toward Alucard, and she began whispering in his ear. After finishing what she needed to say, she bit his earlobe. "Shall we watch a movie?" Alex asked, looking into Alucard's red eyes. "I'm not interested in that. When you're done playing normal family with Sarah's, come to me." "We haven't finished what we were doing yesterday," Alucard continued whispering in Alex's ear. "Maybe you should stay with us after all. Despite everything, you're still part of the family. I told you, spending time together is more interesting than just sitting and staring at the wall in an empty basement," Alex said, placing his palm on Alucard's cheek. "If that's what you want so much, then I'll play along a little. But I don't promise anything." "It all depends on how you behave, my beloved," Alucard said, running her finger across Alex's lips. Alex smiled and took Alucard by the hand, pulling her onto the bed with him. Before Alucard ended up on the bed, her dress changed, turning into the same outfit Sarah's was wearing, black short shorts and a tight tank top. Seeing that Alucard had even changed her clothes made Alex a little surprised. But what made Alex's eyelid twitch was that he noticed Alucard's underwear was missing, and she wasn't hiding it. Alucard noticed the expression on Alex's face and a wide grin appeared on her face as she pulled down the top of her tank top just a little to tease Alex. Sighing, Alex lay on his back and stretched lightly, trying to act as if everything was fine. Feeling someone lie down next to him, Sarah's peeked out from under the blanket and saw Alex. At that moment, Sarah's quickly crawled out from under the blanket and lay down beside him. Alucard, unlike Sarah's, lay on Alex in such a way that he could see everything while she lay on top of him. Seeing this, Sarah's decided to pretend she saw nothing. Turning on a random movie, Alex reached out to stroke Alessa's hair to get his daughter's attention. Alessa turned her head again to see what they wanted from her. Alex pointed at the movie, but Alessa showed the screen of her phone, indicating that she was watching something else. Seeing what Alessa was watching, Alex raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Your sisters went to Haru again?" Alex asked, looking at the screen of Alessa's phone. "Yes. They said that this time Haru has to win." "Has she never won before?" Alessa asked, nodding slightly. "I wish I could say yes. But unfortunately, Haru has never won a single race yet. I hope she can win this time. She trained so hard," Alex said, shaking his head slightly. Alessa nodded slightly and turned away, tucking her legs under herself to continue chatting with her sisters and watching what they were doing. Sarah's and Alucard also saw what was happening on Alessa's screen. Alucard only showed a bit of interest in the horse girls, while Sarah's was strongly impressed by what she saw. Sarah's turned to Alex and poked his cheek with her finger to get his attention. When Alex turned his head, Sarah's began asking him what kind of world this was where there were horse girls who participated in races. Alex briefly explained what kind of world it was. But even that was enough for Sarah's to feel strong surprise. Seeing the surprise on Sarah's face, Alex stroked her hair and continued watching the movie. Or rather, Alex wanted to continue watching the movie, but Alucard had other plans. She quickly got bored with the movie and found another way to entertain herself. The moment she moved, Alex immediately stopped her and pointed at Alessa. Hearing the noise behind her, Alessa turned her head again and thought that her father and both mothers were going to make noise again and disturb her. So Alessa jumped off the bed and decided to go somewhere where it would definitely be quiet. Without saying a word, Alessa left Sarah's room and headed to her mother Integra's office. The moment Alessa left, a wide smile appeared on Alucard's face. "Now you can't defend yourself by using Alessa," Alucard said, turning to Alex. "Sarah's is still here," Alex said, clearing his throat dryly. "Yes. I'm still here," Sarah said, nodding. "Then let her join," Alucard said, running her nail across Alex's t-shirt and cutting it. "What am I supposed to join?" Sarah's asked, swallowing hard. "Something more interesting, you stupid police girl," Alucard said, turning her head toward Sarah's. Dozens of different ideas immediately flashed through Sarah's head, and when it got to the very last one, her face turned bright red. But by that moment, Alucard had already pulled off her black tank top, sitting on Alex's stomach. When Sarah's came to her senses and saw what Alucard had done, her face turned even redder, and she couldn't utter a word at what was happening right before her eyes. Alucard, however, paid no attention to Sarah's, her gaze was fixed on Alex, whose hand she was holding in place so he couldn't escape. "What? Here. Now." Sarah shouted, her eyes wide open. "If something doesn't suit you, you can leave." "No one is keeping you," Alucard said, giving Sarah's a lazy look. Sarah's was shocked by such words from Alucard and even wanted to object about the fact that this was her room and that she had come first, and that it was now her time with Alex. Alex himself was trying to prevent Alucard from doing what she had in mind right now because Sarah's was nearby. And he understood that even if Sarah's was nearby, Alucard wouldn't care. After all, she had already said that moral norms didn't apply to her, and she had no intention of following them. If she wanted something, she would do it. With difficulty pushing Alucard off him, Alex sighed with relief. But Alucard wasn't going to give up. She lightly licked her lips, and her red eyes sparkled slightly. Continuing to smile, Alucard leaned towards Sarah's and began whispering in her ear. Alex saw Sarah's face begin to redden, then become determined. Alucard smiled like the devil himself when she managed to win Sarah's over to her side. The color of Sarah's eyes began to shift from her rainbow color to red. But soon Sarah's clothes dissolved into black mist, and she was left in just her underwear. Now we can continue, my beloved. There are no more spectators, only participants, Alucard said, moving closer to Alex and climbing onto his lap. Alex shifted his gaze from Alucard to Sarah's, whose eyes had turned red. And he understood that he would be staying in the basement much longer than he had expected. In the end, Alex managed to leave the basement closer to midnight, and only because he was allowed to. The only thing that pleased Alex was that the ceremony and the event itself were scheduled for the evening, and he would have time to relax. Alex entered Integra's room but didn't see Integra herself. Instead, he heard sounds coming from the bathroom. Realizing that Integra was currently taking a bath, Alex lazily fell onto the bed face first into the pillow. Some time later, Integra herself came out of the bathroom, drying her hair with a towel and wearing a nightgown. Seeing Alex, Integra immediately noticed the bite marks on his neck. Integra walked over to the bed and slapped Alex on the back. What happened? Alex asked, only turning his head. I hope there won't be these marks on your neck by tomorrow's ceremony, Integra said, pointing at Alex's neck. You don't need to worry about that. Did you finish all your work so quickly? Alex said, lazily waving it off and looking at Integra. Your clone did almost my entire day's workload. That gives me time to sleep and prepare, Integra said, sitting on the edge of the bed and continuing to dry her wet hair with the towel. How productive I am. I'm proud of myself. Would you like a massage before bed? Alex said, smiling slightly. Wasn't that enough for you? Integra asked, giving Alex a blank look. When I say massage, I mean massage, Alex said, rolling his eyes. Fine. I don't mind. Just don't let your hands wander. If the massage is good, I'll reward you, Integra said, hanging the towel on a chair. Only if you don't fall asleep, Alex said with a smile. Integra simply nodded and lay down on her stomach, tucking her hands under her head. Alex sat on Integra's back and began giving her a massage. Within moments, Integra felt a very pleasant sensation of relaxation. From this pleasant feeling, Integra closed her eyes to fully relax, enjoying the massage. And just a couple of minutes later, Integra fell asleep from the pleasant sensation of the massage. Noticing that Integra had fallen asleep, Alex carefully stood up and covered her with a blanket. Stretching lightly, Alex laid his head on the pillow and began to fall asleep. Some time later, Integra suddenly opened her eyes. She hadn't expected the massage to be so pleasant that she would even fall asleep. Sitting up, Integra noticed that Alex had even covered her with a blanket. Turning her head, she saw the sleeping Alex. Carefully moving closer to him, she ran her palm across his cheek and rested her head on his shoulder. Closing her eyes, she thought that she wasn't going to change the character she had built over many years, but that didn't prevent her from showing tenderness to the one she had chosen as her husband. Before falling asleep, Integra took Alex's hand and placed it on her stomach, and only after that did she begin to fall asleep. To be continued. God, how I love it when they call me from work and ask me to come to the office, saying it won't be long. And then I had to sit in the damn office for 4 whole hours. And all because the documents that were supposed to arrive didn't. How I simply love it when that happens. Okay, now let's get down to business. Next up we have the knighting, which I'll try to cut short. Then a few little things and we'll move on. I'm going to go eat. Peace, love, and why are you running? Chapter 647, Chapter 646, the beginning of a boring event. Alex's morning began with the now familiar sequence of actions. The first thing he did upon waking was head to the bathroom, where he found Integra, who had already finished washing up. Meeting Alex's usual morning gaze, Integra stepped aside slightly to let him pass. Alex quickly kissed Integra on the cheek and began washing his face. By the time Alex had finished, Integra had already changed into her usual clothes. Even though she and Alex had to attend a formal ceremony and event organized by order of the Queen of England that day, it didn't mean Integra wouldn't do her work. After Alex left the bathroom, he and Integra headed to the kitchen for breakfast. Entering the kitchen, Alex first put the kettle on the stove to brew tea, and only then began preparing breakfast. Despite having been in London for nearly 3 weeks, Alex had fully realized how often the English drink tea. Even Integra, during her short breaks from work, always found time to drink at least 1 cup of tea. While preparing breakfast, Alex clearly understood that Walter had taken on many responsibilities in Helsing overall. Walter handled not only work matters but also cooking and brewing tea for Integra. That was why finding a replacement for someone like Walter would be quite difficult. At the same time, Alex understood that after Walter's betrayal, Integra clearly wouldn't want to discuss the issue of hiring new staff. Perhaps in the future Integra would be able to forgive Walter, but that would take time. And Walter himself was not currently in a state to return to work at Helsing. At the moment, Walter was acting as a butler for 4 gremlins and accompanying them to other worlds. Lost in his thoughts, Alex brewed the tea and placed the freshly brewed teapot in front of Integra. Integra herself was busy reading the newspaper at that moment, even though she had received a phone from Alex and had full access to all the news from around the world. Pouring tea into Integra's cup, Alex thought that at this moment he looked like a housewife. Chuckling lightly at such thoughts, Alex couldn't help but shake his head. If you think about it, I even cook at home. Alex said, stroking his chin. What are you muttering about? Integra asked, lowering the newspaper and looking at Alex. I was just thinking that even in the bunker I was responsible for the food. I hope they're eating normally there without me, Alex said, stopping stroking his chin and looking down at Integra. Are you waiting for praise? Integra asked, turning the page of the newspaper. It was just thinking out loud. It's not hard for me to cook something, Alex said, shrugging lightly. Then finish preparing breakfast and sit down to eat, Integra said without looking up. Alex just rolled his eyes at Integra and returned to cooking. At that moment, Alex's shadow slightly distorted, and Alessa emerged from it, looking as if she had just woken up. Appearing from Alex's shadow, Alessa sleepily rubbed her eyes, clutching her creepy rabbit Robbie to her chest. Rubbing her eyes from drowsiness, Alessa looked up at Alex and yawned lightly. With a slight smile on his face, Alex picked up his daughter and sat her at the table. Sitting at the table and waiting for her breakfast, Alessa tried to wake up and nodded her head slightly whenever her eyes closed and she struggled to open them. Sleeping in the Red City was no different for Alessa than sleeping in a coffin, but like her father, she found it difficult to wake up in the mornings. Integra lowered the newspaper and glanced at Alessa, who was rubbing her eyes, still trying not to fall asleep. Seeing Alessa like this, Integra couldn't help but think that perhaps it was a family trait of Alex's family, having difficulty waking up. By this time, Alex had finished preparing breakfast and placed plates of food in front of Alessa and Integra. Alessa moved her creepy rabbit Robbie to the neighboring chair and began eating her breakfast. Integra neatly folded the newspaper and placed it aside, then started her breakfast. The last to appear in the kitchen was Sarah's, who entered with a wide, radiant smile on her face, humming a light melody. But Sarah's quickly stopped when Integra and Alessa's gazes turned toward her. They simply wanted to have breakfast in silence at that moment. Seeing this, Sarah's quietly cleared her throat into her fist and, without losing her smile, sat down at the table. When Alex placed a plate of breakfast in front of Sarah's. Looking at Alex so closely, Sarah's cheeks turned slightly red from the memories of what had happened the previous evening. On one hand, she was very glad that her relationship with Alex had reached the final stage. On the other hand, she felt a little embarrassed to look him in the eyes because everything had once again happened under the influence of her bloodthirst, when her emotions had taken over again. Lowering her head, Sarah's began eating the breakfast Alex had placed in front of her, but a satisfied smile remained on her face that she couldn't hide. After setting breakfast in front of everyone, Alex calmly sat down at the table and began to eat. Thinking a little during breakfast, Alex remembered that he hadn't checked the news for the last few days. Taking his phone out of his pocket, Alex wanted to see what he had missed. Slowly scrolling his finger across the phone screen, Alex noticed that nothing major had happened in the world at all. Not seeing anything interesting besides ordinary news, Alex put the phone aside. Well, the world is still standing, and for now that's enough, Alex said, returning to his breakfast. Why did you suddenly bring that up? Sarah's asked, looking up at Alex. None of the Major's plans succeeded. How should I put it, in the few days since Millennium's destruction, nothing has happened. If there are no global problems, it means the world is standing. Isn't that obvious? Alex said in a lazy tone, continuing to eat his breakfast. Except for the fact that pig left behind a few problems, Integra said, looking up at Alex. You're talking about those who succumb to the temptation of immortal life? There aren't many of them. I don't want to praise the Major, but he was very smart. For a human. And he knew perfectly well how to sell the product he owned. A promise here, a promise there, a couple of people turned into vampires for demonstration, and that's it. All those idiots thirsty for immortality were on his short leash, Alex said, tapping his finger on the table. We'll need to deal with that. Integra said, stopping eating. No need. I've already taken care of everything, Alex said with a light smile on his face. Integra and Sarah's looked at Alex, waiting for him to continue. Alex sighed and began explaining that someone had stolen all the documents from the doctor's laboratory, whom he had used as a living weapon. And among those documents was the doctor's diary, in which he had recorded the names of everyone who had gone through the process of becoming artificial vampires. Integra smiled contemptuously when she heard that some high-ranking members of the Vatican had also become vampires. Sarah's nodded, remembering the folder with documents that Alex had given to Anderson, and understood everything. After Alex explained everything, Integra saw no reason to continue delving into the topic. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon you should already be ready. Alessa, that applies to you too, Integra said, standing up from the table after finishing her breakfast. Understood, Mama Integra, Alessa said, nodding slightly. Alex simply gave a thumbs up, showing that he would be ready on time. Integra nodded one last time and headed to her office, forgetting that Alex's clone was still busy working with documents. Alex himself continued eating his breakfast, forgetting that he would have to endure today. Alex had already come to terms with the fact that he would have to interact with the so-called elite of English society, and therefore he chose the simplest option, to simply enjoy it. Even if in the end he would be the center of attention. The only thing that made Alex sigh was that he could have avoided all of this by simply killing all members of Millennium at once or by not leaving any witnesses who had seen everything that had happened in London. But what brought a smile to Alex's face was that after returning to America he would be able to brag to Dean and Sam about the fact that he had become a knight. After finishing breakfast, Alex used magic to wash all the dishes and began thinking about the simplest way to pass the time. Tapping his finger on the table, Alex thought that the simplest way to pass the time was to watch something. Having decided on his choice, Alex looked at Sarah's and suggested watching a movie. The moment Alex's words sounded, a light blush appeared on Sarah's face. After all, memories of yesterday's movie watching, which they never actually watched, flashed through her mind again. Seeing that Sarah's was thinking about the wrong thing, Alex grabbed Sarah's by the nose, reminding her that they were simply going to watch a movie to pass the time. Sarah smiled embarrassedly, realizing that her imagination had run wild again. Alessa, having finished her breakfast, tidied herself up with the help of her father, who once again tied her 2 pigtails. And when Alex suggested to Sarah's that they watch a movie, Alessa decided that her father and Mama weren't actually going to watch any movie. So by this time she had already left the kitchen and headed to her mother Integra's office, since it was quiet enough there and no one would disturb her from what she was doing. Entering Sarah's room in the basement, Alex stretched lightly and immediately fell face first onto the bed, stretching out a little to relax. Rolling onto his back, Alex smiled and patted the spot next to him, inviting Sarah's to lie down beside him. In Sarah's head, scenes of what had happened on this bed the previous evening flashed once again. Trying to suppress the remnants of embarrassment, Sarah sat on the edge of the bed and began slowly taking off her shoes to collect her thoughts and not think about the spicy scenes from yesterday evening. After removing her shoes, Sarah took a deep breath and, suppressing the remnants of embarrassment, carefully climbed onto the bed and lay down next to Alex. Alex quickly turned on a random movie just to pass the time. But soon Alex and Sarah were talking about various everyday things that had nothing to do with anything important. Sarah decided to tell a few funny stories from the police academy where she had trained. Alex also told stories and even showed some funny moments that had happened to him in different worlds. Alex and Sarah continued talking and laughing, simply ignoring the movie, which sounded only as background noise. You should have seen their faces when I accidentally fell into their dugout, Alex said, chuckling lightly. Well, I can understand them. They were almost killed by a creepy clown as children, and then you walk around everywhere looking like a creepy kid. You did that on purpose to scare them, didn't you? Sarah said, looking at Alex with clear amusement in her eyes. How did you know? I mean, why would you think that? I was just pretending to be an innocent child, Alex said, putting on a fake look of surprise. An innocent child? Are you sure about that? Where have you seen an innocent child riding around the city on a skateboard with a sledgehammer in his backpack and telling everyone he's hunting a creepy clown? Sarah said, giving Alex a blank look. Alex gave Sarah a dry look and lightly tickled her leg, for which he received a heel kick to the nose. Sarah looked apologetically at Alex for once again kicking him in the face. Alex just rolled his eyes, showing that it was fine. But Sarah still felt uncomfortable that she had kicked Alex in the nose again and began gently rubbing his nose with her hand, showing her care. Alex smiled slightly at such a gesture from Sarah and decided to answer her question, from which he had been distracted by the kick. Well, it's different. And anyway, that clown was creepy. I had every right to beat him with a sledgehammer, Alex said, making a serious face while Sarah rubbed his nose with her hand. As you say. But I didn't even suspect that such a creature could exist in this world. But the way to defeat that creature is even more absurd, Sarah said, leaning back, stretching her legs and placing them on Alex's lap. For you it seems absurd. But in reality, everything is very simple. You just don't understand, Alex said, tapping his finger on Sarah's leg, which was resting on his lap. Hearing Alex's words, Sarah nodded slightly. She really thought that even if some events and things looked absurd, it didn't mean they were impossible. Sarah couldn't help but think about what was happening in her own life. After all, her life had changed drastically, and it had happened in a very short time. Alex looked at Sarah, who had suddenly fallen silent with a very thoughtful expression. Sarah's gaze was fixed on Alex's fingers, which were simply walking along her legs, but all her thoughts at that moment were in a completely different place. Perhaps. All of this is new to me. Just 2 months ago I was still a police officer. Then I became a vampire, Sarah said, lightly moving her legs to sit more comfortably. As a certain wise turtle would say, coincidences are not coincidences, Alex said with a light smile on his face. Perhaps it was all just a coincidence. I think. But then I was almost killed by an evil priest who is now apparently on your side, Sarah said with a strained smile on her face. Ahem. I hope you're not too angry with Anderson. I just feel like a bastard right now, Alex said, clearing his throat dryly into his fist. Sarah's thought about Alex's words and what she currently thought about Anderson. And she realized that she wasn't angry with him for almost killing her in the past. After all, in his eyes back then she had been a monster that needed to be killed. And even now in his eyes she was a monster, but now he didn't want to kill her. And after getting to know Anderson better and understanding what kind of person he was, Sarah's couldn't continue blaming him or being afraid of what had already happened. Sarah's believed that a person like Anderson, who was ready to sacrifice himself to hunt monsters just to protect children, deserved respect, not fear. No. I'm not angry with him. I can understand the reason why he did it. Where was I? Sarah said, shaking her head with a smile on her face. Judging by the events, then the attack on Helsing. Alex said, tilting his head slightly to the side and looking at Sarah's. Right. And after all that, vampires and ghouls attacked the manor, which had become my new home. And then I completely fell in love with a man who turned out to be not just a demon, but the first demon. Sarah said with a slight note of embarrassment in her voice. I'll ask you to be precise. I am the Demon King, by the way, Alex said in a playfully arrogant tone, raising his index finger. Sarah stared at Alex with a blank look as he tried to act arrogant. Smiling slightly, Sarah raised her leg and kicked Alex in the chest with her heel to show her position. And before she could push Alex, he grabbed her leg and began tickling it. Sarah began to squirm to escape Alex's grasp and laughed loudly, rolling around on the bed. Trying to break free, Sarah grabbed a pillow and began hitting Alex on the head with it so he would let her go. A few moments later, Alex released Sarah's leg and once again made an arrogant face, showing that he was waiting for her to say it correctly. Seeing Alex's face, Sarah laughed once again. Ha ha ha. Oh, I'm sorry, Demon King. Does that satisfy you? Sarah said, rolling her eyes slightly with a smile on her face. Yes. You may continue, wife. I permit it, Alex said, waving his hand in a regal manner, causing Sarah to laugh. You're such an idiot. But I still love you. Sarah said, running her finger across Alex's palm. I love myself too. After all, I'm such a cutie, Alex said, placing his hands on his cheeks and making a cute face. You ruined it, idiot. And I forgot to say the most important thing. In addition to all these events, only a few days have passed since I became your apostle. It's somehow hard to believe that all this happened to me in just 2 months, Sarah said, smiling slightly and intertwining her fingers with Alex's, squeezing his hand. Indeed, 2 months is a very short time. That's what makes life interesting, don't you think? You never know what will happen in the next moment, what will happen tomorrow. Life is beautiful because it is full of surprises and oddities. Of course, there are bad things in life, but there are also plenty of good ones. As Buchan would say, sometimes to live you just need to go with the flow. But no one forbids you from looking around. Sometimes a simple glance is enough to see something amazing, Alex said with a light smile on his face, squeezing Sarah's hand. Buchan. Who is that? You mentioned this name once before, but you never said who this Buchan is. Is he your friend? Sarah asked, tilting her head slightly to the side. It's Buddha. And before you ask if it's that Buddha, yes, it's that very Buddha. Though the stories about him and how he behaves in everyday life are 2 different things, Alex said, chuckling lightly. Sarah looked at Alex in surprise, clearly showing that she wanted to hear more. Alex smiled and took out his phone from his pocket and showed her a couple of his photos with Buddha so Sarah could see for herself what Buddha actually looked like. Seeing the photo, Sarah was strongly surprised by Buddha's appearance. Alex told her a couple of funny facts about Buddha, including his lazy character and love for sweets. While Alex continued telling various funny stories, time quickly approached the appointed hour. Alex and Sarah lay on the bed and continued talking. Sarah rested her head on Alex's stomach and looked at him with a smile. These last hours spent with Alex had shown her to be very pleasant, and she even thought that spending time like this was better than going on dates to some places if they could just sit at home and talk about various things. Papa, it's time to go. We're ready, Alessa's voice sounded from the doorway. Alex and Sarah turned their heads and saw Alessa, who was wearing an elegant dark red and black Victorian-style children's dress that simultaneously highlighted Alessa's gloomy appearance and emphasized her unique origin. In her hand she held her creepy rabbit Robbie, who was dressed in a black three-piece suit with barely noticeable drops of blood on the collar of his white shirt. Alex and Sarah stood up from the bed and took a better look at Alessa's appearance. Alex couldn't help himself and began taking photos of Alessa with a wide smile on his face. After all, he thought his little princess looked very cute in such an outfit. Sarah's also couldn't help herself and carefully examined Alessa's dress. In particular, Sarah's liked the small black bow on Alessa's head, which looked like rabbit ears. Like Alex, Sarah's couldn't stop admiring Alessa's cute appearance. Alessa herself stood with a blank expression on her face, allowing her father to take dozens of photos. "Papa, that's enough. Mama Integra is already ready and said to go straight to the car. So change and let's go," Alessa said, giving her father a cold look. "Just a couple more photos." Okay, don't look at me like your Mama Wednesday." "I'll change now," Alex said with a light smile, putting his phone back in his pocket under his daughter's cold gaze. Alex lightly tugged the hem of his t-shirt, and his outfit instantly changed. Now he was wearing a long elegant dark blue trench coat with a high collar. Under the coat he wore a strict black fitted vest, a black shirt, and classic black trousers with black shoes. Alex thought that Virgil's clothes would be perfect for such an aristocratic event. And now Alex looked like a gloomy aristocrat going to a social party with his daughter and wife. Sarah's was strongly impressed by how Alex looked in such clothing. She couldn't believe that the entire atmosphere around Alex would change just by him changing his clothes. But what made Sarah's heart skip a beat was when Alex casually brushed his hair back in such a way that a few strands fell onto his forehead. "Well, what do you think, Sarah's?" Alex asked with a light smile on his face. This is just... wow. You look like a completely different person," Sarah said, lightly fanning her face with her hand from the excess of emotions. Alex smiled slightly and leaned towards Sarah's, quickly kissing her on the lips. During the kiss, Sarah's tried to stay on her feet. After all, the change in Alex's style of clothing had caused such an excess of feelings in her that it was even difficult for her to collect her thoughts. Stopping the kiss with Sarah's, Alex straightened up and poked her in the nose with his finger with a light smile on his face. Before Alex and Alessa left, Sarah's carefully hugged them so as not to wrinkle their clothes and told them to have fun. To which Alex and Alessa simultaneously rolled their eyes, showing that such parties were never fun. Sarah's just smiled at their synchronization and waved goodbye. Alex held Alessa's hand as they left the basement to leave the manor. Stepping outside, Alex saw Integra standing by the car, smoking a thin cigar. Integra was wearing her usual dark green pantsuit, a strict jacket, a white shirt, and a neat red neckerchief with a silver cross-shaped accessory over it. The only change in Integra's outfit were the medals attached to her coat and a knight's order and saber on her belt. Integra also examined Alex's appearance, evaluating him with her gaze. "Will this do? Or should I change?" Alex asked, stopping in front of Integra. "No. What you're wearing now is perfect. No unnecessary elegance and it emphasizes your status," Integra said calmly, looking into Alex's eyes. Alex smiled and opened the car door to help Integra and Alessa get inside. Walking around the car, Alex also got in and looked at Hugo, who was acting as the driver. Nodding to Hugo, he started the engine, and the car moved forward. It was about an hour's drive to Windsor Castle, and during that time Integra managed to explain in detail how everything would proceed, what he would need to do, and how to behave. Alex calmly listened to Integra, occasionally nodding and memorizing some details. On the other hand, Alex felt some contradictions regarding the upcoming event. "We won't stay long. Everything that will happen is just formalities. Such events don't happen often," Integra said, looking at Alex, who had sunk into thought. "I understand. The only thing that makes me happy is that there won't be many people," Alex said, shaking his head slightly. "I agree with you. I've never liked such events. But as a representative of an ancient family and part of the aristocratic community of England, I need to attend such places. It's a formality before the crown," Integra said, exhaling lightly and looking out the window. Alex nodded understandingly and leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes. The car smoothly continued driving down the road, and after some time Windsor Castle became visible on the horizon. Opening his eyes, Alex leaned forward slightly and immediately noticed all the preparations, including the royal guard that was guarding the castle. The car smoothly approached and stopped in front of the guards, who began the usual inspection. Integra opened the window slightly so she could be seen. And when the guard saw Integra, he immediately turned his head, giving the order to let the car through. The car drove onto the castle grounds and stopped at the entrance so they could get out. "Hugo, you can go home. We'll return on our own," Alex said before getting out of the car. Hugo nodded, showing he understood. Alex got out of the car and opened the doors, extending his hand to help Integra and Alessa get out. Once out of the car, Integra calmly took Alex's arm, showing her position toward him. Alex, Integra, and Alessa walked along a special carpet path, on both sides of which stood guards who saluted. Alex glanced around lightly, examining everything. He hadn't expected everything to be on such a grand scale, considering the secrecy of the event. Entering the castle, a representative of the Queen was already waiting for them inside, expecting their arrival. "Sir Helsing, Sir Voldegode, please follow me. I am here to escort you to the hall," the representative said with a slight bow. Integra nodded in response to the gesture. The man elegantly gestured with his hand, inviting Alex, Integra, and Alessa to follow him. Walking through the halls of the castle, Alex wasn't particularly impressed by what he saw and only evaluated the interior and how everything was decorated. Reaching the hall, the man opened the double doors and invited Integra, Alex, and Alessa to enter. And the moment they entered, all eyes turned toward them, and everyone reacted differently to the appearance of Alex, Integra, and Alessa. Whispering immediately began among those present, especially from those who were seeing Alex for the first time. Alex also examined those present, and in his eyes everyone looked as if they had come to a military parade. Military uniforms, medals, trophy sabers, and luxurious suits. Even though Integra had said there wouldn't be many people, there were quite a few people in the hall who had also come with their families. Looking around, Alex saw the members of the Round Table, among whom stood Penwood. And the moment Penwood saw Alex, a grateful smile appeared on his face. Alex responded with a polite nod and a smile on his face. Alex, Integra, and Alessa approached the Round Table members. As they approached, Alex began politely greeting and shaking hands as was appropriate in this situation, exchanging polite phrases. After finishing greeting those present, Integra introduced Alessa, but for now said nothing about wanting to appoint Alessa as heir. Alex and Alessa stood next to Integra while she engaged in the usual polite conversations. Alex himself was thinking at that moment about how he wished it would all start and end as quickly as possible. But he understood that some time still needed to pass before the ceremony began. Even just standing next to Integra, Alex was already attracting quite a lot of attention. After all, Integra was known as the Iron Lady of Helsing and for not letting anyone get close to her. Alex, however, paid no attention to this, and when people approached him, he politely responded to greetings and handshakes, exchanging formal phrases. At such moments, Alex felt that time was dragging painfully slowly. New people continued to arrive in the hall, and the hall gradually filled with people. And seeing the hall gradually filling up, Alex almost complained that Integra had deceived him by saying there wouldn't be many people at such an event. And unfortunately for him, being Integra's husband, he attracted quite a lot of attention, and almost every second person wanted to approach, greet him, and exchange a few words. And Alex understood that this was only the beginning of the event, and no one was going to talk much yet. All the conversations would begin at the banquet after the awards. Alex understood that he wasn't the only one receiving an award that day, but other people present in the hall would also receive their awards for protecting their homeland from the enemy. To be continued. Initially, I wanted to quickly wrap up this whole celebration, but I decided there was no point in skipping around some details. Well, you get the idea. I'll try to wrap it all up in one chapter, without getting too bogged down in all this aristocratic nonsense. So if I forgot something, I forgot it. Time to eat. Peace, love, and hugs. Chapter 648, Chapter 647, The Demon King has also become a knight. Alex stood in St. George's Hall, one of the most luxurious and spacious halls in Windsor Castle. This enormous elongated room, over 50 meters long, was striking in its scale and solemn Gothic splendor. The high ceiling was adorned with hundreds of coats of arms belonging to the Knights of the Order of the Garter. Bright shields and mottos created the feeling that the entire history of English chivalry was floating overhead. The walls of light stone were decorated with massive portraits of kings and tapestries, while the huge stained glass windows let in muted evening light that mixed with the warm glow of crystal chandeliers and gilded candelabras. Alex calmly surveyed the hall while the subdued voices of the people attending the royal family ceremony hummed in the background. All those present were dressed appropriately. Many high-ranking military officers added orders, ribbons, and stars to their chests, while some aristocrats wore the Windsor uniform, dark red tunics with gold accents that emphasized their connection to the royal court. The women were dressed in beautiful evening gowns that perfectly fit the atmosphere of such an event. Looking at all this, Alex could only quietly sigh through his nose as he observed the gathered crowd. Beside him stood Integra, who was engaged in a polite conversation with the members of the Round Table. They cautiously questioned her about the events that had taken place in England a few days earlier. Throughout the conversation, they repeatedly tried to find out what had really happened in London. But Integra, without changing her expression, skillfully dodged such questions and simply changed the subject, making it clear with her whole demeanor that she had no intention of discussing the topic and that it was not something they needed to know. Alex stood next to Integra, and his face had already gone numb from the constantly polite smile that never left his lips. Various aristocrats and high-ranking military officers kept approaching him, some of whom he had met back at the British Self-Defense Forces headquarters. Alex politely responded to all greetings and shook hands with everyone who approached him. In his desire to experience everything new, he was beginning to realize that not every new experience would be particularly interesting. Feeling his face go numb from the polite smile, Alex mentally complained about everyone, including Integra, who had assured him that there wouldn't be that many people at the event. What a drag. I thought there would be fewer people. It feels like literally everyone is here. Alex thought, sweeping his gaze over all those present. But what Alex had once again conveniently forgotten was that because of his connection with Integra, she could hear all his complaints. Hearing them in her head, Integra only slightly turned her head and gave Alex a cold look. The last thing Integra wanted at that moment was to hear Alex's complaints inside her head. After all, she already had to evasively answer the questions of the round table members, who wanted to know from her all the details of why London had remained intact when Sir Penwood had clearly said the opposite. At such moments, Integra felt a slight headache because of Penwood's actions. Instead of thinking, he had blurted out what should not have been said. But Integra hid her thoughts behind the cold mask that was always on her face. Penwood himself was at that moment trying to become as inconspicuous as possible. Only when he met Integra's gaze did he realize that he had said what he should not have. The only one who completely ignored the general atmosphere around her was Alessa. She stood between Alex and Integra, firmly holding her father's hand. She didn't even pay attention to the barely audible whispers of those who were talking about her. Those who discussed Alessa were mostly military officers who had been present during the vampire attack at the Self-Defense Forces headquarters. The conversations mostly revolved around the fact that a child like Alessa hadn't even reacted to a gun pointed at her, and that she hadn't reacted at all when someone was killed right in front of her eyes. The rumors were gradually gaining momentum among the aristocrats and military officers. The situation quickly reached the point where Alessa began to be considered Integra's illegitimate daughter, whom she and Alex had hidden for many years. Alex clearly heard these absurd rumors and could barely hold back his laughter. He had to restrain his laughter and refrain from making a sarcastic comment about these ridiculous rumors. Considering that Integra was currently only 22 years old, while Alessa looked like a 7-year-old girl. Trying not to laugh, Alex reached out and lightly touched Integra's shoulder with his finger to get her attention. Integra turned her head and raised an eyebrow slightly, asking what he wanted. If you need to go to the toilet or want to smoke, then hold it, Integra said calmly, looking at Alex. That's not what I wanted to talk about. I even forgot how much people in places like this love gossip, Alex whispered into Integra's ear so that no one would hear them. Let them talk. People always love to make up stories to feel important. If that's all you wanted to tell me, then there was no need to bother me over such trifles, Integra replied calmly, looking him in the eyes. That's not what I meant. I'm just amazed by the imagination of some people. Alessa has somehow become your illegitimate daughter, whom we hid for many years, Alex said, chuckling lightly and continuing to whisper in Integra's ear. Congratulations. Now I am officially a fallen woman in the eyes of the entire English aristocracy. Integra began in a cold tone, slightly turning her gaze aside. I can shut them up if you want. And no one will ever know. It's not hard for me to play a little with their memories. I'll just snip a bit, and they'll have nightmares for the rest of their lives, Alex said, making scissor motions with his fingers. No need. If these stories start to bother Alessa or cast a shadow on Helsing, I'll find the author of this beautiful story myself, Integra said, scanning the people in the hall with a cold gaze. And then what? I'm just curious what you'll do. In situations like this, I usually just maim idiots, Alex said, raising an eyebrow slightly and looking at Integra with interest. Then we'll see how much they'll like it when the truth about their own little secret suddenly comes to light. That compromising material you brought me is still sitting unused. I have no problem using it against those who consider themselves too talkative, Integra said, returning her gaze to Alex. Alex raised an eyebrow and immediately remembered the mountains of documents he had obtained while clearing out the secret bunkers of the British organization Men of Letters. There was more than enough compromising material to socially and financially destroy a person, and all those documents were now stored at Helsing. If Integra wanted, he could hand them over to whoever needed them, and she wouldn't even have to do anything to strip a person of everything. Alex nodded with a light smile, but still moved his fingers like scissors, showing that there was an even simpler option. However, Integra shook her head slightly, indicating that there was no need to do that. She herself saw no point in it, believing that these people who loved gossip were not worthy of her attention. Alex simply shrugged and continued standing next to Integra, still observing the elite of English society who loved to discuss other people's lives. Alessa herself didn't react at all to the conversations in which she was mentioned. She didn't even take them seriously. Before she became Alex's daughter, she had been called much worse things. Now, having gained a family, Alessa believed there was no point in paying attention to such people. But Alessa also wouldn't mind giving those who talked too much a few nightmares so they would know when to keep their mouths shut and when not to. Alessa swept her gaze over those who were discussing her. And those who met the gaze of Alessa's black eyes shuddered and quickly looked away. Like many others who had seen that gaze, they couldn't believe that a 7-year-old child could have such a creepy, skin-crawling look. Don't pay attention to them, little princess. If they keep talking, we'll just send Mimi, and Stitch to play in their houses, Alex said, gently stroking Alessa's hair. I don't care. Their opinions mean nothing to me. But they will still have to face their fears, Alessa said, looking up at Alex. Just don't leave any traces, Alessa, Alex said with a light smile, not even trying to dissuade his daughter. I know. Mama Wednesday taught me how not to leave traces at a crime scene, Alessa said, nodding slightly and continuing to hold Alex's hand. Sometimes I wonder what exactly Wednesday is teaching you, Alex said, chuckling lightly. Mama Wednesday teaches me many things. And I can already do a lot. Especially torture. Alessa said in a calm tone, not wanting to go into all the details. Alex smiled slightly and stroked his daughter's hair again, having no thoughts of stopping Alessa. Integra listened with half an ear to the conversation between her husband and daughter. Alessa's words about those who spread rumors facing nightmares received Integra's silent approval. Integra herself also believed that such people should learn to keep their mouths shut, and a small reminder in the form of nightmares would be more than enough. Stopping paying attention to the conversation between Alex and Alessa, Integra continued her dialogue with the round table members, discussing important matters before the main part of the event began. Time continued to pass, and the hall gradually filled with people. Soon, everyone who had been invited to the event had arrived. Despite the fact that such a ceremony could be called closed, there were still quite a few people present. After all, many military sites in Britain had been attacked not only by vampires but also by traitors who had switched to Millennium's side. And those who had distinguished themselves and shown themselves were awarded by the Queen herself. Even though the civilian population remained unaware of what had really happened in the country. Everyone was waiting for only one person, the organizer of the event. And soon a representative of the Queen herself came out and began announcing the arrival of the Queen. When the representative finished speaking, the guards standing at the doors opened them and saluted. The moment the doors opened, the Queen appeared, dressed in a royal gown with a crown on her head. The Queen walked down the center of the hall along the red carpet. As she moved forward, everyone expressed their respect to her, bowing their heads in deference. The Queen reached the main dais and stood before everyone. Turning around, her gaze moved to Alex and Integra, who stood at the front. Seeing that the Queen was looking at him, Alex bowed slightly with a smile on his face. A small smile flashed across the Queen's aged face, which quickly disappeared, and she looked away. She didn't know all the details of how Millennium had been defeated, but she knew that Alex had played the main role in it. Thank you, my loyal subjects, for coming here today. With a heavy heart I must say these words. But our country has faced an enemy that should have disappeared many decades ago, the Queen said in a heavy tone. As soon as the Queen began to speak, the entire hall fell silent. Everyone perfectly understood what she was talking about. After all those present had faced this enemy. Before everyone's eyes were the torn bodies of those they had served with, and the sound of the traitors' laughter as they stabbed them in the back. And the heaviest blow for many was the transformation of the killed into the living dead, whom they themselves had to kill. And despite the betrayal by those who betrayed our country, and thanks to the help of those who were ready to fight to the end, all this is the merit of these people who are now present in the hall. That we were able to cope with an unknown threat that put not only one city but the entire country at risk, the Queen continued, looking at all those present. The Queen continued her long speech, mentioning the events that had been prevented thanks to the collective efforts of many and the selfless command of officers. After finishing her solemn speech, the Queen moved on to the awards ceremony. At that moment, other guards approached her on the dais, holding exquisite boxes with the royal coat of arms. When the guards opened the boxes, military medals lay inside. The Queen began to call out names, and those she named rose to the dais. The Queen personally pinned the medals, uttering solemn words and mentioning their merits. Each time a new medal was awarded, restrained applause sounded in the hall. Alex watched all this ceremony with a calm expression on his face, lightly applauding along with everyone else. Despite his previous complaints, this was the first time he had been at such an event, and he even found it somewhat interesting to observe what was happening. The awarding process continued, and more people came up to the stage to receive their medals and honors. When the last medal was awarded, other guards came onto the stage holding 2 more exquisite red boxes, on which the royal family's coat of arms was embossed in gold. Those who saw these boxes with the royal coat of arms immediately understood what they meant. After all, these 2 boxes did not contain just medals, but a true symbol of status. Even Alex, who was attending such an event for the first time, immediately understood that the final part of the ceremony had arrived. The Queen turned and looked at Alex and Integra. And to conclude this ceremony, we have gathered here to pay tribute to those who played a decisive role in protecting our kingdom. The enemy that sowed fear and chaos no longer exists. This victory became possible thanks to the courage, determination, and devotion to duty of many people, and especially 2 of them, the Queen said in a solemn tone. All eyes immediately turned to Alex and Integra, who stood together at the front of the crowd. Alex remembered what Integra had told him, and together with her they ascended the dais and stood before the queen, bowing slightly. At that moment Alex felt mixed feelings about what was happening. But now was not the time for him to express his thoughts and inner feelings. The queen turned and took a silver exquisite ceremonial sword in her hands. Seeing the ceremonial sword, Alex knelt on one knee, waiting for the beginning of the knighting ceremony. Sir Alexander Voldegode. For your exceptional bravery and strength shown in the fight against the greatest enemy of our time, I bestow upon you the title of Knight of the British Empire. Furthermore, taking into account your decisive role in the destruction of our enemy and your readiness to fight the forces of darkness, I, by the right of the crown, induct you as a member of the Royal Order of Protestant Knights, the Queen said, touching Alex's right shoulder with the silver sword. Thank you, Your Majesty, Alex said, rising from his knee. From now on you are Sir Alexander Voldegode. From now on you become a full member of this ancient order, whose mission is to protect the British Empire and the Protestant faith from everything unclean and supernatural. I also present you with a knight's saber and the order's ribbon as a symbol of the crown's gratitude. Wear them with pride, the queen said, signaling a guard to come closer. At the queen's signal, the guard approached, holding an exquisite red box. The queen turned and opened it. Inside was an exquisite saber, a knight's medal, and a ribbon. The queen placed the ribbon over Alex's shoulders and attached the knight's medal to it. The last thing the queen presented was the saber, signifying knightly status. At that moment, applause rolled through the hall. Everyone expressed their respect for Alex's appointment as a knight. No one knew exactly what Alex had done or how he had defeated the enemy. But everyone believed that if the queen was appointing Alex as a knight of the faith, there must be every reason for it. The round table members standing in the front rows respectfully applauded Alex. Despite the fact that their acquaintance had been quite strange, when he jumped through the third-floor window of the Helsing Manor. Alessa, standing in the front rows, applauded using the hands of her creepy rabbit Robbie. But that didn't stop her from showing pride in her father. Integra, standing next to Alex, smiled proudly as she watched Alex being knighted. For her, this was also an important moment. When the queen finished awarding Alex and delivering her solemn praise, her gaze moved to Integra. The Honorable Integra Fairbrook Wingates Helsing. As the head of the Helsing organization, you have stood guard over this kingdom for many years, protecting it from threats that most of our subjects are not even aware of. In the recent events, your role was no less invaluable, the queen said, looking at Integra with a slight smile on her face. Thank you for those words, Your Majesty, Integra said, bowing slightly. Your leadership, determination, and devotion to duty allowed us to deliver a decisive blow to the enemy of our country. Therefore, today I take special pride in raising you to the rank of Dame Commander of the Order of the Bath. From now on you are Dame Integra. In recognition of your services, I also present you with the star and ribbon of the order, as well as a new ceremonial saber on behalf of the crown, the queen said, signaling another guard behind her. At the queen's signal, the next guard approached with an exquisite red box. Opening the box, the queen took out the ribbon of the order to place it over Integra's shoulders. Integra bowed her head gratefully, allowing the queen to place the order's ribbon over her shoulders. After putting on the ribbon, the queen attached the medal to the order. Having finished with the medal, the queen took out an exquisite saber decorated with gold from the box. Integra drew her previous knight's saber and handed it to Alex, who stood nearby waiting for the end of the awarding. Integra took the new saber in her hands and attached it to her belt. And when all the honors have been distributed, it is worth mentioning one more important piece of news. Dame Integra Fairbrook Wingates Helsing and Sir Alexander Voldegode. We are pleased to see that the head of the ancient and loyal House of Helsing has found herself a worthy life companion. Taking into account Sir Voldegode's exceptional services to the crown and the people of Great Britain, as well as his loyalty to the order, we gladly give our royal consent and blessing to your marriage. From now on, your union is officially recognized as the union of two faithful servants of the crown and the Protestant order. May the Lord protect your house and your family, the queen said with a smile, looking at Alex and Integra, who stood next to each other. Thank you, Your Majesty, Alex and Integra said simultaneously, bowing slightly. When the queen's last words sounded, another wave of applause and voices congratulating Alex and Integra rolled through the hall. Integra herself was very pleased that even her country had officially recognized her marriage. Even though no one present, except herself and Alessa, knew Alex's true identity and origin. But to some extent this recognition brought her a sense of calm. Descending from the dais, Alex and Integra returned to Alessa, who continued to applaud using the hands of her creepy rabbit Robbie. Alex smiled and gently stroked Alessa's hair, causing a barely noticeable smile to appear on her face. The round table members took turns congratulating Alex on becoming part of their order and shook his hand, thereby showing that they accepted him into their ranks. The one who shook Alex's hand most emotionally was Sir Penwood, who kept shaking it with a smile on his face. Your father would be proud of you, Dame Helsing, Hugh Irons said, standing next to Integra. Thank you, Sir Irons, Integra said, nodding slightly. Hugh Irons nodded at Integra's short reply because he perfectly understood her character. But he wasn't lying when he said that Arthur Helsing would be proud of what his daughter had achieved. The round table members finished exchanging pleasantries with Alex, and everyone continued listening to the Queen's concluding solemn speech. At the same time, Alex's entire family was watching the event from the different worlds they were in. After all, despite having their own work, none of Alex's wives wanted to miss something like this. After all, some of them had never seen such an event, and the most important factor was that their husband was participating in it. Some of the girls even laughed at the fact that someone like Alex had become a knight, considering who he really was. All the girls endlessly exchanged opinions about the entire ceremony, expressing their thoughts and sharing their impressions. In particular, there was discussion about the titles that Alex and Integra had received. After all, only some of the women in Alex's family had aristocratic experience and understood little about it. But that still didn't stop them from discussing the event. The girls even began to recall and count how many titles their husband already had. Alex didn't know that in the family chat the discussion of what had happened to him was once again in full swing. At that moment he was in a specially prepared banquet hall, where everyone had gone after the solemn awarding had come to an end. Alex stood next to a table on which desserts were placed. In his hands he held a plate with dessert and slowly ate it. Putting a piece of cake in his mouth, Alex bit the fork and lifted the knight's medal attached to the knight's ribbon. Alex couldn't hold back the smile on his face at the thought that he had arrived in London as a representative of the Federal Bureau of Control to hide his identity. And in the end he had become a knight, and his marriage had even been approved by the Queen herself. Alex understood that among the civilian population this news would most likely simply pass by. But what he was sure of was that once this event ended, the news would spread among the British elite faster than a forest fire. "I think Dean will be jealous," Alex said, chuckling lightly. "Uncle Dean will most likely say that now we need to install a golden toilet so you can use it, Papa," Alessa said, standing next to Alex and also holding a plate with dessert. "That's all envy, my little princess. He and Sam have saved the world so many times, and in the end no one even thanked them. And I saved just one country and became a knight. So think about it," Alex said, smiling as he speared a piece of cake with his fork. That's definitely envy. But he'll still say something about the golden toilet. I'm sure of it. Uncle Dean is exactly like that, Alessa said, nodding her head. Well then, we'll buy him a golden toilet and golden toilet paper. So he can enjoy himself a little, Alex said, lightly twirling the dessert fork between his fingers. Alessa nodded thoughtfully, agreeing with her father's opinion. But she quickly shook her head negatively, thinking that her mamas would be against installing a golden toilet in the bunker. Alex saw that Alessa was shaking her head and quickly understood what his daughter was thinking. Smiling slightly, Alex stroked Alessa's hair and continued eating his dessert, observing the people who were enjoying the banquet and drinking. What really pleased Alex was that so far no one had approached him to start a conversation. And that brought Alex relief, because he didn't need to talk to anyone. And the moment Alex thought about that, a light cough sounded behind him. Exhaling wearily through his nose, Alex turned his head and met the smiling gaze of Sir Penwood, who had suddenly approached. "How can I help you, Sir Penwood?" Alex asked with a light smile on his face. "I wanted to thank you, Sir Voldegode. After all, I owe you my life," Penwood said, wiping the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief. "There's no need to thank me, Sir Penwood. As I said back then, many in your place would have run away long ago or even switched to the enemy's side. But you decided to stay until the very end, even knowing that only death awaited you. Such things are rarely seen," Alex said, lightly waving his dessert fork. "And yet, why did I end up alive? No matter how much I think about it, I couldn't find an answer. I clearly remember being wounded, and how I activated your bomb. But when I opened my eyes, there were no wounds on my body. And my men. They were also alive. I even considered it a miracle," Penwood said in a quiet enough voice that only Alex could hear. "Sir Penwood, do you remember my words when I handed you the bomb?" Alex asked, bringing the fork with cake to his mouth. "You said that a gentleman should leave brightly and beautifully, as is fitting." "If I remember correctly," Penwood said with a strained smile, wiping the sweat from his forehead. "Correct. But I never said that you would die. You left the battlefield brightly and beautifully. Although your last speech was inspiring. Even if no one heard it in London," Alex said in a cheerful tone, deliberately emphasizing certain words. "You mean to say?" Penwood said, swallowing hard when he heard the indirect hint in Alex's words. When Penwood's words sounded, Alex simply brought his finger to his lips, showing that he wouldn't say anything, but wouldn't stop him from thinking either. Seeing Alex's gesture, Penwood swallowed another lump in his throat. Even though Penwood had received the title and rank of Vice Admiral through family inheritance, it didn't mean he was stupid. Penwood was insecure and didn't know how to behave in emergency situations, but he definitely wasn't stupid. And hearing how Alex had emphasized the words battlefield and London, he partially guessed what Alex was talking about, even if he considered it complete nonsense. Penwood opened and closed his mouth to say something. But after a moment he simply sighed, understanding that there was no point in asking more questions. He had remained alive, and even the Queen had appreciated his contribution to this war, which had brought more honors to his family. You are right, Sir Voldegode. There is no point in asking questions. Then allow me to thank you once again for your help. And also congratulate you on your appointment as a Knight of the Faith. I am pleased to know that there is a man like you among us, Penwood said with a smile, extending his hand for a handshake. Thank you, Sir Penwood. You are a very good man, even if a little nervous, Alex said, chuckling lightly and shaking Penwood's hand. I won't deny that, Sir Voldegode. The last few days have been truly strange. I even considered going for a medical examination. Fortunately, my wife talked me out of it. Otherwise I would be lying in a hospital right now, Penwood said, chuckling lightly. In my opinion, you should go on vacation with your family. You've earned it. Rest is the best way to get rid of stress, Alex said, continuing to smile. I think I should consider that. My wife and I haven't gone anywhere in a long time. Even if it's a short vacation, it's worth it, Penwood said thoughtfully, nodding his head. Alex smiled and continued chatting with Penwood, who began to calm down and have a normal conversation with Alex. At that time, Integra entered the banquet hall after having a private conversation with the Queen. Entering the hall, Integra looked for Alex and Alessa with her eyes. Her first thought about where to look for Alex was, near the dessert table. And she was right when she saw Alex and Alessa standing in Penwood's company. Noticing how Alex and Penwood were talking with smiles on their faces, Integra nodded slightly, considering Alex's action correct. After watching Alex for a couple of moments, Integra calmly walked toward him. Noticing Integra, Alex waved with a smile on his face, while Penwood respectfully nodded his head. When Integra approached, Penwood said goodbye to Alex and returned to his family. Alex then asked Integra about the conversation she had had with the Queen. Integra shook her head, showing that they would discuss it at home, and Alex nodded, asking no more questions. To be continued. So, actually, I was thinking of keeping this celebration short. But I stumbled across some videos about how such events are held. And I figured I should do it properly, or at least try. It's just that, depending on the book or fanfic, such moments are described in either detail or in a condensed manner. But now Alex has earned another title, which, as usual, he didn't ask for. And I'll go get something tasty and play Space Marine too. It's fun to play, and killing Xenon abominations is even more exciting. Peace, love, and heresy.